Hello everyone, welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoy this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Enjoy listening. Part 1, Chapter 1, Feeding the Giant Worm with Blood. In ancient times, the northwestern region in China's western Sichuan province was called Jialai. Mountain ranges spread across the region within its borders. Aside from its capital Chengdu, which supported a long-standing civilization due to the mountain basin landform it had coupled with farming activities on fertile land, the rest of the cities were built close to the mountains. As the outskirts were often mountain ranges, it was a place where barbarians lived since the beginning of time. Haines City in County within the western Sichuan province was like a little city that turned into an ancient jungle. In ancient times, during the earliest development period in the Maiaroi mountain village, the people there initially led a very poor life. However, the people there became rich following the growth in China's economy in recent years. Since then, they have opened up the region for activities and have increasingly ventured into tourism. Eventually, this caused the exclusive region to change, slowly bringing out its natural beauty as it grew more prosperous. It was late autumn and the weather was chilly. The noon sun was shining on the stone roads of Guarwo village in Darmu town, County, but there was no warmth at all. Shadows were reflected on the road. Far away, tens of 16 or 17-year-old young men in their used but not old uniforms messed around as they walked along the stone road following the shadows under the trees on the side. If they were born in big cities, young men of their age who were obedient would be going to review classes day and night for the sake of getting into good universities, and would suffer immense pressure for a great future. The more mischievous young men, on the other hand, would have learned to be in a relationship, smoke, drink, and fight. Those who were in a Watoto family would even become regulars at nightclubs. However, the young men who were living in this remote mountain village that was rather impetuous seemed plain due to the growing number of tourists. Unfortunately, being plain did not mean that they were kind or peaceful by nature, especially those in Guarwo village. The place where the minorities lived had always been accustomed to a tough life since the beginning of times. Dardan, I heard from my father that they're going to build an internet base station in our village soon. When it's done, we don't have to go all the way to town to surf the internet anymore. You're dreaming. The network company must be an idiot to build a base station in our place that's so small and remote. Why can't they come to our village? The place we live in is dubbed the Natural Ecology Cultural Tourism Zone, where we have tourists every day. The tourists come to our village to enjoy the sceneries, but even the foreigners are now bored of it. Now, we even have foreigners teaching at schools. So how is it impossible to obtain internet access here? Look at your incompetently low IQ. The tourists are all rich, they're using a satellite to surf the internet, so why should they rely on the base station? Moreover, not having internet would make our village seem all natural. Do you understand what all natural means? Look at you, you're just like the nickname that your father gave you, which is a piece of rough stone. How dare you criticize me? How dare you call me a rough stone? I'll give you an eye-bomb. A couple of rude, half-grown young men began fighting as they talked to each other on the stone road. The square-faced young man, who had a face that was as big as a square melon and eyes as small as broad beans, was enraged and wanted to beat up the other young man with his friends. However, the square-faced young man was not to be blamed for being mad. Guarwo village prioritized the Maiaroi people. The young man was called Jipushi. He had the authentic old family name of the three Mairawe old family names, which were the Haiyi, Baiyi and Hongyi ethnics. Naturally, he understood that rough stone indicated the useless stone that was loose like honeycombs within the mountains, which was always used to build latrines. His parents gave him such a name with the intention of preventing their child from dying at a young age. They came up with such a lousy name so that he could grow up normally. It was only natural that Jipushi was ashamed of his name when he grew up, but he could not complain about his father and mother, otherwise he would have been taught a lesson by getting beaten up. Jipushi's ordinary friends would lack confidence when they saw him getting really angry and would end the fight by comforting him. However, Hedger Hayu, who was disrespectful to Jipushi this time, was not a weakling. Refusing to yield, Hedger Hayu rolled up his sleeves and went toward him like a bickering gamecock. Seeing Jipushi, who was usually mischievous, about to fight Hedger Hayu, the honest kids who were on their way home after school dodged aside as the duo's mischievous friends did not stop them but encouraged the fight in unison. Stone, give this kid an eye bomb. Hell only know how good you are when he starts to bleed. Hayu, haven't you heard the old saying of he who strikes first gains the advantage? You must attack first. You won't be at a disadvantage if you attack first. Persuaded by his friends, Jipushi shouted loud and swung a punch. What he did not expect was that the skinny Hedger Hayu jumped off the slab agilely and avoided his quick attack. He then extended his leg as his body turned sideways, which hit Jipushi's butt. A pull of the butt moved the entire body. Jipushi's punch did not land on his enemy. Since he could not pull away from his punch due to the swing of his butt, his punch landed on an innocent, clueless young man's face who was walking toward him 7 to 8 steps away. The innocent young man was skinny with high cheekbones and looked like he was not a person to be offended. He was stunned as his nose bled continuously after suffering the punch. Mountain worm. How did I get you? Jipushi stammered as he spoke. He suddenly looked troubled as he looked at the skinny young man's face that was flowing with blood. However, his childish pride that a young man usually possessed immediately made him realize that he definitely could not lose his dignity at the moment. As such, his tone became overbearing as he said, "Why did you stand in front of my punch? Are you in the same gang as Hayu HMPH? You must be blind then. You deserve that punch." The skinny young man who was punched for nothing snapped out of his astonishment when he heard the square-faced young man challenging him. To their surprise, he said nothing at all and ran away quickly after wiping off the blood on his face. There were mumbling noises of discussion coming from his back. Stone, mountain worm is nothing, but his father isn't someone to be messed around with. You shouldn't be so tough. It's the generation where we have a satellite in the sky, and you're still buying those ancient superstitions. You should read Walking into Science. There's no such things as ghosts or a god. Although Jipushi was stubborn, from his tone, it was obvious that he regretted what he did. Others were unaware, but although he was young, he was the official old Myro. He knew very well that this skinny young man named Zhang Lisheng would not be an easy man when he dared to use worm as his nickname in this dense jungle as well as a barren land terrorized by venomous worms. The family name Zhang was one of the 27 Myro Chinese family names besides Wu, Long, Xiao, Wu, Tang, Hu, Zhang, and so on. Although it was not one of the 3 Myro old family names, it had more than 1,000 years of legacy. Especially among the Myro Chinese family names, it was rumored that the Zhang family has followed a witchcraft orthodoxy since ancient times. Naturally, this made them different from other families, so tourists who had the Zhang family name in the western Sichuan Myro village were more popular and experienced less harassment. Ji Pushi, who was on the slab, was filled with regrets, while Zhang Lisheng, who suffered the former's punch, ran away without bothering with what just happened. Soon, he arrived at an old house with an old mahogany door along the village road. Since Guowo village was located in the deep mountain, it was damp and moldy during summer, while the chilly wind was bone-piercing during the winter. The village homes used to be bamboo houses. The environment had gotten better during recent years since the villagers built bamboo house replicas with high cement pillars on the four corners of the foundation. The old brick house that had the style of China's central plain gave out an unusual feel to others. The old house's door lock was a square lock made of brass. Zhang Lisheng agilely unlocked the door lock with a key that was hung on his neck. After walking into the courtyard of the old house, he then used two heavy latches to lock the wooden door firmly. Finally made it back before the quarter-hour mark. Zhang Lisheng, who didn't even take a rest on the road, took a couple of fast breaths after confirming that the door was locked properly by pulling it hard. He mumbled to himself with a faint joy. He then began releasing a strange sound that went pstshh as he moved his head around like he had gone crazy. Zhang Lisheng's chanting sounded meaningless. The length, pitch, and the speed were changing endlessly without any regular pattern. However, it gave out a chilling rhythm. As the sound was getting more and more rapid, an extremely thin mound started to appear on the usher ground in the old house's courtyard. When Zhang Lisheng's chanting abruptly stopped due to his shortness of breath, a rope with a cross of black and red that was as thick as a thumb broke out of the ground. Just like a living thing, it climbed up to the young man's body following his right leg. Taking a closer look, the rope was actually a huge centipede that exceeded 50 centimeters, with black and red colors shining on its back shell. The centipede had a flat head and bright, black eyes like black beans that showed intelligence within. There were two blue-black fangs showed on the side of its mouth that seemed ferocious. It made its way up to Zhang Lisheng's face not long after. Blood, there's blood. Zhang Lisheng was not afraid at all when he saw the centipede that was softly rubbing against the bottom of his nose. He even whispered as he smirked, "Eat it quickly, don't waste any of it." The huge centipede seemed like it understood what the young man said, so it stopped being intimate with him. It curled its body to form a shape and moved toward the bottom of his nose. Soon, all of the blood that Zhang Lisheng bled was not only dried up but completely vanished wherever the centipede had passed through. As the centipede started eating his blood, the young man became relaxed right away as he sat straight on the ground. However, the smile that was showed on his face did not last long as the dizziness kicked in. Blearg, he retched, but nothing came out at all. Soon, his face was as pale as a dead person. Zhang Lisheng, who had always fed the centipede only a couple drops of blood, realized how stupid his shortcut attempt of feeding the centipede right now was. It was simply suicidal, but what was done could not be undone. There was no turning back at all. All he could do was to pray that God would allow him to get away from this threat. The more pain and fear Zhang Lisheng felt, the happier the venomous worm he was feeding with his blood. As the centipede was eating the young man's blood, there was a faint light coming off its body that was curling terrifyingly. Its head and tail were shaking at the same time, completely ignoring the flesh on its master's skinny body. Zhang Lisheng's body was shrinking at an alarming rate that could be seen with the naked eyes, and soon he was left with only skin and bones. Fortunately, as his frightened and stunned eyes were going to fall out of its sockets, the centipede was finally done feasting on his flowing blood. It then rubbed against the young man intimately in a relaxed manner. He finally got the opportunity to grasp his breath. Zhang Lisheng sat on the ground exhausted and weak. As he slowly regained his vitality by a little, his body that was left with skin and bones slightly expanded like an inflatable doll. Although he was so skinny that he did not have the shape of a human, at least he did not look scary like a skeleton covered in skin. Suddenly, he used all the strength that he had to pull the centipede off his face in rage, then threw it on the ground. Zhang Lisheng then said in a hoarse voice, "King Hong, you've almost killed me. You've eaten so much blood and vitality this time. You must listen to me so that my father doesn't beat me up, otherwise, I'll never forgive you." After mentioning his father, the young man suddenly shivered as he remembered that he had yet to complete his homework that he should do in the morning. He felt that the soreness and pain coming from his weak body was not as unbearable anymore. PSTSHH. He then started chanting an ancient incantation immediately. As the incantation went off, the centipede that was on the ground began moving its slender body in an odd manner and frantically crawled around with its thousands of thin legs. However, it was not moving in the way that the young man desired it to. Chapter 2: A Drastic Change. Zhang Lisheng wore a hopeless expression as he looked on the venomous worm that he had sacrificed so much to nurture, but had yet come to fruition. He could not carry on with the incantation that he had been forced to chant since the beginning. His mouth would be torn apart if he continued. As soon as he stopped, a tremendous and unexpected backfire spread across his body. His face distorted, and his teeth started bleeding from clenching them too much. However, this physical pain was nothing compared to the disappointment that had been building up within Zhang Lisheng for years. It was 10 times more unbearable. Watching the curling of the centipede's body as it crawled toward him, the young man's face erupted into an expression of heartbreaking tyranny as he shouted, "100 drops of blood! You've taken 100 drops of my blood today, but you're still not listening to me. You want to kill me. You want to kill me, don't you? Everyone else has a mother but not me. Everyone else's father loves them, but my father has never once said anything kind to me. Everyone else can have fun in town, but all I can do is stay in this old house feeding this venomous worm 3 times a day." The more he spoke, the more depressed he became. Eventually, he lost his mind and held the centipede. He pulled it madly and bit it to release the indescribable sadness that he was feeling inside of him. He kept doing that until a fervent banging on the door pulled him back from the madness that was consuming him. Shocked by the sudden snap back to reality, he looked at the dying centipede in his hand. However, before he had time to truly consider the venomous worm's condition, he was interrupted once again by the banging on the door, this time followed by a voice saying, "Zhang Lisheng, quick, open the door, you damn kid, something terrible has happened." He tossed the centipede unceremoniously behind the door and came face to face with a middle-aged, square-faced hunk that was the deputy village chief of Guarwo village, Tao Lilin. Although he was only the deputy village chief, the way Tao Lilin communicated with the Zhang family was completely different from the other villagers. As a retired soldier who had seen more than his fair share of battles, Tao Lilin was not afraid of gods and monsters. Looking at the young man covered in mud standing in front of him, Tao Lilin shouted, "Were you taking a bath in a mud pool? Quick, something terrible happened to your father. He's at the hospital in the county town. Follow me right now." He immediately pulled the young man along with him and ran out of the house. Zhang Lisheng only had the chance to react after being pulled by Tao Lilin, and as he ran, he stammeringly spoke, "Uncle Arlai. Roman 3 need to lock the door." Giving Zhang Lisheng a look of disbelief as he pulled him along, Tao Lilin shouted, "Why are you still thinking about locking the freaking door? Is there anything valuable at home? Who in the village would dare to steal from the Zhang family kid? Your father was hit by a car in the county town. Police called our village and asked us to get to the hospital without further delay." The two arrived at Guarwo village entrance as they spoke, and there they saw a crowd of villagers. Seeing Zhang Lisheng, the villagers wasted no time squeezing him into the front of the green Wajing four-wheeled pickup truck clumsily. Moments later, 20 to 30 prying young villagers shouted, "Damn their ancestors! Does the Central National Policy still matter? How dare they hit the people of Guarwo village? That's right, it can't be. If they don't give us a reasonable explanation, we will bring this to Beijing." The villagers got up to the back of the truck one by one, and soon it was packed like a sardine can. The young driver looked into his rearview mirror, watching the excited people cram together in the back of the truck. Then he looked toward Zhang Lisheng and Tao Lilin, who were both equally crammed in the passenger seat beside him. He stammered as he spoke, "Uncle Arlai, I'm driving a truck. I can't pick up people on the back of the truck. I'll be summoned, and my truck will be towed in the county town." Tao Lilin knew that even though these young kids were only going into town to make trouble out of nothing, irritate people, and find short-term gain, now was not the time to stop them. Even the village chief and the secretary would not dare to offend these bad kids. Giving the young driver a gloomy expression, Tao Lilin said, "The country would not be at peace if the traffic officer dares to investigate you for this. You must go right now, quick. You can't delay any further." The driver thought about it and agreed with what Tao Lilin said. He helplessly glanced at the skinny young man and started his truck's engine after letting out a sigh. He noticed that there were hidden meanings within what Uncle Arlai said. It seemed like Sir Zhang's condition was critical. They were living in the same village, so he should not be calculative even though he was fearful of Sir Zhang. Perhaps bringing the father and son together and making them see each other would be a virtue. Caught up in his thoughts, the driver unknowingly stepped on the accelerator harder. Although the solid asphalt road was old and a little bumpy, the journey toward the county town was considered smooth on the truck. Traffic conditions in Guarwo village had seen major improvements with the passage of time. One of the reasons why was because there was a legendary Sichuan general who fixed the roads for his hometown during the war at the time of the founding of the Chinese county. Secondly, the roads were being expanded. Single-lane roads were changed into double-lane as a result of the provincial government's Connecting Villages project. Moreover, it was said that they were going to build a new tourism route that connected the county town straight into Guarwo village since it had been approved as the Natural Ecology Cultural Tourism Zone. Sitting in the passenger seat at the front of the truck, Zhang Lisheng felt numb as he watched the lush ancient jungle flash past him outside the window. Without him realizing it, the sceneries outside the car window had changed from that of a dense jungle to the busy streets in the county town. The driver pulled the handbrake as he arrived at the adjacent intersection of the People's Hospital entrance in the central county town. He pressed on the car horn a couple of times and realized that his effort was to no avail as the pedestrians who were occupying the car lane ignored him. However, he had gotten the attention of the traffic officer who was directing the traffic flow. The fat traffic officer, who wore a police uniform and a white and green neon jacket, ran to the truck driver's window after whispering into his colleague's ear who was on duty with him. He bowed cowardly and knocked on the window. Speaking in Mandarin with a Sichuan accent while curling his tongue, he said, "Show me your driving license and permit. How dare you use your truck as a coach? What audacity you have." The driver murmured, "How unlucky," in his heart. He then showed a habitual smiley face and passed his driving license and permit that he had prepared earlier. He also gave the officer a cigarette. Just when he was about to explain himself, somebody from Guarwo village sitting at the back of the truck yelled, "Our Guarwo village's Sergeant got hit by a car in town. People from the village are here to see him." "What audacity are you talking about? We don't like the way this traffic officer is talking to us. Do you think that you can bully us Mairawe people? Are you trying to cover things up?" One had to be smart when he was on duty in the area where minorities gathered. The villagers would be obedient and easy to handle when they were here on their own, but they were not to be offended when there were more than 10 of them together, especially when it was about a car accident which could implicate a conflict among races. Putting aside the unlucky deputy commander of the county traffic officer team, perhaps even the county chief or mayor would be unfortunate enough to encounter such a situation. The fat traffic officer saw the commercial billboard on the wholesale department store next to him by instinct as he let his thoughts roam. Printed on the billboard, developing ecotourism, benefiting the country, the people and the county, promoting racial harmony, for you, for me and for them. The officer barely glanced at the driver's driving license and permit before returning them to the driver. He smiled forcefully and gently said in a local dialect, "I did this for your safety. We've been living in this county town for generations, so stop speaking as if we're not living as one. Since you're in a hurry, I'll direct the traffic for you. Quick, go now." The officer then turned around and began to clear the path for the truck in high spirits. Tusk, the police quality in this tourism area is really going up fast. Although Tao Lilin, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, looked worried, his voice was full of gratitude as he looked at the back of the fat officer. "Forget about it, Uncle Arlai. That guy let us go because there are so many of us, and it's an emergency. If I were picking up customers with this truck, I'm sure he would have taken away my truck together with my pants. We're dealing with a critical condition here. Stop talking nonsense. The doctor is performing first aid to Sergeant." As they spoke to each other, the traffic officer had cleared a narrow path for the truck. The driver who made the indiscreet remark did not dare to talk nonsense anymore. He then drove his truck in a relaxed and careful manner as he passed through the junction and arrived at the entrance of County's People's Hospital. Theoretically, the Central People's Hospital that was responsible for first aid in the region should have been built somewhere where the traffic was convenient. However, due to the backward economy back then, the convenience for the people to receive treatment took priority. Hence, most of the Central People's Hospitals were built in the center of the city, far away from major cities, China counties, and the municipal-level Central People's Hospitals. The hospital entrance was even more crowded. Tao Lilin said, "Wait here, Ermu." He then pulled Zhang Lisheng, who looked like he was sleepwalking, and leaped off the truck. They rushed between people and ran toward the emergency hall. Following the rapid economic development, the emergency hall in the county's People's Hospital was usually filled with people. Making their way to the hall, Tao Lilin ran straight to the closest emergency room and pushed open the door. He asked the doctor on duty right away, "Doctor, Imjang Dao's relative from Darmu village. This is his son. I received a call that he had been hit by a car. Where is he?" The young emergency doctor had gotten used to the anxious behavior of a patient's family and friends long ago. Looking at the admission record on the table, he then spoke calmly in Mandarin with a heavy Sichuan accent. "You're here for Zhang Daowu, am I right? He was admitted at 1222. He's on the hospital bed in there. The patient is in critical condition. It's best that you sign to authorize the surgery. Family members, please be prepared as the possibility to save him isn't that high." The middle-aged hunk's expression dimmed as the ominous feeling he had turned into reality. "Mountain worm, go see your father quickly and authorize the surgery later." Ignoring the doctor on duty, he pulled Zhang Lisheng into the emergency room. Chapter 3: Becoming a Wizard. Chapter 3: Becoming a Wizard. The emergency room was small, and there was only a hospital bed. However, there were brand new ECG monitors and ventilators that seemed expensive. A young lady in a white coat was taking emergency treatment records by the bed, just like how it was done at major hospitals. Looking at the two of them as they rushed in, she immediately asked with her clear voice, "Are the both of you Zhang Dao's family members?" "Nurse, I'm his relative, and this is his son. How's Daowu doing?" Although the young lady was secretly shocked that the patient had such a young son, she still answered professionally, "I'm the doctor. The patient is in a critical condition and needs to receive a surgery immediately. We've wasted too much time, we must get the authorization now." While the female doctor was talking to the middle-aged man, Zhang Lisheng looked at his old, pale father absent-mindedly who was dying on the bed. Though there was much sadness that rose from his heart, there was much joy too. Speaking of Zhang Daowu, he held a very special position in Guarwo village, although he was neither part of a carter nor a respectable old man. Everyone in Guarwo village respected him even though he had a cold character and did not communicate with the villagers. Even the old secretary who held the same position in the mountain village for more than 30 years dared not offend him easily. Rumor had it that Zhang Daowu was more than 80 years old, while some of them said he was more than a century old. Nonetheless, nothing could be verified due to the previous wars and riots. The only thing people knew was that the Red Whirlwind Cultural Revolution swept the entire country and even the remote Guarwo village. Everyone in the five-man task force led by Zhang Daowu that was going to be approved by the county were all dead. Although the death of these people seemed like a ridiculous coincidence, it was the Western Sichuan ground after all. Since then, none of the revolutionary masses and carters would find trouble with Zhang Daowu. However, to his son, Zhang Daowu was not the mysterious wizard that everyone thought he was, but instead a ruthless tyrant. Ever since Zhang Lisheng could remember from when he was still a young boy that could barely speak, he had been forced to memorize tongue-twisting incantations. He would have to starve or even get his flesh poked by needles if he failed to memorize them. When he grew old enough and had just learned how to hold a pencil, he would have to trace along the lines to copy complicated images and ancient writings from ancient books for up to 100 times every night. He would be beaten with a wooden stick if he made the slightest mistake. As he grew older and hit puberty after reaching 12 years of age, he was forced by his father to feed the venomous worm 3 times a day. Each time he fed the worm, he would lose blood, and if not administered properly, he would be caned. As the years went by, he was 30 to 40 katas lighter than people of his age, and more than 10 centimeters shorter. As these past events flashed before his eyes one by one, Zhang Lisheng realized that he had never experienced the joy and warmth of a family throughout the short 16 years of his life, not even for a second. It was the most liberating moment of his life as he looked down at his dying father and figured that his father could no longer torture him any longer. While Zhang Lisheng was thinking about the past, the old man on the hospital bed opened his eyes out of nowhere and shot a deadly stare at his only son. He revealed an expression that was the combination of ecstasy and determination as his lips began to chant silently. Others had no idea what Zhang Dewu, who had suddenly woken up, was doing, but Zhang Lisheng, who was looking at him, knew that his father was chanting an incantation. Can the incantation that's used to control venomous worms rescue lives? Zhang Lisheng was stunned as the ridiculous thought flashed through his mind. Later on, a mysterious murmur began to play in his ears while his head erupted into chaos. It seemed like ages, but in reality, it only happened within tens of seconds. After telling Tao Lilin about the patient's critical condition in the emergency room, the young female doctor was going to let the patient's son authorize the surgery agreement. She then realized that the young man's body was shaking as he stood there staring blankly at his father, who was dying on the bed. He seemed to have lost his mind. The patient's at risk, the thought flashed by the female doctor's mind by instinct. As she speculated, she looked at the patient's face and it looked very stiff. His lips were twitching unconsciously, clearly the clinical symptoms of heart failure. The patient's heartbeat is 35, body temperature 34. Primary organ failure has emerged. Injecting in Anastreple's heart emergency shot directly into his heart artery. Although the female doctor looked nervous, she did not waste any seconds as she performed first aid very professionally. While she was at it, she recorded the treatment steps loud and clear with a voice recorder pen on her white coat. Unfortunately, it was fate that the female doctor could not save Zhang Dao's life that was on the brink of death. The wave that was moving on the ECG monitor became flat after she arduously performed defibrillation a couple of times using the pacemaker on her own. The beeping sound that represented the patient's heartbeat had turned into a cold, long beep. The final effort was announced ineffective. The female doctor took a moment of silence as she looked at Zhang Dao's wide-opened eyes that were filled with hatred and regret died without peace. As she looked helplessly at the watch on her wrist, she said in a deep voice, 1436, the patient has died. Cause of death is bleeding in most of the organs, leading to rapid organ failure. The end. She then walked slowly in front of Zhang Lisheng, who was stunned, and said with an apologetic tone, I'm sorry, but I've tried my best. As she spoke, the female doctor suddenly could not suppress the anger in her heart anymore as she looked at the patient's son, who had just lost his father. She walked out of the emergency room in big steps and shouted at the emergency room director in front of many patients, the patient who got hit by a car has passed away. He has a child. A 16 or 17-year-old young man has now lost his father. The patient could have some chance to live if we didn't have to wait for the damn surgery agreement to be signed. No nurses, assistant physicians, or even a care worker was arranged. I, a new doctor who had just obtained my professional doctor's license, was taking care of the entire emergency room. I can't believe this is a standard emergency hospital that serves 400,000 people. Do you know that all of you are destroying human lives like weeds, destroying human lives like weeds? The emergency room was silent. The emergency room director only managed to react after a while and shouted angrily, Dr. Marie, can you not say things that are so irresponsible? What do you mean by destroying human lives like weeds? I've said earlier that the patient's family member will sign the document as soon as they arrived. As soon as it was signed, we can carry on with the surgery. Nobody asked you to save him all by yourself. You're the one who is destroying human lives like weeds. Do you think we're in Beijing, Shanghai, or the United States of America? This is a standard emergency center. Stop dreaming. This is the county of Western Sichuan. In this county, we have limited doctors and nurses, so we're experiencing hardships here. It wasn't me who requested you to be here. It's you, a student from the United States of America, who took the initiative and requested to become an intern at a hospital in this poor area. Since you insisted to be an intern at a poor area, you've been put into our hospital in the end. To tell you the truth, if it's not for the high-end ventilators and ECG monitors that were donated by the Central China Medical Charity Federation, our county hospital wouldn't have accepted you at all. Ever since you came, you've been telling us we should do this, we should do that. This doesn't meet the requirements. That isn't in compliance. I'm done with you since the very beginning. Our county hospital isn't the one from the really poor areas. You have so many opinions. I doubt you'll have so much to say if you've been assigned to a hospital in the village. If what you said today really started a dispute among the doctor and patients and affect our emergency room's definition, I'll really become mad at you. I'll give Director Lai a call now and see who wants to serve you. That person will serve you then. The outside of the emergency room was noisy due to the death of Zhang Daiwu. Zhang Lisheng, one of the most important people in the incident that happened in the emergency room, had yet to move nor speak. Tao Lilin, who came with him, patted his shoulder and said softly with sympathy, "Mountain worm, your father is gone now. Cry if you feel like it. Don't hide your feelings inside of you. You'll fall ill if you do that." Zhang Lisheng then fell weakly onto the ground out of nowhere. Seeing Zhang Lisheng suddenly fall onto the ground, Tao Lilin ran out of the emergency room and called out to the doctors. The emergency doctors of the County People's Hospital rushed into the room as fast as they could and attended to Zhang Lisheng clumsily. Although Zhang Lisheng did not have any physical strength in him at the moment and felt like his exterior senses were being taken away, his mind was tremendously clear. The incantations that he was forced to memorize, the runes that he sketched by memory, and the incantation that he chanted flashed by clearly in his mind. They were floating before his eyes and compressed as well as mixed together continuously. They then vanished slowly, and all that was left was a single passage of incantation. As soon as the passage of incantation was formed, Zhang Lisheng suddenly felt an itch across his entire body. A magical energy formed in his flesh and a green, bean-sized sarcoma bulged on the roof of his mouth. Soon after, the energy in his flesh came and vanished. The sarcoma bulged and disappeared, then the same process repeated itself. When the energy appeared in Zhang Lisheng's flesh and the sarcoma grew on the roof of his mouth, countless snakes and worms became out of control in the jungles around the mountains within the 100-mile radius surrounding county. Some of them crawled onto the narrow roads in the villages in batches. Some made the people on the streets scream out of fear, while some were smashed into piles of meat by vehicles. Without knowing how long had passed, the magical energy in his flesh and the sarcoma on the roof of his mouth had finally subsided and stopped disappearing. Zhang Lisheng opened his eyes slowly. The mottled walls in the single ward were filled with the smell of disinfectant, exclusive to a hospital. Marie asked with deep concern when she saw Zhang Lisheng open his eyes as he lay on the hospital bed. "What's your name?" Full name Zhang Lisheng, nickname Mountain Worm. Zhang Lisheng's answer came off in a husky voice. Marie showed 4 fingers again and asked, "How many are these?" 4. "That's great, you're conscious. There's no big issue with you." Chang Lisheng, Mr. Bang Lisheng. You're already 16, which is the minimum age to hold a Chinese license. You can be addressed as Mr. now. As a man, you need to be strong and accept the reality. My father is dead, I know that. Don't worry, Yang Lisheng said numbly. Chapter 4 Refining the Worm. Chapter 4 Refining the Worm. Marie felt a lump in her throat. With a concerned expression on her face, she spoke, "Mr. Chang Lisheng, you haven't noticed what you've lost. I've seen many people who experienced the same thing as you when I was working with my teacher. They had a similar behavior to you when the incident just happened. The pain of losing a loved one isn't that simple. You have to release your feelings when you need to. You can run or scream, or a good cry would be useful. Remember, expressing your feelings doesn't mean you're being strong. If you need somebody to talk to in the future, you can call my number or come to me. I'll be doing my internship at this hospital for half a year. My phone number is 139. Thanks, Zhang Lishan said. It was obvious that he was not used to people being overly concerned, so he just nodded without an expression on his face. Marie could only nod and walk out of the ward under such circumstances. Tusk, such a great doctor. I heard that she graduated from a foreign university and volunteered to intern at our remote mountain village from the multinational medical assistance program. She's something else, isn't she? Watching Marie leave, Tao Lilin, who had been accompanying Zhang Lisheng by his side, complimented the doctor. He then looked at Zhang Lisheng in concern and said, "Are you okay? Mountain worm, you must tell me if you're not feeling well. Let's get you treated right now, alright?" "Nothing, Uncle Arlai. It's just that I feel a little uncomfortable inside. I'll get over this." Zhang Lisheng shakily got up of the hospital bed and said, "I don't want to stay here any longer. Let's go home." The doctor said, "You'll have to stay here for further observation. It's complimentary." The county hospital panicked after that doctor. Marie acted out. "Didn't you see that the deputy director was here?" The middle-aged hunk advised Zhang Lisheng to stay for a while. However, looking at his determined expression, and figuring that the hospital was the place where he lost his father, he changed his mind and said with a sigh, "All right then, let's go." The uncle and nephew silently left the ward just like that. People crowded along the hospital corridor. Some of them were here to get treatment, some were admitted patients, some were collecting their medicine, and others were here to accompany someone else. The noise was unbearable, especially for Zhang Lisheng, whose body was still weak. It was torture for him, and as he walked out of the hospital building, he felt much relieved. It was late evening at the moment. The weather was chilly, and Zhang Lisheng suddenly asked, after walking down the steps, "Uncle Arlai, is Ermu still waiting for us?" "Of course he's waiting. Although Chen Sheng and those idiots left after messing around at the hospital. Mountain worm, the traffic officer has evidence from the surveillance camera. Your father crossed the railing and rushed onto the road, and then got hit by a cab. Both of them are equally responsible. It's the case of a car hitting a pedestrian," the middle-aged hunk said with a low voice. "All right. It's actually quite a coincidence when you think about it. The person who hailed the cab that hit your father wasn't just any stranger, but was the foreigner that teaches at the secondary school in our village. I heard that he was also admitted to the hospital a couple of years ago. Secondary school aside, even the primary school in Guarwo village was combined with Shiuan village that was near the town. The children would have to walk more than 10 miles through mountain roads before reaching school. As time passed, the breathtaking unnamed canyon near the mountain village was discovered and became the highlight of tourism in County and even Haines City. At that time, Hope Primary School was built out of nowhere. Even the newly built No. 3 secondary school in Darmu village was relocated here. Ever since then, the tourists no longer witnessed the magical scene of Gwarwo village students going to school by climbing mountains. The foreign teacher who was teaching at the No. 3 secondary school was a backpacking American who was over 50 years old. He came to Gwarwo village 2 to 3 years ago and fell in love with the mountain village after seeing the beautiful sceneries there. He then ridiculously chose to live here and became a volunteer. Naturally, Chinese who were used to the custom of returning to their roots could not understand the Westerners' worldview to enjoy freedom during their childhood, enjoy life when they were young, work hard when they become mature, enjoy time with their families when they became middle-aged, and appreciate life when they became old. They thought there must be something wrong with the heads of old Americans to have made such choices. It was Sir Henry who hailed the cab. Zhang Lisheng asked in shock. Yes. This foreigner gave up the good life he had driving a car and living in a big house just to come here to look at our poor ravine. He even started teaching here. What's he even trying to do? If he didn't come here, this wouldn't have happened. Sigh, it's fate after all. They arrived at the hospital entrance as they chatted. The street was still busy with cars. It seemed like the concept of a nightlife had been brought to this remote little town around the mountains due to the rising number of tourists. Tao Lilin brought Zhang Lisheng into the truck that they came with after buying more than 10 herbal eggs, a few packets of bread, and clean water at the stalls. They then rushed back to Gwarwo village. Due to the many tourists, the roads in the county town was even more difficult to travel at night compared to the day. However, the roads became empty after they got out of the county, and the truck sped up without them realizing it. "Irmu, you idiot, can you not drive so fast? Slow down, the middle-aged hunk said loudly as he peeled a herbal egg and passed it to Zhang Lisheng. As usual, Tao Lilin was squeezed in the passenger's seat together with Zhang Lisheng. The driver, Irmu, looked at the winding roads with the help of his high-beam lights and said without much care, "Don't worry, Uncle Arlai. I've been driving from our village to the county town back and forth for many years, so there's nothing to worry about." "You can never be too careful," Tao Lilin muttered as he turned around to speak to Zhang Lisheng. "Mountain Worm, you can stay at my place when we get back to the village. Let's come up with a plan after settling your father's funeral. I'll go to the Public Security Bureau and Civil Affairs Bureau the next day to see if we can find out where your mother is." "Mother, Uncle Arlai, isn't my mother dead?" Zhang Lisheng asked with his eyes opened wide. "Your mother is still young. I've seen her once in town more than 10 years ago. She might have died if she's unfortunate like my wife. It must have been your father who lied to you about her death." The middle-aged hunk sighed and said, "But it's cruel that the lady left before you could remember anything. But think about it. It's not that I want to criticize your father, but which lady could stand him? It's not bad that he managed to find someone to have you. God showed mercy that his legacy will go on. Uncle Arlai, you can take care of me today, but you can't take care of me tomorrow. I'll have to stay at my own home. I'll have to look for my mother on my own." The accident and changes that he experienced today were just too overwhelming. Zhang Lisheng held his head down and took a moment of silence. He then looked up, and as he faced the sounds of the dark jungle outside the car window, he said in a determined manner, "I would like to thank you for being so kind to me, but I'll have to stay home and look for my mother myself." The middle-aged hunk was stunned when he heard that. He attempted to advise him again, but had a chill inside him when he noticed the calm yet devastated expression on the young man's face in the darkness. He mumbled, "Zhang family's kid, it's clear that you really are Zhang family's child from this incident. You're really, really extraordinary." Ermu, who was beside him, pouted in disdain when he heard what Tao Lilin said. They had entered the night and into midnight just as the truck drove back into Guarwo village. The entire mountain village was quiet compared to earlier on, and what was left were the chirping of the birds, as well as the countless bugs that came out at night from within the surrounding jungle. The driver turned off the car engine after parking his truck at the threshing floor at the entrance of the village. He yawned and said, "We're here, Uncle Arlai." "Ermu, you must be tired from all that you've done today," the middle-aged man spoke as he patted the driver's shoulders. "What are you talking about? We're living in the same village, so you must take care of me when the tourism line really opens up in the future. By then, I'll know if I didn't waste my time today." The driver laughed and said. Tao Lilin was stunned before replying with a chuckle, "You bastard, you're just a good-for-nothing. Sure, I'll remember what you've done today, although I'm not sure whether as the deputy village chief, I'd still be able to make people listen to me by then." What he said made the driver overjoyed. The driver even accompanied Tao Lilin all the way to Zhang Lisheng's house entrance, even though he could not wait to return home to mess around with his sleeping wife under the warm sheets. As the wooden door was opened, the old house that was drenched in darkness under the moonlight gave people goosebumps. Zhang Lisheng held his head low in front of the door and said, "Uncle Arlai, Brother Ermu, thanks for today. Kid, you don't have to be so polite during such a critical time. Do you really not want to follow me home?" the middle-aged hunk asked in concern. The driver, who was standing beside him with eyes opened wide, was spacing out as he looked past the old house's door. He politely said, "That's right, mountain worm. If you don't want to stay at Uncle Arlai's house, why not you follow me instead?" Zhang Lisheng shook his head and replied simply, "There's really no need, I'm all right on my own." He then walked into the old house in silence and closed the old, mahogany door slowly. The middle-aged hunk who was outside of the door sighed and returned home with the driver under the moonlight. However, Zhang Lisheng, who was standing under the moonlight behind the door, revealed an odd expression. He let his emotions sink in as he stood in the courtyard. All of a sudden, a noise that sounded like kstshh came out of his mouth. His voice was husky and deep, just like a person who was talking in his sleep, but there was a strange enchanting force within it. As the incantation was chanted, the huge centipede that Zhang Lisheng fed with blood crawled out of the dark corner in the old house's courtyard. Noticing its master's silhouette, it did not hesitate from approaching him even after being pulled ruthlessly by Zhang Lisheng earlier. On the contrary, it crawled toward its master in high spirits and waited to be fed with blood. The centipede had been starving for a long time since it had passed its usual feeding time. However, Zhang Lisheng did not poke his body anymore to feed his blood as he looked at the centipede that had crawled to his leg. He shouted "assimilate" as he formed the incantation passage in his mind, then he bit the tip of his tongue. Combining the records from the ancient books and folklore, he spurted a mouthful of blood mist. The blood mist shed slowly under the moonlight. It was black in color. As Zhang Lisheng yelled assimilate from his throat, half of the magical energy that was flowing in his flesh through his mouth suddenly vanished, and even caused the sarcoma on the roof of his mouth to vibrate. As if it possessed magical powers, it seemed to shake the bright, moonlit sky a little. The centipede that Zhang Lisheng fed with blood had its spirit taken away as soon as it heard the word assimilate. Just as he wished, the centipede leaped with its thousands of legs with all its strength and showered in the black blood mist. Under the moonlight, it suddenly grew more than 10 centimeters, and as it landed on the ground, it lay there unable to move. Chapter 5 Into the Jungle. Chapter 5 Into the Jungle. Zhang Lisheng was shocked when he looked at the centipede that grew to over 70 centimeters, almost the size of a grass snake. He calmed himself down and began to chant the incantation again. In the midst of the pstshh noise, he controlled the centipede as he desired, as if it were his own arms. It was the formation of a wizard's worm, a wizard's way of turning a normal insect into a wizard worm using incantation and wizard power. In Chinese mythology, the creator of the universe Pengu separated the sky from the earth. It was a blurry entity at first, but then after he died of exhaustion, his breath transformed into the spring breeze and clouds, while his voice turned into thunder. His eyes transformed into the sun and moon, and his hair transformed into the stars. His body transformed into mountains, while his blood transformed into rivers. His tendons transformed into roads, while his muscles transformed into flatlands. His bone marrow transformed into minerals underneath the ground, while his skin and fine hair transformed into grass and trees. After Pengu, there was the goddess Huarxu who became pregnant after stepping on the thunder god's footprint while she was fishing by the lake. She then gave birth to Foxy and Nuwer, the siblings who had the head of a human but body of a snake. Nuwer created mankind with clay, and later on had intercourse with her brother Foxy and gave birth to Wu. Later on, there was a fight for the throne between the water god, Gong Gong, and the fire god, Zhu Rong. After his defeat, Gong Gong banged his head onto Mount Buju, which broke the sky pillar. Kyushu Island collapsed, and the sky rose toward the northwest, while the ground was tilted into the southeast direction. The earth was flooded as wildfire spread. To save the people, Nuwer traveled across the mountain ranges and borrowed fire from the sun god. She then melted the 5-colored giant stones on Mount Tiantai into 36,500 pieces to mend the sky. After successfully mending the sky with 36,500 pieces of stones, Nuwa then chopped off the 4 legs from the god of Mount Tiantai, Ao, to support the 4 pillars of the sky. She finally managed to solve the calamity of Kyushu Island, but turned into dust from the depletion of her blood. Since then, her child Wu that she had with Foxy replaced its mother to educate the humans. During ancient times, people practiced witchcraft to communicate with spirits, assist demons, determine luck, possess the knowledge of good and evil, as well as to govern people. They were the most powerful people. However, humankind became self-reliant later on following the appearance of the 3 sovereigns Suan, Shenong, and the Yellow Emperor, as well as the 5 emperors Taihao, Emperor Yan, Xiaohao, Emperor Yao, and Emperor Shun. These 8 talents who were wise and powerful not only possessed the ability to govern the world but also to tear the sky apart. That was how the heir of Wu was chased to the deserted land of Jialai Land, which evolved witchcraft into the exclusive culture of the barbarian lands in Chinese history. Therefore, witchcraft could be described as an inheritance from the ancient spirits bloodline of the Chinese. It was definitely not the chaotic, evil abilities that the innocent minds thought it was. I've done it, I've done it. I can't believe that I've done it. I'm a wizard now. But how did it happen out of nowhere? Although Zhang Lisheng had a premonition when he woke up at the hospital, he was still surprised when it happened. However, his joy only lasted for a moment as he blurted, "Father, I've done it, father father." He instinctively wanted to share his joy with Yang Dewu, but he then realized that his father had already passed away. He was all alone in the old house. At that moment, an unknown sadness grabbed the young man's heart and crushed it into pieces. Farther, farther, farther. At the moment, Chang Lisheng could feel all his strength being sapped out of nowhere as if he had fed an immeasurable amount of blood to the venomous worm. He feebly fell to the ground and could no longer control his tears anymore. He fell asleep without being aware of it. The sky turned bright when he woke up. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking came from outside of the door, followed by a nervous scream. Mountain worm, Chang Lisheng. How are you? Open the door. Can you open the door quickly? Chang Lisheng absent-mindedly stood up from the courtyard ground. While he was standing up, he did not forget to chant PSTSHH a couple of times to chase his wizard worm into a dark corner to hide. He then shouted with his hoarse voice, "Who is it? Who is behind the door?" "It's me, Tao Lulu. Open the door now," the person on the opposite side of the door replied loudly. Chang Lisheng walked unsteadily to the door and lifted the heavy latches one by one. With the help of the misty sun in the mountain during the sunny morning, he saw a young lady who was the same age as him standing outside as he opened the door. The young lady had tan skin, but her features were extraordinarily pretty. He asked the young lady, "What is it?" "I heard about what happened to your family from my father. I'm here to see you." The young lady Tao Lulu sympathetically said in a low voice, "Are you all right? Why is there mud all over your body?" "It's nothing, I fell down in the courtyard. It was Uncle Arlai who helped with everything yesterday. I have to thank your family." "You don't have to be polite, we're relatives anyway." The tanned young girl Tao Lulu shook her head, lifted a muddy yellow earthen jar, and proceeded to say, "This is ginseng hen soup that my mother made. She asked me to send you this to replenish your body." "Are you going to school today?" "It's not me who got hit by a car. Why do I need to replenish my body? I won't be going to school these few days. Your father said that my mother is still alive, and I'll need to look for her." Although Zhang Lisheng said that, he still took the earthen jar from the young lady's hand with gratitude. "My father said he'll look for your mother for you. A kid should stay in school so that you'll get to university and walk out of this mountain with a bright future. Rest for 2 days and go back to school. I'll look for my mother on my own, and I'll go back to school a couple of days later." "All right then. Eat the chicken. Get a good sleep, stop lying in the courtyard or you might fall sick. I'm going to school now." The young lady nodded since she thought there was nothing else that she could say any longer. Moreover, the day was bright now, so she turned around and left. Chang Lisheng closed the wooden door while blankly staring at the young lady's silhouette as it vanished in the village road. He then opened the earthen jar that he held before his chest, and as he did, a hot, rich fragrance rushed to his nose. The way Mayaraway people made ginseng chicken stew was very simple. All they had to do was to feed distilled liquor to an old village chicken by force to clear its stomach, then suffocate it to death. Later on, after adding lard, clean water, and condiments to boil over a slow fire together with old wild ginseng, the smell would become fragrant, tempting, and it was the best replenishment. Chang Lisheng had not drunk nor eaten most of the day. All he had eaten were the 2 herbal eggs, and he had fed the venomous worm twice. He had been starving, so how could he resist the fragrance that was coming out of the earthen jar? He wiped his hand hard on the clean part of his school uniform, and picked up the succulent hen from the earthen jar while tolerating the heat. He then put it into his mouth and chewed on it with big bites. After just a couple of bites, without knowing why, he suddenly thought of what Tao Lulu said earlier that exposed his lie. Stop lying in the courtyard, otherwise you might fall sick. His tears streamed down and dripped into the earthen jar. However, his temperament naturally became much stronger since he had become a wizard. Soon, he stopped feeling sorry for himself and shook off the sadness in him. Chang Lisheng finished the entire jar of ginseng chicken soup, together with the salty tears that dripped inside without leaving anything behind. He felt much better from his sluggishness earlier. A mysterious wizard power had grown in his flesh as the nutritious food was digested in his stomach. He walked out of the old house and put the earthen jar down after calming his emotions. He took out the more than 200 yuan that he saved and a few clean clothes from the side room where he stayed in. He then returned to the courtyard and took off the dirty school uniform. Chang Lisheng took 2 buckets of water from the old well and used soap and cold water to clean the mud off his body. He then made his way into the county town after putting on some clean clothes. Just when he was about to go out after removing the latches, he suddenly recalled that he had refined his centipede King Hong into a wizard worm. According to the myth, a wizard had to have the wizard worm with him everywhere he went. He then shouted a few times to get King Hong to come over. It crawled up to his body following the edge of his pants and spiraled around his waist under his clothes. In order to not lose too much blood, which would lead to losing his life, the centipede King Hong that Chang Lisheng kept was not a xenogenetic one, but a normal worm. Even so, a normal venomous worm that was refined by a wizard into a wizard worm would not have much power anyway. However, as soon as the wizard worm latched onto him, he felt exuberant after flows of wizard power came off the pores on his abdomen, which was naturally to feed the worm. He felt much better as a sense of control grew in him without him realizing it. Such feelings were actually an illusory sense of power, but it made a person indulge in it like what a drug could do as soon as a person got his hands on it. Out of nowhere, Chang Lisheng had changed his mind, figuring that looking for his mother whom he had lost more than 10 years ago would not happen overnight. He thought that understanding the changes that he would experience after becoming a wizard was the most important thing that he should do now. He then walked out of the old house's wooden door after giving that a thought. After which, he went out of the village while in deep thought. Stepping on the shady stone roads, many villagers who were heading out for work in the morning saw Chang Lisheng, who looked blank. They sighed and said with sympathy, "Mountain worm sigh, you poor thing, things were better left unsaid." There were also backpackers from busy cities who woke up early, or tourists who came with tour guides. They walked out of the roads from the farm stands ran by the mountain people. They clamored in excitement as they breathed in the refreshing mountain village air. Looking at the young man from the mountain village who was plainly dressed walking by, some of them treated Chang Lisheng like an attraction and took pictures with all sorts of poses. However, be it the villagers or the tourists who visited outside of the mountain village, Chang Lisheng ignored them all. He walked out of the village with quick steps and arrived at the roads that led to the city. After confirming that there was nobody around, he silently turned into the road that led into the jungle. People were daring, and the land had major production at the beginning of the Red Revolution's success. It was a unique historical period where human had defeated human. Many of the mountain villages in the western Sichuan were burned down to build farmlands, the mountainous woods were turned into fields for cultivating crops, and the larger-sized animals as well as the villagers of the Guarwo village were chased into the deep mountains. However, due to the rise of environmental awareness throughout the last 10 years, projects to turn farmlands back to jungles had become one of the Western Sichuan government's basic administration concepts. The mountain villages in the province were gradually restored to its original form. However, it was still impossible to restore the original jungles that were destroyed in a short period of time. Apart from the attractions that had been specifically gazetted, intruding into the jungle outside of the mountain village was extremely dangerous. Zhang Lisheng was thrown into darkness as he walked into the jungle. As he instinctively took a couple of steps, his eyes slowly got used to the darkness in the jungle. A world of wilderness that was completely different from civilization revealed itself before his eyes. People who had never experienced this could hardly imagine the drastic change that could occur within just over 10 meters of distance. At the same time, it could be this wonder why these adventurous tourists chose to go after endless adventures. Chapter 6 Distress A Call for Help. Chapter 6 Distress A Call for Help. Unfortunately, Zhang Lisheng was never a young man who loved adventures. Although he grew up in a mountain village, going deep into the jungle was a first for him. Even so, he still possessed basic knowledge about surviving in the jungle. At least he could tell although the trees surrounding him was lush, they were just normal tree types such as birch, locust, jujube, and mulberry. The ground was damp but sturdy. It meant that he was located in a farmland to jungle restoration boundary. The ground where he was stepping on used to be a terraced field that belonged to a mountain farmer in Guarwo village a few years or even decades ago. Just when he was feeling sorry, he suddenly heard a swish above his head. As he looked up, a blurry shadow flashed across and disappeared within the leaves on a bunch of crossing branches. He faintly saw what seemed to be a tree snake slithering across the jungle. Zhang Lisheng suddenly became excited as he immediately chanted an incantation. He then shouted "Assimilate" toward the direction where the shadow vanished. Affected by his witchcraft, a dark brown elaf that was almost 2 meters long fell from the top of the tree. However, it did not fall to the ground. Instead, it hung on a branch that stuck out on the side. And since it had been captured by Zhang Lisheng, how could this normal, non-venomous dark brown elaf escape? A few moments later, it moved its body, following Zhang Lisheng's PSTSHH chant, and slithered from the branch to the young man's feet. Zhang Lisheng was overjoyed as it was his first time performing witchcraft on a worm that he had never fed blood to, not to mention he managed to control it as he wished, just like how he controlled King Hong. Looking at the blurry silhouette of the big snake with a round head, it did not bother him that it was just an ordinary dark brown elaf. The elaf was not categorized as a fierce one among the non-venomous snakes, and it could survive by just eating rats and bats. He was not stingy with his blood as he performed his unfinished witchcraft by spurting a mouthful of black blood. Under the witchcraft's influence, the dark brown elaf straightened its body and danced in the bloody mist. Its body rapidly expanded and started to distort as its flesh burst out of its skin. Soon, a bang was heard. Its body exploded, and what was left was a pile of mashed meat. Zhang Lisheng turned much paler after performing witchcraft. Failure to transform the elaf into a wizard worm made him look even more devastated. He was stunned as he looked at all the blood stains all over the clean clothes that he just put on. He realized that there were possibilities of failure in witchcraft. It was not as simple as he thought. Fortunately, this was all just the beginning. The minor setback did not depress Zhang Lisheng for too long. He sighed as he snapped back to reality and felt bad for half of the witch power and the mouthful of blood that he sacrificed. He then proceeded to walk deeper into the jungle. The journey was getting hard. After crossing the farmland to the jungle restoration boundary, what began to show up were gigantic trees that covered up the sky, which had oddly shaped roots. Many natural barriers formed from the twisted vines on them. Occasionally, there were a couple of wilted, oddly-shaped, big trees in the jungle. Though wilted, these trees seemed like they had never lost their lives, although parasitic plants were already growing on them. They looked diverse and beautiful. There were countless fungi on the jungle ground as well as a variety of exotic plants which blocked the travelers from walking. Learning from the countless myths that were passed around among the mountain villagers, Zhang Lisheng, who was exhausted from walking, knew that he was in danger as he entered deep into the jungle. He then released his wizard worm, King Hong. He knew very well that although he had become a wizard, he was only a rank 1 wizard. There was no guarantee that the worms and beasts would not attack him whenever he was not chanting an incantation. King Hong came out of the bottom of Zhang Lisheng's pants and slithered around the trees in the jungle in a 10-meter radius around him. All of the venomous worms and tiny beasts would avoid them wherever they went. Zhang Lisheng now felt a little safer. He gulped, dragged his saw body, and sat under a withered tree that had slippery moss growing all over it. As he took a couple of breaths and felt that he had recovered a little of his energy, he realized that he was even thirstier now, and his head was burning. It was actually a very wrong idea to enter the jungle by impulse without preparing anything beforehand. However, since he had entered the deep jungle, Zhang Lisheng was unwilling to leave without bringing anything back. After a short rest and recovering his energy, he stood up under the withered tree and began to chant an incantation to wake the countless worms that were hiding. He decided to bet on his luck and see if he could hunt his second wizard worm. Learning from the prior experience when the non-venomous, dark brown Elaf's flesh exploded out of its skin and died from his incantation, Zhang Lisheng intentionally avoided snakes as he picked his next wizard worm this time. After giving it some thought, he figured it would be the best if he could capture a venomous centipede. After all, he had more confidence in tempering centipedes as he had the successful case of King Hong before this. Short-tailed mamushi, forest lizard, forest boar. The dense jungle had low visibility. Although Zhang Lisheng's knowledge on insects and reptiles exceeded even some of the naturalists, all thanks to his father's strict education and the realistic and informative graphics on computers and video introductions, it was difficult to identify the animals that were walking around without a pattern under such condition. Ever since he became a rank 1 wizard, there was a supernatural power in his incantation, but there was more consumption when exerting the power. Zhang Lisheng felt that the wizard power in his body had begun to drop slowly after not seeing any rare xenogenetic centipedes that he desired for a long time. If he were not to decide soon, perhaps he might not even have the power to attempt to temper his wizard worm in a while. Feeling helpless, he then settled and targeted a venomous, long-limbed tree lizard. He chanted incantation non-stop with his mouth, and fixedly stared at the moving long-limbed tree lizard that was crawling across a muddy land with its 4 slender legs. Just when he was about to yell assimilate, he suddenly heard a loud shriek coming from afar. Please help someone come rescue me. The most important thing in learning a foreign language was the context. Although Zhang Lisheng grew up in a remote western Sichuan mountain village, the teacher was very serious in teaching a foreign language to the extent that they would not speak a word in Chinese during foreign language classes. Moreover, he had some talent in language, so he could understand the basic words in English, which was the most known language in the Western countries. He could totally tell that it was a call of help that sounded like something along the lines of, "Help someone come rescue me." In such an old, deep mountain forest in western Sichuan, Zhang Lisheng would think that the call might have come from a mountain people's spirit if it was in Mandarin. However, since the call for help was in English, it might be a foreign tourist who loved adventures without the accompaniment of a tour guide. In reality, cases of death and casualties would happen on occasion in popular natural attractions around the world. Sometimes, these casualties would happen due to the negligence of the attraction management, but most of the time, the tourists had themselves to blame. After all, popular attractions that were explored without using the official and specific paths could turn into an invisible murder hell. Although Zhang Lisheng disliked adventurous travelers who brought troubles to others due to their disobedience and longing for excitement and sense of achievement, he could not just ignore the call for help. After thinking about it, he sighed and let go of the long-limbed tree lizard that fell into his trap. He quickly ran toward the call's direction and shouted back in English, "If you're in trouble, don't stop talking. Talk to me, I'm going to you now. Oh my God, oh God. There's someone here. Thank you, thank you. There's a ferocious animal here. It isn't that big. It looks like a small, black-spotted Labrador retriever, but it has a face of a cat. Oh God, its speed is fast and it has sharp claws. I didn't manage to see it clearly. I'm hurt, my boyfriend is hurt as well. Save us, save us." Zhang Lisheng did not understand what the words Labrador retriever meant, as it was a less common noun in his English standard. However, that did not stop him from understanding what the help-seeker was trying to say. A black-spotted cat that looked like some dog was no doubt a type of leopard. People usually thought that a leopard was extremely fierce since their imagination was exaggerated by the false induction on television. In reality, if one was located in a flatland with a broad vision, a lone leopard of any kind was nothing too dangerous. However, the cruelty of such an agile predator would be over 10 times amplified in a lush mountain jungle such as this. It was even more dangerous than encountering a tiger or a wild bear, since a leopard could easily hike, wade, and climb trees like it was walking on flat land. SHG, that's a leopard. It's usually rare. You guys are so lucky. Please stay away from trees. Leopards are the best hunters in the jungle, especially when it pounces on you from the tree. If he had not become a wizard, Zhang Lisheng would immediately run away selfishly after learning it was a leopard that attacked the tourists. However, he was confident this time as he shouted. Unfortunately, his kind reminder only elicited an "R" from the tourist. It was hard to walk in the jungle. Although Zhang Lisheng was running as fast as he could, it was impossible for him to arrive at the scene of attack immediately. All he could do about the shriek was to shout, "What happened to you?" There was deathly silence. Perhaps the tourist who was screaming for help was already killed. Zhang Lisheng slowed down his pace. As a mountain person who grew up on the Sichuan grounds, it would be beautiful if he were to die in the mountain. The burial ground would feel like home to him. However, he did not intend to collect a dead person's body. "I injured my shoulders. It's bleeding a lot." I might not be able to wear a bikini anymore. Oh God, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. However, the crying that came again proved that Zhang Lixing's speculation was wrong. It had forced him to walk faster in the dense jungle. The crying was getting closer and closer. Zhang Lixing knew that he was not far away from the tourist who was attacked by the beast. He felt relieved, and there was even an impulse of excitement growing inside of him. However, just when he was experiencing a wave of emotion, an agile silhouette flashed on the right side of the gigantic tree out of nowhere. A leopard with a body length that was a little over 1 meter with a 70 to 80 centimeter long piebald tail quietly pounced toward him. Such a quick and violent attack was completely unavoidable for Zhang Lixing, who had the physique of an ordinary person. He was pushed onto the ground by the black-spotted leopard, and soon, a warm, stinky breath came on his neck. It was the fatal blow of biting off its prey's neck that the leopard was mustering its strength for. Chapter 7 Life and Death. Chapter 7 Life and Death. Zhang Lixing had never come so close to death in his life. At this moment, it was unknown whether it was because of his instinct of being extra calm when encountering desperate situations, or if it was the battle instinct that came with becoming a rank 1 wizard that his mind did not panic at all. On the contrary, he was extraordinarily awake when he snapped out of the illusional feeling of having everything under control earlier. He instinctively blocked the leopard's huge mouth with both of his hands while continuously chanting an incantation from his mouth to get his wizard worm to retaliate. Unfortunately, human movements were far behind the agility of a leopard. Before Zhang Lixing could block the leopard's mouth with his hands, he could already feel its sharp teeth piercing his flesh. However, right at that moment, his wizard worm, King Hong, leaped hard from the jungle ground with its thousands of legs and got into the leopard's mouth before it could do anything to Zhang Lixing. The leopard had given up attacking its prey further as its tongue was bitten by King Hong's venomous teeth. The leopard began to struggle on the jungle ground while roaring as it proceeded to bite into the venomous worm's body that was left outside its mouth. However, an adult leopard was only over 30 kilograms. As soon as its head was poisoned, its resistance would be even poorer than a captive livestock. 4 to 5 seconds later, there was black and putrid blood coming out of the corner of the terrifying jungle hunter's mouth. It had lost its life. Meanwhile, the wizard worm that killed it had its body bitten in half by the leopard's sharp teeth. Fortunately, wild beasts had rich blood. After killing the leopard, King Hong moved its long body and crawled into the leopard's mouth. The leopard's carcass began to sink, and soon, it was left with only rotten skin and bones. Meanwhile, the cracks on the wizard worm's body vanished as it came out of the leopard's carcass. However, its movement was slightly slower than it used to be. The attack of the leopard only lasted less than 10 seconds from the beginning to the end, but it gave Zhang Lixing a direct judgment in the ability that he currently mastered. Firstly, the incantation could only intimidate insects and reptiles, at least it was limited to this extent for a rank 1 wizard like him. The reason why he managed to scare the tiny beasts away while he was chanting the incantation when he first got into the jungle should have been because of the intimidation of his venomous worm. Secondly, the ability of a low-level wizard worm or a rank 1 wizard was more toward attacking stealthily. By controlling 2 venomous wizard worms, Zhang Lixing could definitely murder the entire village quietly without anybody noticing. In a fair battle, however, his wizard worm might not be more powerful than a larger-sized beast. Thirdly, the food of a wizard worm, To evolve it, it was clear that it was insufficient to only feed it the wizard power that came out of his body. Blood was still a necessity for the wizard worm. The tourists who were in trouble not far away began to break down as Zhang Lisheng concluded his way of witchcraft. At the moment, she was just crying miserably and even stopped asking for help. Following the cry as his guide, Zhang Lisheng got up from the jungle ground and carefully crossed the grove that was filled with twisted vines. He then saw the young, blonde lady whose body was covered with mud lying next to a swamp pond that was over 10 square meters in radius, and that had dark green moss growing inside of it. She was crying like she had gone insane, with her face looking up the sky. Zhang Lisheng didn't know, but the dirty brown jacket barely protecting its master's life, which was scratched by the leopard's sharp claws, was a customized equipment from the top international outdoor sports brand Arcturx. The price of the equipment that the blonde lady had all over her body was enough for Zhang Lisheng to live a comfortable life in the mountain village for over a decade. However, what he knew was the definition of the pond in a jungle deep in the mountain. Water represented life as well as endless danger. Only the most experienced hunters would dare to wait by a pond in a dense jungle, since they could hunt endless prey without putting much effort. However, the role of prey and predator could change at any time. Zhang Lisheng let out a sigh while cursing the lady's naivety in his heart. He approached the pond step by step as he chanted an incantation from his mouth. Every step he took, there would be hundreds and thousands of odd worms walking by with a swishing sound. The sound and the terrifying shadows that were moving in the darkness made the pointless shriek of the mentally collapsed blonde lady to grow even louder. "I've killed the leopard. Its carcass is on the other side of the jungle. You're safe now," Zhang Lisheng calmly said with his low voice as he arrived next to the blonde lady. Without giving any extra explanation, he proceeded to chant an incantation softly and carefully while he observed his surroundings. He knew that leopards would usually go solo when they were hunting, but from time to time, they might also hunt in groups. He could not take things lightly before understanding what was going on. Moreover, they were next to a pond in a dense jungle, so nobody knew what they were going to encounter next. To a person who was put in a desperate situation, a strong, careful, calm, and determined rescuer's comfort was the most persuasive language, even though this rescuer was not even 160 centimeters tall in the dark. Ever since Zhang Lisheng appeared, the blonde lady's cry slowly became softer and finally vanished altogether after about 20 seconds later. She then panted in shock and asked in a hoarse voice, "Sir, was that you who shouted at me just now? Did you say the devil is dead?" "Yes, it was me who replied to your call for help earlier." "Was the leopard that attacked you on its own or in a group?" Zhang Lisheng asked her back when he noticed that she had calmed down. "There was only one. Oh God, that one devil alone could turn this jungle into hell. If there were a couple of them, I would have been torn into pieces," the blonde lady exclaimed. One could tell that she was very young when her face was not distorted. She was pretty, and her features were sharp like what a usual Western beauty would have. However, she did not have rough skin like most Westerners would have when they reached the same age as Asian ladies. Zhang Lisheng, who was initially nervous, was much relieved when he heard from the lady that there was only one leopard that attacked her. He then chanted an incantation to get King Hong next to him and said, "If there's only one leopard, then it's already dead. A pond in a dense jungle is really dangerous. We must leave immediately." However, what Zhang Lisheng said did not relieve the blonde lady who escaped death. After all, looking at an almost 1-meter-long gigantic centipede approaching her was not much better than encountering a leopard's attack. "Oh God W, what's that next to your feet? Holy SHD. That's a venomous snake with countless toes on it," the lady cried senselessly. "Miss, I admire your courage of exploring an ancient jungle without even knowing what a leopard and centipede are," Chang Lisheng explained helplessly to the naive lady. "That's a centipede. Why is there such a huge centipede? It's a unique species with special domestication. I'm a hunter who grew up on the western Sichuan land, and this centipede is just like what the bloodhounds the western hunters keep to hunt foxes, wild ducks, and moose." The cultural differences from country to country would sometimes be misunderstood with something ridiculous. Just like how the Chinese and Americans thought that almost all Indians practiced the art of breathing called yoga, or how the Americans and Indians thought that all Chinese knew the martial art called kung fu. The same theory applied here. Chang Lisheng might not be able to convince any Chinese of his ridiculous explanation of using centipede as his hound to hunt, but to this blonde lady, she did not have any thought apart from thinking that this Chinese young man who inherited thousands of years of civilization was even more mysterious and unpredictable now. After calming down a little, she suddenly thought of her boyfriend whose survival was still unknown. She screamed, "Oh God, yes, Henrik is still there. I hope he's okay. No, he must be still alive. Although I cursed that he would die right away just now because he brought me to such a dangerous place, but I didn't mean it. I said that just because I was pissed. Oh my God, that's not what I really meant." She then crawled and rolled to the gigantic Chinese fir next to the pool of water before dashing toward a rotten soil ground. Chang Lisheng looked closer and realized that the pile of soil was actually an immobile young man. It was just that he was wearing an attire that completely blended into the jungle, which camouflaged himself from Chang Lisheng's eyes. Looking at the rough way of rescue that the blonde lady was doing to her boyfriend, Chang Lisheng wished even more that everyone else should just die after he managed to stay away from danger and save 2 lives. He then walked to the lady and said softly with a forceful smile, "Miss, if you shake your boyfriend's body so hard, and he has internal bleeding, he might. Why, you can save him. Yes, you're a jungle hunter. You definitely know about first aid. Please save him. I beg you." During the ancient time, the rulers of any civilizations would have to carry the responsibility of being a doctor in the beginning. From the priests during the ancient Indian civilizations, the shamans of the Mesopotamia, to the voodoo witch doctors that were commonly found in African civilizations, witchcraft in China was naturally not an exception. Unfortunately, such a rookie like Chang Lisheng had yet to possess the ability to solve the crisis for others. The medical skills that he mastered were very realistic, utilizing various spices and herbs to boil up a nourishing soup, or using unique techniques to grill meat in order to replenish the loss of blood from a variety of reasons. Although Chang Lisheng did not know how to rescue, he could teach the troubled tourist to perform the rescue herself. He then pointed at the huge travel backpack that the strong soil man was carrying, which had the same color as his attire. He said, "There can't be nothing useful in such a big backpack, I guess. First aid medication, and even an emergency injection shot. I heard that all well-prepared tourists would bring these along. Oh God, I'm such an idiot. Yes, we have everything in our backpack." After being reminded by Chang Lisheng, the blonde lady began to grab the backpack from her boyfriend's back strenuously. She found a mini first aid kit enclosed in black leather after looking around in the backpack. Chapter 8: The Mountain Village's Young Man and an American Lady. Chapter 8: The Mountain Village's Young Man and an American Lady. A burst of cool air rose from the first aid kit when it was opened. To his surprise, the box came with a cooling function. There were a variety of life-saving medical products in the first aid kit's compartments. The last compartment had a couple of silver glass bottles that contained a broad spectrum of antidotes and rapid homeostasis agents coupled with some neurostimulating adrenaline. He got bitten by the leopard, and there are scratches on his body. According to the wilderness training that I attended before, we should inject an antidote and adrenaline into him. Am I right? The blonde lady calmed herself down and asked with lack of confidence after finding the drug. I can't believe that you've been to wilderness training. Okay, great. Just do what you think you should do. The first aid kit that you guys brought over is top notch. It should be able to save him. You, sir? Oh right, what would you do if you're hurt in a jungle? As one of the best hunters in Western Sichuan, I've never hurt myself in jungles before. Chang Lisheng, who entered deep into the mountain jungle unprepared, could not answer what the lady had asked him. The only thing that he could do was to lie without losing his composure. I can tell that you're a strong hunter. The blonde lady did not suspect a thing at all. She nodded and took a couple of deep breaths to inhale the damp, rotting air into her. She then bit the bullet and injected antidote and adrenaline into her boyfriend's chest, following what the doctor had taught her during training. Expensive and sophisticated emergency medication often indicated rapid effectiveness. In less than 30 seconds after the injection, the soil man Henrik moaned softly from his mouth. Henrik, wake up, Henrik. Water, water. Here's some water, drink slowly. The blonde lady found a water bottle among the messy stuff on the ground and brought it close to the soil man's mouth. After the replenishment of the functional beverage that contained all sorts of vitamins as well as the effective adrenaline, Henrik, who had a strong body, actually regained his consciousness within a short period of time. Tina, you're fine. That's great, he said in excitement after focusing his blurry vision onto the blonde lady before him. What Henrik got in return was a loud slap. Tina had a complete change of facial expression when she saw her boyfriend waking up. She gave him a hard slap and arrogantly said, "It was you, this idiot, who wanted to explore the Chinese ancient jungle. You told me that you were experienced in jungle exploration, and you would give me an unforgettable journey. That's the reason why I lied to my family and followed you here to this seeking place. And what happened? I almost lost my life less than a day after getting off the plane. If not for... Oh right, Mr. Hunter, I forgot to ask what's your name." Tina's attitude had a sudden change when she turned around to ask what Zhang Lisheng's name was. She became very gentle and friendly. "Mountain Worm. My name is Mountain Worm." Zhang Lisheng, who brought his wizard worm along, refused to give his real name by instinct, so he gave the English translation of his nickname. He then said in all seriousness, "We must leave this place right away, miss. You can call me Tina." "Okay, Tina. We should immediately leave since the pond is the most dangerous place in the jungle. Moreover, you guys were attacked by a leopard, so you must get professional medication." "Well, listen to you, Mr. Worm. You're the expert." "Henrik, did you hear what Mr. Worm say? You must get up right now and leave with us. Otherwise, you'll have to stay here and feed the leopards." "Tina, I would like to apologize for everything that has happened, but this isn't what I intended. This jungle's biological environment is completely different from the jungle in the Amazon. I was confused. I mean the continuous effect of adrenaline had recovered much of Henrik's strength. He stood up from the jungle ground and cried as he explained while putting the stuff that was laying around in his backpack. Shut your lying mouth. One day, it'll come back and bite you in the ass. Forget about the backpack, you idiot. Staying alive is the most important thing now. Y'all really die here if the adrenaline lost effect before we could leave this SHTTY place. Oh SHT, quick, let's leave right now. Henrik was stunned. He left everything behind then nodded nervously while saying, "You're right, my dear Tina. We must leave this place immediately." Chang Lisheng felt like he was visiting an American soap opera shooting scene as he was guarding himself cautiously next to them. After hearing that the troubled couple finally came to a common understanding, he said, "Follow behind me." He then began to chant an incantation to get his wizard worm to move and walked slowly. Seeing King Hong that was cruising in the dense jungle, Henrik, who was following behind Zhang Lisheng with his girlfriend, shouted in shock, "What's that? Oh hell, is that giant worm a mutated multi-legged snake? It seems like it's targeting us." Tina then explained with a tone indicating Henrik was ignorant. "Shut up, Henrik. Why did I think that you were a man last time when you're just a coward? That's just a centipede that Mr. Worm keeps. It's just like a hound that's used for hunting." "What, a centipede as a hunting hound? Since there are Indians playing the flute to get venomous snakes to dance in Las Vegas, then isn't it normal that there are people who train centipedes to hunt in the Chinese deep mountains? Isn't this mysterious place a magical land?" "You're right, Tina." Henrik finally accepted his girlfriend's explanation and thanked Zhang Lisheng. "Hey buddy, I would really like to thank you for saving our lives. I must buy you a drink after we leave this SHTTY place and thank you properly." "You don't have to, Mr. Henrik. After leaving this place, the thing you need the most is a doctor's professional treatment and a long time to heal. The leopard's attack can't be healed with only a couple of shots of antidote and adrenaline. But I'm feeling much better now, buddy," Henrik said with a slightly stiff face after hearing how serious it was from Zhang Lisheng. "The stimulant is tricking you. Although the leopard's teeth and claws aren't as venomous as snakes, nobody knows what kind of terrifying virus they have on them. Here's an advice. You guys must have satellite phones with you. Am I right? It's best that you call for help as soon as you leave the jungle." Zhang Lisheng unintentionally showed off the knowledge that he heard from the tourists. The two careless tourists became stressed again after being relieved earlier. The tearing and biting pain from their wounds became numb, and they felt like they were being poisoned. The unfriendly dimmed jungle that surrounded them, the dense jungle environment that was dark and damp, and the swishing sound that was always ringing in their ears had given them extra stress. They were silent and did not talk too much along the way. Although they didn't encounter any danger anymore, the journey from the jungle pond to the village road in County was unusually difficult for the duo. Fortunately, there was an end to the journey no matter how difficult it was. After over an hour of tough trekking, a scorching light finally appeared before Zhang Lisheng, Tina, and Henrik. Henrik cheered madly as he ran onto the road after all the crawling and rolling. He began to calm down as he immediately dialed the satellite phone that he tied on his belt with his shaking fingers. At that moment, Tina was shocked at the age of the skinny Chinese hunter who saved her life. He looked like he was even lighter than her. "Oh God, you're still a little boy." Zhang Lisheng maintained an indifferent expression as he said, "No, in my way, China, We hunters have our very own regimen that could delay aging. He was secretly grateful that there was no tourist vehicles passing by on the road. All right, you guys are safe now. I'll proceed with my hunting in the jungle. Goodbye, Ms. Tina. However, Tina did not believe in Zhang Lisheng's lie this time. She showed a playful smile and said, "No, you're lying, Mr. Worm. Every man in the world are the same. You're definitely a little boy. Whatever you want to think of me. I'm leaving, goodbye." Zhang Lisheng did not want to linger around anymore and turned around with the attempt to run back into the jungle. However, to his surprise, Tina grabbed and hugged him with a passion that a New York girl would have exclusively for heroes. She then gave Zhang Lisheng a steamy kiss goodbye. "You're a little boy, but you're also a life-saving noble knight. I'll remember what you've done for me for the rest of my life." "Thank you, my dear worm." Zhang Lisheng felt Blank had lost his first kiss just like that. His body followed his previous train of thought as he unconsciously walked into the jungle. Just like that, he disappeared within the countless trees. Zhang Lisheng's mind became clearer after walking directionless in the jungle's farmland to the jungle restoration's safety zone for a while. The boom of tourism development in County had been getting stronger during these couple of years. With the rich tourism resources that the place initially possessed, tourists had been coming in from outside and within the county. He had gotten used to the enthusiasm that the Westerners had for the opposite sex, especially for those who were still single. He had seen a lot of cases of people who had just known each other in the morning and slept together at night. To the elder people in the mountain village, such behavior should be publicly prosecuted. However, when it happened to him, he was irritated although it was just a simple kiss. He was not sure if he was irritated due to puberty. After having most of his wizard power drained, he eventually decided not to enter deep into the jungle to hunt for a suitable target. What he did was return back to the Guarwo village entrance following the farmland to jungle restoration road. After paving his way on the stone roads, he finally arrived at his old house. Chapter 9: The Strange Insect Sculptures in the Wooden Box. Chapter 9: The Strange Insect Sculptures in the Wooden Box. There were a few pieces of frozen beef in the freezer. Zhang Lisheng tossed them into the rough porcelain pot without defrosting them. He then added cold water, condiments, and herbs, then cooked them on the stove over a big fire. He turned down the intensity of the fire when the beef was 70 to 80 cooked. When the time was right, he added a brown herbal juice that he made himself to the mixture and continued boiling the concoction until the meat was all mushy. The ultimate nourishing herbal stew was ready. The pot of herbal stew was different from regular ones. There was no pungent smell when one sniffed it. It did not taste like anything special on the first sip, but a couple of sips later, there would be a magical satisfying feeling. The body would become warm and comfortable. Zhang Lisheng let out a long sigh of relief after finishing the entire pot of stew with big gulps together with the beef and soup. He wiped his mouth clean and washed his face with a well water. He then walked into the room on the side of the old house and laid on the rough, sturdy wooden bed before falling fast asleep. After over 10 hours of sleep, he woke up the next morning. There was already somebody shouting outside of the door before he even woke up. Mountain worm, this is your Uncle Arlai. Open the door quick." Zhang Lisheng immediately put on a pair of pants and a jacket as he shouted, "Uncle Arlai, please wait. I'll open a door in a minute." He then walked to the heavy, old wooden door with large strides, removed the latches, and opened the door. It was Tao Lilin who was standing outside of the door. Seeing Zhang Lisheng in his messy clothes, he said in surprise, "What are you doing? Today is the day to bring your father home. Why aren't you awake at such an hour?" In the Mayorawe people's customs, people who died in a foreign land would have to stay at the place where they died for 48 hours, which was 2 days and 2 nights before their family members could bring them back home for burial. Zhang Lisheng just recalled that today was the day to head to county town to bring his father home. He then ran into the side room in the old house clumsily. "Uncle Arlai, I was a bit disorganized these 2 days. I'll put on clothes properly now. It's not your fault." Sigh, even adults would have their minds all messed up if something big like this happened at home. "It's not that I want to rush you, but apart from bringing your father back today, we'll have to meet the driver who caused the accident, the traffic officer, and the insurance company agent. We won't have enough time if we don't rush." Tao Lilin was about to step into the old house's courtyard as he spoke to him. However, just as he lifted his foot, he felt a chill come out of nowhere. His body shivered. He thought about it and put down his foot again as he gulped. Since a couple of hundreds of years ago, when Gwarwo village was still Myro village, hardly anyone dared to enter the Zhang family's door alone, which had existed for generations. The ancient customs of Western Sichuan was barbaric with many myths of monsters and demons. When the aboriginal mountain people brought their dead family member home, according to the customs, they would have to wear cuffless pants, flowery shirts, and have their heads wrapped with red cloth, male or female alike. They would also have to fill their neck and wrists with gold and silver jewelry to chase bad luck away. Since young, Zhang Lisheng had always been wearing cheap children clothes that his father bought from the shopping malls in the county town. When he entered junior high and started wearing school uniform, he had always been wearing it and never had to put on the traditional clothes of the Mayorawe people any longer. That was why he did not have any clothes that matched the customs when he was going to bring his father's remains back at this time. He decided to try his luck by going to his father's room to look for anything that was suitable. Although the Zhang family only had the 2 of them, father and son, who depended on each other, Zhang Dewu had always been strict with Zhang Lisheng. Now that he thought about it, Zhang Lisheng had never been to his father's bedroom for as long as he could remember. Although he knew that his father had passed away, Zhang Lisheng could not help but feel a chill inside of him when he opened the bedroom door. The light in the room was dimmed, and the most obvious thing in the room was the huge wooden bed. Its material was similar to the wooden bed in Zhang Lisheng's bedroom, but its size was twice bigger. Following the Mayorawe people's habits, there were big, red wooden boxes filled with all sorts of stuff on both sides of the bed. Zhang Lisheng was stunned. He then climbed up to the wooden bed and forcefully opened the heavy wooden box that was on one side of the bed. He realized that what was inside the box were not clothes but dozens of lifelike animal sculptures that were the size of a palm. Just when he was feeling disappointed, a black and barren land with plants and trees suddenly appeared in his mind. The grass on the piece of land was 3 or 4 meters high. A group of naked giant warriors from the waist up with straw kilts on their bottom half to cover their genitals were fighting in a bloody battle with stone axes as their weapon. In the forest far away from the battle, there were countless gigantic venomous worms and beasts with ferocious fangs eyeing at the giant warrior's flesh in the dark. Among the worms and beasts were 4 gigantic human-formed corpses that were surrounded by a black fog carrying a huge stone bed. On the stone bed was a tanned, skinny man who looked silly sitting with his legs crossed. There seemed to be a faint smile on his face. The images flashed by quickly. Chang Lisheng was seeing black again in his eyes, and everything turned back to normal before he could make out the faces of the giants, gigantic beasts, corpses, and especially the man on a stone bed. He shook his head hard and picked up a sculpture from the wooden box while thinking. The sculpture looked like a venomous snake with black, pointy head and a spiraling body. It looked like it was playing in the water, and its tail was separated into 3 parts. Looking at the sculpture, Chang Lisheng thought of a passage in an ancient book, the commentary on the water classic flow, that went, "There is a hooked snake since the beginning of time that's 100 foot long. It has partings on its tail, can swim, and uses the hooks on its tail to capture human and beasts into the water to eat." 10 feet was equivalent to 3 meters, which were 300 centimeters. 100 feet bore would be 30 meters long, which should be almost equivalent to the height of a 12-floor building when it was upright. According to the perspective of modern biology, even if the air was rich in oxygen, it was impossible that such a huge reptile would appear even during the Mesozoic era, where enormous animals dominated the earth. The record about the hooked snake in the commentary on the water classic flow was no doubt an exaggerated legendary myth according to modern science. However, everything was not so simple to Chang Lisheng, who had become a wizard. But now was clearly not the right time to figure the myth's authenticity. He then looked at the other sculptures and found out that these belonged to the records of ancient Chinese myths that were impossible to exist, such as a mountain spider Qinyuan, a bird the size of a bee Chuanfeng, a bee with appendages that looks like a pot huowu, a mythical centipede, and other strange insects. He then closed the wooden box. Chang Lisheng crawled to the other side of the wooden bed and opened the other wooden box. There were many clothes arranged tidily in it. He immediately looked around and was surprised to find a brand new traditional Mairawe costume deep in the wooden box, as well as some ancient pure gold collars and bracelets that were suitable for him to put on. He realized that he had delayed too long and did not have time to sort everything out. He then immediately took off his clothes and clumsily put on the Mairawe costume that he found from the wooden box. Although the costume was too big, everything still seemed pretty neat after he folded the bottom of the pants and tightened the waistband. He instantly turned into a skinny, young Mairawe tribesman after putting on the neck collar and bracelet. Chang Lisheng walked out of the old house in big steps after putting on everything neatly. When Tao Lilin outside of the door saw Chang Lisheng in full Mairawe attire, he nodded and said, "Great, great." He then pulled him along as they ran toward the village entrance. There were already hundreds of villagers gathered at the village entrance. Apart from a family member who had to stay home to watch, almost every adult villager from the families in Guarwo village gathered there. The mood was different from the last time they went into county town together with the young fellers who just wanted to mess around. The journey to bring back Chang Daowa's remains were much more serious. A family's trouble, 100 families lending a helpful hand was the old custom that circulated among the Mairawe people who had a difficult life in the mountain. However, it was nothing to be messed around with when it was executed for real. Mountain Worm is here. Yao, sit in the first row of the front of the truck. The rest will follow in the sequence of east, west, south, and north village on the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth platform. Don't spread out on your own. An exuberant old Miowe elder with wrinkles all over his face seriously shouted after seeing Tao Lilin running on the stone roads toward him while pulling Chang Lisheng along. The old man who spoke was Chan Jiashi, the Guarwo village chief and secretary for 57 years. Legend had it that he used to join the protection war against the Wujin in Western Sichuan before the Chinese Red Revolution even began. He held an important position in the entire Darmu town. Okay. Hearing Tan Jiashi's loud instructions, the mountain people bustled with discussions, but they still got up the trucks orderly. Even the young chaps who were usually the most disobedient were acting otherwise. Meanwhile, Tan Jiashi presented himself differently when he was facing Zhang Lixing. As he saw Tao Lilin bring the young man next to him, he shook his head and said gently as he sighed, "Mountain Worm is here." Brother Daewu had such a tough body, but who knew that he would leave before an old man like me? "You're our Guarwo village Zhang family's descendant, so you must bring your father back properly today." "Yes, Uncle Jiashi," Zhang Lixing bowed and replied in a gloomy voice. There had always been only one Zhang family in Guarwo village, which did not have to be ranked according to seniority with the other mountain people. Since he was young until he had grown up, Zhang Lixing would call those who were the same age as him by their name directly. The elder ones would be called uncles and aunties, like how he would address Tan Jiashi, who was over 80, and Tao Lilin, who was over 40, as uncle. Tan Jiashi did not think that Zhang Lixing was rude at all. He let out a sigh again and turned around to look at the confident Tao Lilin. He then said loudly, "Kiddo Arlai, your grandpa Jiashi is old now. I can't go into county town anymore, so I'll assign today's task to you. Do it properly and do it well." Tao Lilin's face turned red like a piece of red cloth when he heard the old chief calling him Kiddo Arlai in front of all the villages and many tourists. However, he dared not say anything apart from nodding his head obediently. He said softly, "Grandpa Jiashi, yes, I understand." "What?" "Grandpa Jiashi, yes, I understand." Tao Lilin raised his voice and shouted awkwardly. "Don't delay anymore, get up the truck." Tan Jiashi was finally satisfied and waved his hand as he spoke. Just like that, under the instruction of Guarwo Village's secretary, the over 10 trucks carrying many villagers triumphantly drove into county town. Just as the troop passed Darmu town, they caught the attention of many people. 2 public security enforcement vehicles with police sprayed on them stopped the Guarwo Village's truck troop. There were 6 policemen of all sizes, fat, skinny, tall, and short, that came from the police cars. All of them had smiles on their faces and looked like they were from law enforcement. Chapter 10 Compensation. Chapter 10 Compensation. The one leading the team was a short and plump police officer, at least 40 years old. On his shoulder was a badge showing his second-class sergeant rank. He knocked on the window of the first truck and asked in local dialect with his tongue curled, "So many of you from the same village, where are you guys going?" "We're going to the county town to bring people back." Tao Lilin, who sat on the passenger seat of the first truck, lowered down the window and replied in all seriousness, "Bring people back." The second-class sergeant was stunned. He then realized that these Mairawe people were on their way to bring a dead person home. He was already feeling anxious before this, and now he felt shocked inside. "We're having our 3rd Shenlan International Tourism Festival in town soon. I'm afraid that it will affect the festival if so many of you are going in with so many trucks. If you're afraid that the vehicles might affect the festival, then why did you allow buses in?" "Officer comrade, let me tell you the truth. We're going to bring back the father of this kid right next to me. His is Zhang Daewu of the Zhang family of the Guarwo village. If we don't bring him back today, I'm afraid there will be more people than what you're looking at going into county town tomorrow." The second-class sergeant was the Darmu Town Police Station's director Song Xing. He came from the county town, so he had no idea how powerful the Zhang family of Guarwo village was. However, listening to Tao Lilan's tone and the unfriendly way the hundreds of Mayarawe people were looking at him, he knew very well that what he was dealing with could not be stopped by a lousy officer like him. Even if he managed to stop them, the price that he would have to pay would do more harm than good. All right then, please get your villagers to behave. Song Xing thought about it and admitted to himself that it was just his bad luck that he encountered them today. He then got his subordinates to move their police cars aside as he smiled along. Of course, I'm also a carter myself. Tao Lilan nodded and raised up the truck window. The troop then proceeded forward. Watching the troops leaving far away, Song Xing took out his mobile phone and called the deputy director of the county administration in charge of law and order. Director Ling, I'm Song Xing. There's something that I need to report to you. The police director reported to the deputy director of public security, and the deputy director of public security reported to the director. Later on, the director of public security, who was also the political and legal secretary, reported to the county secretary, who then called the county director's number. Soon, the whole story was clarified after the secretary and director personally took interest in the matter. As the Guarwo village's troop arrived at the People's Hospital's entrance in Central County, the county town's deputy county secretary, Guo Guoxing, who was in charge of maintenance, was waiting there together with the traffic police troop leader, Man Chinsheng, Golden Path Taxi Company's director, He Dao Lin, and County China Life Insurance Company's general manager, Zhu Fanmao. It was almost unimaginable for such things to happen in China's mainland county. However, in the areas where minorities gathered, especially the Mayarawe land in western Sichuan that had tough customs, it was a common scene during the past few years. This had caused some of the carters working here to miss the olden days when there was no internet. Knowing beforehand that there might be leaders from the county among the crowd, Tao Lilan did not show any respect as he pulled Zhang Lisheng along with him from the truck. On the contrary, Guo Guoxing took the initiative to walk toward them and asked with all concern, "Both of you must be Comrade Tao Lilan and Buddy Zhang Lisheng from Guarwo village, am I right?" "I'm Tao Lilan, you are." "I'm the county town's deputy county secretary, Guo Guoxing." "Oh, you're Secretary Guo. Look at me. I've always seen you on the county town news. Why, you're much younger than you look on television." "I'm getting old. I've not been eating and sleeping well ever since I was assigned to take care of maintenance." "I'm getting old. Lilan comrade. You look like you're a reasonable person, so let's not beat around the bush. I'm also a Mayarawe people, so I deeply respect the Mayarawe's custom of sending the deceased off. But it's an exceptional period of time now because we're launching the 3rd Shanlan International Tourism Festival soon. It's national policy that we should respect all minorities' traditional customs in the county, but economic development is one of our top priorities. It's closely related to the personal interest of all of our common citizens." "I know, Secretary Guo, I know. But it's not my say to get all of the villagers to retreat if the matter isn't solved." Roman 2. Guo Guoxing said with a smile after seeing Tao Lilan's uneasy expression, "Don't worry, old Tao. I won't give you a hard time. Manager Zhu, please bring the insurance company's compensation." "Manager He, we've gotten the Golden Path Taxi Company's consolation money ready. Am I right?" Hearing the deputy county secretary's call, Zhu Fanmao smiled as he quickly walked forward. He then took out a transfer check from China Construction Bank out of the inner pocket on his suit and passed it to him. Secretary Guo, the total of insurance compensation would be 500,000 yuan. This is a transfer check. They'll receive the cash as soon as the check is shown at the bank. This is the highest insured amount of compensation that's available for our county town's common taxi. Guo Guoxing nodded, and then ran to check on He Daolin. He Daolin was the president of Golden Path Taxi Company, an affiliated company of the taxi company which caused the accident. With an awkward smile, he opened his bag and brought out a thick envelope. He then said, "We've prepared 150,000 yuan for compensation. Although it's insufficient, this is a little something from our Golden Path Taxi Company." Zhang Daiwu held half of the responsibility for the traffic accident that caused his death as he had crossed the road recklessly on his own. Initially, the compensation amount would have been 300 to 400,000 yuan, which would have been great for the family. However, not only did the insurance company have to pay the full amount, He Daolin still had to pay the 150,000 yuan of consolation money out of nowhere. It made sense that he felt the pain, but he knew that he must pay the amount or else he would cause a so-called ethnic conflict. If that happened, he might have to close down his company. After enough sincerity was presented, instead of looking at Tao Lilin, Guo Guoxin looked at the skinny Zhang Lisheng who was standing next to him and said with a heavy, sad tone, "Zhang Lisheng, buddy. Uncle is upset about the loss of your family as well. Now that everyone who's involved in the accident has given you their best compensation, you can suggest any other requests that you might have to them as long as it's reasonable." He was the deputy county secretary and also the tourist development zone's director of the division. A division of such a level might not be anything compared to the bigger cities such as Beijing and Shanghai, but in the county territory, he was a person who would cause a slight stir if he was to stomp his foot in this county. Moreover, Guo Guoxin was born to a Mairawe family. Theoretically, if he took action preemptively, he was not afraid that others would stir things up and create troubles out of nothing. It was out of Guo Guoxin's expectation that the young man did not cry nor negotiate like he imagined. Instead, Zhang Lisheng said softly without even lifting his head, "Uncle, I'm here to bring my father's remains back. It was he who crossed the railings and got hit by the car. I don't blame anybody else for that. I'm okay with whatever the amount of compensation is. I'm just here to bring my father's remains back." In this world, very few saints are noble, and similarly, very few criminals are poor and evil. It is the majority of commoners that has a combination of these few traits. While the commoners had emotions that were easily affected by surrounding matters, the difference between hypocrisy and sincerity was just a quick shift of thought at times. Hearing Zhang Lisheng's mumbling reply and glancing at this downcast thin youth before him who addressed him as uncle, Guo Guoxin suddenly felt a sour feeling arise in his heart. This matter had already reached a perfect conclusion, and he should have been able to put down that rock in his heart. But at this point, he thought of his son who was almost the same age as Zhang Lisheng. "Kid, don't say that. You still have to live your life. The compensation will be helpful for you to enter high school, university, and complete your undergraduate degree. After you've completed your studies, walk a bright path and give back to the country. That's the right path. You'll give a peace of mind to your father who had passed away," he said to Zhang Lisheng, while shoving the check and cash that he took from Zhu Fanmao and He Daoling into his hand. Although what he said were merely cliches and empty talk, his tone clearly had a distinct difference from before. After saying that, Guo Guoxing sighed as he saw Zhang Lisheng, who was still not speaking with his head held down. He began to look around his pockets and brought out hundreds of yuan and shoved it into the young man's hand. He said, "Uncle is also living on a paycheck. This is nothing much, but you can use this to buy textbooks for school. Study well." Secretary Guo, what are you doing? This isn't Tao Lilin, who was standing aside, stammered as he spoke. Old Tao, it's my money that I'm giving. Don't speak. The kid has lost his father at such a young age, such a poor thing. At this point, Guo Guoxing seemed like he was moved by his own speech as his eyes were slowly getting wet. If there are any difficulties at all in the future, you can bring him to see me at the county committee all you want. Snap, snap. Suddenly, there was noise that came off the shutter clicking continuously beside them. It was actually Guo Guoxing's secretary who followed him around. He brought out a camera out of nowhere and snapped pictures of such a moving scene. Guo Guoxing was slightly stunned. He wanted to stop him by instinct, but he thought about it and held his tongue. Instead, he began to touch Zhang Lisheng's head, which was unnecessary and revealed a kind yet sad expression. Naturally, the shutter continued snapping once more as it clicked under his finger. The incident of them bringing back the remains, which would have caused an uproar, had now become a deeply moving senior drama of a county committee leader showing his concern to admire Orphan's future growth. With Guo Guoxing's care, the People's Hospital of the Central County not only waived Zhang Dao's hospital cost, they even contacted the related department, the county crematory, to specially send a hearse with a colder coffin and a mini-powered generator in order to send his remains back to Guarwo village. To cut the story short, the journey to bring back Zhang Dao's remains was a very successful one from the beginning to the end. However, it was already over 2 o'clock in the afternoon when the people returned to the mountain village. The first person who got off the truck among the troop was Zhang Lisheng. He stood on the stone roads and watched as the young and strong villagers carry his father's remains in the cooler coffin. He thought to himself for a while and suddenly passed the envelope containing the 150,000 yuan consolation money to Tao Lilin. He then said, "Uncle Lai, I know nothing at all. Thank you for your efforts in my father's funeral. Please take this money. We don't need this much money." Tao Lilin was surprised as he took out 3 stacks of 100 yuan cash from the envelope and said, "I'm only taking 30,000. We're from the same village. How is it possible that we rip you off like how we usually rip off those foreigners? Moreover, there's nothing at the supermarket in town now. Bring home the remaining money. I'll bring you to town to save this money after your father's funeral is over." Zhang Lisheng did not decline any longer after hearing what Tao Lilin said. He took the remaining 120,000 yuan from Tao Lilin and accompanied the coffin holding Zhang Dao's remains in the entrance of his old house. Chapter 11 Malicious Intent. Chapter 11 Malicious Intent. Yang energy dominated the old house as Zhang Lisheng opened the heavy wooden door to the crowd. The Guarwo villagers who did not mind walked into the legendary Zhang family's old house for the first time. As the old house did not get much sun due to its location in the hollow part of the hillside, the drop in temperature was significant as soon as the people stepped into the courtyard. However, as more and more people entered, it slowly did not seem to be as chilly any longer. Tao Lilin felt a chill after walking into the old house. He lifted his spirit after a shiver and instructed the young men to work, carry the body of Shan Chongzis farther to the middle of the central house. We're in charge of the cooler coffin. Come to me afterward for that matter. Ermu, light the big incense on the offering table, then go to your seventh uncle's house to get a new memorial tablet. Carve Lord Zhang Dewu, the immortal wizard of Lai Mountain, on it. Remember, it's Lord Zhang Dewu, the immortal wizard of Lai Mountain. Don't get it wrong. Tugu, Yanjie, Kairagong, get a few pails of water from the well and wipe all of the doors inside and outside of the house. In the ancient Mairawe customs, the title Lord referred to tigers for beasts and wizards for humans. Naturally, the word wizard carved on the memorial tablet evolved into sorcerer, and such a respectful way of addressing a person would only be used after the person passed away. Meanwhile, the psychics that the villagers around believed in would usually be addressed as father. Upon hearing Tao Lilin's instructions, the Guarwo villagers went their separate ways. The young men got busy in the Zhang family's old house, while the elders left one by one to make fire and cook at home. Everyone had something to do except Zhang Lisheng, who was the only one standing in the central room. However, as soon as he acquired the hemp blanket, he had a task of his own, which was to kneel by the cooler coffin and entertain the visitors. The Mairawe's mourning would take in thousands of visitors, whether they knew the family or not. As long as there were visitors, the host family would have to entertain them. Usually, the son of the family member who passed away would have to kowtow and treat the guests to a feast of 9 meat dishes and 9 vegetable dishes. Zhang Lisheng would spend more than 10 hours each day from morning to night kneeling beside his father's body and thanking the visitors that came. Apart from the few relatives he had, most of the visitors that came were tourists who visited the mountain village. At the end of the 5 morn, he was exhausted and looked extra tired. The tourists were very excited to bear witness to an authentic Mairawe funeral. Some of the tourists who came on their own had intentionally extended their vacation just to stay in Guarwo village to wait for Zhang Dewu to be buried. Meanwhile, the Guarwo villagers who came to help with the mourning in the old house slowly felt that the Zhang family's old house was not special anymore. Humans' biggest fear was the unknown, and after the mystery was revealed, the Zhang family's old house was just another old house to them. Finally, it was the last day of mourning. Almost all female and male adults of Guarwo village gathered around in the afternoon. Together with the tourists who were there to watch, the Zhang family's old house was congested with people. Even the stone roads outside were filled with people who were standing. Tao Lilin, with a red blanket put on his shoulder, was officiating the burial ceremony. Staring at his mobile phone with his head down, he realized that the auspicious time was coming soon. As he lifted his head, he turned on the microphone and blew into it. After confirming the system was working from the sound of his blow, he then said loudly, "Please be quiet, please be quiet. The auspicious time has come, we're sending off the Lord." Suddenly, as Tao Lilin was speaking halfway through, he saw a path form between the villagers as they squeezed each other. Clad in black Mairawe clothes from head to toe, the old village chief Tan Jiashi walked towards him slowly. "Bran Tarjiashi, why are you here? It's Brother Daowa's last journey. Naturally, I'll have to be here to send him off." Tan Jiashi had never once shown himself during the mourning of Zhang Dewu. Stunned, Tao Lilin let Tan Jiashi take the microphone from his hand. Tan Jiashi, with his voice raised, said, "It's the auspicious time now. I, Tan Jiashi, will send Lord Zhang Dewu off." Tan Jushi took the red blanket from Tao Leland's shoulder and covered the top of Zhang Dao's corpse with it. As the deceased was covered up, the orchestra began to play immediately. A couple of strong, middle-aged Mairawe women carried Zhang Dao's corpse, carefully placed it in the wooden coffin beside, and covered it with a coffin cover. Chen Lisheng stumbled as he got up from his kneeling position on the ground. With a wooden hammer, he pounded on the thick nail on the coffin cover as a ceremonial symbol. Soon after, hunks dressed in Mairawe clothes with black cloth wrapped around their heads spread out around all four sides and pounded all 16 nails tightly on the coffin cover. Among the tourists who were watching in the old house's courtyard was a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was bored as he watched the hunks pounding on the thick nails with big hammers. He said softly to his partner, "Third brother, isn't this similar to our Chinese funeral? I thought these Mairawe people would kill a bear or boar for blood sacrifice. I didn't expect that apart from no cremation, there would be nothing worth watching. You want to see something rare, it's not difficult at all. Look at the one-sided carved insect and grimace stone mask that's hanging above the offering table in the central room. If it's authentic, we might not be able to find such a witchcraft mask antique with such detailed craftsmanship at the annual Sotheby's auction." A tall and strong middle-aged man replied softly with a smile. "Then that must be worth a lot of money. Third brother, take a closer look and see if it's authentic." The young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes became energized and interested. "It won't be an insane price though. You must know that the collectors aren't paying much for porcelain, wood, bronze, and pewter during the recent years, let alone stone artifacts. But we'll definitely get 500,000 yuan if we sell it. If we hold onto it for a couple of years, the trend might change and stone artifacts might be in trend again. By then, it would not be impossible to add a 1 in front and a 0 behind the original price. Tusk. The pattern and the craftsmanship, this thing can totally be described as perfection. Adding a 1 before 500,000 and a 0 behind, wouldn't that be 15 million yuan? Third brother, this comes free to us, let's just take it with us and disregard if it's authentic or fake. This is the Mairawe's land, we should be more careful. Lord is written on the memorial tablet. This family must be someone that we shouldn't mess with." The third brother, who had few years of experience smuggling artifacts, said in a serious tone. "What lord are you talking about? That's just ancient superstition. How can you not know that when we're in this business? I didn't expect to encounter such good stuff when we're resting after our big loot. Third brother, let us both steal this tonight with Taisi and leave tomorrow morning. Isn't this a great plan? This is a good stuff, but we have to come up with a thorough plan. We can't rush into such a thing. Oh right, Dan, what's the landlord's name who kept wanting to gamble with us at the farm stay that we've been staying at for the past 2 days? Let's see if we can get him to talk tonight. He's a truck driver who delivers mountain products into the city. I don't know what his real name is. All I heard is that his wife keeps calling him Ermu. Let's get him to talk tonight," the young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes said while rubbing his hands. The tall and strong middle-aged tourist with a beard nodded and stopped talking. His eyes that were staring at the grimace stone mask hanging on the old house central room's wall looked away like nothing happened. However, the greed that was showing in his eyes lingered. The coffin with Yang Daowu in it was being nailed tightly at that moment. Cowbearers who were asked to come from all around the village were already carrying the coffin using wooden bars and hemp ropes. They sang a funeral song together. A visitor is leaving. A visitor is leaving. Who isn't a visitor of the world? It seemed shaky and creepy, but in reality, they were marching out of the entrance with rhythm. As soon as the coffin moved, the congested crowd walked away and avoided it. Li Sheng followed behind the coffin uneasily. He felt pain in him as he thought about his father who passed away. At the same time, he thought of his wizard worm, King Hong, which dug its way just slightly under the ground. He did not wish anyone who attended the funeral to step on it to its death. At the same time, he was thinking if he should pursue his studies in the future. Perhaps using the hundreds of thousands of compensation money to study hard in witchcraft would be a better choice. The orchestra was playing the mountain tune of Myrawe. The team who was at the front leading the funeral walked past the stone roads and climbed up an unobtrusive mountain trail along the west side of Guarwo village entrance. The mountain trail was winding and deep, and as they walked higher, the trees were getting sparser compared to the dense foliage in the beginning. As they got up to a height of 200 to 300 meters, all of the trees were withered. They could not even find a place to rest their feet. If the young Myrawe hunks who were carrying the coffin were not old hands who were familiar with the path, they might have fallen down from the trail since the beginning. After 10 minutes of slowly strolling, the funeral team finally arrived at a platform that was formed by the natural parting on a side of the mountain. The platform was extremely huge with 3 sides surrounded by mountain ranges and a side facing a big, surging river. The mountain platform that was facing the river had hundreds of thousands of wooden coffins packed on top of it. This was the Guarwo village's mountain burial ground. The tourists who had been waiting to satisfy their curiosity were finally immensely satisfied at that moment. Some of them who were panting began to take photos excitedly, for memory's sake, while some of the Westerners who had electronic tablets with satellite network began to post the proceedings directly on their personal page. Although the Guarwo village chief Tanjiashi was still healthy and strong, he was an old man in his declining years. He could not climb the mountain and make it to the burial ground. Therefore, Tao Lilin, who was holding his anchor, had to officiate the event again. With a somber expression, he stood on top of the mountain platform, pointed and shouted loudly at the tourists who held their cameras high and were using their electronic tablets. Let me tell you beforehand that there'll be many monsters and demons accompanying the mountain burial. You people who are watching better behave yourselves. I can't do anything if any of you trigger the gods and demons. You'll either be hurt or die. Hearing his warning, some of the tourists had a change of expression and put down the electronic products in their hands by instinct, while some of them were numb with less excitement shown on their faces. There was nothing that Tao Lilin could do to the tourists who did not want to listen to his advice. After all, following the Myrawe people's custom, the visitors to a funeral were the most honorable ones, and there were no prohibitions on their actions. All he could do was to put on his serious face as he walked toward Zhang Dao's wooden coffin. He stopped before the coffin and said with his tone stretched like he was singing, "The ceremony is done at the auspicious time. Put down the coffin, bow with respect. Come home, Lord." He wanted to end the funeral as soon as possible so that it would be convenient for him to chase the tourists who were disrespecting the ancestral burial ground away. Hearing Tao Lin's instruction, the young hunks who were carrying the coffin replied a single word in unison, "Yes." They carried Zhang Dao's wooden coffin to the mountain platform facing the river and put down the coffin at the row of coffins that was furthest to the east. Chapter 12 Witchcraft's Gate of Death. Chapter 12 Witchcraft's Gate of Death. The Mairai tribe was eastern-oriented. Far east of the Guarwo village was a burial ground filled with ancestral coffins. The fact that Zhang Dao's coffin was majestically placed here subtly showed the special position he held in the mountain village. But I'm afraid the Zhang family's current generation won't be able to be buried at the far east of the burial ground. The funeral had finally ended smoothly after Zhang Dao's coffin was buried. Tao Lilin was relieved and subtly figured what the quiet Zhang Lisheng next to him was thinking. He then frowned and shouted loudly, "Hermu, Tuku, Yangjai. The funeral is over. Why haven't you people asked these tourists to leave Guarwo village's burial ground politely?" Yes. Uncle Arlai is right. Why haven't you guys left yet? This is the land where our ancestors lived. Even the later generations are not allowed here anytime they wanted. Since you guys are foreign visitors, we couldn't say no to you guys earlier, but now y'all have to leave. Everyone should know that this place is even more sacred to us than the Chinese shrines and churches overseas. This is not a place that you guys should intrude. The young men from Guarwo village realized what they should do and began to chase the tourists away. However, they did not take any extreme actions. After all, the tourists who traveled here were gods of fortune to the villagers. Nobody would want to chase fortune away no matter how tough their customs were. Noise filled the burial ground, but without anybody realizing it, the valleys around them turned silent after Zhang Dao's coffin was buried, as dark clouds began to gather around the sky that was initially sunny. Soon, thunder was heard and rain began to pour. Now, they did not have to chase the people away. The tourists and people from Guarwo village covered their heads and ran toward the mountain village, following the mountain paths immediately. After heading back to Guarwo village, Tao Lilin did not return home but went to the Zhang family's old house instead. He opened the money box that he locked earlier in the central room, counting the money gifted to him again carefully right in front of Zhang Lisheng, and said, "Mountain Worm, you've given me exactly 30,000 yuan for the funeral. We spent 1,800 yuan for the 6-day coffin rental. We bought 127 lambs. Total cost would be 69,861.50 yuan. Uncle Arlai, then I'll pay you more. Don't worry, kid. Listen to me while I count to the end. We've spent a lot on treating visitors as there were too many tourists who had the feast. It makes sense that they're called tourists, they can really eat. But these foreigners are generous in gifting. Tusk, each of their gifts is worth at least 200 yuan. After calculations, not only did we not lose anything after the funeral, we've even earned 52,800 yuan. And this excludes the hefty foreign currencies. Tao Lilin's account had completely excluded the manpower contributed by the Guarwo villagers, so it was no surprise that Zhang Lisheng was wealthy now. Zhang Lisheng said thoughtfully, "Uncle Arlai, I don't want the money that's left. Please help me again. Bye. Kid, you've got to plan your spending in the future. Don't expect yourself to live comfortably forever with this mere 100 of thousands in your hand. I'm telling you, you still have many days ahead of you. This money that could be used for months and years would deplete more and more. Even more so when you leave this mountain. I've been in the military and I've also worked for somebody. I've seen it all. You won't be losing out if you take my advice. Keep the money. I'll bring you to the bank in town to deposit the money when it's sunny tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." Zhang Lisheng took a moment of silence after listening to him. He nodded and held onto the money box. Tao Lilin smiled with relief, realizing that Zhang Lisheng listened to him and said, "That's more like it. I'm leaving now, keep the money carefully and don't lose it. Though I don't think anybody will dare to enter your house door anyway." He then walked out of Zhang family's old house while bracing the rain. Zhang Lisheng was left alone in the old house again after closing the wooden door. He then placed the money box containing tens of thousands of yuan on the offering table in the central room without too much care. As he watched the pouring rain in front of the central room's door in the courtyard, there was a pstshh sound coming out of his mouth. A shallow channel appeared on the soil ground in the courtyard. Soon, a giant centipede with a green face and fangs revealed its head from beneath the soil. Zhang Lisheng was glad when he saw that his wizard worm was doing all right and seemed like it had grown even bigger than before. At that moment, the sky seemed to be triggered by the wizard worm's yin energy. A bunch of dark clouds was seen rumbling in the sky as a bolt of lightning shot down from the sky, striking the top of the Zhang family's old house. Among the rumble of lightnings, King Hong became stiff out of nowhere before a thick, black mist came off its body afterward. The black mist slowly floated into the old house's central room and passed through it. A long, black thread seemed to extend in midair, and to Zhang Lisheng's surprise, it went into Zhang Dao's bedroom that he used to live in. It then went into the wooden box containing the variegated race runner, hooked snake, mountain spider, Qinyuan, Xuanfang, and various strange insect sculptures. Zhang Lisheng was stunned as he had no idea what was happening. He dubiously walked into his father's bedroom following the black thread that was hanging in midair. Just as he entered the bedroom, he heard a blurred sound of a chirping worm coming out faintly from the wooden box containing the strange insect sculptures. After a moment of hesitation, he climbed onto the wooden bed and opened the wooden box. The chirping sound abruptly stopped after the box was opened. There was nothing odd apart from the cloud of faint black mist surrounding the strange insect sculptures in the ancient book records placed in the wooden box. Zhang Lisheng frowned. Just when he was going to pick up a sculpture to have a closer look, all of the strange insect sculptures in the wooden box suddenly melted into waves of green smoke as if they were corroded by the black mist. The waves of smoke then entered his 7 orifices: nostrils, ears, eyes, and mouth. Zhang Lisheng felt a moment of absent-mindedness when the green smoke entered his body. Before his eyes, the witchcraft cultivation methods that he was forced to memorize turned into countless runes and spells spread out in his mind and flew all over the place. After a moment of messy flying, the runes and spells began to regroup. Eventually, 10 completed systems flowed in a stream, while cultivation methods appeared one after the other in his mind in ascending order from easier ones to difficult ones. When the witchcraft methods were forming, the waves of green smoke left from Zhang Lisheng's 7 holes slowly. The coincidence was that there was lightning striking the top of the Zhang family's old house over and over again. Among the lightning storm, one of the lightning bolts consolidated into a bright, white sphere and landed in the old house courtyard and made its way into Zhang Dao's bedroom following the house door that was wide opened. While Zhang Lisheng was shocked, the sphere-shaped lightning exploded out of nowhere and transformed into countless electric currents that filled the room. The dozens of waves of green smoke that were leaving Zhang Lisheng's 7 orifices and were on their way to transform back into the insect sculptures returned after being shocked by the electric current. The witchcraft methods were formed after this event, and the inherited treasure of witchcraft would no longer be able to escape. Although the sphere-shaped lighting was rare, It was not a supernatural phenomenon, but a purely physical phenomenon instead. It was already taught in China's junior high second grade during physics class. Chang Lisheng had no idea what kind of opportunity this excellently timed astronomical phenomenon would bring to him. At that very moment, he was only stunned that he managed to personally experience a sphere-shaped lighting in the house. He was even more stunned at that compared to the 10 witchcraft cultivation methods that appeared in his head out of nowhere. To become a wizard, apart from putting effort into cultivation, the rest depended more on gifted talent without any set of rules. The 10 witchcraft cultivation methods that appeared in Zhang Lisheng's head were the cultivation methods to bring one from a rank 1 wizard to a rank 7 wizard. The cultivation methods were the gates of death of the 3 gates of witchcraft: gate of death, gate of sacrifice, and gate of life. The cultivator would have to begin the journey with a wizard worm, and it was not a self-exploratory kind of cultivation which could be done on a whim. Even if that was the case, it was extremely fortunate for Zhang Lisheng that he had a set of methods that he could refer to. Wizards would go through a transformation every 6 levels. One would experience 2 transformations when one became a rank 7 wizard. By then, his life would be completely detached from the ordinary human norms. At the very least, ridiculous accidents like Zhao Daewu crossing the rails and getting hit to death by the speeding taxi was impossible to occur. Chang Lisheng might not be able to ever make it if he was to explore the realm of cultivation on his own. Moreover, he had the plan of becoming a wizard by using the wizard worm cultivation method since the beginning. The method of solidifying his rank 1 wizard was the giant worm mastery method, which coincidentally fit the cultivation track of the early phase of witchcraft's gate of death. After a moment of rejoicing, Chang Lisheng snapped out of his blurred thoughts and looked at the empty wooden box before sighing lightly. Although he was happy for his massive reward, he was a little bummed that he would never have the chance to properly look into the strange insect sculptures that were neither wood nor gold. After sighing, Chang Lisheng immediately put on his shoes and ran out of his father's bedroom to check on his wizard worm at the central room's entrance. In the courtyard, King Hong was crawling on the soil. Its outer shell that was initially glowing and glossy became dimmed and faded. Chang Lisheng could faintly see the cracked pattern, but its condition was not too bad judging from the antennas on its head that was still slightly shaking. The most convenient and fastest way to heal an injured wizard worm was by feeding it with its master's blood. Chang Lisheng thought for a while and figured that it would be too risky if King Hong did not go along with him should he head into the jungle to look for another wizard worm. The only thing that he could do was to chant an incantation and helplessly spit out a mouthful of black blood. The bloody mist was not affected by the pouring rain and covered King Hong entirely. As the bloody mist faded away, the wizard worm's cracked body had recovered to how it initially looked like. However, it seemed to lack agility while crawling. Noticing that, Chang Lisheng could only spit another mouthful of black blood so that his previous effort was not wasted. King Hong finally recovered to its optimum form after its master fed it with his blood twice. However, Chang Lisheng's head was hurting terribly from losing too much blood. Since he had decided to go for the witchcraft gate of death's cultivation, he no longer had any more restraints. As he chanted an incantation to drive King Hong to drill into the shallow soil, he staggered his way to the offering table in the central room and clumsily ate all of the offerings. After he was full from eating and drinking, Shane Lishing wiped his mouth and returned to his bedroom at the side of the house and fell into deep sleep as soon as he got into his bed. The next day, he only woke up in the afternoon. Shane Lishing took off the full Maiarawe costume that he was wearing for exactly 5 days and put on a school uniform that had Darmu High School written on it. He only realized that it was still raining in the courtyard when he walked to the central room. It was not suitable to hunt for wizard worms in the jungle with such a weather. One had to know that apart from beasts and venomous worms, what was so fearsome about the dense jungle was also the flash floods, mud avalanches, and various other natural disasters. It was a sure death if he were to encounter accidents like that. With nothing to do, he decided to stay home to chant incantations and cultivate at ease. Witchcraft incantation could be converted into wizard power when the wizard was not casting any spells. Casting a spell, on the other hand, would consume wizard power. To Shane Lishing, who was still rank 1 wizard, as long as he did not drive his wizard worm to move using his consciousness, he could increase his wizard power slowly by chanting the worm-driving spell, which was the only spell that he could use. The increase in power with such methods was painfully slow. It was his first official cultivation, and he sat there for the entire day without anybody disturbing him. Shane Lishing's mouth and tongue were dry as he chanted incessantly until night. However, the growth of the wizard power in his blood was insignificant. At such a pace of witchcraft cultivation, he would perhaps need at least 2 to 3 years to strive in breaking through to rank 2. The Maiarawe tribe was eastern-oriented, where the far east of the Gwarwo village was a burial ground filled with ancestral coffins. The fact that Chang Dao's coffin was majestically placed here majestically subtly showed the special position he held in the mountain village. This is the land where our ancestors lived. Even the later generations are not allowed here anytime they wanted. Since you guys are foreign visitors, we couldn't say no to you guys earlier, but now y'all have to leave. Soon, thunder was heard and rain began to pour. Now, they did not have to chase the people away. The tourists and people from Gwarwo village covered their heads and ran towards the mountain village following the mountain paths immediately. After headed back to Gwarwo village, Tao Leland did not return home but went to the Zhang family's old house instead. He opened the money box that he locked earlier in the central room, counting the money gifted to him again carefully right in front of Zhang Lishing, and said, "Shen Chongzi, you've given me exactly 30,000 yuan for the funeral. We spent 1,800 yuan for the 6-day coffin rental. We bought 127 lambs. Total cost would be 69,861.50 yuan. Don't worry, kid. Listen to me while I count to the end. We've spent a lot on treating visitors as there were too many tourists who had the feast. It makes sense that they're called tourists. They can really eat. But these foreigners are generous in gifting. Tusk, their gifts are worth at least 200 yuan. After calculations, not only did we not lose anything after the funeral, we've earned 52,800 yuan, and this excludes the hefty foreign currencies. Leland's account had completely excluded the manpower contributed by the Gwarwo villagers. It was no surprise that Shang Lishing was wealthy now. He then said thoughtfully, "Uncle Arlai, I don't want the money that's left. Please help me again. Bye. Kid, you've got to plan your spending in the future. Don't expect yourself to live comfortably forever with this mere 100 of thousands in your hand. I'm telling you, you still have many days ahead of you. This money that could be used for months and years would deplete more and more. Even more so when you leave this mountain. Tao Lilin smiled with relief, realizing that Zhang Lisheng listened to him and said, "That's more like it. I'm leaving now. Keep the money carefully and don't lose it. Though I don't think anybody will dare to enter your house door anyway." He then walked out of Zhang family's old house, bracing the rain. Zhang Lisheng was glad when he saw that his wizard worm was doing all right and seemed like it had grown even bigger than before. At that moment, the sky seemed to be triggered by the wizard worm's yin energy. A bunch of dark clouds was then seen rumbling in the sky as a bolt of lightning shot down from the sky, striking the top of the Zhang family's old house. The black mist floated into the old house's central room slowly and passed through the central room. A long, black thread seemed to extend in midair, and to his surprise, it went into Zhang Dao's bedroom that he used to live in. It then went into the wooden box containing the variegated race runner, hooked snake, mountain spider, Qinyuan, Xuanfang, and various strange insect sculptures. Zhang Lisheng was stunned as he had no idea what was happening. He walked into his father's bedroom in doubt, following the black thread that hung midair. The chirping sound stopped suddenly after the box was opened. There was nothing odd apart from the cloud of faint black mist surrounding the strange insect sculptures in the ancient book records placed in the wooden box. Zhang Lisheng frowned. Just when he was going to pick up a sculpture to have a closer look, all of the strange insect sculptures in the wooden box suddenly melted into waves of green smoke like they corroded by the black mist. The waves of smoke then dashed into the 7 holes on his body, which were his nostrils, ears, eyes, and mouth. Zhang Lisheng felt a moment of absent-mindedness when the green smoke entered his body. The witchcraft cultivation methods that he was forced to memorize in his head turned into countless runes and spells spread out in his memory and flew all over the place before his eyes. When the witchcraft methods were forming, the waves of green smoke left from Zhang Lisheng's 7 holes slowly. The coincidence was that there were lightning striking the top of the Zhang family's old house over and over again. Among of lightning storm, one of the lightning bolts consolidated into a bright, white sphere and landed in the old house courtyard and made its way into Zhang Dao's bedroom, following the house door that was wide opened. While Zhang Lisheng was in shock, the sphere-shaped lightning exploded out of nowhere and transformed into countless electric currents that filled the room. The dozens of waves of green smoke that were leaving Zhang Lisheng's 7 holes and on their way to transforming back into the insect sculptures returned into his 7 holes after being shocked by the electric current. The witchcraft methods were formed after this event, and the inherited treasure of witchcraft would no longer be able to escape any longer. Zhang Lisheng had no idea what kind of opportunity that this excellently timed astronomical phenomenon would bring to him. At that very moment, he was only stunned that he managed to personally experience a sphere-shaped lightning in the house. He was even more stunned at that compared to the 10 witchcraft cultivation methods that appeared in his head out of nowhere. To become a wizard, apart from putting effort into cultivation, the rest was depended more on gifted talent without any set of rules. The 10 witchcraft cultivation methods that appeared in Zhang Lisheng's head were the cultivation methods to bring 1 from Wizard Roman 2 to Wizard Roman 12. The cultivation methods were the gates of death of the 3 gates of witchcraft: the gate of death, gate of sacrifice, and gate of life. The cultivator would have to begin the journey with wizard worm, and it was not a self-exploratory kind of cultivation which could be done on a whim. Even if that was the case, it was extremely fortunate for Zhang Lisheng that he had a set of methods that he could refer to. Wizards would go through a transformation every 6 levels. one would experience 2 transformations when one got to Wizard Roman 12. By then, his life would be completely detached from the ordinary human norms. At least there would not be ridiculous accidents like Zhao Daiwu crossing the rails and getting hit to death by the speeding taxi. Cheng Lisheng might not be able to ever make it if he was to explore the realm of cultivation on his own. Moreover, he had the plan of becoming a wizard by using the wizard worm cultivation method since the beginning. The method of mastering Wizard Eye was the giant worm mastery method, which coincidentally fit the cultivation track of the witchcraft's Gate of Death's early phase. After sighing, Zhang Lisheng put on his shoes immediately and ran out of his father's bedroom to check on his wizard worm at the central room's entrance. In the courtyard, King Hong was crawling on the soil. Its outer shell that was initially glowing and glossy became dimmed and faded. He could faintly see the cracked pattern, but its condition was not too bad judging by the antennas on its head that was still slightly shaking. The only thing that he could do was to chant an incantation and spit out a mouthful of black blood helplessly. The bloody mist was not affected by the pouring rain and covered King Hong, which was in the courtyard entirely. As the bloody mist faded away, the wizard worm's cracked body had recovered to how it initially looked like. However, it seemed lack agility when it was crawling. Noticing that, Zhang Lisheng could only spit another mouthful of black blood helplessly so that his previous effort was not wasted. After that, King Hong finally recovered to its optimum form after its master fed it with his blood twice. However, Zhang Lisheng's head was hurting terribly from losing too much blood. Since he had decided to go for the witchcraft Gate of Death's cultivation, he no longer had any more restraints. As he chanted an incantation to drive King Hong to drill into the shallow soil, he staggered his way to the offering table in the central room and ate all of the offerings clumsily. After he was full from eating and drinking, Zhang Lisheng wiped his mouth and returned to his bedroom at the side of the house and fell into deep sleep as he got into his bed. He woke up late on the next day, only waking up in the afternoon. Zhang Lisheng took off the full Maiaraoi costume that he was wearing for exactly 5 days and put on a school uniform that had Darmu High School written on it. He only realized that it was still raining in the courtyard when he walked to the central room. It was not suitable to hunt for wizard worms in the jungle with such a weather. One had to know that apart from beasts and venomous worms, what was so fearsome about the dense jungle was also the flash floods, mud avalanches, and various other natural disasters. It was a sure death if he was to encounter accidents like that. To Zhang Lisheng, who was still Wizard Eye, as long as he did not drive his wizard worm to move using his consciousness, he could increase his wizard power slowly by chanting the worm-driving spell, which was the only spell that he could use. At such pace of witchcraft cultivation, he would perhaps need at least 2 to 3 years to strive in breaking through to Wizard Roman 2. Chapter 13 Murderous Worm. Chapter 13 Murderous Worm. According to the calculations of the records in the ancient books, it would take 3 years to cultivate to rank 2, 9 years to rank 3, and 30 years to become a rank 4 wizard. A person would probably drain all of his blood and flesh until all that was left of his body was a skeleton before he could cultivate to rank 5. At this point of thought, Zhang Lisheng would have lost hope if he had not obtained the cultivation methods from the witchcraft's Gate of Death for rank 2 to rank 4. The road ahead is long, but I sigh. He dictated half of the classic, motivational proverb with a long face. Looking at the dim moonlight outside, he decided not to turn on the lights. He returned to his bedroom as he walked in the dark, depressed. He slowly fell asleep after rolling around in bed. A night went by again. The weather remained hazy with pouring rain on the third day in Guarwo village. Zhang Lisheng could only stay at home and cultivate witchcraft the entire day again. The moon shone brightly in the sky in the middle of the night, and the dark clouds that were lingering had finally faded away. The crisp chirps of birds and worms replaced the irritating roar of the falling rain. The chirping covered the entire mountain village once again. Zhang Lisheng's mood changed together with the weather from gloom to delight. He took out the stove and cooked a whole succulent hen to reward himself. It had been 2 days since he had used the stove and he cooked a full jar. He would head into the jungle to temper another wizard worm early in the morning tomorrow. He put out the fire on the stove after cooking the chicken soup. He opened the porcelain jar and subconsciously decided to serve the hen into 2 different portions and bowls. Suddenly, he recalled that his father had passed away, so what he wanted to do would be completely meaningless. Zhang Lisheng took a deep breath and subconsciously refused to think about that again. Holding the porcelain jar, he drank the boiling chicken soup in tiny sips while blowing it as he walked into the central room of the old house. Just after he took a few steps, with the help of the bright moonlight, he saw an agile black shadow cross the wall and leap into his courtyard out of nowhere. After crossing the wall and entering the courtyard, the black shadow unexpectedly came face to face with the owner of the house. Both were equally stunned. It was evident from Zhang Lisheng's look of surprise as he held the porcelain clay jar in his hands. After all, he was just drinking soup in the chilly courtyard in the middle of the night. However, the intruder reacted immediately and dashed toward Zhang Lisheng at an alarming pace. Judging by the person's agile skill, he had to have a deep kung fu foundation. If Zhang Lisheng was just a normal young man, the shadow might have knocked him out in one hit, or even break his neck by taking advantage of the element of surprise that he had on Zhang Lisheng. However, since he had become a wizard, Zhang Lisheng was much calmer during such critical moments. He did not feel fear at all as he tossed the porcelain jar that was filled with boiling chicken soup at the attacker. At the same time, he backpedaled quickly without even turning his head around. The black shadow did not dodge at all and threw his fist directly at the porcelain jar that was flung at him. It seemed like he wanted to capture Zhang Lisheng first, no matter what. However, just before the porcelain jar broke, he felt the boiling heat in the jar. He dodged and avoided the boiling hot soup at the very last second. It was a close call. Seizing the opportunity as the attacker dodged the porcelain jar, Zhang Lisheng immediately turned around, and in just 2 steps, he rushed into the kitchen, locked the wooden door tight, and agilely put on the latches. In the kitchen, there was a small window that faced the courtyard, and through it, Zhang Lisheng could clearly see what was happening outside. Zhang Lisheng allowed his emotions to sink in after escaping danger temporarily. He did not panic and cry for help. Instead, he walked toward the window in big steps without any expression on his face. Through the glass, he looked at the black shadow that intruded into his property and attacked him unprovoked. He started chanting an incantation that went pstshh in his mouth while staring at the black shadow. No matter the reason, since he dared to break into the Zhang family's old house and displease the owner, he should be prepared to die. Meanwhile, the black shadow in the courtyard did not sense any danger at all. He neither said anything as he saw Zhang Lisheng dash into the kitchen, nor did he continue to chase after or attack him. Instead, he brisk walked toward the old house's entrance and casually removed the latches. When the door opened, a young man jumped into the courtyard. He giggled softly and said, "Ticey's actions are still so quick even when he's on vacation. He must have missed doing this." As the black shadow opened the door, one could catch a glimpse of his face under the bright moonlight. Although there were a few stripes of black paint on his face, one could faintly see that his expression was very cool. "Dan, start working. Stop messing around." "How is this considered working? We're just here to pick up stuff." Following close behind the young man nicknamed Dan was a middle-aged man with 2 stripes of black paint under his eyes. As he walked into the courtyard, he reprimanded his overactive partner with a deep voice. "Dan, please be serious when you're doing something important." "Though, third brother, I'll go get the stuff now." Dan dared to mess around with Ticey when he was doing something serious, but he dared not talk back to third brother. He immediately put away his cheeky expression and swiftly walked into the central room in the old house that was wide open. While Dan walked toward the central room, another person broke into the Zhang family's old house courtyard. His face was filled with paint all over, like he was afraid that people would recognize how he really looked like. Apart from that, his action was timid. He was very different from the 3 people before him who seemed calm. "Third brother, how is it going?" The 4th intruder locked the old house's door with stiff movements and asked nervously and softly. He spoke with his tongue curled and in an odd accent. "Don't worry, everything is under my control. Ticey, tell our temporary partner. What's the situation now?" "I encountered an obstacle when I crossed the wall to get into the courtyard. The person ran into the kitchen, and he hasn't made a sound since then." Ticey put it simply. "What a brilliant young man. Since all we want is mere fortune, let's not hurt him." Third brother smiled in a way that indicated that he should be praised, as what he said reflected his generosity. Midway through his sentence, third brother was interrupted by a devastating scream that came from the old house's central room. "RFCK, what is this? Help." Outside, in the courtyard, Ticey heard the cry and immediately pulled out a switchblade from his waist. The blade sounded swing as it extended to its full length of 30 centimeters. He urged third brother, it's Dan's voice, "Third brother, please be careful." He lowered his body and crawled toward the old house's central room like a sivert cat. However, before Ticey could make it into the room, Dan stopped screaming and staggered out of the central room. Under the moonlight, one could see that Dan's face was bruised. The stripes of black paint were smudged, and no one could tell if the color on his face was paint or flesh. His mouth opened and closed continuously, but there was no sound at all. However, by reading his lips, they could tell that he was saying help, help continuously. Looking at his terrified partner, fear flashed across Ticey's determined eyes. However, this did not stop him, as he said in a hurry, "Dan, if you're still conscious, don't panic and don't move." He then slashed the switchblade in his hand across Dan's swollen and quickly distorting face. The blade sliced through the swell on Dan's face as if it were a piece of rotten log, and as the wound opened, a gush of foul-smelling blood spurted out. Ticey, who was experienced in the matter of life and death, immediately concluded that Dan could no longer be saved. However, as he looked at his partner stare back at him with a deeply desperate expression, knowing that he was still conscious and able to understand him, Ticey could not bring himself to end Dan's life, although the latter was in fear and suffering. Ticey, who was cold when he dealt with outsiders, could not do what he thought was best at the very moment. The compromise of his feelings was rare. In the end, Taisi decided to try his best to save him, even after knowing that the chance was slim. He pulled out a silver metal cylinder from his waist and pushed the spring forward with his agile fingers. It then turned into a high-dosage syringe that he intended to poke into the bulging vein on Dane's neck. "Dane, you've been poisoned. In giving you a shot of antidote into your vein, you might feel a lot of pain later. Hold onto it. Also, do not bite your tongue." Just as Taisi finished giving Dane his advice and was about to inject a general antidote into his partner's body, a huge centipede broke out of the flesh in Dane's neck. It took aim at the arm that was holding the syringe and dashed toward it. Taisi, who was only stunned for less than a second, immediately let go of the syringe. At the same time, he retracted his arm and immediately stepped backward. Unfortunately, the distance between his arm and the venomous worm was too short after all. Furthermore, the cruel attack had taken him by surprise. In the end, the centipede's sharp, solid green fangs bit Taisi's wrist ruthlessly. After reaching a stable point, the huge venomous worm moved its thousands of legs and burrowed its body all the way out of Dane's bloody neck and wound itself around Taisi's arm. In that moment of life and death, Taisi did not panic at all. Using a switchblade that was almost a foot long, he stabbed hard on his arm that was being bitten by the huge centipede and chopped off his vein. He then shook the other arm softly, and a short, thin, metal thread that almost could not be seen with naked eyes came out of his sleeve. He shook his hand again, and the thin thread effortlessly tied itself tightly on the arm that was being attacked by the centipede. He pulled hard with his hand, and the metal thread tied the top half of the 70 to 80 centimeter long centipede together with his arm tightly. Immediately after that, he used the hand that he was left with to pull out a customized switchblade on his waist and slashed it toward the struggling centipede's head hard. The slash did not cut the big centipede in half. Instead, only a crack ripped open on its thick outer shell. As the crack appeared, a gush of black smoke exuded from the venomous worm's body. From the fumes of the black smoke, rust spots started to form on the thin, silver metal thread that was made from special alloy. The metal thread tied to the centipede began to slowly reveal rust spots. Watching the thin metal thread that was tied around the centipede become useless, Taisi swung the blade hard and chopped off his arm together with the venomous worm without thinking twice. Ordinary people would never think of inflicting such level of self-harm. Even if the person managed to do that by sheer willpower and force, he would die from losing too much blood. However, Taisi had been hardworking in learning traditional Chinese martial arts since young and had gone through a few years of strict combat training. He knew the human body and its meridian system structure like the back of his hand. Losing an arm would not cost Taisi his life. After getting rid of the venomous worm, he pulled out a few silver needles from his waist and inserted them into the acupuncture points around his broken arm to stop it from bleeding. He then injected a shot of stimulant and a general antidote while he shouted loudly, "Third brother, let's go." Chapter 14 Farther. Chapter 14 Farther. It seemed like an eternity had passed from the moment Dane screamed and Taisi got his arm chopped off, but in reality, it happened within 20 to 30 seconds. Hearing Taisi's warning, third brother woke up from feeling lost. The calmness on his face had long vanished as he looked at Dane's bloody corpse in the old house's courtyard and the continuously struggling huge centipede that was tied together with a broken arm. He let out an odd scream and ran toward the entrance in a panic. At that moment, the man with a face filled with paint, who had shown extreme unease since he entered Zhang family's old house, got a hold of third brother. His expression was distorted as he clenched his teeth and said, "We can't leave, this is witchcraft. If we don't kill the person who cast the spell, we won't be able to escape death no matter where we go in the world. The Zhang family's kid is just at the stove. The only way to end this is by killing him. You're crazy. Let go of me, let go. If you don't let go of me, I'll kill your entire family if I get out of here. You've grown this old and you've been to different places. Where have you ever seen or heard of such a venomous worm? A worm that drills into human flesh, that's bulletproof, and has black smoke coming out of its body. That's a wizard worm. It's witchcraft, and it won't stop until you're dead. You won't be able to live more than 3 days if you don't kill the Zhang family's kid." Third brother was stunned when he heard that. He stopped his attempts to get away from him and looked at the huge centipede that he had only seen in sci-fi movies. His eyes unconsciously switched their focus to the empty kitchen on the south of the old house courtyard. Taisi, whose face was pale from the bruises that he had sustained, had made his way to the outside of the kitchen within a few steps. He began kicking the door hard, alternating between both legs. Third brother's facial expression changed when he saw that. He clenched his teeth as he hesitantly pulled the man with paint all over his face toward him, and said, "No wonder you said nobody would care regardless of what we're doing in this old house. So this is no doubt a freaking living ghost house." He then rushed toward the old house's kitchen with him. All of the doors in Zhang family's old house were very firm. Even so, they were still just made from crude wood after all. The latches soon came loose, and the surface of the door began to crack and give way as the 3 men kicked and smashed the kitchen door desperately. In the kitchen, Zhang Lisheng, who had driven the wizard worm to kill a person and chop off the arm from the intruder that seemed to be the strongest, saw cracks appearing on the wooden door that was guarding him. He moved all the pots and pans, wooden cabinets, and wooden frames to block the door from behind. While doing so, he did not stop chanting as he attempted to drive King Hong away from the thin metal thread that he was still stuck in. In the heat of the moment, he did not notice that the extremely negative emotions of fear, despair, and unknown hatred emanating from the 3 men outside of the door had become a kind of catalyst. Each time he chanted a passage of incantation, there would be the slightest hint of wizard power added into his flesh. Although the increase was extremely small, many a little makes a mickle. As time went by, he had obtained the amount that was equivalent to a couple months of diligent cultivation without him realizing it. Outside the kitchen door, Taisi kicked the door with all his strength. Finally, with a final dong sound, he managed to kick a big hole in the wooden door. With that damage, soon, the kitchen door fell apart. After they removed the obstacles, the 3 intruders fiercely kicked the pots and pans under their feet and dashed into the old house's kitchen. However, they saw nothing and no one around them. "The target has escaped from the window," Taisi said loudly. As they looked around in the dark, Taisi, who was a karmist, had noticed the moonlight that was shining through the little window in the kitchen. The tiny window was definitely inaccessible for adults, but it was no problem at all for a young man who was extraordinarily skinny and less than 160 centimeters tall to go in and out. Indeed, Zhang Lisheng took a risk by opening the window and climbing out of the kitchen at the same time when the intruders broke the door and entered the kitchen. Without hesitation, after leaping into the courtyard, he dashed toward the wizard worm that was stuck in the metal thread and spat 2 mouthfuls of blood in quick succession. He did not care about anyone else. All he wanted was to feed King Hong. He then picked up the broken arm that was tied together with a wizard worm and began to tear it apart with all his strength. He did not bother about the flesh that was spurting everywhere. Just as Zhang Lixing attempted to release the wizard worm, the intruders ran out of the kitchen. Under the moonlight, the young man that was tearing the arm apart, with blood all over his face, looked like the devil eating a raw human limb. Third brother felt a numbness in his scalp. The madness that was caused by his fear and anger faded without him realizing it. He pointed at Zhang Lixing and shouted loudly, "The target is in the courtyard. It's really him who did all these. Taisi, quickly kill him." However, he did not approach further as he was shuddering slightly. In reality, even without third brother's instruction, Taisi would have done that anyway. He had already begun to dash toward Zhang Lixing after getting out of the kitchen. However, despite his best efforts, the wizard worm's venom had spread to other parts of his body completely, although he had chopped off his arm to survive. The strenuous activities had caused the venom to slowly attack him, and his speed, strength, and accuracy began to deteriorate. Even so, Zhang Lixing was still in extreme danger as Taisi got closer to him. The difference between a skinny junior high student and an ex-special force, a professional and a violent criminal. These could not be made up with a healthy body and an extra arm. Zhang Lixing repeated his trick earlier with a jar of soup. He tossed the broken arm together with the wizard worm at Taisi to fight for the opportunity to escape. Knowing that he did not have much time left, Taisi did not choose to dodge but to meet his broken arm that was hurtling toward him, tied together with a wizard worm, of which part of its head was already free of the thin metal thread's bondage. He swung his switchblade hard toward Zhang Lixing. The tip of his switchblade reflected the moonlight and came down before Zhang Lixing's eyes like a slash of white light. A couple strands of black hair fell from the top of his head. If he had not stumbled from Dan's thick and slippery fresh blood under his feet when he was backing off, perhaps his head might have been slashed in half. A blowing whistle was heard faintly in Zhang Lixing's ears as he dodged the tip of the switchblade. Although his mind was calm, the hair all over his body involuntarily stood up when he realized how close he was to the switchblade in order to create a sound like that. It was a moment of life and death. It might be too ridiculous if he was not focused on the after effect of severe blood loss. At this moment, Zhang Lixing had an evil thought that came up within him, spurted a bloody mist continuously for a while after biting the tip of his tongue. Taisi, who was covered in blood mist, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Come and stop him, third brother. I might not be able to take it anymore. One swing of the blade, get a hold of him for a little while. He will definitely die if I have one more opportunity to swing my blade at him." Unfortunately, what he said at the moment had the opposite effect. Third brother, who knew very well how great Taisi's power was, ran madly toward the old house's entrance after hearing what Taisi said instead of stepping up and dashing to Zhang Lixing. The man, who had a full face of paint next to third brother, scolded him loudly when he saw third brother ditch the gang. "You call yourself a mafia boss, you're just a coward. FCK your ancestors, you won't be living beyond 3 days even if you run." He opened his arms wide and dashed toward Zhang Lixing. His plan seemed to be holding this scary young man down so that Taisi could work his switchblade on him. However, just as he was dashing, the bloody mist that was covering Taisi converged inward. Then, a loud sound from a worm was heard from the bloody mist. "Liruo." As the sound echoed out, the centipede that was left with its head and a small part of its body leaped out of nowhere and bit down hard on Tice's neck. What happened was that King Hong had been urged by its master's blood and had broken a big part of its body on its own will. It had finally given the biggest enemy a fatal attack. Due to the wizard worm and its venom that was attacking both the inside and the outside, the powerful Tice fell onto the ground within a second and lost his life. After killing the most powerful enemy, King Hong balanced itself on its remaining dozens of legs and scurried toward the intruder with a face full of paint that was dashing toward Zhang Lisheng. Watching the bloody half-wizard worm crawling toward him, the intruder, who initially had a malicious expression, collapsed. After falling onto the ground due to fear and exhaustion, he cried hard and begged, Mountain worm, no, Father Lisheng, it's your brother Ermu. Brother Ermu, please spare my life, spare my life. Drunk, I was forced by them. Brother Ermu, I figured that it's you from your voice since the beginning. If it wasn't for you, these foreigners might not have the audacity to steal from my house openly. Since you've got the audacity to bring people into the Zhang family's property, you should have the courage to lose your life too, my right. As he chanted an incantation, Zhang Lisheng did not plan to show mercy as he drove King Hong to drill into Erma's flesh. Knowing that he would definitely die since the wizard worm had entered his body, Ermu bore the intense pain and shrieked as he drew back the corners of his mouth. Yes, you're right. Father Lisheng, since King Mao, entered the Zhang family's door, it makes perfect sense that I die in your hands. All I hope is that you let go of my family since I was the one who brought you to meet your father for the very last time. King Mao, will kowtow to you. His body was trembling immensely as he spoke while proceeding to kowtow to Zhang Lisheng continuously. Since we're from the same village, even if you don't beg me, I can't bring myself to kill an entire family. Go in peace. Hearing Zhang Lisheng's promise, Ermu wore a smile of relief on his face and eventually died while maintaining his kneeling pose. 3 of the 4 men who broke into the Zhang family's old house was dead. The only one who remained was third brother, who had stiff movements and had been attempting to escape by removing the latches on the old house's door for a long time, but to no avail. At that moment, Zhang Lisheng had actually reached the stage where he was burning out. He did not hesitate at all as he drove his wizard worm to crawl toward the last surviving intruder directly after killing Ermu. As the venomous worm started eating into his body, third brother, who had been attempting to remove the latches clumsily, snapped out of his fear and shouted at the top of his lungs, Friend, you don't have to be so cruel. I'm just here to make a small fortune. Just to make a small fortune, that's all. I know I've made a mistake. I'm willing to get my life back with money. 1 million, 2 million. If that's not enough, I'll give you 8 million, 10 million. Just give me a number, give me a number. Chapter 15 A Serious Case in the Mountain Village. Chapter 15 A Serious Case in the Mountain Village. Hearing what third brother said, Zhang Lisheng was moved. The cultivation of witchcraft would cost a fortune, and he was neither a leader nor was he an enterprising financial tycoon in the Mairawe lands. It would not harm him to try to turn the kill into a boon that gave them some fortune this time around. Unfortunately, just as he was lifting his spirits to discuss with this big man who planned to use money to buy his own life back, black blood began flowing out of third brother's 7 holes continuously. He had taken his last breath. At the same time, the wizard worm King Hong, who was left with only a head, died silently after spitting all of its venoms out as it completed its master's last instruction. Although a wizard worm should just be a tool in the eye of wizards, after spending a couple of years with King Hong, Zhang Lisheng was stunned and felt lost for a while after losing it all of a sudden. He then thought it would be dangerous if he went into the dense jungle to hunt for his new wizard worm without King Hong. He could not help but curse while clenching his teeth. It's dead just like that. Didn't the book say that the wizard worms had an endless lifespan just because I'm a rank 1? He was pissed as he continuously cursed. Zhang Lisheng, who had been forcing himself to hold on, finally could not take it anymore. He fell headfirst onto the ground and passed out. On the next morning, the sky was just getting bright. Many villagers in Guarwo village woke up early and gathered at the stone road in front of Zhang family's old house entrance with and without intention. The noise and shriek that came from the old house in the middle of the night had spread to everyone's ears in the mountain village. As the incident happened at the Zhang family's old house, and it happened the same night the legendary Zhang Daowu was buried on the mountain, the tourists who were usually busybodies did not dare to check out what exactly happened after being warned by the villagers. In reality, although the sky was getting brighter and they had entered the time where the demons would withdraw themselves, the villagers outside of the old house were just chatting and gossiping vaguely. Nobody dared to knock on the Zhang family's door. The topic of the villagers' chat was no longer a secret when Tao Lilin walked toward the old house along the village path in all seriousness. Our Lai is here. He's been in the military. He held guns before. He's not afraid of this. Hell, knock on the door. Hell, knock on the door. That's right. Our Lai handled the matter himself and sent off Lord Daowu. Hell, knock on the door. That's no big deal for him. Tao Lilin walked to the Zhang family's old house entrance among the discussion. He immersed himself in his emotions with an expressionless face and slammed on the door hard while he shouted with an amplified voice, "What are you guys doing? What are all of you doing? It's early in the morning. Those who need to work should be working, and those who need to go into the city should be going into the city. Why are you guys gathering in front of other people's house entrance? Uncle R. Liu, didn't something happen at Zhang family's house last night? We're here to see what exactly happened," a mischievous young person among the crowd replied with a smile. "You're here to see what happened. What did you see? You didn't even dare to knock on the door. What are you here for? What are you going to see there when you have the guts of a rat? Mountain worm, open the door. I'm your Uncle R. Lai. I'm here to bring you to the bank in town to deposit the money." Zhang Lisheng, who passed out in the courtyard, jumped from Tao Lilin's incessant banging on the door. His head was hurting so much that he felt like it was going to explode. Wobbling, he got up from the ground and shook his head hard with his blurry vision. He replied with a hoarse voice, "Uncle R. Lai, please wait." Just when he was halfway through talking, Zhang Lisheng, who was slightly more awake now, saw the 4 corpses and the muddy green pool of blood all over the courtyard. Suddenly, everything that happened last night replayed in his mind like a movie rewind. Bleared, all he could feel was his legs becoming soft before he fell to the ground and retched loudly. When he was not chanting incantations or fighting, this skinny young man did not have the same courage and boldness where he would treat the lives of his enemies like they were nothing. "Mountain worm, what happened?" Tao Lilin asked outside of the house when he heard the abnormal noise. After vomiting for a moment, Zhang Lisheng, who only had a couple of sips of chicken soup last night, did not vomit at all. He caught a few breaths and looked around in panic. He realized that it was impossible to cover up everything that had happened here. He thought about it and decided to bite the bullet without even covering up his dead wizard worm. He removed the latches as he hurriedly said, "Uncle Arlie, something serious happened. Somebody came into my house to rob me last night. In the end, they all died. All 4 of them are dead." Zhang Lisheng opened the old house's door as he spoke. Suddenly, the gory scene in the courtyard entered the vision of all villagers who reached their heads into the door. Everyone who witnessed the mess in the courtyard was stunned at first, but before long, they began to feel the churning of food in their stomachs. Bleared, they began to throw up. As Tao Lilin had handled Duns in the past, seeing his comrades getting injured and dying from bloody deaths due to accidents during actual military combat missions, he did not vomit, but was stunned momentarily. He then said with his eyes staring blankly in a daze, "They're all dead and there are 4 of them. Mountain worm, they're all dead. This what exactly happened? They broke into my house last night. I hid in the kitchen, and while they were smashing the door, a huge centipede came out of nowhere and bit them to death. I passed out later on. Perhaps the centipede was full so it did not bite me. Whether it bit you or not, there are 4 lives that are lost here. We must report this to the police. I'll make a call now. Mountain worm, you listen to your uncle, don't be scared. What happened to your face just when Tao Lilin was comforting Zhang Lisheng? He asked in shock as he suddenly noticed that the young man before him had blood all over his face. Zhang Lisheng was stunned. He wiped his face hard and realized that his hand was now covered in thick blood which was probably splashed on him when he was tearing the arm apart last night. However, he had no idea how it did dry up from the wind blowing at it throughout the night. "Nothing, Uncle Arlie. It's blood that splashed on me last night," he said calmly with an expressionless face. He did not even attempt to clean the blood on his face at all. Zhang Lisheng was expressionless, but Tao Lilin had a major change on his face. Recalling the countless myths of the Zhang family that were told by the elderly in Guarwo village last time, he looked deep into Zhang Lisheng's eyes like he did not know him and said, "Mountain worm, why you go on to wash your face while I call the police?" Without delaying any longer, he took out his mobile phone and dialed 110 for the police. A recording of a warning was heard. "The police will administer legal punishment to those who make false reports." After the warning played a sweet voice that spoke accurate Mandarin. "Hi, this is the police station of County." It was worth mentioning that the staff working in County's public sectors had a tremendous change in quality ever since the place was listed as a tourism city. At the very least, it was no different on the surface compared to larger cities. In calling to report that there's been a murder in Guarwo village, Darmu town, 4 people died, Tao Lilin said nervously with his tongue curled. "Sir, what did you say?" "In the deputy village chief of Guarwo village in Darmu town, Tao Lilin. There's been a murder here, 4 people died. Please give me a moment to write this down, Chief Tao." Hearing that the caller did not seem like he was reporting a fake case, the operator from the 110 police report station took a more panicky tone as she spoke. While Tao Lilin was calling the police, Zhang Lisheng went in and took buckets of water from the well in his courtyard to wash off the blood on his face and hands with soap until he was squeaky clean. He then ran into his bedroom and changed into a clean top. When he walked out of the old house's side room, he was surprised to see that the crowd who was watching outside of the door had grown several times over. Everyone who stood in the front row wore a fearful expression when they witnessed the gory scene with their own eyes. The strange thing, however, was that the people hardly moved their feet, which forced the tourists in the back rows to lift their cameras high and move their arms blindly as they took multiple shots, their cameras making clicking sounds. They found out what was happening from the photos that they took. Seeing Zhang Lisheng walking out of the old house, which was now a murder scene, a couple of cameras on the front row focused on him as the flashes went off continuously. Zhang Lisheng covered his face in a slight panic and walked toward Tao Lilin, who had just reported to the police in big steps. He asked as he got to his side, "Uncle Arlai, what is this? Why are there so many people here? The noise at your house was so loud last night, and then this happened early in the morning. How is it possible to cover this up? Within such a short period of time, I think all tourists in the village gathered here. We can't stop them even if we want to. We can only wait for the police to come. Uncle Arlai, all of them who died were robbers. The police won't make a scene, will they? Mountain worm, those are 4 human lives. 4 human lives, this is such a major case. How can they not make a scene? Kid, listen to your uncle carefully. The police will be here soon, just tell them everything that you know. Tell them what you know, don't be vague." Tao Lilin thought about it and eventually urged Zhang Lisheng with all sincerity. "Yes, Uncle Arlai. I'll definitely tell everything I know." Zhang Lisheng hesitated for a while, then nodded and said insincerely. At the moment, the wailing police siren was heard from afar. It was obvious that the first batch of police officers had arrived in Guarwo village after receiving the report. At Guarwo village's entrance, the Darmu Town Police Station Director Song Xing, Deputy Director Lai Yujin, as well as police officers Sunjie and Jaguan Huizi got out of the police car. They looked around them, witnessing an environment that seemed breathtaking to foreigners but could only be described as poor and ill-maintained to the county town people. Song Xing spat and said, "Seeking hell, troublemakers are produced from this sick place. 4 deaths at once. If this isn't a fake report, apart from losing the bonus for this year, I might have to bear a couple of punishments." Director Song, "It doesn't seem like a fake report." Lai Fujin pointed at the crowd gathered at the hillside and forced a smile as he said, "If you're bearing punishments, perhaps I, as the deputy director who's in charge of criminal investigations, might get sacked." Chapter 16: The Sherlock Holmes of County's Criminal Police Force. Chapter 16: The Sherlock Holmes of County's Criminal Police Force. Song Xing was stunned for a while as he looked at the direction where Lai Fujin's finger was pointing at. He lowered his voice and said, "Lao Lai, why don't we discuss with the management to settle the case? The International Tourism Festival is happening soon. I don't believe that the leaders in the county would want such a serious murder case to happen. The old saying is simply accurate: at higher authorities have policies, while the localities have their countermeasures. Although the government fixed the regulation that we must report to the state council when there's a criminal case with more than 3 deaths, in reality, there are many flexible ways to circumvent this rule. For instance, let's say a wounded person who didn't die on the spot. As long as he made it into the ambulance, it wouldn't be included in the number of deaths. Or when there are too little witnesses on site and the situation has no major effect toward the society, we can secretly split the case and list it as 2 separate criminal cases so we can reduce the number of deaths in one single case, and so on." What Song Xing meant by settling it was no doubt suppressing it and closing one eye on the Guarwo village case. They would then discuss the case within the management and reduce it into a small one, and eventually, the whole incident would become nothing. Unfortunately, Li Fujian was not as optimistic as his superior. He sighed and said, "Director Song, things are different from a few years back. We can see from here that there are many foreigners standing on the hillside. I think this case has already been posted online. I'm afraid we won't be able to suppress it. We should get to the crime scene right now and see what we can do about the current situation. Lao Lai, you're the wise one in our station. Well, follow whatever you say," Song Xing said as he adjusted his police cap and walked up the village path toward Zhang family's old house. As the police officers were not used to walking on mountain paths, it took them about 10 minutes before they finally arrived at the crime scene. As they looked into the old house's courtyard after making their way through the crowd, Song Xing almost vomited his breakfast. He frowned and pouted in disgust. He held back his emotions and said loudly, "Which one of you is Tao Lilin, the one who made the report?" "I am. Comrades, we've met before when I brought the villagers into county town to bring back a man a couple of days ago. We've passed through the town. Don't try to cotton up to me. This is a crime scene. Well, do the cottoning up in the future. Let me ask you, you're a leader. How are you doing your job protecting the crime scene? There are so many people who don't matter. They would've damaged all of the clues that might have been able to solve the case. Comrade, I'm just a deputy village chief. No tourist would listen to me. They would only leave if you guys who are wearing tiger skin chase them away." "What tiger skin? This is our police uniform, the symbol of the country's enforcement authority. Democratic centralism, the centralism is presented in our uniform. Je Huizi, please clear the scene. Get these people who are unrelated to the case out of here. Lao Lai and I will report the site situation to the county council leader right now." Hearing their leader's instruction, Officer Sun Jie and Jeduan Huizi began to clear the site. As soon as the police showed up, the Western tourists automatically walked away while whispering among themselves. They lived in a country where one might be shot on sight at the smallest violation of the police's lawful order. After the Western tourists left, the Chinese tourists left the crime scene one by one. Soon, the stone road in front of the old house became quiet. At the same time, Song Xing was done describing the basic information of the crime scene to the county police station director Sun Zhanghuo. He hung up the phone and looked at the victims. As he gazed upon the incomplete limbs and the abdomen that was ripped apart, he felt numbness on his scalp. He had never seen such a gory scene before throughout his 20 years as a police officer. To distract his focus as he did not want to be seen like he was neglecting his job, Song Xing began to question Tao Lilin about the case details. After hearing there was only one surviving witness when the murder took place, he immediately switched his focus to Zhang Lisheng. If the young man before him was taller and stronger, Song Xing would have definitely handcuffed him and given him the treatment befitting a criminal suspect. However, it was definitely impossible for this underage person who was less than 160 centimeters tall and weighing less than 100 kgs to murder 4 people, in addition to ripping someone's abdomen up and chopping off a person's arm. Song Xing then wore a serious face while he was trying to figure out how to get the most accurate account from Zhang Lisheng. Little did he know that Zhang Lisheng was the murderer himself, and therefore unable to give him any useful clues. Although he had now set his mind on accomplishing an outstanding job, which was a far cry from when he initially had his mind set on pushing his responsibility away, he was destined to be disappointed. As he heard police sirens wailing in the mountain village again, Song Jing stopped talking unwillingly. Chang Lisheng had not given him a single thing, and he had wasted his time for nothing. Director Song, I figured that the new exchange to our county criminal police force, Chief Yang, would come here personally for such a major case. Should we bring him in together? All right, Lao Lai, let's go get him. Huizi, you guys please take care of the site. Don't let anyone enter anymore. Yes, Director Song, Sun Jie and Jeguan Huizi replied in unison. After finally escaping from the police officer's interrogation, Chang Lisheng, who was standing aside, closed his eyes as he was a little tired. He let out a sigh. After quieting down, the thrilling scenes from last night began playing continuously in his head one by one. All of a sudden, he recalled that he continuously spat a lot of blood during the attempt to drive King Hong out from the binding of the alloy thread last night. Theoretically, he should not be feeling tired now. Instead, he should be feeling exhausted due to the lack of blood. He thought again and again, but could not figure out how he was in such a condition at this moment. Chang Lisheng lowered down his voice and chanted the incantation PSHSHH in a delayed manner. Suddenly, he felt an intense gush of wizard power that he had never experienced before slowly flow through his bloodstream. He felt like he was going to break through rank 1. If he cultivated diligently, perhaps he could become a rank 2 wizard within 2 to 3 months. Murdering can accelerate witchcraft cultivation. A terrifying thought flashed through Chang Lisheng's mind, which caused him to have a major change of facial expression. Although he was a slightly unsociable young man whose character was shaped by the environment that he grew up in, he definitely hoped he would not have to be a murderer as his future career plan. However, after carefully recalling what happened last night after calming himself, Chang Lisheng gradually realized that the reason his wizard power increased rapidly was not due to his murdering act, but the fear and hatred that came from the 4 intruders. Linking with history, witchcraft could gain greater power from others' fear and hatred. Now everything seemed to make perfect sense. This history was the perfect explanation why until today people would naturally think about God, mystery, darkness, human sacrifice, and more terrifying descriptions whenever people mentioned witchcraft. Perhaps having the intention of being feared and hated was what witchcraft was all about. Chang Lisheng was secretly relieved at this point in time, consumed in his own crazy thoughts. When he opened his eyes, he happened to be looking at the short and plump middle-aged police officer who had interrogated him for a very long time. He was accompanied by 7 to 8 of his colleagues who had just arrived at the old house. Chief Yang, this kid is the only witness to the crime scene that happened last night. According to him, the 4 dead people were the moment they entered the house. Song Jing pointed at Chang Lisheng while speaking to the police officer who had thinning hair but delicate features next to him. Although the police officer had thinning hair, it seemed like he was not too old. His position was a first-class police officer, which was the same level as a common county-level police chief. Director Song, I would like to let the deceased and marking evidence at the crime scene to speak for themselves. I supposed all of you didn't touch anything in the crime scene. The young first-class police officer did not follow the usual routine of questioning the witness first. Instead, he asked in all seriousness to look around the crime scene. Song Jing was stunned and replied, None of us from the station did any site inspection on the crime scene, but there were already hundreds of people gathered here to watch when we arrived. It was comrades Jie and Huizi who evacuated the crowd. It's all right, the scene is so tragic. As long as all of you from the station did not inspect at your own will, the crowds that are watching usually wouldn't enter the courtyard to damage the crime scene on their own accord. Hearing what the man said, they faintly figured out the profound background of this young man named Yang Zhengqi. This police officer was part of an exchange program from Western Sichuan Public Security Bureau at the County Public Security Bureau and held a temporary position as the criminal police chief. It was said that he would become the youngest department cadre in the Western Sichuan judicial system once he returned to the provincial office after finishing his studies. However, Song Xing still could not help himself but talk back. "Chief Yang, I've been a police officer for 20 years. I know police discipline too." "That's great." Yan Zhengqi did not give anyone a chance to speak at all. He nodded and began to investigate the site on his own. He carefully walked around the old house's courtyard, then slipped into the house to take a look. After thinking carefully, he opened his eyes and walked to the side of the courtyard that was by the wall. He stopped walking and stood before the two deepest footprint marks and said, "Zero Wu, start recording." The 4 victims must have broken into the crime scene illegally. These footprints are so deep, and they're the only 2 isolated ones, which proved that one of them took the lead in crossing the wall and jumping into the courtyard. Judging from the footprints, this person should be the deceased whose arm is broken. Let's hypothetically call him Person A. Right after Person A entered the courtyard, he leaped immediately forward. The purpose of such an odd action should be to launch an attack. This proves that Person A is extremely alert and he was very agile. Moreover, after entering illegally, he performed a front leap instead of attacking by chasing on foot. It shows that he must have gone through years of martial art training and mastered a certain type of special combat technique. While he was attacking after performing the front leap, Person A was blocked for a while. There's a crude porcelain jar and a whole stewed chicken on the ground. That means there must be somebody holding the chicken soup in the courtyard and coincidentally saw Person A. Chief Yang, the kid who witnessed the murder last night, is also the owner of the house which is the crime scene. Song Xing could not help but interrupt. Director Song, "Well, get to the rest." After finishing marking the evidence on the scene, Yang Zhengqi stubbornly shook his head and proceeded with his argument. After Person A was blocked, although there are footsteps that showed that he dashed into the kitchen at some point, but it doesn't seem like it happened immediately. So the highest possibility is that he stopped his attack after being blocked, while the person who blocked him proceeded to hide in the kitchen. Then Person A opened the entrance door in the courtyard and brought in his partners. So this group of footprints should be able to prove my speculation. After the door was opened, we shall hypothetically name the 3 persons who entered by the sequence of persons B, C, and D. Judging by the distance of the footprints and position from each other on the scene, Person B and Person A talked to each other while Person B walked toward the central room alone. His footsteps were not hurried at all. He should be the deceased whose neck was broken. After Person B entered the central room, Person A, C, and D began to talk to each other. Suddenly, Person A rushed into the central room's entrance alone. The reason should be because Person B encountered an unknown attack out of nowhere in the house, while Person A, who was the most powerful one among the group, attempted to rescue him. After that, throughout the rescue process, Person B died while Person A's left arm suffered a bad injury. Looking at the wound's angle on the corpse, he must have chopped his arm off himself. We should be able to find that near Person B's corpse. Look, there's something that looks like a metal syringe. Apart from that, there's also... What the FCK, what's this? Chapter 17, A Ruthless Foreign Suspect. Chapter 17. A ruthless foreign suspect. Yang Jianqi, who was initially retelling what was happening at the crime scene in all seriousness, yelled a foul word out of nowhere, causing the crowd on site to be stunned. However, as they looked upon the corpse that Yang Jianqi was investigating, the same urge to curse fell upon them. In addition to the broken neck on the victim's corpse, tied to the victim's arm was half of a gigantic venomous worm, with its many legs filled with blood. As they looked at the creature, a chill went down their spine. Song Xing turned the urge into reality. If seeking hell, what the hell is that? Whether those who were born and bred in Western Sichuan believed in witchcraft, the mysterious culture was imprinted on them as they grew up. What was left of the venomous worm was so big that it did not seem like a venomous worm at all. Without a doubt, this was the last thing that a Western Sichuan police officer would have wanted to see in a crime scene. The silence at the crime scene was unbearable. Could that be a toy woman asked? Just as the words slipped her tongue, her face turned pale. Naturally, nobody would respond to such an immature question. Moreover, woman's face was flushing after asking that question. Eventually, Yang Jianqi, who held the highest position at the scene, was the first to calm down and say, "Let's ignore the worm carcass now. Let's proceed to finish the work. Zero Wu, please record properly." After Person A chopped his arm off, he ran into the kitchen. Person C and Person D also started moving and dashed toward the kitchen as well. These three people eventually broke the kitchen's door, but the target that they were chasing after escaped from the window. Looking at the size of the kitchen window, the target must be skinny and small. The footprints under the courtyard window prove this point as well. After the target escaped, Person A began chasing after him. The pause here. Perhaps he had a short confrontation with the target. After this, Person A died on the spot. After Person A was Person C's turn to die. Looking at the marks, Person C suddenly lost his ability to move for some reason as he dashed toward the target. Combined with his ripped abdomen and his kneeling pose, I dare presume that the reason is fear. After Person C died, the murderer then targeted Person D. Person D died near the entrance, and there was little movement from the corpse. However, from my preliminary speculation, he must have attempted to escape at that time and was killed after that. As for the remainder of the big worm in Person D's abdomen, do be careful and exercise caution when performing forensics later. Do not be poisoned. Don't record what I'm going to say now. Combining everything that I've said just now, I speculate that the murderer must have killed Person A and Person B to protect himself. Person C's death happened during and in between his process of defending himself, while Person D's death was completely intentional. I would like to proceed to ask the witness of this case. Are my description of the case progress and the last speculation right or wrong? After saying that, Yang Jianqi walked next to Zhang Lisheng and looked straight at him with a piercing gleam. It was dead silent around. After a short moment of hesitation, Zhang Lisheng said without any expression on his face, "I passed out after escaping from the kitchen. I don't know anything else that happened after that." "Then how about before you passed out?" "Before I passed out, I saw a venomous worm biting the person who has a hole on his neck from the kitchen window. I don't know anything about the rest." After hearing Zhang Lisheng's answer, Yang Jianqi looked closely at him for a while and asked all of the sudden, "How old is he?" Nobody there answered that. A while later, Song Xing then helped to ask, "Chief Yang is asking you that, Chief Tao." "This kid, no, how old is this lad?" "I think 14, shouldn't be 14 yet." Noticing that he could not get away with that, Tao Leland mumbled with his head held low. This deputy village chief, who used to be in the military, claimed that he heard from somebody before that an underage adult below 14 doesn't have to bear any criminal liabilities. Yang Zhengqi took a moment of silence and did not ask anything anymore. He then said with his deep voice, "Zhu King, Yao bring Squadron 1 to do an on-site forensic investigation. Liao, Wenjiang, you guys will bring the suspect back to the force. Remember to manage him well. Wenxing, you don't have to bother about anything. Go to the County Registration Bureau to verify the suspect's age. Make sure you obtain the most detailed record. I'll meet Squadron 2 and Squadron 3 now to see what they've got from investigating the situation in the village." Hearing Yang Zhengqi's instruction, all of the police officers from the county criminal police force showed an uneasy expression, and none of them began to move. Liao, who was instructed to escort Zhang Lixing, said while biting the bullet, "Chief Yang, I think this is simply an accident where a venomous worm attacked the victims. The victims are all active robbers. We should not make a scene out of this. Comrade Liao, the nature of the case must be determined by the evidence and the conclusion from interrogation." Yang Zhengqi, who was oddly serious, said, "Moreover, no matter what the nature of the case is, we can't just close such a major criminal case hastily. I've received a call from Director Zhangguo when I was on the way to Guarwo village. He said that according to the City Bureau Information Office Network Supervision Section, he was notified that the images of the Guarwo village murder are on the top 1,000 coolest images on America's version of WeChat called Twitter. What is this? This is an international influence. Our county has done years of tourism promotion, and none of them are as colorful as those pictures combined. The county government committee held an emergency meeting last minute and decided to report the case gradually as soon as it was decided. The provincial office's working group might be on their way now. Top 1,000 on America's coolest images on Twitter. It's just a case from this lousy village. It's just been a short while. It can't be. We're living in the society of internet, the characteristic of the information society. Just like what the commercial says, we're in the era where internet is boundless while Earth is a village. All right, I explained so much because I understand the difficulty you're feeling. Never again will I do this. Do your job now. Yes, Chief. Liao bowed and replied blandly after understanding how serious the matter was. He then escorted Zhang Lixing out of the house together with Wenjiang, whose face was as stiff as his. On the village mountain path, just after the three of them took a couple of steps, Liao forced a smile and suddenly said, "Hey buddy, I was also born into a Mairawe Chinese family. It's my superior's instruction to escort you. I hope you won't blame me if there are any mistakes or things that you might find offensive. Don't worry, brother police. I know you're just doing your job for a living, and you don't have a choice." Zhang Lixing held his head down while looking at the stone road beneath his feet. His reply was soft, and he still had an indifferent expression on his face. It would definitely be very odd for a police officer and a criminal suspect to have a conversation despite the generation gap in a big city such as the current Shanghai. However, they were currently in the western Sichuan Mairawe land that was covered in dense jungle. It seemed that the harmony in the little mountain village would never change. The police officers escorting him were relieved after hearing Zhang Lixing's understanding response. Liao and Wenjing did not bother him throughout their journey from Guarwo village to county town due to his quietness. The County Public Security Criminal Police Force's office was not in the County Public Security Bureau but was a standalone house that was less than 500 meters away from the Bureau. Due to the criminal police's unique nature of work, the courtyard was filled with police cars. After entering the criminal police force, Wen Jiang failed to fit in any of the tiny spaces after turning his car and steering back and forth for a long time. God damn it, it'll definitely scratch their cars if the people from Squadron 4 simply park their cars like that again. Irritated, Wen Jiang cursed while clenching his teeth. As a police officer who had worked for grassroots criminal investigations, foul language had become a habit. All right, Yangzi. Even if you smashed their cars, the state will be the ones who pour in money to fix the cars. Never mind, reverse the car and I'll bring Brother Zhang Lisheng to wait for Chief Yang at the office. All right then, I'll go get food for the three of us. I'll get something good for the both of us. Wen Jiang nodded. Don't forget to get a couple of drinks too, Li Hao added on to what Wen Jiang said earlier. He opened the vehicle door and got off the police car with Zhang Lisheng. At the same time, Yang Zhangqi, who was questioning Guarwo villagers and tourists in Guarwo village together with his underlings, received a call from criminal police officer Long Guansheng, who had gone to the County Registration Bureau to verify Zhang Lisheng's real age. Old man, please, you must notify the police station if you recall what exactly you heard last night. This is a vicious criminal case. It's for all of your own safety. Yang Zhangqi did not forget to advise a skinny and old villager when he was picking up his phone. What criminal case are you talking about? It'd be strange if they didn't die after breaking into Guarwo village's Zhang family's house. They've always said the old Zhang family's current generation's father is flimsy. Flimsy? They never thought about it. How can he be flimsy if he's the Zhang family's kid? You're a nice policeman. Let me advise you again. Don't meddle with this matter. Yang Zhangqi had no idea how many times he had heard the same thing over and over again the entire morning, and he already felt like his head was ringing. He then said to the police officer next to him, Darwar, come and write down what this old man is saying. I'll go pick up a phone call. He then ran out of the bamboo house. Yang Zhangqi only picked up his phone after taking a couple of breaths of fresh air. How's it, Wensheng? How old is the suspect really? Chief Yang, the suspect turned 16 on June 6 this year. It fits our figurative situation perfectly. A third-year junior high student, what a natural badass. I'll request to arrest and prepare for trial, Yang Zhangqi said excitedly after finally hearing a piece of good news throughout the entire morning. There's another matter, Chief Yang. Long Guansheng, who was on the other side of the call, said hesitantly, the proof that confirmed the suspect's exact date of birth is his birth certificate copy. The birth certificate is in full English format. I and the graduate, Xiao Liu, who had just transferred to the registration management section, finally understood completely after looking at it for a long time. The suspect was born in St. George Hospital, Brooklyn, New York City in New York State. He's an American citizen, and his mother is an American. What? Yang Zhangqi was stunned and spoke in surprise. The suspect's birthplace is America. He holds American citizenship. According to his registration record, he was brought back to the country by his father when he was 1 month old and registered his residency here. Long Guansheng said softly. How is a kid who lives in a mountain area far away from Western Sichuan an American? What kind of international joke are you making? Moreover, if he's really an American, how can he register his residency in China? How did he get into school and study from young until now? Chief Yang, Xiao Liu studied the nationality law before when he was in university. He said that as long as either the father or mother of a minor is a Chinese, they would be allowed to register for Chinese residency. This area is where the minorities gather. The registration management is lenient as compared to the central China provinces. It's much easier to enter a school like a mountain village school. After all, isn't he a local kid? All right, stop talking. Keep this a secret for now. Yang Zhengqi frowned as he spoke on the phone. Chapter 18: The Old Police Officer's Reputation. Chapter 18: The Old Police Officer's Reputation. Since the case involved a foreigner, they would have to change the nature of their investigation. Unpredictably serious consequences would happen if a line was wrongly crossed. If something really happened, Yang Zhengqi might be able to escape unscathed, considering his rich background. However, his underlings would be destined to become scapegoats. As the thought crossed his mind, Long Guansheng said immediately, "No, Chief Yang. How can we keep something like this a secret? If we're really listing Zhang Lisheng as a suspect, we'll have to include his birthplace in the case file." Hello, Chief Yang. Chief Yang. Unfortunately, his response was met only with a beeping sound that went beep, beep, beep. Yang Zhengqi frowned as he hung up the phone. Gloomily, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He took out a cigarette and sniffed on it before he bit on it with the side of his mouth. He walked on the village mountain stone path while thinking and arrived at the Guarwo village entrance. His driver spotted Yang Zhengqi walking over slowly from afar as he stood waiting at the village entrance. He asked, "Chief, are we going back to the city?" "Xiao Liu, lend me your lighter first," Yang Zhengqi said as he walked over to his driver. The driver said, while smiling, "Sir, didn't you say you've quit? Why are you smoking again?" He took out a lighter and lit Yang Zhengqi's cigarette for him. "I'm feeling a little blue." "Oh yeah, Xiao Liu, what do you think of this Guarwo village case?" "What do I think? Stop kidding, Chief. I'm just an auxiliary police driver. What do I know?" The driver smiled and said, "If you really want to know my opinion, it's nothing more than what people usually say. Take facts as the basis and law as the criterion." Yang Zhengqi was stunned and he put out the cigarette in his hand hard. "You're right, let's go back to the force." He opened the car door in a hurried manner and entered his private car. The police car began moving toward the county town. Along the way, Yang Zhengqi would occasionally urge his driver to drive faster, which allowed him to return to the county criminal police force in less than an hour. "Thank you so much, Xiao Liu." Yang Zhengqi spoke customarily to Xiao Liu as he got off the police car and ran straight toward the duty room. There was a tanned and skinny police officer sitting in the duty room standing next to the phone with a registration record book. Seeing the chief enter the room, he immediately stood up from the chair and said, "Chief Yang, you're back. Is there anything that I can do for you?" "He Licher, which interrogation room is vacant?" "There's nobody in the first and third interrogation room," the officer on duty replied immediately. "Great, inform Lihao to bring the witness of the Guarwo village case into the first interrogation room. Also, ask him to move faster. Tell him that I'm already waiting there," Yang Zhengqi instructed. In a criminal case, interrogation and questioning were two completely legal concepts. An interrogation was the interviewing of the criminal suspect and had to be done professionally in an interrogation room. Meanwhile, questioning focused on witnesses and persons who might have knowledge about the case. It might not necessarily be carried out in an interrogation room and it could be done anywhere. However, the police officer on duty clearly did not have the audacity to question his own superior about why he wanted to bring a case witness to the interrogation room. He only replied affirmatively as he picked up the internal phone on the desk. 3 minutes later, Chang Lisheng, who had just finished a scrumptious lunch, was brought into a dimmed room by Lihao. At the entrance of the room was a long, customized office desk and 3 wooden chairs. Meanwhile, in the center of the room was a steel chair that was fixed on the floor with a board in between the 2 handles. Although Zhang Lisheng had never been in an interrogation room, he instinctively knew where he should be sitting. He did not trouble Lihao, and he walked to the steel chair on his own and sat on it, closing the board down on himself. What was funny was that because he was too skinny and small, the board did not manage to stop Zhang Lisheng from moving around at all. Looking at the skinny suspect, Yang Zhengqi did not have the urge to laugh at all. He turned on a bright light lamp in front of himself and shone it onto Zhang Lisheng's face as he asked fiercely, "Your name?" Full name's Zhang Lisheng. Nickname. Gender. Male. Birthplace. I'm from Guarwo Village, Darmu Town in County Hangs City of Western Sichuan Province. On October 27, 2013 between 2300 at night to 0200 in the middle of the night. Where were you? What were you doing? I was at home. Yang Zhengqi was using the exhaustion technique to weaken the suspect's will. The shining of the bright light on the suspect's face, along with the action of repeatedly asking the same questions, was an extremely old but very effective technique. Unfortunately, Zhang Lisheng was a rank 1 wizard and was about to break through to rank 2. Such simple torture techniques were not enough to break his will. 20 hours later, the interrogation combined with the intoxication from 4 packs of cigarettes got the better of Yang Zhengqi. He was sleepy and his voice had become hoarse. Meanwhile, his opponent looked as calm as he did when he just arrived. Accompanying Yang Zhengqi was an officer that had only graduated from the police academy not long ago. He seemed to be taking down notes about the interrogation, but in actual fact, he was only filling up a questioning record. Seizing the opportunity as Yang Zhengqi lit up another cigarette after yet another round of questioning, he reminded Yang Zhengqi softly in exhaustion, "Chief Yang, I definitely believe that there's something wrong with this fella. Even those old-time criminals couldn't take this as long as him. But the 24-hour period is going to be over soon. If we continue to detain him, we'll have to go through the formalities. We're living in the county where minorities gather. He's of the Mayorawe people. The case is so big if we are in violation of procedure. How long more to 24 hours? 40 minutes. Yang Zhengqi thought about it and said, "Hold on to him for a little while longer. Inform Donglin and get him to continue questioning the suspect. I'm heading out to handle something." As he stood up, he staggered and almost fell from his saw legs. He paced back and forth along the corridor as he attempted to figure out what he should do with Yang Lisheng. His rationale was telling him that unless he managed to get a detailed confession and look for some related evidence to form an evidence chain following the confession, it was going to be very difficult to declare Zhang Lisheng as guilty. Moreover, due to Zhang Lisheng's skinny image, the timing of the robbery, which happened only a few days after the passing away of his father, as well as his identity as an American Chinese, this case was elevated from being very difficult to completely impossible. However, he had always held onto the concept of law is justice, and it was hard for him to just let go of a murder suspect just like that. Especially since the longer he spent with him, the more Yang Zhengqi felt that the suspect was hiding a ruthless and apathetic heart under the weak and introverted face that he put on. Furthermore, it was scary because the suspect was young and the crime was not accidentally committed. If he regained freedom without going through any interrogation or punishment, he would be a grenade wandering among society. The longer he suppressed himself, the scarier the consequences of the detonation would be as soon he found a reason to do something. Yang Jiangqi was in a pickle, and as he frowned, he took out another cigarette by instinct. "Why are you smoking again?" a casual voice interrupted Yang Jiangqi's thought. At the same time, the cigarette that was at the side of his mouth was taken away by the person. Yang Jiangqi snapped out of his thoughts and noticed a high-spirited old man with silver hair standing in front of him crushing his cigarette. He then asked in a hoarse voice, "Director why are you here?" "What, I'm in charge of criminal investigations. Just because I'm retiring next year in March doesn't mean that I can't come to the criminal police force anymore." The old man smiled as he spoke. "I didn't mean that. You're always welcome to guide us here." Yang Jiangqi forced a smile as he spoke. The Mirawe old man standing before him became a criminal police at the age of 16, with only junior high as his educational qualification. With the ability to solve cases, he managed to work his way up to the rank of County Public Security's Deputy Director. He was one of the people that Yang Jiangqi genuinely admired and could count on in the Western Sichuan public service sector. If not for his admiration, with his background, there was no need for him to entertain the retiring County Public Security's Deputy Director. "You're a knowledgeable person. I don't have the right to guide you. I'm just here to ask if the Guarwo village case is easy." "It's not easy," Yang Jiangqi answered honestly. "Then how confident are you that the person that you have with you is the criminal?" "Wen Shane reported to you?" Yang Jiangqi asked him back while frowning. "Don't talk about others. The person you have with you, how confident are you that he's the criminal?" "More than 90. The old man thought deeply to himself and said with low voice, "Isn't he that the American Chinese back in those days? My father chased those Americans away." "How confident are you that you can put him in jail if I handle the pressure for you?" Yang Jiangqi became silent and did not say anything. "At least 10 or 20. To be honest, Director I don't even have one of confidence. Also, with the pressure, I'm afraid you might not be able to handle it," Yang Jiangqi said while forcing a smile. The old man was stunned for a while. He sighed and said without thinking twice, "Then let the person go. Let him go immediately. Let him go now. I order you to let him go." "Director what are you going to do?" "I don't need." Yang Jiangqi frowned as he spoke. He was stunned for a while but soon figured out that the old man was going to bear the responsibility for him. He wanted to bear the responsibility of making the decision to release Zhang Lisheng. "You do. You're still young. I won't be able to move around soon. What's the point of having a good reputation? You're a highly educated student who studied overseas, but it'll teach you something today. Working in this line, you must be serious when you work, but your brain can't be inflexible. If you really can't catch the criminal's weakness, you should never insist on doing it. For instance, you release this person that you captured this time. You must keep an eye on him, and you'll catch him the next time when he really commits a crime, and put him in jail. By then, you'll be considered to have restored this old man's reputation." Looking at the old man pointing at his face that was as wrinkled as an old tree's bark which suffered the wind and sun, Yang Jiangqi was silent as he suppressed his emotions. Suddenly, the arrogant criminal police chief with a rich background stood straight and bowed. He then turned around and walked into the interrogation room in big steps. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Release him." Just like that, Zhang Lisheng was released. Walking out of the criminal police force, Zhang Lisheng realized that he did not have any money with him after searching his pockets. He forced a smile to himself and walked into the county town on the busiest Fujian road while not knowing what to do. It might take 1 day and 1 night to reach Guarwu village by foot. Of course, Zhang Lisheng would not do that, and it might not be realistic to beg the criminal police to send him back to Guarwu village. Chapter 19: A Crisis. Chapter 19: A Crisis. Zhang Lisheng walked around Fujian Road twice. He thought to himself, and figured that the only thing he could do was to find a kind person and ask him or her where the Kingston bus station was. He would look for a bus that went to Darmu town, and once he arrived at the bus station, he would kindly request if the bus driver could send him to Darmu town without paying first and that he would transfer him the bus fee some other day. After making up his mind, Zhang Lisheng happened to see a plump, middle-aged woman who had a friendly face walking toward him. He immediately stopped her and asked, "Auntie, may I know how do I get to the Kingston bus station? The bus station has moved to Quar village. It's very far away. Why don't you cross the road and take bus number 5 to get to station 6, or you can get someone to bring you there on a bike. You can get there with 4 yuan. Auntie, I'm asking how do I walk to the bus station?" The middle-aged woman was stunned. She looked at the young man before her with a tanned, rosy face and asked, "What's wrong? You only have enough money for the bus." Zhang Lisheng held his head low and nodded. "Are you a little con man?" "Of course not. Auntie, if you don't know the place then I'll just ask someone else." "I'll ask someone else." Zhang Lisheng's face flushed red and he wanted to walk away immediately. "Don't go." The middle-aged woman pulled Zhang Lisheng and took out 10 yuan from her pocket. "I see that you seem to be a kind kid. You don't look like the damn kind who would deceive. Take this 10 yuan. Buy yourself 2 meat pies and get on the bus after you eat." Zhang Lisheng refused immediately. "No, Auntie, how can I take your money? I just wanted to ask for directions." "Don't talk anymore. Go home now. Don't let your mother and father worry about you. Go home now," the middle-aged woman insisted. She shoved the 10 yuan into Zhang Lisheng's pocket and walked away quickly. "Auntie, where do you live tomorrow? I'll bring the money to you tomorrow." Zhang Lisheng slotted the 10 yuan into his pocket and shouted loudly behind the plump woman with gratitude. The woman ignored him and walked far away. With a 10 yuan, Zhang Lisheng had solved the difficult situation that he was in. He presumed that the bus fare from county to Darmu town would be 5 or 6 yuan at most. He planned to follow what the kind auntie told him, which was to get someone to bring him to the bus station on a bike, then he would take the bus home. Just as Zhang Lisheng was about to hail a vehicle as he stood by the curb, a police car sped toward him and abruptly came to a stop directly in front of him. The driver's seat window slowly wound down, and Zhang Lisheng came face to face with the driver of the police car, Yang Jingqi, who looked exhausted. He stared at Zhang Lisheng with his bloodshot eyes for a moment and spoke in a deep voice, "Get in, I'll send you home." From the moment he saw Yang Jingqi, Zhang Lisheng's demeanor changed from being sentimental to being calm. He thought about it, then walked around the police car, opened the door, and got into the passenger seat. The police car began to move and they drove toward Guarwu village. The both of them did not speak as they drove through the county town's streets. It was only until the police car drove out of the city and onto a winding road did Yang Jingqi speak. "After spending the entire day with you yesterday, I've only just gotten to know the identities of the 4 people that you killed. Zhang Lisheng remained silent. Yang Zhengqi continued, the one who died at the entrance was Song Lisheng. He's from Guangzhou, Eastern Guangdong Province, and is an artifact smuggler as well as a grave robber. He's been caught a couple of times, but was released due to insufficient evidence. There's nothing much about him when you talk about it, but his eldest and second brother. Chief Yang, what exactly are you trying to say? Among the 4 people that you killed, 3 of them were not criminals that carried out the robbery in the spur of the moment. They were professional criminals. One of them was even a retired commander from a special force investigation company. This has forced me to increase your risk level by a few degrees. The last person was He King Miao. He came from the same village as you. According to the records of questions with the villagers, he was the one who brought you to the county hospital when the accident happened to your father a week ago. You guys even asked about such a thing. Zhang Lisheng smiled, although he was baffled. Of course we need to ask that. It's also a clue that could solve the case. He King Miao's reason of death was a poison attack, but his internal and external injuries were very serious too. The forensic report said he would have gone through many unnecessary suffering before he died if he had not experienced the poison attack. Also, he was the one who kneeled when he died. He was begging for mercy, am I right? Zhang Lisheng could not tolerate him beating around the bush, so he asked again, Chief Yang, what exactly are you trying to say? I'm trying to say, no matter your reason for committing such a crime, the crime scene proves that you're an extremely cruel and terrifying criminal. At the same time, you've offended the 2 most popular People's Congress of the Eastern Guangdong Province. In addition, your citizenship is from America. So I figured that for your worthless life, the safety of our up and rising county society, and for an old police officer's reputation, it's better for you to return back to where you came from. What did you say? Zhang Lisheng was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion. You were born in St. George Hospital, Brooklyn, New York City in New York State. You're an American citizen. What? Zhang Lisheng asked repeatedly in shock. I've said it twice, you're an American. Seeing that Yang Zhengqi did not look like he was joking and knowing that it was impossible that he would joke with him, Zhang Lisheng took a moment of silence and was riled up all of a sudden. What nonsense are you talking about? In Chinese, all of my ancestors have been setting foot on the western Sichuan Mairawe land for generations. Looking at Zhang Lisheng getting extraordinarily pissed, Yang Zhengqi had a hazy happiness that grew in him. He smiled and said, Don't be all worked up. Speaking from your lineage, you're indeed a Chinese like us, but legally, you're an American. Haven't you heard of the term American Chinese? I'm not an American Chinese, Zhang Lisheng said boldly. As a rank 1 wizard, he was considered to be a direct descendant of a Chinese god. How could it be possible that he was a foreigner? I've told you, you're a Chinese in lineage and American in your nationality. That's the truth, it's not contradictory. You're 16 and not 18 yet. You're currently going through 9 years of compulsory education, so you're considered to not have the ability to work. Following the legal requirement, I've already contacted the U.S. Ambassador Consulate in Chengdu and consigned them to look for your mother who's far away in America. As soon as we manage to contact her, she'll naturally be your legal guardian, and she should bring you away from China. And my mother, the U.S. Consulate is looking for my mother. Zhang Lisheng was upset at the moment. He held his head down and said, I won't go to America even if I found my mother. My ancestors are all here. You need to go to America. You must go to America. I'm telling you, you're the root cause of our problems, and although I can't declare you as guilty because of your age and your American citizenship, I'm 100% able to remove you from our jurisdiction, Yang Jianqi said coldly while looking at Zhang Lisheng with a straight face. If he did not see it with his own eyes, Zhang Lisheng would not have believed that this criminal police chief, who was having such an emotional moment now, was the same person that had spent an entire day interrogating him with a straight face. Zhang Lisheng was stunned, and as his mouth hung open, he knew that there was nothing he could say. Although he had already become a wizard, he was still a young man, with little to no exposure to the world. As such, he could not handle matters of jurisdiction or human rights. Moreover, although he was stubborn, deep in his heart, he actually had a faint desperation to meet his birth mother. After that conversation, the both of them were silent throughout the journey. It was only until the police car stopped at the Guarwo village entrance when Zhang Lisheng asked all of a sudden, "Also, what does it mean when you said I've offended the People's Congress of the Eastern Guangdong Province?" Song Lihai is the Eastern Guangdong Yuehai Group's president, while Song Litao is the group's chairman. They're the eldest and second brother of Song Lisheng, whom you've killed. They're also the People's Congress of Eastern Guangdong Province for 3 consecutive years. I believe you've heard of the Yuehai Group. Why yes, I've heard of them. Don't they have a basketball team? If this Song Lisheng has such powerful brothers, why did he rob my house? Isn't that akin to carrying gold bricks while breaking into a hut? I've seen people at luxury stores who can purchase an entire building with a gold card in their bag, and yet they steal a floral scarf. They're just crazy, and they're going after excitement and thrill. There are many cases like that nowadays. It was just your luck that you encountered one. The double songs of the Yuehai Group are not just a simple part of the People's Congress or your usual philanthropists. Yang Jianqi's tone was filled with a warning tone as he spoke. However, Zhang Lisheng, who could not catch the warning in Yang Jianqi's statement, asked dumbly, "Why aren't they simple?" Yang Jianqi had since stopped talking, and he gestured Zhang Lisheng to get off the car. The topic of the gory murder that happened 2 days back continued to boil in the mountain village at the moment. Most of the local Chinese tourists had left the mountain village. However, at the same time, there were some young, foreign tourists who were en route from other Western Sichuan attractions to Guarwo village in excitement. Their holy grail of sightseeing was the Zhang family's old house, which seemed to still have the stench of blood. Such events were actually not strange at all. It had nothing to do with courage but, instead, could be attributed to the difference between cultures. In traditional Chinese culture, people naturally had an attitude toward gods and demons to keep a distance. However, to the Westerners who worshipped the Holy Trinity of Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, they loved to explore such supernatural events. As soon as Zhang Lisheng got off the police car, he attracted some villagers and foreign tourists' attention. The difference was that the Guarwo villagers all had fear in their eyes when they looked at him, while the foreign tourists had an expression that was of extreme curiosity. As Zhang Lisheng got off the police car, Yang Jianqi also got off at the same time on purpose. He watched Zhang Lisheng as the latter slowly walked up the mountain village stone roads toward his old house. Some villagers who saw them began to discuss softly, "Is it that police officer the chief of something? Why is he sending him back personally? He sent Father Lisheng back to the village personally. What's wrong with the chief? Maybe he thought that psychics are just normal people, but we shouldn't say things like this now. lest we get our tongue eaten by the worm. Damn it, why would you say something so scary? All right, let's not talk about that anymore. I'll ask you this. About Irma's funeral, do you think? Wow, you're not afraid to die, aren't you? How dare you talk about this now? Irma broke into Zhang family's house. He ended up kneeling with his organs all over the ground. Don't you see that his family won't dare to have a funeral for him naturally? We'll have to pretend to be wary. Chapter 20 A plan comes to nothing. Chapter 20 A plan comes to nothing. The mountain path was narrow, and as Zhang Lixing walked up the path, the villagers dodged to the side of the road to make way for him, forcing a smile as he passed by. The noise of their discussion was not as soft as they thought. Zhang Lixing could clearly hear what they were discussing, but they were all more or less the same. It was then that Zhang Lixing faintly understood the reason everyone in the village seemed to be nice to his father in the past, but his father still maintained a straight face without a smile every single day with his strange and introverted character. He found out that the villagers' politeness and respect was a result of the distance they kept from the Zhang family. Such a distance had been kept for hundreds of thousands of years, and it separated the Zhang family from the commoners as if they were in two completely different worlds. After letting out a gloomy sigh, Zhang Lixing put on the heavy latches and locked the door tightly. The corpses in the courtyard had been moved away by the police officers. What was left were the 4 human form sketches with white chalk that replaced them. There were still bloodstains on the ground. Together with the human form sketches, it was a very ghastly sight. He had finally arrived home after a day and night of interrogation. After his anxiety faded away, Zhang Lixing felt tired and did not have the mood to clean the courtyard anymore. He got a bucket of water from the well, washed his face, and returned to his bedroom before falling into a deep sleep. The moon was hanging among the starlit sky when he woke up. Zhang Lixing rolled up from the bed and walked to his dead father's bedroom. He picked up a couple of thick working clothes from the wooden box that was filled with clothes. He then started to recall the last thing that Yang Zhangqi had told him in the police car. He slowly understood that the death of the third brother who wanted to buy his own life with money at his hands could have dire consequences. He would have to be on alert since there might be people who would take matters into their own hands and seek revenge upon him. Facing revenge, Zhang Lixing would naturally have to possess the power to defend himself again as soon as possible. As a rank 1 wizard, the power he talked about was no doubt a wizard worm. Therefore, he put on the thick, heavy working clothes before sealing his folded sleeves and the bottom of his pants with black tape. He then walked with light steps out of the old house and went on his way for a worm-hunting adventure in the jungle. The time was around 4 a.m. in the middle of the night. All the villagers and tourists in the entire mountain village had fallen into their dream. It was chilly as Zhang Lixing walked on the quiet stone roads. Since his wizard power was almost a single-fold more powerful now, he estimated that the times where he refined the wizard worm should be able to amplify his power from 2-fold to 4-fold. However, without King Hong's protection, he knew very well that his midnight jungle adventure this time was no doubt more dangerous than his first time there. He definitely could not enter deep into the jungle with blind faith. It would be best if he hunted for worms between the farmland and the jungle restoration boundary. As Zhang Lixing made up his mind and arrived at the village entrance, he suddenly saw 2 police cars parked in the empty space at the village entrance with the help of the moonlight. The lights in the police car were off, so people from the outside would not be able to see what was going on in the cars. No police officer opened the car door to question why Zhang Lisheng was going out of the village so late. However, Zhang Lisheng could faintly feel that Yang Zhengqi was looking at him through a piercing gleam at the back of the tinted window in one of the cars. Zhang Lisheng carefully thought about it and dismissed his initial plan without any hesitation. He quickly turned around and walked home following the path that he came from. In the lead police car, the young police officer, who was falling asleep on the driver's seat, said with excitement when he saw Zhang Lisheng's back, who was getting further away, "Chief, you're amazing. You guessed it right, this feller really has big guts. He committed such a major crime, and he is already getting back on track after being released." Unfortunately, the police car is parked in an empty space this time, which makes us an obvious target. Otherwise, judging by his fearlessness, we'll definitely catch some clues. It's good that we're an obvious target. We're not here to catch Zhang Lisheng's weakness, but to prevent any conflicts that he might have with the people from the Eastern Guangdong Yuehai group. Song Liyuer and Song Liguo aren't like us, where we talk about evidence. Since Song Lisheng died in Zhang Lisheng's house, they'll definitely take Zhang Lisheng's life to pay for Song Lisheng's death, no matter what the reason is. Otherwise, they'd lose face in the underworld. "Chief, doesn't that mean we're protecting the suspect?" the young police officer asked in shock. Yang Zhengqi, who was sitting on the passenger seat, wound down the window a little bit and lit a cigarette while letting the chilly wind blow at him. He then said in a deep voice, "Of course, we're not protecting the suspect, but instead preventing a crime from happening. Ziro Lai, do you have any idea how many foreign tourists are there in this little mountain village before your eyes if a major crime case happens here one more time? I'm afraid the municipal bureau and even the provincial office's leaders would have to suffer the consequences. But don't you worry, we don't have to keep an eye on him for too long. I've got a friend from the provincial office, and they've already received the letter. According to him, the Chengdu consulate has already successfully contacted Zhang Lisheng's mother. If everything goes as planned, he'll be leaving China within 2 to 3 days at most." While Yang Zhengqi was pointing things out to his underling, who he thought highly of, Zhang Lisheng returned home with a gloomy face. At the same time, another event took place in the central zone of China's most developed economy, Eastern Guangdong Province's capital, Guangdong, which was close to the sea. The place was filled with bustling city noises and bright street lights. A slightly plump, middle-aged man with a kind face and a friendly expression in a black suit slowly walked out of one of the earliest landmark buildings of Guangzhou's 79-floor Sheraton Hotel. Not many Chinese, especially those men who were out of shape, could pull off a suit like he did. Under the yellow lights, the doormen who were welcoming guests in the hotel bowed to him together. "Mr. Song, please come back again." The middle-aged man nodded with a smile on his face. There was a black second-hand German Passat parked at the side of the courtyard outside of the hotel. Compared to the luxury cars that were passing by, it seemed to be a little shabby. However, its GDA 0001 number plate put all of its peers to shame. The middle-aged man walked slowly to the car, opened the backseat door, and got in. "Brother Hazy, where do you want to go?" A driver wearing a thin t-shirt ignited the car engine as he spoke with his loud and clear voice. "Let's go to Clearwater Park. I'm tired today, I'd love to be able to wind down." The middle-aged man forced out a smile with tiredness and spoke. "Fucking hell, there was not even a rat on the street at 4 a.m. back in those days, and now there are cars everywhere. Is there still space for us humans to live?" The economy is developing. Networking and entertainment naturally gets later and later. Gower, you must be tired too. I've slept the entire day, am wide awake. But you, Brother Hazy, you're always busy throughout the day. Sigh. Although the path has been opened long ago, I'll have to keep in touch with them. I'm a businessman otherwise, how would I suddenly? The middle-aged man felt his mobile phone vibrate in his pants pocket in the middle of talking. He took out his phone and looked at it with his head held down. It was a message from an anonymous person, which read, "Do not move in the chaos. The plan needs to be discussed further. Do not tell anyone about this. Do not move in the chaos. The plan needs to be discussed further. Do not tell anyone about this." Could it be Song Lihai's brother died just like this? The middle-aged man mumbled to himself, and revealed a sharp glow in his eyes like an eagle as he lifted his head. His disposition as a whole suddenly became completely different. The driver, who was driving with his eyes on the road, grinned for a second and said softly without even turning his head back, "Brother Hazy, that's Sun Chanting's message. Am I right? That bastard must have gone insane from his eagerness to be the director. Do you want me to do something about it?" Song Lihai shook his head and said, without an expression on his face, "No need. Layar has already sent Mountain Cat to Western Sichuan from his side. To think about it, Laosin got himself to blame this time. He should've briefed us about it. It would be good enough if he had given us an acceptable explanation." Although Song Lihai spoke rather casually, the driver had a chill in him like he was having a toothache when he heard the name Mountain Cat. "I'm not sure where Sir No. 2 picked up that bastard Mountain Cat. It's terrifying. It definitely wouldn't be a problem if he's the one who is going to handle it." The danger was near, but Zhang Lisheng, who knew nothing about it, locked the door and lay on his bed again after walking into his bedroom. He could not sleep after rolling in the bed for a long time. Eventually, he sat with his legs crossed and eyes closed. He chanted an incantation in his mouth and began to cultivate his witchcraft. The chanting went on for a few hours, and it was already past 9 a.m. when Zhang Lisheng shut his dry mouth and tongue. The night of cultivation had given him gratifying progress. The increase in speed had a significant boost ever since his wizard power got stronger. Zhang Lisheng, who was initially upset, was now a little pleased with his achievement. Just when he was calculating whether the time taken to break through to rank 2 would be brought forward anymore, a sudden barrage of knocks on the door that came from outside woke him up from his sweet dream. He did not expect that somebody would dare to knock on the Shang family's old house door. Zhang Lisheng was stunned and he listened carefully again. After confirming that the knocks were not an illusion, he got off the bed, ran to the courtyard, and asked, "Who is it?" Father Lisheng. "It's me, Li Lin from the Tao family." A familiar stammering voice came from outside the door. Zhang Lisheng heard that and immediately ran to the courtyard door. He opened the door and said with a troubled face, "Uncle Arlai, even if you're calling me that, I'm not some farther. We're living in the time of technology. Why would people still call me that? It would be great if you could call me Mountain Worm like before." Hearing what Zhang Lisheng said, Tao Lilin, who was standing outside of the door with a straight face, became much relieved. However, he insisted, "We Myraway people have always believed in father no matter what era it is. You're the Zhang family's descendant. You're also Uncle Arlai. My father was hit to death by a taxi. How can you still believe in father? I know the 4 persons died a strange death. Perhaps it was my ancestors who really left something here to protect the house. But I'm really not our father." Tao Leland's expression softened again after forcefully accepting the explanation that made sense. Teether. Why would I lie to you, Uncle Arlie? Oh right, you're here today to bring me to the city to deposit the money in the bank, am I right? That's right. You'll have to deposit the checks that the insurance company compensated to you and the money gift. I'll bring you to the city's bank on my bike and open an account to deposit the money. Zhang Lisheng nodded and said, Uncle Arlie, then I'll go get the money box. You can wait in the house. He then ran into his bedroom. Tao Lilin stood outside of the door and shivered when he saw the bloodstains in the courtyard. However, he did not have the courage to enter Zhang family's old house again like when he handled the funeral a few days back. He stood still and shouted, Ooh, I'll just wait for you outside of the door. Chapter 21 Premium Client. Chapter 21 Premium Client. Soon, Zhang Lisheng walked out of the old house's central room while carrying an old wooden money box. Let's go, Uncle Arlie. Let's go. Tao Lilin nodded and waited for Zhang Lisheng to lock the courtyard door. He then walked towards the village entrance, following the mountain path together with Zhang Lisheng. Along the way, the Guaro villagers could not help themselves but to reveal a shocked expression when they saw the duo walked together. Those who managed to dodge to the side of the road avoided eye contact with a smile, while those who did not manage to dodge nodded and bowed politely, for which action seemed to be very unnatural. Zhang Lisheng sighed as they arrived at the village entrance. Sigh, Uncle Arlie, it seemed like the villagers are really treating me as a father now. Of course they are. I went to Secretary Tan this morning to tell him about me bringing you to the bank in town to deposit money. But since you don't have an identity card, we'll need to issue a recommendation letter written by the village committee to the bank. And guess what? Surprisingly, Secretary Tan gave me the village stamp to bring along with me. He said he had never issued such a recommendation letter before and afraid that the bank won't go ahead with it if he made a mistake in the letter. Why would he do that if he doesn't treat you as a father? The stamp is also another precious belongings of his. You think about it again. Now even Secretary Tan treats you as father, let alone the rest. As they spoke, Tao Lilin stepped onto a red wine motorcycle that was not locked at the village entrance empty space. Zhang Lisheng then sat on the back of the motorcycle while his one hand was holding the money box and another gripping the bike's back handle. He slipped his tongue while feeling dispirited. What should I do then, since everyone is treating me as... Never mind, I might be leaving the village soon anyway. What? Tao Lilin, who started his motorcycle and sped on the mountain road, asked after taking in a mouthful of cold wind. Uncle Arlie, please go slower. Zhang Lisheng regretted a little that he revealed the secret that he was unwilling to tell. However, since he had mentioned it, he was reluctant to lie against Tao Lilin, who had done so much for him. Zhang Lisheng decided to tell the truth after a while of hesitation. The police officer found out that my birthplace is America. My mother is also an American, so they relied on the U.S. Embassy and consulates in Chengdu to look for my mother. If they managed to find her, I might have to leave. It's not a surprise that you were born in America. However, Tao Lilin did not seem to be very surprised as he said while slowing down, I heard that your grandfather traveled overseas on fire ships in the past dynasty. He had even joined that Watchai party. Otherwise, the county wouldn't have sent someone to look for your dad over 30 years ago. Speaking of which, I just recalled that your father disappeared for a couple of years as well. No idea what was he doing when he disappeared. Really such an event happened? Why don't I know anything? Who in our village dares to talk about what happened to the Zhang family in front of its family member? It would be odd if you knew about it. Zhang Lisheng was stunned for a while, and let out a sigh, then said softly, "We live in the same village, but it doesn't feel like it at all. It doesn't feel right to live like this, and it's certainly better that I leave." He stopped speaking after that. "Stop moaning and groaning. I think no matter which country you go to, you'll have to return to our Guarwo village sooner or later. This is Zhang family's fate that has been passed down through generations. Unfortunately, I might not be able to wait for that day to come." "Uncle Arlai, don't say such a thing." Zhang Lisheng sat at the back of the bike with his head held low and said with mixed feelings, "Even if I've found my mother and moved to America, I'll definitely come back to the village to visit you whenever I'm free." Hearing what Zhang Lisheng said, Tao Lilin went silent for a while and said, "Shan Chongzi, a kid like you are a loyal person. Can I ask you for a favor?" "Uncle Arlai, please do tell." Zhang Lisheng answered without any hesitation. "I'm sure you know what I've been thinking. Hermu was one of them who broke into your house. He ganged up with foreigners and broke into someone's house in the middle of the night. No matter what their intention, whether it was to steal or to kill, they deserve to die following the Mairawe people's old practice. But although he's dead and the slate is clean now, King Mao's parents, wife, and descendants still have to live. Now that they can't carry on with the funeral, they've been living in fear every day." "Uncle, I know what you're trying to say. When we returned to the village, please get Irma's wife to bring her child to my house and to request to go ahead with the funeral. I'll definitely be there to help." Since Zhang Lisheng wanted to help in the funeral, it would mean the grudge between the Zhang family and King Mao was being lifted. In that case, the Guarwo villagers who attended the funeral at Irma's house would not be considered offending Zhang Lisheng. Although this matter did not seem like it was anything major, in Mairawe custom, it would consider that he embarrassed the Zhang family's name himself, and did an incredible favor for Tao Lilin. "Shan Chongshai, kid, you sure has grace and virtue, as well as forgiving. When we return to get Irma's wife to request for the funeral, I'll get her to bring a healthy mule as an apology gift." The mountain roads in western Sichuan were difficult to travel. Using a horse would not last long, while a donkey's strength was too little. Therefore, a mule was the transportation vehicle that Sichuan people loved the most back in those days. Moreover, as mule did not have to be fed fine food and could bear strenuous work, its price was extremely high. The tradition of apologizing using a young and strong mule that was passed down for generations was considered the most majestic way in the Mairawe land of showing one was sorry. However, a mule seemed to be completely useless to Zhang Lisheng. He was stunned for a second and proceeded to say, "It's okay, Uncle Arlai. Mule is useless to me. What useless? You can kill it as an offering to the ancestors. In that case, you wouldn't consider embarrassing Zhang family's face if you help Irma's family with the funeral." Hearing Tao Lilin saying that he could kill the mule was an offering to the ancestors, an inspiration suddenly flashed on Zhang Lisheng's head all of the sudden. "You're the most thoughtful one, Uncle Arlai. All right then, get Irma's wife to bring a healthy mule to apologize when you tell her about the funeral." Tao Lilin smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll handle it properly for you." While both of them chatted about nothing significant, they arrived at the Darmu Town Government Center station. As an emerging tourism town that remained with a certain classical style, the county Darmu Town had learned the lesson from the coastal tourist area, which was the earliest to be developed in China. When the economy was developing at a high speed, there was no rush to change its old town style. On the contrary, the town should be expanded. They had successfully developed one street into 4 vertical and horizontal intersected streets that formed a. Of course, the government center station remained as Darmu town's heart, where the Agricultural Bank of China, China Construction Bank, Minsheng Bank, and other banks' business outlets were built within the streets that were less than 200 meters long, together with the best hostels and hotels in town. Tao Lilin took a round on the streets with Zhang Lisheng along on his motorcycle and eventually parked his motorcycle outside of the Agricultural Bank of China's business hall, which had the least customers. As the duo walked into the business hall, Tao Lilin took a queue number from the machine at the entrance and pouted as he said, "Shan Chongzi, there were only 2 to 3 staff in the bank back in those days. There was nothing for them to do. Look at the situation now. We're required to take a number from the machine just to queue." A young lady with neat, short hair in staff uniform with a red ribbon written "At your service" in gold across her body took the initiative to approach them after hearing Tao Lilin's complaint. "Sir, may I know what kind of service are you looking at? If you're withdrawing money with your card, there are self-service ATM machines over there. It would be more convenient for you since you don't have to queue." "No, we're here to open a savings account." Tao Lilin pointed at the old wooden money box that Zhang Lisheng was holding and said, "Miss, I would like to know which is the fastest way that we could proceed with a saving account application." Sorry, the counters are the only ones who are in charge of the opening of savings account. All I could do for you is to get you a number to be in a queue for the application," the lady said in a sorry tone. "We're putting a lot of money in. Is there something that you could do for us since we're saving hundreds of thousands of yuan?" The lady was just a little stunned, but not too surprised. Ever since County became an emerging tourist destination, it was common to see Mairaui citizens who carried stacks of hundreds of yuan in their bamboo baskets, let alone depositing money in the bank. She smiled and showed 8 teeth, then said, "Sir, if you're performing a one-time deposit of more than 500,000 yuan and willing to apply our bank's golden wheat card, then you can use the VIP room to carry out the saving account application." After Zhang Daowu passed away, the insurance company compensated 500,000 yuan. Golden Path Company, the affiliated company of the taxi company at fault, compensated Zhang Lisheng 150,000 yuan as consultation money. Added with a funeral that did not lose any money, which on the contrary allowed them to earn more than 50,000 yuan, the total would be over 700,000 yuan. Zhang Lisheng planned to deposit an exact 700,000 yuan, so he asked, "I'm planning to deposit 700,000 yuan, but what's that consumer credit card about?" The lady finally sensed something odd when she realized that the tanned, skinny young man who wore a pair of gray working clothes that did not fit him standing next to the middle-aged man was the real investor. She was stunned for a second and asked, while words slipped out of her tongue, "May I ask how old are you this year?" 17. "You're already 16. The lady glanced at Zhang Lisheng a few times and asked again with a little skeptic, "Of course, I've turned 16 on July 7th. Didn't I bring my household registration with me here?" Hearing what Zhang Lisheng said, the lady's eyes lit up as she said, "I'm sorry. The reason why I asked about your age is that the minimum age to apply Golden Wheat card is 16 years old. This card can be used directly throughout China and 37 countries all over the world that have signed the reciprocal agreement with China Banking Association. Apart from that, the 50 processing fee will be waived whenever you swipe the card for your spending overseas. Moreover, you'll enjoy VIP treatment in all airports and high-speed rail stations all over the country. After so much explanation, she had never mentioned about the interest that was required to pay for this golden wheat card at all. If the cardholder did not hit a certain amount of spending each year, up to 2,000 yuan, then an annual fee would be deducted. Moreover, apart from China, the other countries that the golden wheat card could be used directly were those small countries that were relatively poor, such as Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Unless the person had gone insane, otherwise nobody would travel to those places. What the lady had said put Zhang Lisheng in a daze. His heart jolted out of nowhere and he then asked, "So, can I use it in America as well?" "Of course you can, although it's not as convenient as using it in those countries that signed a reciprocal agreement with China Banking Association, but it can be directly used in some of the duty-free stores in travel destination cities." "Then I would like to apply for that card." The unintentional gentle reminder had given the lady 700,000 yuan premium business by surprise. It had made the lady to show a wide smile and said, "Please follow me." She then brought Zhang Lisheng and Tao Lilin towards the business hall's VIP room. Chapter 22 Myro-Medicine. Chapter 22 Myro-Medicine. In the VIP room, the manager on duty was a middle-aged man with powdered face and sleek hair in a suit. Seeing that the lady brought Zhang Lisheng and Tao Lilin into his territory, he asked enthusiastically, "Please take a seat, dear sirs." "Yadi, which kind of service does these two sirs are looking at?" Manager Zhang: "These two guests came to our bank to apply for golden wheat card. The depositing amount is 700,000 yuan. The lady named Yadi replied while smiling. The middle-aged man nodded and showed a thumbs up to Yadi secretly, then said to Tao Lilin in a formal manner, "Sir, I'm Zhang Jialin, the VIP manager of the Darmu Town Business Hall Agricultural Bank of China, Sichuan branch. My employee number is 09878. I'm honored to be at your service today." Tao Lilin was stunned for a second and said while pointing at Zhang Lisheng, "It's not me who is applying for the card, it's him. I don't have so much money lying around." "Him," Zhang Jialin said with his eyes wide opened. "People under 16 can't apply for such a consumer card." "This sir had turned 16 this July," Yadi answered on behalf of Zhang Lisheng. Tao Lilin, who was standing beside him, added immediately, "But Shen Chongzi doesn't have an ID card, his father didn't have it either. I've only brought his household registration, recommendation letter and official seal from the village." Manager Zhang: "Please see what you can do." Zhang Jialin smiled with relief and said, "Sir, don't worry. To high-end customers who are applying for golden wheat card, the only request from our bank is to show the ID card to prove that the client is already 16 years old. There's no need to show other documents or proofs. That said, you'll just have to hand me the 700,000 yuan that you're depositing to the household registration, and I'll apply the card for you immediately." "Really, why is it different from what I heard?" Tao Lilin asked in doubt. "Aren't we continuously bringing improvement in service?" Zhang Jialin answered with a customary smile. Just like that, as the service that he was applying for was a high-end application with a certain amount of cash, Zhang Lisheng, who was under 18, and did not apply for an ID card, received the very first credit card in his life, without having to go through any obstacles. As he received the little silver card from Zhang Jialin's hand, he said, "Thank you." He then put it into his pocket carefully after touching it thoroughly. Zhang Lisheng was relieved as soon as he walked out of the bank. He conveniently tossed the wooden box that he brought along with him into the trash bin by the street and said, "Uncle Arlai, I would like to go to the supermarket to buy some food, toothpaste, and soap on my own. Can I?" Although Tao Lilin began to call Zhang Lisheng Shen Chongzi again, in reality, he had treated him as an adult who held a higher status completely. He smiled as he answered, "Sure, I'll wait for you at the tea shed at the town entrance." After Tao Lilin left, Zhang Lisheng walked onto the busy streets of Darmu town on his own. However, he did not go to the supermarket in town. Instead, he walked into a Myro pharmacy whose exterior was old. The store was small, the four walls were darkened from the fuming of the herb pots. There was a rough porcelain herb pot containing herbs placed in the middle of the pharmacy, which was the ancient way of how a pharmacy was presented. The herb pot was as tall as a person's height, while the pot mouth was over 1 meter wide. Under the herb pot was a Myrawe old man with gray hair who looked low-spirited, and often dozing off. He was fanning the charcoal stove occasionally with a cattail leaf fan. There was a pot filled with herbs, cooking on the stove. The old Myrawe man's eyes lit up when he saw a customer walked in, and he was going to stand up. However, when he realized that the customer was a young man who looked extremely poor, he held his head down with low spirit again. Zhang Lisheng did not mind the pharmacy owner's cold treatment. He sniffed the herb fragrance in the store and asked, "Boss, do you have ginseng leaves, winter sweet roots, turmeric and dense flower bulbophyllum herb?" "Yes." Hearing that the young man before him was asking for over 30 to 40 types of herbs, the old Myrawe man put down his cattail leaf fan and looked at him properly. "I want authentic wild ones. Wild herbs are expensive, you know." "It's all right if it's expensive, as long as they're authentic. If I tell you that I want 100 dry herbs for each of those that I've mentioned just now, how much would that be?" The old Myrawe man calculated for a while and said, "It'll be 2,400 yuan. Wrap them up for me and throw in 10 red-banded snakes as well." Zhang Lisheng nodded and opened the zip on the inner pocket of his working clothes. He passed the money to the old Myrawe man after taking out 24 pieces of 100 yuan in cash. "You look like an old Myrawe people from the mountain land. These herbs must be authentic from the wild. I'll be mad if they're not, and ruined my plan." The old Myrawe man took the money and said, after calculating as well and checked as if they were real, "You're not one of those apathetic kids who traveled here outside of the mountain. Why would I lie to you?" After finishing what he said, he walked to the corner of the wall in a wobbly manner and carried a dirty wooden bench over. He stepped on the wooden bench and opened the wooden cover of the huge herb pot. He then used a long wooden spoon and scooped herb powder from the bamboo tubes that were filled with herbs in the herb pot. Later on, he wrapped each of them properly in rough straw papers and put it into a small yellow plastic bag, together with the red-banded snakes. The old Myrawe man passed the plastic bag to Zhang Lisheng and said with a draggy tone, "Wild ginseng leaves, winter sweet roots, turmeric 100 g of each dry herbs. They're all authentic products from the mountain. Here you go." The herbs that Zhang Lisheng bought this time played a major part in his plan. He opened the plastic bag in concern after taking it over from the old man and randomly poked open one of the paper bags with his finger. He dipped some of the brownish lac powder that leaked out of the paper bag. He sniffed first, then tasted it. The powder's taste was unpleasant where there was a thick fishy and bitterness among the sour powder. It had caused Zhang Lisheng's features to pucker into one on his face. "Kid, you don't trust the medicine from me, Cabin Daliu, so what did you found out?" After pretending to taste it, seeing that Zhang Lisheng was secretly in grief, he made fun of him while smiling. "I've tasted 15-year-old pyrolusite. This is good stuff. Tui tui." Zhang Lisheng spitted a few times and said unclearly with his numb tongue while smiling, "Ooh, kid, you're an expert." "I'm not an expert. I just knew some of the medicine and herbs," Zhang Lisheng said politely while shaking his head. He then tied the plastic bag containing the herbs again, turned around and left the Myro pharmacy. Zhang Lisheng arrived at a supermarket in a town called Gyre, after walking 300 to 400 meters west. It was a good name, but this supermarket was actually a combination of a few small stores that used to sell sundry goods connected together by removing the walls in between. All they did was putting up the goods onto the shelves for the customers to select for themselves. It was not comparable with a real large-scale hypermarket in the cities. However, they considered having a very complete selection of dairy products. Zhang Lisheng picked over 10 cattas of dried beef, a few packets of seasonings and washing products, such as soap. After paying, the Myrawe girl who was the cashier gave him a complimentary bamboo basket. It was so much more convenient with the bamboo basket. After putting the plastic bag containing herbs at the bottommost and putting in the rest of the stuff, Zhang Lisheng carried the bamboo basket on his back and walked out of the supermarket. The quaint stone roads in town were filled with tourists walking up in the town with backpacks and travel caps of all sorts. Among the tourists were some villagers dressed in colorful Myrawe and Bai traditional costumes, who seemed like they had nothing to do. They brightened up the crowd with their colorful costumes. In reality, ever since the Red Revolution spread across the western Sichuan land, the Myrawe and Bai people had gotten rid of the bulky ethnic costumes that were complicated to wear. They were wearing it now just for the sake of the subsidy given by the government. Zhang Lisheng arrived at the town entrance carrying the bamboo basket following the stone roads. He soon noticed Tao Lilin, who was sitting at the tea shed in a field area over 10 meters away. The tea shed was filthy. The people who were there to rest their feet and drink tea dressed similarly to those common farmers in the central China provinces. They were making loud noises and slurp as they gulped the tea, and they were yelling at each other when they spoke. They sounded like they were fighting. The usual tourists would think that everyone who was sitting there were all laborers from other provinces to make a living in this emerging little town's construction team. They would never go near to the tea shed. The time was close to noon. Tao Lilin, who was just feeling impatient after drinking 2 big pots of tea, saw Zhang Lisheng walking towards him from far away. He immediately went towards him. "Shen Chongzi, why did you buy so many goods?" "I bought more dried beef so that I won't have to come to town again throughout this month. In the future, tell your Uncle Arlai if you wanted to come to town, okay?" "Uncle Arlai, I shouldn't trouble you often." "All right then, since I've gotten the goods that I need, let's head back to the village." "Please give me a minute." Tao Lilin walked to the side of the tea shed after speaking and pushed out his motorcycle. After Zhang Lisheng sat on the back while carrying the bamboo basket, Tao Lilin started his motorcycle engine and sped towards Warwo village. When they arrived at the mountain village, Zhang Lisheng carried the bamboo basket back home, while Tao Lilin rushed towards Irma's house in excitement. Irma was a smart man, as he would be the first to drive his truck into Darmu town to sell mountain goods as well as soliciting from the tourist illegally. which earned him quite some money. He built a 3-story bamboo house using steel replica at the far border of the mountain village, as well as making a circle of the yard. Unfortunately, he was addicted to gambling later on, which brought him onto the path of darkness that had no return. At that moment, the family's breadwinner was lost. The family was in misery. The matter that was more concerning was that after the attempt of inviting a couple of families to the funeral, nobody, even none from their relatives, came to help. That indicated that the entire Gwarwo village did not treat this family as part of the village anymore. Perhaps the family might be completely isolated in the future. Under such condition, one could imagine how surprised Irma's family was seeing Tao Lilin, who was one of the persons in charge of the village, walked into their house's courtyard without even knocking on the door. After the entire family was stunned, Irma's 60-year-old father, who looked senile, stood up hastily and said, "Nephew Lin, oh no, Chief Tao is here. Take a seat, please. My son was a huge disappointment, who displeased our Mairawe land. Uncle Daoshu, don't worry about it. Irmu was Irmu, you are you. Don't mix it up. In here for something urgent, let's skip the formality. I remember your family has a young mule, bring it quickly, because I'll bring it to the Zhang family's house to invite them to the funeral." "What? Invite the Zhang family to the funeral?" Daoshu asked in shock. "That's right, delay no more. Let's go together with a mule." Sure. I'll bring the animal now, and get Irma's wife to invite the Zhang family to the funeral together with her child. Nephew Lin, it must be you who made the effort to convince the Zhang family to do that. You've saved our family. Seeing the old Daoshu with tears rolling in his eyes, Tao Lilin waved his hands continuously and said, "Uncle, it's nothing big. I've said before that Irmu was Irmu, and you are you." Chapter 23: The Beginning of the Worm Hunt. Chapter 23: The Beginning of the Worm Hunt. Initially, the matter would have been a perfect ending at that point, but surprisingly, Irma's wife suddenly said with her head held low, "Father, the Zhang family's kid killed Irmu. I'm not bringing the child to his house just to invite him to the funeral." The young lady was wearing all white together with her pretty face, but her eyes were as swollen as peaches from crying, was called Lai Chunran. She was not a villager from Western Sichuan village, but a lady from a young, educated family in County. She used to work as a goods inspector in a fruit grocery company in County. They knew each other when Irmu was sending mountain goods. They started a relationship on their own will, then they have gotten married, and she moved to Gwarwo village. Growing up in a different background had caused her to not be exactly fearful of Gwarwo village, despite the Zhang family's power that had been passed down for hundreds of years in this tiny mountain village. "What did you say?" Daoshu was polite to the guest, but to his daughter-in-law who had just turned a widow, he seemed to have complete authority as he asked fiercely while frowning. "I want go to Zhang family's house to invite them to the funeral. Since the villagers aren't showing their humanities at all, do whatever you want to do. Worst comes to worst, I'll go down there to accompany Irmu." Lai Chunran felt wronged and upset after being questioned by her father-in-law fiercely. Instead of feeling bad, she lifted her head immediately while shouted back with her wide-opened bloodshot eyes. "You're going to accompany Irmu. You're going to accompany Irmu." Daoshu went silent for a while, and said as he smiled from anger as his hands and legs were shaking, "If you're going to accompany Irmu, then how about the child? He had lost his father at 4, and now he's going to lose his mother. How about you bring him along with you, to accompany his father?" Her son was Lai Chunran's only soft spot that she had at the moment. Hearing what Daoshu said, she was stunned on the spot. A while later, tears that were as big as beans slowly poured from her eyes. Later, she turned around slowly and walked to their house's barn. Hidaoshu looked at his daughter-in-law, who brought out their family's young mule with shiny hair, and wiped away his tears while picking up his grandchild who was running around. He then held his head down and mumbled, you darn kid, you had a great future ahead of you. Why didn't you appreciate that? Why didn't you appreciate that? Tao Lilin, who was standing aside, could not help himself but sigh, while his eyes turned red as he advised Hidaoshu softly, Uncle Daoshu, this is fate. Don't think too much. Don't you guys still have the child? Provide him with a good education while you bring him up, send him to university and go for a master's degree. By then, get him to bring you out of the mountain for retirement. Your days ahead are still looking good. Hidaoshu snapped out of his grief and revealed a begging smile on his face that was as wrinkled as tree bark. You're right, nephew Lin. The child is our family's only hope. Please say something nice to the Zhang family's father Lishing. Please beg him to have mercy. The one who was at fault was not his child. Don't worry, Uncle Daoshu. Everything will be all right, even if I don't say anything nice for you. Think about it. Lishing will come to your house to help with the funeral later. Why would he bother to do anything sneaky? It was thanks to you, Chief Tao. Please, Uncle Daoshu. Please don't be polite with me. Irma's wife has brought the mule. I'll bring her to Zhang family's house now. Sure. Sorry to trouble you, nephew Lin. Please pass another message to Father Lishing for me. As I'm sending off my deceased son, according to the custom, I'm not allowed to visit him to ask for forgiveness. Please beg him to forgive me. Please forgive me. Don't worry about it. I'm leaving now, Uncle Daoshu. I can assure you 100 times and even 1,000 times that everything is fine. As he said, Tao Lilin led the way and walked towards Zhang family's old house together with Lai Chunren, who was bringing the young mule while carrying her child. At that moment, Zhang Lishing was in his house's kitchen mixing various medicine powder into a rough porcelain jar and carefully following the way that was recorded in an ancient book called the Thousand Worms Prescription. He did not use any precise weight measuring unit. Instead, he was following a magical instinct while adding and mixing the medicine powder continuously yet slowly, but without hesitation at all. Slowly, a kind of a peculiar herbal medicine smell came out of the porcelain jar. Zhang Lishing nodded in satisfaction as he sniffed the bizarre medicine smell in the air. He mixed the medicine powder that was in the porcelain jar harder. However, he did not notice that the medicine smell that filled the entire house had spread throughout the kitchen's hollow doorcase. The density of the smell remained, even if the wind was blowing. Soon, Tao Lilin, who arrived at the Zhang family's old house entrance, smelled it. Tao Lilin frowned and mumbled, "What smell is that?" "Medicine smell. It's coming out of the Zhang family's old house. Who knows what the Zhang family murderer is planning to do this time?" Lai Chunren, who was behind him, said mercilessly, through the gaps of her teeth, "Irma's wife, don't say nonsense for the sake of your child. Otherwise, I won't be taking care of the consequences if anything happened." Tao Lilin turned around and said fiercely. He then struck the Zhang family old house's wooden door loudly. Lishing, what are you doing? Open the door quick, and what's with that heavy medicine smell? Hearing the yelling outside of the door, Zhang Lishing hastily sealed the medicine jar properly with a caulk, and immediately ran to the courtyard while shouting loudly, "Uncle Lai, I'm coming. I'm mixing some stew ingredient. Most of the Mairawe land was damp, so that people would usually mix herbs with the function of eliminating damps in their food. Tao Lilin nodded without having a tiny bit of doubt as he said, "Lishing, it must be hard for you to be strong while being sensible, and yet possess the ability to take care of yourself when you're only over 10 years old. How is this capable? This is just cooking, Uncle Arlai. Let's talk about the serious matter." "Oh yay, the serious matter. Irma's family has brought their child to invite you to the funeral. Please accept this young mule. Please forgive whatever mistakes and offenses that were done previously. Irma's wife, would you like to say something?" Tao Lilin said and turned around as he stared at Lai Chunren with a serious expression. Lai Chunren lifted her head and could not help herself to reveal an expression of resentment on her face as she looked at the young man standing at the sill, who seemed to be a little panicky. "Irma's wife, please carry your child properly and say something quick." Seeing Lai Chunren's resentment on her face, Tao Lilin immediately urged her in words with hidden meaning. Lai Chunren was shocked. Her expression became gentle as she looked at her son who was falling asleep in her arms. After a while of silence, she took the initiative to put the young mule's rein into Zhang Lisheng's hand and said with her head held down, "Father Lisheng, my child is still young. On behalf of him, I'm inviting you to officiate the funeral for his father. To a person who still possessed a conscience in him, it might be very easy for him to kill the person that he was killing at the spur of the moment, but facing their devastated, innocent family was something really difficult." Zhang Lisheng undeniably missed his coolness and calmness when he was chanting an incantation. However, at that very moment, it was definitely impossible for him to make the PSH-SHH sound. "I'll go there right away, Aunt. I'll get going after changing clothes. Please wait for me. Uncle Arlai, please wait for me. I'll go change now." Zhang Lisheng conveniently tied the mule on the wood buckle on the door latch, then hastily ran into his bedroom. Just like that, Zhang Lisheng, who was in full Mairawe traditional costume, appeared in Irma's house, which was the bamboo house, over 10 minutes later. In reality, the funeral did not need a young man who was over 10 years old to help on anything. His attendance was just a symbol of the reconciliation between the He and Zhang families. Soon, those villagers who had received Lai Chunren's funeral invitation earlier appeared in Irma's house one by one. With the crowd's help, everything that was needed for the funeral, including the word funeral, funeral flowers, stone platform, and so on, were soon completely ready. When it was 2 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, finally, there were officially wails of loud, heart-wrenching cries coming out of Irma's house. Although he had nothing to do, Zhang Lisheng's presence at Irma's house became a few hours of agenda. He only returned home after the old men from the mountain village who came to help with the funeral gradually left after dinner in the evening. The young mule was still tied on the old house's entrance's door latch buckle. It began to rub on its hoofs anxiously as it had been starved for the entire day. It was believed that if Lai Chunren did not put on the brake before bringing the mule to Zhang family's old house, this big animal must be crying our noise by then. Looking at the young mule, Zhang Lisheng petted its shiny hair and conveniently plucked the grass by the road. He then waved the grass and tossed them on the ground, which caused the mule to move its head in a frenzy while its head was held low. Seizing the opportunity, he ran fast into the kitchen and first placed the rough porcelain jar containing the herb powder into the bamboo basket and carried it on his back. He then pinned a sharp, short-blade bombing knife on his waist and covered with his outer clothes. Finally, He grabbed a big dishag that was dried and walked back into the courtyard in big steps. The young mule was still moving its head as Zhang Lisheng took the advantage to tie the dishag on its eyes. To a domestic animal that was being domesticated in a mountain village, a blindfold meant that they would have to start working. Naturally, they would be fed with some sweet and fragrant grass after they were done with work. Therefore, the young mule soon calmed down and allowed Zhang Lisheng to bring it out of the house. The crescent moon had just risen in the mountain stone roads. The scene of a young man in Mairawe traditional costume pulling a mule that was 600 to 700 katas in weight for a walk was uncommon even to a Mairawe villager. However, since the Gwarwo villagers had treated Zhang Lisheng as a father, nobody would question him, even if he was doing something peculiar. On the contrary, there was a foreign tourist who knew a little bit of Mandarin stammered as he asked, "Young man, it's late. Where are you going with your horse?" "This is a mule. I took it to sacrifice, mister." Zhang Lisheng smiled while replying with fluent English. The middle-aged tourist with a big beard was a little surprised, then laughed open-heartedly and said, "Young man, you speak excellent English but I'm French." Zhang Lisheng did not answer him this time, while he pulled the mule and left on his own. When he walked to the village entrance, there were still 2 police cars whose mission was to prevent another vicious criminal case from happening parked at the empty space. As it was not our standard monitoring mission, the police officers on duty seemed to be pretty relaxed. They were all smoking and chatting outside of the cars. Seeing Zhang Lisheng walking forward with a mule, they looked at each other baffled. Before they snapped out of their thought, they saw Zhang Lisheng walked into the dense jungle casually, which caught them by surprise. The Western Sichuan people naturally knew how scary a dense jungle was, especially at night. A strong criminal officer said while being bewildered, Captain Long, Zhang Lisheng has entered the jungle, we don't have to follow him, right?" The person who led the team this time was Long Wensheng, who used to verify Zhang Lisheng's age. He looked troubled and tossed his cigarette butt, then stepped on it hard to put it out while he said, "I saw that. This feller is still young, but he sure has some tricks. Don't worry, Chief Yang asked us to be here to keep watch in order to prevent another major case from happening, while apparently not to become his babysitter. Since Zhang Lisheng has entered the jungle himself, then there's nothing we can do about it." Although he said that, Long Wensheng was so irritated that he almost broke his front tooth by biting hard into it, and then thought about the unexpected trouble that happened to the mission his leader assigned to him. Chapter 24 Toad. Chapter 24 Toad. When the police officers were talking to each other, Zhang Lisheng had walked quite some distance into the dense jungle while pulling the mule with him. The trees were dense in the deep jungle. It should be difficult for the mule with a big body frame to move around in the jungle, but Zhang Lisheng climbed onto the mule's back and chanted an incantation from his mouth while tightly holding the reins to control its direction. Meanwhile, he used his other hand to hit on the young mule's back just to force it to move forward in big steps without bothering the scratches on its body while bashing into things. Its speed was not slow at all. However, such an inconsiderate way of using the animal's strength had made the incredibly tamed, domesticated young mule to slowly become irritated and lose control. Before his ride lost its control, Zhang Lisheng pulled the rein tight with all of his strength. The pulling of the rein had caused the mule to barely stop on its 4 hoofs while rubbing its moving body against a huge tree. Its nostrils expanded while it panted hard with a pfttt sound. Zhang Lisheng, who was riding on the mule's back, got down onto the ground while panting as well. He was juggling between watching the way and taking control of the young mule's running direction, which had lost its vision throughout the journey as he was riding on the mule that was going fast. At the same time, he had to be cautious and prepared to be attacked by beasts. It was indeed much tiring than him walking on his feet. He might have gotten into accidents since the beginning if he did not chant his magical instinct incantation, by which it would allow him to keep misfortunes away. After finally catching his breath, Lich, who was located deep in the dense jungle, did not dare to impede any more time. Taking advantage of the minimal moonlight in the extremely dark jungle, he looked around. He then eventually picked a big, black tree with the thickness of a wide-mouth bowl and pulled the mule as he tied it into the tree. He flipped his clothes up and took out the bony knife that he pinned on his waist. He clenched his teeth as he swung his hand hard and stabbed the metal knife into the mule's neck. The mule cried due to the intense pain as it struggled because of the quivered knife that stabbed in its artery. The mule almost bust opened the brink on its mouth as it began to run and jumped on the surrounding big, black tree with a crazy amount of fresh blood that was spurting out. Lich stepped back immediately while quietly hiding aside. After a while of watching the young mule running around madly, it fell onto the ground with blood all over it. He then slowly walked towards the young mule and removed the basket on his back and took out the rough porcelain jar that was filled with medicine powder from the bamboo basket. After opening the porcelain jar, Lich grabbed a handful of medicine powder that he carefully mixed into one handful after another and scattered it on the young mule's body. After the medicine powder integrated with the fresh blood on the young mule's body, the smell had an absurd change and an unknown sweet fishy smell was created. Although the mule had not died yet after the medicine powder was scattered, it was barely living and had lost its strength to move. At that moment, Lich only removed the brink on its mouth and took out the 10 red-banded snakes at the bottom of the porcelain jar. He rubbed them against each other and they were all lighted up. He then tossed them onto the mule's body. The red-banded snakes did not burn with bright flame, but the dimmed fire continued to burn. It was burning the young mule's skin that was a combination of fresh blood and medicine powder, which heightened the sweet fishy smell to over 10 times more. At the same time, the mule mustered all the strength that it had left and let out a low groan on and off as it suffered the intense pain. With the temptation of the sweet fishy smell and groaning sound, the psttshh noise that was barely there in the dense jungle began to reverberate louder progressively. Hearing the change of sound in the surrounding, Lich could finally be relieved from his concern. He walked to a small, dead tree in the jungle carefully and watched the young mule that had fallen nearby without blinking his eyes at all. Under the dimmed light, a strange snake with a yellow circle on its head slithered from top of the big, black tree and descended on following the tree. Its long body extended all of the sudden, as it bit the mule's neck. It then ended the mule's life that was suffering in pain. Just when the strange snake was ready to feast on its prey, who did not put any effort towards its surroundings, a jade-green lizard came out of the jungle all of the sudden. It opened its mouth that was filled with wide sharp teeth and attacked the strange snake by biting its head. Under the immense pain, the strange snake strangled its body tightly on the lizard. It used all of its strength to tightly strangle it, while the lizard shook its head hard with its best attempt to break the snake's head that was in its mouth with its sharp teeth. Just when the snake and the lizard were fighting intensely, A huge centipede with a body that was over 30 centimeters long crawled out of the shallow brown soil and climbed onto the young mule's carcass. Noticing that there was a third party joining the food competition, the strange snake and green lizard disregarded their lives and stopped fighting together. They then began to attack the huge centipede. Just like that, the young mule was like bait in a fish pond that attracted numerous venomous worms who were continuously present in the dense jungle. It had also converged all of them into a chaotic battle. The venomous worm that temporarily won in the messy fight would devour the young mule's flesh to replenish their body and recover their energy. They would begin a new round of fight after the new worms had gathered. The crescent moon that was like a curvy fish hook moved slowly in the Myrawe land's sky. As time passed by, the young mule's carcass in the dense jungle became a pile of white bones that were left without flesh, after being eaten by a bunch of venomous worms. As that mule's carcass was only left with a heart that was drenched in reddish-black blood, the worms had gone through tens of rounds of gory eliminations involving killings and devouring. In the end, the venomous worm that remained was a small tree lizard, who was able to expand the skin on its head into the size of an umbrella. It was fighting against a toad with a rifle green skin all over its body, which was normally the size of an adult fist but could expand into the size of a basketball when it blew up its body like a rubber balloon. Both of them faced each other and did not move at all. A helmeted iguana and a spring water toad, Jane Lisheng, was a little surprised that the venomous worms that he put a lot of effort in selection came from these two very common species. However, he felt a little relieved in him when he thought about it, since Albert Einstein's brain defeated 10,000 ordinary people, so there might be an extraordinarily powerful individual among those common species. He silently moved his stiffened joint, then rubbed his eyes hard and made his last preparation, while forcefully lifted his spirit. The moonlight bids farewell to the coming dawn. During the break of dawn, when the first gleam of sunlight appeared from the sun at a distant mountain horizon, the spring water toad croaked as it forcefully took a breath in, so that it can hold its body to its maximum capacity. Then zoop, as the sound that was produced by its tongue collided towards the helmeted iguana at a high speed. The toad's tongue was filled with elasticity, while there was sticky fluid all over it. There was also a sharp flesh hook at the tip of its tongue, which pulled the helmeted iguana into the air after the tongue was stuck on the helmeted iguana. The helmeted iguana, which was in midair, did not fight back. Instead, it retreated its skin that was open and allowed the toad to swallow it into its stomach. After the toad swallowed the lizard like a giant snake swallowing an elephant, the toad squatted on top of the young mule's white bones and could not move anymore, with its stomach that was so full that it felt like it was going to explode. As its body would shrink when it did not blow enough air into its body, it would have to breathe in forcefully again to maintain its huge body size. Otherwise, the lizard might not have to struggle and break out of its stomach, just by its big body. Right at that moment, the helmeted iguana that was in the spring water toad's stomach expanded the skin on its head all of the sudden. At an instant, the toad's body transformed into a funny shape of UV umbrella. If not for the two googly eyes that were rolling around out of its eye sockets on its head, one could not determine which was its head and which was its back. However, the spring water toad did not burst open as it rolled down of the young mule's carcass. It then continuously breathed through its mouth with an attempt to expand its body just to regain balance. It was clear that the helmeted iguana did not expect its opponent's toad skin to be this tough. The burning of gastric acid in the spring water toad had brought intense suffering to the helmeted iguana in a long course of time. It began to wholeheartedly struggle with all its might. As the lizard was struggling at all cost, the toad occasionally expanded. For a second there was a clear lizard head on its back, and for another second there were 4 limbs with claws, crawling clumsily from its stomach. However, although the spring water toad was being tortured until it was exhausted to the point where it did not have any strength to stop the helmeted iguana from messing around in its stomach, it did not burst, and neither did it turn into a lump of mushy flesh eventually. After over 10 minutes, the lizard that was tricked by its own intelligence was slowly reaping the consequences. Its struggling strength became lesser and lesser. It was even slowly disappearing. As the chaos in its stomach disappeared, the spring water toad did not rest for a second and continued to breathe just to expand its body once again. After it had finally recovered to the biggest size that it could possibly have, it crawled next to the young mule's carcass immediately and stuck out its long tongue and swallowed the reddish-black mule's heart into its stomach. Seeing that the opportunity had arrived, Lich walked to the toad in big steps and chanted an incantation that went pshhh, then spat a mouthful of black blood while shouted assimilate. The spring water toad was a common species, but since it stood out among thousands of venomous worms, naturally, it had significant intelligence. Moreover, it was different from the first wizard worm, King Hong, that Lich refined, which was fed with his blood since young and had been tamed since the beginning. That said, seeing the black blood coming near to it, the toad's intuition told it that something was not right. Surprisingly, it forcefully broke away from the spell's restriction and attempted to hop away as it curled its back legs. Unfortunately, the spring water toad's sweet dream had to be dismissed due to its full stomach and could not even jump 40 to 50 centimeters away with all its strength. Its body remained within the range of the black blood coverage. Just like that, the black blood that Lich spat covered the toad, and from the refining of blood, the spring water toad's body was growing fast. Eventually, it safely turned into a gigantic being that was half the size of a human. Lich was overjoyed that he managed to refine the venomous worm into a wizard worm successfully using the refining method. However, at the same time, the toad's final and failed escape made him secretly cautious that a wild, intelligent venomous worm could fight witchcraft spell. Apart from that, the wizard power in his flesh that almost disappeared completely after that one time of refining made him realize that the consumption of wizard power to refine and maintain a wizard worm was not fixed. Instead, it would change depending on each individual venomous worms. For instance, following the consumption to refine King Hong, Lich should be able to refine 4 wizard worms consecutively now. Apart from that, he could rely on the wizard power that was naturally released from his body to maintain the wizard worm without having to feed more blood. However, just by standing next to the wizard worm, which was the spring water toad that he had just refined, he felt that his body had released all of his wizard power. The toad had been quietly devouring his wizard power without anything left. In that case, if Lich was to maintain 2 wizard worms that were like this spring water toad, then he would have to use his blood to feed them. However, it would significantly delay his promotion to a rank 2 wizard, and it might even impede his improvement. Chapter 25 Monster. Chapter 25 Monster. Majority of his succeeding joy was taken away from various unexpected incidents. Lich, who was dizzy, took a good look at the gigantic toad in front of him. After a moment of silence, He began to chant an incantation again while frowning. Feeling annoyed, he wanted to experiment to see whether his second wizard worm's attack ability was worth his effort. He wanted to see if the wizard worm had the strength of 4 King Hongs combined. As PSHSHH incantation sound came out again, the spring water toad opened its gigantic mouth all of the sudden, and breathed in an endless air in the jungle like a whistle. Within a couple of minutes, it had expanded to the size of a mini-car with a single row seat. Later on, it extended its tongue that was as thick as an elevator cable at a tremendous speed. Just like that, its tongue shot onto a cedar tree that had the width of a wide-mouth bowl that was 50 meters away. The flesh hook on the tip of its tongue shot a hole in the tree trunk and pulled half of the tree towards itself. After swallowing the tree bark in one mouthful, the body of the toad that completed its attack once and for all was like a balloon that was deflated, eventually shrunk back to the size of a water tank at a high speed. When the toad was attacking with its enlarged body, the very limited wizard power that remained in Zhang Lisheng's body was flowing out continuously and absorbed by the wizard worm next to it. He almost passed out from that. However, the magical and powerful ability that the toad performed had taken all of the resentment that he had away. It could still be explained forcefully as a biological mutation, to justify his wizard worm King Hong's attack with its sharp fangs and intensifying its venom. However, the ability of the spring water toad transformed into the size of a car by inhaling air and used its tongue to chop the tree could only be described as a monster. It definitely was not an elevation of a certain type of gift. Instead, it was the omniscient power that was produced naturally when an animal turned into a monster in a legendary myth. Meanwhile, 2 hieroglyph words expand, shrink appeared in Zhang Lisheng's mind naturally when he was driving the wizard worm, and placed no doubt on proving that point. After being stunned for quite some time, he joyfully snapped out of his thought and said, omniscient power, ha ha. I didn't know that a rank 1 wizard could drive such a monstrous wizard worm. It's not that a wizard isn't powerful, it's me. It's me who is an apprentice to this, and had no idea how powerful witchcraft is. After a while of shouting and laughing, the lack of oxygen in his head given Zhang Lisheng a spur of dizziness. He stopped laughing frantically as he stumbled on with his steps due to his wobbly legs. He then looked at the toad that was next to him as if he was in love with it. He caressed the spring water toad's bumpy skin softly and mumbled to himself, good, good. You, toad monster with a big belly is so much powerful than King Hong. I must give you a majestic name, otherwise I would be sorry to a toad with such a skin like yours. You're a spring water toad that's so big and living in the dense jungle in the deep jungle. The old saying goes there are mountains and water. I think I'll call you Mountoad. Mountoad, what a catchy and majestic name. Zhang Lisheng mumbled to himself while carrying his bamboo basket again agilely. He knew that his body condition was terrible right now and he had no ability to drive his wizard worm to fight at all. If he did not return home immediately, his happy ending would turn into a tragedy as soon as he encountered attacks from beasts in the jungle. After all, he was just a little wizard. Fortunately, he would not consume any more wizard power to drive his Mountoad to be in a caution mode under normal condition. Zhang Lisheng began to chant an incantation to get Mountoad to protect himself. He found the direction and followed the tracks that the young mule left last night and walked out of the jungle slowly. As soon as Mountoad started moving, its body that was the size of a water tank could not maintain and began to deflate. However, the speed of air leaking out of its body was much slower this time. As the journey of walking in the dense jungle following Zhang Lisheng grew longer gradually, Mounted that was crawling fast and hopping, while guarding next to him became smaller and smaller. When it finally stopped shrinking, its body was just the size that was similar to a football. Its size had no difference with a fat bullfrog. Perhaps nobody would ever expect that such toad was an extremely dangerous monster if one did not witness its ability to grow its body size to hundreds and thousands of times bigger, while its tongue could break a tree and pull it forward just by breathing in air. With a Mountoad's protection, and worms would naturally avoid him due to the incantation that he was chanting, Zhang Lisheng spent around an hour to walk out of the ancient jungle safe and sound at 6 to 7 o'clock in the morning. Right before he took his last step out of the jungle, he removed the bamboo basket that was on his back and put Mountoad into it. He then appeared in the Guarwo village entrance once again. In the misty drizzling rain, criminal police Long Guanxing, who was standing next to the police car in the village entrance's empty space, had cigarette butts all over his feet. He wore a stunned expression with his bloodshot eyes when he saw Zhang Lisheng appeared suddenly after disappearing into the dense jungle for the entire night. Long Guanxing could not help but ask with his deep voice, when the Maiao, a young man whose clothes were torn and filled with blood stains, walked to him like nothing happened. "What did you do in the jungle when you went in last night? Why did you stay for the entire night? And what's with the blood stains on your body?" "I went for mountain worship, and the blood belongs to the mule." Long Wenxing had no idea what was the meaning of the mountain worship that Zhang Lisheng had just said. However, the literal meaning of the word and the mule's blood on Zhang Lisheng's body were enough to give him goosebumps. He regretted that he even asked. One should know that it was a very difficult task to give a criminal police such feeling. However, since he had already asked, there was no way that he would give up. Long Guanxing calmed down his emotion and said with a tone of discussion and a little bit of baiting, "Zhang Lisheng, I was scolded by the leader after reporting about you running into the mountain jungle out of nowhere in the middle of the night last night. My grandfather was a villager as well. He went into the city later on and started a family as he was not capable of anything big. My dad and mom worked for somebody. It wasn't easy for me to get into university with my own hard work, and now assigned to work as criminal police at the Public Security Bureau in the county." Looking at Long Guanxing's odd expression, Zhang Lisheng patted the bamboo basket on his back and said, "Don't worry, there won't be next time." He then proceeded to walk towards his house, ignoring him. As he was halfway there, a clear girl's voice came from Zhang Lisheng's back. "Zhang Lisheng, are you okay these few days? What did you do early in the morning?" Realizing from the voice that it was Tao Lilin's daughter Tao Lulu, Zhang Lisheng folded his sleeves up to cover the blood stains. He turned around and told the truth. "Nothing much. I went to perform mountain worship." Tao Lulu was born in the mountain village. She naturally knew what mountain worship meant. She walked a couple of steps closer and asked in surprise, "You used the mule that the He family compensated for the worship?" "Yes." Tao Lulu was secretly shocked. She asked again in disbelief after taking a good look at Zhang Lisheng. "You don't look too good. Don't tell me that you killed the mule alone in the mountain." "Yes." Zhang Lisheng held his head low and nodded while he said that. "It usually takes a few adults to kill a mule." How did you manage to do it on your own?" "I'm the descendant of the Guarwo village Zhang family. It's nothing to me." Hearing what Zhang Lisheng said, Tao Lulu replied angrily, "What Guarwo village Zhang family? What lord, father, Aren't those ancient superstitions? Don't tell me it was really you who killed Irmu and the foreign robbers. You have good grades, especially in foreign language. You've always been No.1 in the entire school. Why did you start believing in those ancient superstitions, since something happened to your family? If you believe in those things, you won't be able to leave this mountain forever. What's the meaning of everything, even if you managed to conquer this place that's a size of a palm? Lisheng mumbled while being stunned. How could you say that? Why, you isn't your dad the one who asked you to see me? Me. What's wrong with me? Can't I coincidentally bump into you while I'm on the way to school? But your house is closer to the school than it is to my house. Aren't you be going in the opposite direction if you're going to school? Lisheng said while being stunned. Tao Lula's face turned flushing red in a second and said bitterly with her low voice, "How I want to go to school is my freedom and my own will. Lisheng, go ahead and spend your life doing silly things and being mysterious." She then turned around and ran away in big steps. Watching Tao Lulu, who was getting far away, Lisheng felt a spur of odd numbness and warmth in his heart as he slowly realized what just happened. Now he realized that there was a young girl of the same age cared for him. Moreover, she had never boycotted him for being who he was now and the quiet, introverted skinny young man that he used to be, whose only expertise was having good grades. Such feeling was incredibly magical to the young man, who was clueless about youth. After indulging in the feeling for a while, there were more and more people on the village stone roads. Lisheng did not want to bump into too many villagers, so he proceeded to walk to the old house. When he returned home, he put down the bamboo basket after latching the door properly. He then released Mounttoad. Wizard Worm would basically not move at all when it was not being driven with an incantation. Lisheng carried Mounttoad like he was carrying a sculpture. Then he walked into the central room and placed Mounttoad onto the wooden table. After a while of giggling and admiring it carefully, he grabbed a big piece of raw beef jerky and dried vegetable from the refrigerator and walked into the kitchen. After boiling a pot of water, the first thing that he put into it was a bowl of glutinous rice. After the rice split opened, he then put raw beef jerky and dried vegetable as well as the other ingredients into the pot. After soaking in the boiling water, the raw beef jerky and dried vegetable began to expand. Lisheng used a shovel to mix them hard with the sticky glutinous rice. Soon, a pot of thick beef glutinous rice porridge was done. Naturally, the taste of this meat porridge that was hastily made could not be compared with the meat porridge that was cooked with skill and patience. However, the winning point was that it was fast and convenient. Lisheng, who was exhausted, did not care that the porridge was still hot as he ate 2 bowls of them consecutively in big, rough porcelain bowls. He had finally filled his hunger. Later on, he put the remaining meat porridge in a bowl and brought it to the central room, then placed it next to the Mounttoad. Wizard Worm was a type of a witchcraft instrument. It needed a wizard to feed it using wizard power or blood to maintain his powerful ability so that it would not deteriorate. As it was a type of insect, it needed to eat so it can live. King Hong was a centipede that did not have to consume food for months. Mounttoad, which was a spring water toad, was the same, but as Lisheng looked highly of it, it received different treatment. Unfortunately, Mounttoad had just eaten half of the young mule last night and did not appreciate its master's kindness. After Lisheng chanted an incantation instructing it to eat, it extended its long tongue and pieced through the big rough porcelain bowl in a second, then swallowed it into its tummy. However, most of the meat porridge was spilled. Chapter 26 Mother. Chapter 26 Mother. Zhang Lisheng was so mad that he was clenching his teeth. However, there was nothing that he could do other than going to the kitchen to bring out a piece of tablecloth to clean the meat porridge that spilled on the wooden table in the central room. He then went to the well to wash the tablecloth clean and conveniently washed himself as well. After that, he could finally return to his bedroom, climbed onto the bed and fell asleep slowly. While he was going into his dream, this happened in the other part of the earth in the waiting area at the New York John Fitzgerald Kennedy International Airport in New York City. A petite, beautiful Asian lady with short hair who was around over 30 years old, whose features looked very much like Zhang Lisheng wearing a gray woman's suit, could not stop moving her hands while looking at the boarding sign on top of her head. As the most important international airport in the world's second-largest city metropolis circle, the JFK Airport occupied a wide area. Apart from the central area that was surrounded by 9 passenger terminal buildings for passengers to board on planes, there was also a hotel, game center, car park, and a lot of entertainment amenities. However, there was not a person in this entire airport that was as anxious as that Asian lady when they took their time to glance around. It had caused a strong black airport security guard who was on his patrol to walk to her in big steps after signaling his colleague. He asked, "Ma'am, may I know how can I help you?" There was a tall and big Caucasian sitting next to the lady. He had the standard square chin, thick eyebrows and big eyes like a usual Western man would have. His body seemed to be very strong. He then said before the lady could say anything, "Thank you, sir, she's fine." "I'm asking this lady, sir." The security guard placed his hand on the taser on his waist and said in all seriousness. The Caucasian man sighed helplessly and stood up. He took out an ID with a police logo from his pocket and showed to the security guard, then said, "I'm Lieutenant Solo D. Lavin, NYPD. This lady sitting next to me is my wife. As an accident happened, she has to go to China immediately to meet a relative that she hasn't seen for more than 10 years, so she's a little nervous. Could you leave us alone, please? Thank you." "I'm sorry, officer, I know it's your job to do this." "I'm sorry, ma'am." Seeing that the ID that was dangling before his eyes seems to be authentic, the airport security guard apologized awkwardly and shrugged at his colleague who was not far away from him after turning around. He then did a hand sign that meant it was all a misunderstanding and proceeded to carry out his patrol. Seeing the security guard left, the Caucasian man Solo sat down again and comforted the Asian lady next to him. "Darling, don't be nervous. Everything will be all right." "But I abandoned him, Solo. It was me who abandoned him." "Oh Lord, you knew I was willing to do anything to leave that devil at the time. However, I've abandoned my own child. Worse, I even left him with Satan's worshipper. But you were only 20 at that time. You didn't understand a mother's responsibility, did you? Stop blaming yourself, Lily. Are you sure that you don't need me to accompany you to China? We can take the next flight or we can transfer to Shanghai first. There are many flights to Shanghai. We don't have to wait too long." "No, Solo. Your work schedule is tight and you have to take care of the kids." The lady named Lily shut her teary eyes and said while shaking her head. At the same time, she added in her heart quietly, "Moreover, even though that man had already died, I can't predict what kind of scary things would happen in this trip to China. How could I let you risk your life like this? I could apply to leave no matter how packed my work is. My boss would understand. We can ask Aunt Wendy to take care of the kids." You know that it's her favorite thing to. No, solo. This is my personal stuff, I'll have to face it myself. The lady suddenly looked determined as she said firmly. At that moment, the airport announcement went off all of the sudden. Ladies and gentlemen, Flight K0098 that is flying directly from New York to China Western Sichuan Chengdu will start boarding at gate A09 in 5 minutes. Passengers who are taking the flight, please be ready to board the plane. Ladies and gentlemen, Flight K0098 that is flying. Lily stood up from her seat and took a deep breath as she carried her small luggage. She smiled and said, I'm boarding the plane now, solo. Can you wish me luck? There's no rush to board an international plane. You can still rest for a couple of minutes. Solo stood up and said in concern, I've been waiting for too long. From today onwards, I'll do more good things for this child. Unless you're hijacking the plane. Even if you're the first one waiting at the boarding gate, it's impossible for you to fly before everybody else did. Solo joked with a humor that was exclusive to Americans in this rather serious time. He then rubbed Lily's pretty hair softly with empathy. I would like to do that even if it's meaningless. Moreover, you're giving a really good suggestion. Lily touched the back of her husband's hand and said, Darling, could you wish me luck? Solo said passionately, I would like to wish you all the best in your trip to China with all my life and everything that I have. Thank you. Lily looked at her lover one last time and turned around to walk towards boarding gate A09 in big steps. It would take around 20 hours to fly from New York, America to Chengdu, China directly. When Lily stepped into the Chengdu Shuangliu International Airport ground, Chang Lisheng had just woken up and gotten off his wooden bed. Long hours of rest had given him energy. After chanting a couple of passages of incantation, he felt that his wizard power had recovered to its peak condition. However, without knowing why, everything that was going good for Zhang Lisheng faintly felt a slight uneasiness and could feel faintly that something was going to happen. However, he did not think further into his feeling that he had in him. Zhang Lisheng walked from his bedroom to the central room quickly and chanted PSTSHH to drive Mount Ode to hop into the courtyard. Mount Ode's omniscient power was the two words expand, shrink. It was proved that the words meant expanding from inhaling the air, while another naturally meant shrinking by exhaling out the air, as the name suggested. After the wizard worm hopped into the courtyard, Chang Lisheng, who did not manage to use his wizard power to experiment on Mount Ode's omniscience, completely then use an incantation to drive Mount Ode to perform the other side of its omniscient power. What he witnessed was that the Mount Ode that was the size of a football opened its mouth wide and spurted a gush of breath that turned into a spiral air current that could be seen with naked eyes. All of the sudden, it had stirred half of the ancient well that was outlying in the courtyard into a pile of big and small rocks that were the size of a fist. At the same time, Mount Toad's size had transformed into a normal toad size which was just half of the size of a fist. Although Mount Toad's one attack from exhaling had at least consumed half of the wizard power in Zhang Lisheng's flesh, it came to a realization that the speed of absorbing the wizard power with its shrunken body was much lesser than the time when it expanded. Thus, it had exceeded the amount of wizard power that Zhang Lisheng's body released naturally. However, the omniscient word shrink had showcased a power that was similar to the evil wind spell power in the mythical tales, which greatly pleased Zhang Lisheng. He had the intention to experiment on how greater power it can achieve through its exhaling attack of the omniscient word shrink, after driving Mount Ode into its biggest possible size using the omniscient word expand. However, he looked at his old house that had been passed down for 37 generations and thought he would be sorry to his ancestors if he accidentally ruined everything in the house. He then calculated the consumption of wizard power used in the wizard worm's omniscient power. He figured even if he was at his peak condition, it might be impossible for him to uphold to a point where Mountode completed its expand, shrink omniscience. In the end, he gave up on the plan while feeling sad. The key of the matter was ultimately due to Zhang Lisheng, who was still a wizard. In witchcraft, even a more powerful wizard worm was just something extra, as they were just a tool for wizards. Even if he was driving a real dragon, a wizard could only perform the maximum ability that a wizard possessed. As he thought to this point, Zhang Lisheng, who initially planned to see what was happening at school after experimenting the omniscient word shrink on his wizard worm side and changed his mind. He chanted an incantation to drive Mountode to hop back to the central room's wooden table. He then went to the kitchen and cooked a pot of meat porridge hastily like he did yesterday. He began to prepare it diligently. He felt that he was not distant from achieving Wizard Roman 2. He figured he would stay at home for a couple of days to cultivate, and it would not be too late if he returned to school after his breakthrough. However, life was unexpected as he would never have the opportunity to step into his alma mater ever again. Time usually passed quickly during the time of cultivation. The moon was bright up in the sky when Zhang Lisheng jumped up and opened his eyes from the door with a knocking noise outside. He felt his heart beating extremely fast when he just woke up. The palpitation made him almost unable to catch his breath. He thought perhaps that it was a certain type of faint warning that he had gotten ever since he became a wizard. Zhang Lisheng wore a somber expression as he gotten off the bed immediately and ran to the central room while holding Mountode in his arms. He shouted loud, "Who is that outside?" "Mr. Zhang Lisheng, we're the staff from County Civil Affairs Bureau. We've got good news for you. Please open the door now. Shen Chongzi, your uncle are Lai. Open the door quick, open the door. Your mother is here, she's here to look for you." The sentence made Zhang Lisheng felt like his head was being struck by lightning. He could not think anymore after a sound of buzz in his head. He opened his mouth blankly and allowed the wizard worm to fall from his arms while asking with his consciousness being taken away, "What?" Outside of the door was Lily accompanied by a diplomat from U.S. Consulate in Chengdu, staff from County Civil Affairs Bureau, a police officer from Darmu Town Police Station, and Tao Lilin. When Zhang Lisheng heard the human voice coming outside of the old house, his mind was in a state of an extreme desire, with a faint fear. "Your mother is here, she's outside of the door. There's also a gringo, no, PFFT, I mean a diplomat from the consulate. Open the door quick." Zhang Lisheng slowly snapped out of being stunned and walked into the courtyard with a movement that was stiff as a puppet. When he opened the door, he immediately noticed a lady whose features looked very similar to him. She was staring at him blankly, like how he was looking at her. Blood relationship was a very magical thing. Sometimes, children who had been living with their parents would treat each other like strangers where they had completely lost touch. However, sometimes loved ones who had never met each other and meeting for the first time would recognize each other almost immediately. "Mother, you're my mother," Zhang Lisheng mumbled in a confirmed tone as he looked at Lily, with complication written in his eyes after gazing with her for a while. "Yes, my child, my dear child. Your mother, your mother. Mother felt sorry that I've abandoned you when you were young. A mother's love defeated all other feelings in the world. When Lily heard Zhang Lishing calling her mother, she disregarded anything else and hugged him tightly, then said in proficient Mandarin as she cried, But mother has always been missing you. It's just that. Chapter 27 Leaving Home Hastily. Chapter 27 Leaving Home Hastily. Throughout the 16 years that Zhang Lishing had lived, his understanding of parents was built on Zhang Daower's accusation, savage beating, as well as being forced to have his blood devoured by a venomous worm. Now that he was in Lily's embrace, his face showed a very lost and not knowing what to do expression. Then, instead of the resentment and cold stubbornness that he imagined himself to have, Zhang Lishing said blankly with a tone like he suddenly walked into a wooden house with a warm fireplace after stumbling around the wild with a chilly wind, Mother, my mother has been thinking about me. I've got a mother like everybody else. I'm sorry baby honey. Mother is here, a mother is here to bring you home. I'm going to bring you away from this horrible place. Let's go back to New York, go back to the other side of the earth. If we do that, there's nothing that the Satan worshipper could do to us mother and son anymore. Mr. Thompson, I can bring my child and leave this place then fly straight back to New York anytime that I want without having to get approval from anyone, am I right? County Civil Affairs Bureau's Director Chen Jianzhang, who was standing aside, nodded and said, That's right, Marm Lily. According to our country law, as the mother of Mr. Zhang Lishing, who is underage, of course, you have the right to bring him with you and raise him at the place that you live. Mrs. Lily, your child was born in America. As his only legal guardian at the moment, of course, you have the right to bring him home. The U.S. consulate in Chengdu's first secretary Thompson, who was moved to tears, said the same as he nodded and wiped his tears away. Lily waved her hand slightly frantically and said loudly, That's great if that's the case, let's go right now. She then pulled Zhang Lishing hard and walked out of the village after she spoke. What Zhang Lishing looked around, showing an expression that he was lost and did not know what to do. Tao Lilin stopped Lily immediately. He had no idea what he should say and eventually forced something out of his mouth. Our sister. You've just arrived here and you're leaving already. Don't you want to rest for a while? I don't need to rest. The only thing that I want to do right now is to bring my son to leave this place. Facing the Guarwo villager, Lily was like a hen protecting her chick, while she blocked in front of Zhang Lishing and shook her head as she said while being alert. Then, luggage. I think Shan Chongzi hasn't packed his luggage yet. I'll get him everything new, I'll get him new stuff from head to toe. Then he has to at least close the door, am I right? Tao Lilin forced out a smile and said. Lily was stunned and turned around to look at Zhang Lishing. She said, while her eyes became tremendously gentle, Honey, go lock the door. You will never have to live in this creepy house anymore. Zhang Lishing felt uneasy when his mother, who he had just identified, kept calling him honey when he was already 16. However, looking at Lily's eyes that were filled with motherly love, he had no idea how to get her to stop calling him that. All he could manage to do was to stammer as he said, But this is my ancestral home. Moreover, even if I'm really leaving, I'll need to bid farewell to the villagers. Roman 2. Honey, we must leave now. The earlier, the better. Could you listen to what I say? Lily said, while showing a begging expression at Zhang Lishing. Zhang Lisheng was stunned for a little while and mumbled with his head held down, then I'll have to bring luggage for the long trip. All right. Mother will listen to you. I'll accompany you inside to pack your luggage. Let's move faster. Lily, who seemed like she was unable to reject Zhang Lisheng's request, wore a fearful expression like she was going to step into hot lava. As she protected Zhang Lisheng, she slowly stepped into Zhang family's old house anxiously. No, I don't need you to accompany me. I'll be ready soon. At that moment, Zhang Lisheng walked around Lily and ran quickly into the old house. The first thing he did was to go to the central room to pick up Mount Toad and tossed it into the bamboo basket. He thought about it. In order to make his wizard worm to seem less absurd in the bamboo basket, he removed the stone mask on the central room's wall agilely and the 2 stone god sculptures on the offering table into the bamboo basket. Finally, he got a few old clothes and clumsily covered on top of them. After he was done, Zhang Lisheng sighed in relief. Just when he was going to put his messy thought in his head together, a devastated shriek from Lily came from outside all of the sudden. Honey, why did you run into the house on your own? Mother is here. Come to mother quick. Zhang Lisheng carried the bamboo basket on his head immediately and ran out of the old house in big steps. Lily revealed a relieved expression like she had just shed off a heavy burden when she saw him getting out of the house safely. Nobody understood where Lily's fear in the old house came from. As Zhang Lisheng walked out of the courtyard and locked the wooden door, he mumbled while looking at Lily. I've been living in this house for more than 10 years. This is not the king of hell's shrine. This is not King of Hell's shrine, but this is one of Satan's sacrificial hall. We must leave this place immediately, honey. Lily grabbed Zhang Lisheng and pulled him hard while running towards the village entrance, following the mountain village's path. The diplomat Thompson was stunned for a while as he looked at the duo's back and mumbled softly to himself. Perhaps I should suggest the New York Social Welfare Bureau examine this Marm Lily's mental state. She doesn't look like a citizen who could carry out the responsibility of an underage adult's guardian normally. Lily did not stop running while pulling Zhang Lisheng with her. Along the way, the buried bamboo houses and the jungle from a distance looked like a terrifying devil to her beneath the dark moonlight. As they arrived at an SUV with black embassy registration plate at the village entrance, she opened the back car door immediately and pushed Zhang Lisheng hard into the car. She then climbed onto the back seat and locked the door tight. The driver who was driving the SUV was the employee that the U.S. consulate in Chengdu hired locally. His name was Song Zilin and he was over 50 years old. Seeing that Lily brought a young man dressing like a villager and carrying a bamboo basket entering the back seat, he smiled as he said, "Marm Lily, you're back so soon. This must be your son. Tusk. He's going to reach for the sky from a small mountain village to a good life in New York by plane. Sigh, fate is something unpredictable. My grandchild is only over 10 years old as well, but his grades are bad. He can't even get into a good high school in Chengdu. Our family is concerned about him. Drive, please. Please drive right now," Lily said in a trance while panting. What are you talking about? Drive, Marm Lily, stop joking with me. Mr. Johnson hasn't arrived yet. If we leave first, do you want him to run back to Chengdu using the Shanghai-Chengdu Expressway? Hearing what Song Zilin said, Lily, who was sitting in the back seat, stopped talking while hugging Zhang Lisheng tight like he was a precious treasure. Zhang Lisheng felt uncomfortable yet warm from his mother's hug. He removed the bamboo basket strenuously from his back and put it aside. He then asked softly, Mother, what are you afraid of? Nothing, my child. There's nothing that I'm afraid of. Mother just wants to bring you home as soon as possible. Lily seemed to calm down a little after staying in the car for a while and said while hiding her emotion. Right at that moment, Johnson opened the door on the passenger seat side and entered the SUV. He turned around and looked at Lily, then said in all seriousness, Marm Lily, I think I need to talk to you. Mr. Johnson, we can talk whatever you want to talk about on the road. Lily patted the driver's seat back and said loudly, Mr. Song, Mr. Johnson is here now. Please drive now. Please drive immediately. Driver Song Zilin was stunned and looked at his employer by instinct. Seeing Lily's irrational anxiety, Johnson decided to give in temporarily while feeling helpless. Okay. Mr. Song, as a gentleman, under such condition, it's best that we follow what the lady says. Sure. Song Zilin replied casually and turned on the car engine. As opposed to the staff working in Chinese governmental department, who would usually get a good treat after they worked late, Song Zilin, who had gotten used to sticking to their job like the Americans do, said after driving along the mountain road for a while, Mr. Johnson, there were some hot steamed buns in the car's thermos container. Would you like to have one or two? Oh Song, I've been starving and there's an orchestra playing in my stomach. This is great. You should really apply to work as our consulate's internal affair officer. I dare to say that you're much more competent than the old man Myron. They're just a couple of steamed buns. What is there to brag about? If you want to eat something good, all you would have to do is to chat with Director Chen from County Civil Affairs Bureau for a while. I'm sure you would get what you want easily. Johnson took out a paper bag containing some big beef buns from the thermos container on the front row of the SUV and breathed in deeply in satisfaction. He asked Song, what did you say just now? You can get what you want easily. Never mind, you Americans wouldn't understand this, even if I explain to you. Johnson shrugged and passed the paper back to the back toe and asked, Ms. Lily, need some ancient Chinese folks snacks. Lily shook her head without saying a word. How about you, kid? I don't need it, thank you. In addition, you eat the steamed stuffed bun. It is one of the staple food instead of snacks. Johnson was stunned and surprisingly said in English, Young man, you speak good English. I have a little bit of talent in language and also a competent teacher. Congratulations, it seems like you've already overcome the biggest obstacle of living in America. This kid from the mountain can speak a foreign language fluently, like how the Westerners speak. Seems like he really belongs to where he was born. Song Zilin, who was sitting aside, commented in astonishment. Zhang Lisheng held his head down and said with his deep voice when he heard what they said, I'm a Chinese, I'll still be Chinese no matter how good my English proficiency is. Chapter 28 A Different World. Chapter 28 A Different World. Such a topic was inappropriate to discuss further. Johnson went on with his long speech while eating the buns. All right, young man. Don't throw tantrum. You've got the freedom to join any citizenship of any country that you like after you've reached 18 and officially an adult. Nobody would interfere with your choice. Do you really not want the buns? If not, I'm going to finish them. Oh right, Song. Remember Director Chen from the County Civil Affairs Bureau that you mentioned just now? There's something interesting about him that I haven't told you yet. You know what, he kept asking me what's the procedure to apply on a student program for his 13-year-old daughter to study in a private organization abroad. Oh God, I kept thinking to myself when he asked me that. He should really get to know my dear cousin's daughter real to find out what kind of inappropriate tricks a 13-year-old girl living in America would do when she's longer living with her parents. Anyway, I've already decided to send my kids to China to further their studies. Also, I won't send them to those international schools where the rules are loose. Instead, I'll send them to the strictest isolation school. The educational model that discusses rights with kids is simply absurd and ridiculous. It might be able to produce one or two Bill Gates or Buffett, but they're producing a crazy amount of hooligans and addicts. The elite education in China is a genuinely good education model. If that's the case, let's switch then. Your children will come to China, and my grandkid will go to America. What do you think? Hearing Johnson talking about the topic that he was most interested in, Song Zilin opened up and said while smiling, "That would be really great. It could save me much of the transient student fee." I've inquired about how much would the transient student fee be for kids without local household registration to study in Chengdu. I found out that the burden is heavy for an ordinary American diplomat, like me. As the duo carried away with their conversation, the SUV had passed through the county town after driving out of the county mountain road. They then arrived at the Shanghai-Chengdu Expressway's toll booth. Song Zilin drove into the expressway after paying the fee and immediately accelerated to the speed limit of 120 km/h. Within a short period of time, the county that was filled with city lights outside of the window vanished completely. At that moment, Lily, who had been anxious, had clearly relaxing slowly. Johnson, who had been secretly monitoring Lily's mental state, stopped chatting. He turned around, looked at her and said in all seriousness, "Mom, Lily, I think we can speak properly now. Mr. Johnson, I know I was being crazy just now, but please, believe me, there's a reason for everything. But of course the reason is extremely personal, I can't explain to you in detail. I'm sorry for all that. Thanks for your kindness. Also, I'm really fine. Marm Lily, it's not about you who is fine or not. But now there's a 16-year-old who is involved. Mr. Johnson, perhaps you didn't know that my father is the most senior judge at the New York State Court of Appeal. Otherwise, Counselor Keene wouldn't allow you to work for many nights like this. Also, I'm a practical educator who graduated from Columbia University School of Education. I'm currently working as an education consultant at New York Lowbridge Junior High. Do you think there's still a need for us to talk further? In America, perhaps a diplomat could use his own testimony to get the Welfare Bureau to investigate an incompetent mother to determine whether she was fit to have her children's custody. However, under the condition where there was no direct evidence, even the President of America could not make a state court of appeal judge's daughter lose her custody for her son. Moreover, this daughter worked as an education expert in a popular school in New York. It was also the other reflection of the country's legal culture. Johnson was stunned for a while. He shrugged and said, "Wow. Lowbridge Junior High. That's an Ivy League of junior high. Even I, a cowboy from California, heard about it. There's nothing that I would like to say anymore, Marm Lily. Since you managed to guess what I'm trying to say, at least that has proved that you're not, so you know what I mean. That's great. Seems like it's me who overthink." He then turned his head around and proceeded to chat with Song Zilin happily. Shang Lisheng, who was sitting at the back row of the SUV, looked outside of the car window while feeling lost. In his eyes, the reflective strips that were passing by quickly on both sides of the expressway were connected into a straight line. He felt that his eyes were dizzy while his head was in a slight mess. Zhang Lisheng felt that his memory after he cultivated witchcraft was a little scattered. He could not even recall how exactly did he gotten into this SUV all of the sudden and heading towards Chengdu. Aren't I supposed to return to Darmu High School to proceed with my study after I broke through to a rank 2 wizard a few days later? Didn't I plan to use Mountode to teach those people from Eastern Guangdong who might come to me for revenge a savage lesson? Didn't I say that I would give my mother a good scolding, even if I really found her and determined to stay in China forever? How did everything deviate from its original track out of nowhere? Zhang Lisheng thought to himself. Honey, there are only 2 flights flying from Chengdu to New York per week, so we can only fly back home on Friday. It's alright because you'll need some time to apply for your passport. When we arrive in Chengdu, Mother will let you stay in a hotel first. We'll have a good feast tomorrow morning, and I'll get you new clothes. Then you'll get a standard passport photo taken. Mother, my head is in a big mess. Zhang Lisheng, who was in the dark, told the truth while feeling lost. What exactly happened? And what happened between you and my father? Lily took a moment of silence, then touched Zhang Lisheng's cheeks. She said gently, while tears flowing on her face, "My darling baby, as a mother, I can't criticize your father who had raised you for more than a decade in front of you. All you need to know is that we separated because there was really no choice. There was nothing else that I could do, otherwise I wouldn't have abandoned you. I've loved you before and I'll love you now, in the future and forever. I want to make it up to you. From today onwards, I'll be the best and most competent mother in the world. All right." Zhang Lisheng nodded hard and stopped asking a question. At that moment, he felt excitement within him from Lily's pure and passionate motherly love. He felt even more excited than the time when he became a wizard. Now he had understood why he got into this SUV out of nowhere. After driving fast for 3 hours, the SUV drove out of the Shanghai-Chengdu Expressway toll booth on the Chengdu section. Song Zilin was relieved when he saw the bright street lights on Chengdu Street. He yawned and said after looking at the time showing on the dashboard, 2:20 a.m. "I can still take a nap after I showered when I got home." "Oh yay, Marm Lily, where are you heading to?" "I'll send both of you there. Golden Dragon Hotel, I've booked a room there." "Thanks. There's no need to thank me, it's destiny that we're on the road together." "Golden Dragon Hotel, that's a great place. I heard that they charge a couple of thousands yuan just to take a shower there." Tusk. Song Zilin turned at a junction as he spoke, and soon he drove into a big, grand hotel's courtyard. A few sleepy doormen wearing a uniform with tassels and round hats lifted their spirit when they saw the black registration plate on the SUV. They rushed towards the SUV immediately and opened the back seat door politely. They did that not because they were xenomaniacs, but rather foreigners usually had the habit of tipping a staff in service line. Meanwhile, a Chinese hardly had such a habit, no matter how rich and cultured they were. However, to the doorman's surprise, the person who they saw after opening the backseat door of the SUV with a black registration plate was not a foreigner with colored hair. Instead, it was an old-fashioned village young man who looked like a skinny monkey wearing rubber shoes, working clothes and carrying a bamboo basket on his back. After the young man gotten out of the car, He looked around the fancy world that he had never seen before while looking surprised. He mumbled to himself, "So this is how a grand hotel in the outside world looks like. It looks like nothing much after seeing it on the computer many times, but when I look at it in real life, it's really different." Lily, who got out of the car, felt sad when she saw her son looking blank at the hotel. She held Zhang Lisheng's hand softly and turned around to bid farewell with Johnson and Song Zilin. "Mr. Johnson, Mr. Song, thanks to the both of you who made our reunion possible. Thank you for your hard work. I'll be grateful for your help for my life. Goodbye. Marm Lily, providing overseas service to a citizen is my responsibility as a diplomat. God bless both of you and your son. Safe trip back to America. Goodbye. I would like to wish you a safe journey as well. Goodbye Marm Lily. Goodbye Mr. Bang Lisheng." The SUV drove away slowly after bidding farewell. Lily, who had recovered her energy, looked at her son next to her in contentment and shook the small luggage in her hand at the doorman and said, "Young fellas, which of you want to make a couple of USD for your tips? Come, get my luggage for me." "Mother, a couple of USD would convert to tens of yuan. Your luggage is so small, let me carry it for you," Chang Lisheng said after calculating to himself. "Don't be like this, my darling baby. Since we're at the hotel, then we should accept others' service at ease. They're trying to make a living, don't take it away from them. It's rude behavior. You'll understand this naturally in the future. Just follow me now," Lily said while holding Zhang Lisheng's hand and passed her luggage to the doorman who was the nearest to her. They then walked into the hotel lobby. As a 5-star foreign hotel in Chengdu, the Golden Dragon Hotel's exterior and interior decorations were considered luxurious. The hollow, transparent tempered glass water column with a diameter that was over 2 meters and stands up to 20 meters filled with red koi fishes in the lobby was said to cost more than tens of millions yuan alone. No matter where it was, expensive was the best partner of luxurious. If it was not for her son that she had lost contact for more than a decade, as well as the name of the hotel which meant good fortune and chased misfortune away in Chinese tradition, Lily would not have booked a room here. However, no matter how luxurious a hotel was, the female staff who was on the night shift at the front desk would be fewer during the day. Apart from that, they would inevitably doze off secretly while standing. Lily took out her passport and passed it to a staff who looked the most exuberant across the imported gray marble tabletop counter. "I've booked a business suite at your hotel 2 days back. Please check for me." The pretty staff in vibrant red traditional Chinese cheongsam took over the passport and subconsciously peeped at Zhang Lisheng, who was spacing out while carrying a bamboo basket standing next to Lily. She did not say anything and began to search on the computer which was in front of her. Chapter 29 Motherly Web of Love. Chapter 29 Motherly Web of Love. Soon the staff found Lily's booking details and submitted her passport together with 2 room key cards to Lily. She then smiled politely while bowing and said, "I've found your booking, Ms. Lily. Your room number would be B4506. Welcome, we're glad you chose to stay with the Golden Dragon Hotel. Thanks. I would like to ask if your hotel provides personal clothes shopping service." Ms. Lily, we provide every service for the guests' comfort, convenience, and make them feel like home. That's great. Please order a full set of casual wear for this handsome fella next to me. Include undergarments and sports shoes as well. Get the best ones and send them to our room first thing in the morning. The staff was stunned for a while. She then turned around to look at Zhang Lisheng, who was tanned and skinny like a wild monkey. She said, while showing 8 teeth, "All right, Ms. Lily. This handsome man has a nice body. If you're looking for casual wear, it seems like there's no need for custom tailoring. I'll prepare them before 8 a.m. tomorrow. By then you can call to our front desk and the staff on duty will send it to your room. Thanks. Just to let you know that I'm buying the clothes for my son. He's my own son. He inherited my genes, so of course, he has a nice body," Lily said proudly and walked towards the lobby elevator under the guidance of the doorman while holding Zhang Lisheng's hand. Seeing that she had gone distantly, the female staff quietly got in next to her close colleague and chuckled secretly while saying softly, "Did you hear that the hick who was carrying a bamboo basket just now is an American? Such a cool cosplay. If I'm not on duty, I would definitely take a picture of him with my phone and create a guess-what post and put it online. Whoever managed to guess where he came from will bring me out for dinner. Doesn't that mean you would win no matter what? Of course, the perk of being a beauty like me." As the two female staff were chatting away with PSTT noise while laughing at the hotel lobby's front desk, a young man whose movement was agile like a phantom had entered Warwo Village Zhang family's old house by crossing the wall silently within the chilly deep mountain autumn wind. He was wearing black tight clothes and his head was covered with a black head cover. It was complete darkness in the house door. In the dark night, the man in black eyes was shining in faint yellow as it glowed like a mountain cat's eyes. He observed around while his ears moved for a few times. Suddenly he frowned in doubt. It was 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. in the middle of the night, which was the time where ordinary people were mostly tired and had the deepest sleep. However, there was not even a sound of human breathing in the old house. The man in black shook both his hands carefully. As he shook lightly, the fingernails at tips of his 10 fingers that were a little messy and seemed like they had not been trimmed for quite some time flashed a terrifying glow under the moonlight all of the sudden. He leaned his body down with 4 limbs on the ground like a beast. He managed to leap over 10 meters away within a second and dashed straight into the old house's central room. There were no traps in the central room, just a few pieces of clothes that were scattered around. There were some messy footprints on the wooden table and wooden chairs. Head escaped, he's smart. The young man stood up and picked up Zhang Lisheng's clothes that were scattered on the ground. After sniffing the clothes, the man who was tall, skinny, and slightly hunched strolled out of the central room. After relaxing his muscles in the courtyard, he leaped onto the top of the wall in one step like his feet was pressed on spring. He soon disappeared and he was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Lisheng, who was supposed to be fighting for his life at the moment, brushed his shoulders past the killer who was coming for his life ordered by someone in Eastern Guangdong. Meanwhile, he was falling asleep in the comfort of the luxurious hotel suite's bathtub in the bathroom. The Golden Dragon Hotel's business suite's living room had 2 separated individual master bedrooms with bathroom in each of them, so that the 2 guests who were staying in the same room could have their private space. After settling down, Lily gave the bigger and more comfortable master bedroom to Zhang Lisheng, while she took a shower in the other bedroom. As she washed her sleepiness and fatigue away, she put on clean home pajamas, but she could not sleep after rolling in her bed. She felt like there was something important that she had yet to do. After thinking about it carefully, Lily got off the bed immediately and walked out of the bedroom. She passed through the living room and stuck her ear on Zhang Lisheng's bedroom door to listen carefully. There was no snoring in the bedroom, but only a faint water sound that was flowing continuously. Lily hesitated for a while and opened her son's bedroom door and walked to the bathroom door. She said gently, "Baby, mother forget to say good night. It's already 3 a.m. in the middle of the night right now, rest early. Good night, sweet dreams." While feeling drowsy, Zhang Lisheng was stunned for quite a while after hearing somebody saying good night to him outside of the bathroom room all of the sudden. He then replied blankly, "Okay, good night mother." "Oh yay, my baby. I think I heard you were speaking English in the car. Also, I think you said that your spoken English is good enough to carry out a conversation at ease. Am I right?" "Yes, mother. There's a foreign teacher who came to our village a few years back and forced us to use English throughout the class." Zhang Lisheng added a sentence in his heart at the same time as he replied, "That's the foreign teacher who was hailing the taxi that hit father to death." Lily, who was outside of the door, said while sounding glad, "Why not we converse in English from now onwards? Mother would like to know your English standard so that I could choose which grade to enroll you in America." "Certainly, madam. Mom. Such fine much, baby. Really actually, I'm not sure about my English level, but the foreign teacher said that my proficiency should be able to converse with others naturally in complex context. He even suggested me to study a course that's related to language and become a diplomat in the future. Your English is really not bad, it's the authentic New Yorker accent. This is unbelievable and a great surprise. You've overcome the language barrier so quick. Mother is very relieved. Can you talk more, baby?" "Sure, can I not go to America?" Zhang Lisheng had the hunch in his heart and slipped his tongue. Lily, who was outside the door, said very softly but in determination after a short while of silence, "Of course not, baby. It's too late now, we should rest. Good night." There were footsteps after that, and the bedroom was quiet again later on. It was late in the morning on the next day when Zhang Lisheng woke up, still feeling sleepy, and let out a yawn when he got out of the bed. He stepped on the soft carpet in the hotel bedroom with his bare feet. He jolted and recalled where he was after being stunned for a long time. It was difficult for anyone to get used to their life that had a 180-degree of change all of the sudden. Zhang Lisheng washed his face with cold water in the bathroom. Eventually, he realized that running away from his problem was not the solution. With his wizard worm in his hands, he walked out of the room with hesitation. It was the suite's living room outside of his bedroom. The bright sun was shining its sunlight generously into the big floor-up-to-the-ceiling window that was facing the streets. The coffee table that replaced the dining table was presented with various fragrant Chinese breakfast. There were 7 to 8 variations of broth alone, including porridge, gruel, bean juice, peanut porridge, and more. On the couch next to the coffee table, Lily was looking closely at a couple of casual wear that seemed to be extra large children size that was opened up. Hearing Zhang Lisheng opening the door, she stood up and looked at his son while saying in English with a smile, "Baby, you're up. Breakfast time has passed. I supposed you're waking up soon, so I ordered a takeout for you. Come, eat. After you're done with breakfast, put on the new clothes that I bought and go for passport photo taking. I've asked the staff just now. There's a digital studio that specializes in taking passport photos along the street, on the left turn outside of the hotel. After that, we can tour Chengdu all day today." "Oh right, Mother doesn't know this, but have you been to Chengdu before? Chen Lisheng was not as natural as Lily was. His performance was even worse than last night after he rested for a night. He could not even call out mother at the moment. All he could do was reply stiffly, no. Then let us get a tour guide or we can look for the attractions online. What are you carrying, baby? Hearing his mother asking about his wizard worm, Chen Lisheng picked up Mountode unnaturally and explained simply, It's my auspicious toy. It's also the only toy that has been with me since I was young. We've never been apart. It looks like it's a frog. That's a wooden frog, right? Chen Lisheng said on the fly, yes, its name is Mountode. Its look came from an ancient Chinese auspicious mythology which means turning misfortunes into luck. It accompanies me whenever father wasn't around. As Chen Lisheng came up with his lie, he was getting smoother and smoother and his expression was getting more and more natural. As a professional educator, Lily soon realized that the silly and ugly frog was most probably the thing that her son used to express his feelings to. She felt a moment of pain in her heart and sat down again while smiling. She patted the couch beside her and said, baby, come sit down and have breakfast. You have a wooden frog as big as a football as your auspicious toy and you've never gone anywhere without it. Then did you use to bring it to school as well? Chen Lisheng sat next to his mother and placed his wizard worm that was not moving at all when no incantation was chanted to drive it on his feet and nodded while saying, it's a little heavy but it's nothing inconvenient to bring it to school when I carry it in my bamboo basket. Since you've got this habit, you can still be with your cute auspicious toy anywhere you go. When you're in America, mother will get you a big school bag. Eat your breakfast quick, the porridge is getting cold. Lily peeled a boiled egg and placed it in the porridge. She then put the bowl of porridge into her son's hands with a tone of guidance instead of forcing him. The meal that Chen Lisheng had, later on, was the warmest breakfast that he had ever had in his life. However, he felt uncomfortable and struggling deep in his heart at the same time. He was eager to leave all this behind and return to the Mairawe village in the deep mountain that had raised him, fed him, and the place that he was familiar with. However, it remained just as a memory. Chen Lisheng was indulging deeper and deeper into the motherly love web that Lily weaved. Eventually, the one and the only thing that he did after breakfast was to put on the casual wear that Lily specially ordered for him at the hotel. Chapter 30 Breaking into Qingyang Palace. Chapter 30 Breaking into Qingyang Palace. Unfortunately, the miracle of a frog turning into prince did not happen. Putting on the loosely branded jeans, he looked like he stole the pants. Meanwhile, the top that was slightly fitting did not only failed to create a unique layering with his jeans, on the contrary, but it also looked cheap. One had to say that his ability to give an expensive, branded clothes with a heavy villager vibe was a very rare quality of him. However, in Lily's eyes, her son that was lost and found was very handsome and cute no matter what he was wearing. You look good, baby. Let's go. Chen Lisheng was just a young man from a mountain village. Naturally, he could not differentiate between ugly and pretty. He nodded and followed Lily's pace next to her while carrying his wizard worm in his hands. They then walked out of the hotel. Along the way, many guests and hotel staff glanced a few times at Chen Lisheng intentionally and unintentionally whose attire did not fit and holding a big toad. However, nobody cared too much about him, since it was an impetuous era where people would be called acting out of art when they roamed the streets naked. The passport photo's international prevailing regulation was no doubt the 2" photo with no headgears on a white or blue background. Lily brought Zhang Lisheng to the photography studio called The Beautiful Life that the hotel staff recommended. They paid the price for artistic photos but only took over 20 boring mugshots. However, there were minor differences between photos. It took her a long time to discuss with a photographer in front of the computer and eventually picked one and sent it to the U.S. consulate in Chengdu. The photographer who took Zhang Lisheng's picture was a well-dressed lady whose age could not be determined easily. She had given her young customer, who had been quiet, a durable folkstyle backpack with Beautiful Life printed enthusiastically when Lily had just decided to get a perfect passport photo for her son, paying a high price. Now Mount which was in Zhang Lisheng's hands, had a place to stay. Apart from that, when Lily and Zhang Lisheng were leaving, she said with gratitude, "Lily, I've always thought that we Chinese moms are the moms who love our children the most in the world. But judging at such little thing like taking a passport photo, I realized that you love your child more than I do. It seems like the rumor of you Americans getting rid of your children and throwing them into the society without asking about them anymore when they're 18 isn't true." What the lady said unintentionally triggered Lily's sensitivity. She had a major change in expression and said loudly, "Ms. Xiao, those women who would get rid of their children for no reason won't appear in America but only in Mars. Thanks for your service, goodbye." She walked out of the photography studio while holding Zhang Lisheng's hand. Ms. Xiao was left shocked and could not snap out of being lost for a long time. There were people walking around the streets. After walking around purposelessly for a while, Lily had finally calmed down her emotion and recovered to her gentle tone while she asked Zhang Lisheng, "Baby, we're done with the serious matter. Now should we look for a tour guide, or should we go online and see what's fun in Chengdu on our own? I don't know anything about this. My child, it's okay that you've no idea about this, but you shouldn't be afraid to choose. Tell mother, should we look for a tour guide or tour on our own?" Zhang Lisheng opened his mouth wide and all of a sudden, he saw a bus passed by, which written with a warm "Congratulations to the State Administration for Religious Affairs Annual Meeting Social Sciences and Religion Seminar held at the Chengdu Qingyang Palace" on it. "Can we go to Qingyang Palace?" "Well, go on our own." He slit his tongue and said that. "Of course we can, baby. Let's go now," Lily replied happily, after hearing her son made a decision under her encouragement. Qingyang Palace was the No.1 attraction in Western Sichuan. It was located in the southwest suburbs, where its south was facing the Wu Temple and its east was looking at the Erzianen. The Taoist palace was built in the Zhou dynasty and flourished during the Shu Han regime. It was burnt down during the uprising of the 5 barbarians and reconstructed during the Song dynasty. It was named Qingyang Temple, Qingyang Guarn, and Xuanzhang Guarn before. In the end, it was officially named Qingyang Palace. It was considered one of the oldest symbolisms of the penetration of Central Plain culture into the Bashu culture. It was natural that the transportation was convenient at such a popular attraction. All they had to do was to look for a kind pedestrian to ask for direction. Zhang Lisheng and Lily arrived outside the Qingyang Palace after walking to the bus station, spent 2 yuan to ride on the bus, and walked less than a mile. The time was around 11 noon. The palace entrance was crowded under the warm sun. There were many local small businesses selling talismans, copper coins, peachwood sword replicas, exorcism bells, and other artifacts by laying red cloth on the ground. They were calling out loudly in order to sell the stuff. Looking up below the high stairs, the Qingyang Palace's mountain gate was majestic where the cornices overlapped, dragons and tigers attached to the pillars. Qingyang Palace in gold was written on the horizontal inscribed board high in the middle. Under the horizontal inscribed board were over 10 religious figures who had just attended the State Administration for Religious Affairs annual meeting. They were wearing earthly clothing as they blended into the crowd. They were looking at the secular world condescendingly. On the other hand, there was only a fat monk who was different from the rest and dressed in cassock, taking photos with the tourists that gathered around while chuckling. Seeing the monk wearing a fat and unpleasant expression while taking photos with young female tourists, a young lady with pretty features but arched brows who looked heroic in sports attire not so distant, made fun of him while saying softly, "Senior sister, look at that Master Xiangxin's face. He's the vice president of the National Buddhist Society. I heard from others that the only scripture that he knew is Amitabha. As a leader of the Shaolin Temple's Chan sect, it's an absurd tale that has never happened before in the Chan sect for him to be wearing a gold-patined cassock while taking pictures with underage ladies wearing a mini-skirt with his pervert face. An average-looking lady in red next to the lady with arched brows who embodied a quiet character while savoring the moment and free like a cloud smiled as she said, "Junior sister, you must know that the Chan sect that you're talking about had been swept by the red culture over 30 years ago. All of the monks in the entire temple had been secularized and scattered like birds and animals. There were only 3 old monks left who are blind, deaf, and handicapped, as well as this Xiangxin, who looks like a pervert maintaining the Shaolin kinship for thousands of years. The old monks couldn't support themselves, and Xiangxin, who was only over 10 years old at that time, logged and dug potatoes to offer the Buddhist elders. Apart from that, he was being tortured and criticized by the red guards of the same age. Even though a whole 8 years have passed, every morning he would still face the west and chant Amitabha for hundreds of times while kneeling. Maybe it's not that he's dumb when he can only chant Amitabha. Perhaps he could understand endless truth about Buddhism from the script alone. I heard it's his suggestion that this year's annual meeting's site is opened and sellers are allowed to set up stores to do business as they wish. Although freeing himself from the worldly matters and maintaining personal integrity are good practices, an eminent monk who spread Dharma into the world with a free heart and great virtue was even more worthy of our respect. Senior sister, I've got no idea about what kind of virtue he used to have, but I've always seen his news online now. Is taking a couple of photos with others, gathering a few bald disciples who are capable of kung fu to perform at Las Vegas Casino, helping these villagers who dominate the market by oppressing their peers to get the entitlement in selling fake goods, spreading Dharma. It's the age of technology where human rules. Even our 10 Taoist abbeys disciples are surfing from the internet now. Wouldn't he consider to be spreading Dharma if he managed to get tens of thousands of common people to have the slightest thought about Buddhism in them? The lady in red sighed and said while forcing a smile. The young lady with arched brows refused to give in, but she had nothing to counter back. Just when she was hesitating, all of a sudden, she saw Zhang Lisheng, who was carrying a backpack, walking up to the Qingyang Palace stairs. To her, Zhang Lisheng, who was a rank 1 wizard, was like a human form monster with a dimmed, black fog surrounding him under the sun. Apart from that, the backpack on his back was conspicuous like black ink. Senior sister, there's a wizard sneaking among the crowd and breaking into the Qingyang Palace in broad daylight. This place is just 1 step away from the huge Wuis Memorial. which is the ancestral clearing land thousands of years ago. Nothing can justify this, even if this is the age of technology. We should attack first. Let me kill him. The young lady with arched brows wore an excited expression on her face as she said softly with anticipation. She waved and shook her hand, then a purple talisman appeared. Stop, there are too many tourists here. We must be careful. The lady in red stopped the young lady and advanced while looking serious. As she spoke, the lady in red's thin ears with faint blood vessels showing, shook lightly. Soon, she sighed in relief and said, "He's not a Chinese like us. He speaks English, seems like a tourist who is traveling from overseas with his mother. Since he's a foreigner, then it has nothing to do with us. He's not Chinese like us, but why does his wizard power look incredibly pure? How could he be a foreigner?" There was a cavalry who wandered into America unintentionally following the frozen ocean during the Yuan dynasty and gave birth to Red Indians. There were shamans who went into war following the army, and that was how witchcraft was passed down. Apart from that, the Haitian witch doctors in Africa are also implicated with Chinese witchcraft. Human is the most miraculous thing in the world. What's impossible to happen? But that person has a Sichuan people's look. The Americans have complicated the source of population. It's possible to have witchcraft spreading irresponsibly. It has always been a difficult task for a cultivator to come around, let alone a dedicated one. Don't talk about those foreign gringos. Our China's authentic and famous sects are getting less picky these days. I never expected a senior sister to call somebody else a gringo. Don't make fun of my faulty choice of word. Junior sister, you must remember this carefully. The late wise man Zhu Wu's art of war is known to the world. His history of killing hundreds of Mairoi leaders thousands of years ago, killing thousands of people in the Yi village, and the fabrication of war of pacification about the Mairoi leaders did not manage to eradicate the witchcraft in western Sichuan mountains. If the past wise man couldn't do it, let alone us. Don't rush into things whenever you encounter something and come out with a conclusion easily. Otherwise, you'll make a huge mistake and probably implicate our division, especially when it's the age of technology and the internet. Chapter 31 Single-Horned Copper Goat. Chapter 31 Single-Horned Copper Goat. When the lady in red was teaching her junior sister a lesson, Jane Lishing, who had no idea that he was in luck and escaped another trouble, had gotten into the crowd and climbed up the long stairs with his wizard worm on his back long ago. He was wandering around the Qingyang Palace with his mother. The Hunyuan Hall, which worshipped the taking god Tenzin, occupied a wide space of 26 stone columns with a carving of mountain deers, phoenixes, black tortoises, and more spiritual creatures. All of them looked realistic. The 8-diagram pavilion was built on a high-rise platform where the entire thing was joined with mortise and tenon without any wedges or bolts. There was a glazed gourd treasure tripod who stood tall all the way to the pavilion ceiling. The design was simply exquisite. Apart from that was the Hall of Three Purities with the most worshipped statues, the Dulao Hall with the sculpture that looked the most like a female Buddha, and the ginormous 3 platforms in the backyard. These unprecedented cultural landscapes made the young man from a mountain village of limited knowledge to indulge himself. However, as he stepped into the last courtyard of Qingyang Palace, Jane Lishing felt a jolt in his heart all of a sudden, while a piercing pain sensation came up in his skin all over his body. Noticing there was something wrong, he stood still, immediately ignoring the fact that the crowd was squeezing each other behind him. He looked around and eventually saw at the end of the courtyard, A wooden sign written with Dao follows what is natural derived from the Dao De Jing. Before the Hall of Jade Emperor was a single-horned copper goat that was guarding the palace door, staring at him maliciously. The glare really came from the copper goat. In the spur of blankness, all Zhang Lixing could feel was the copper goat with a rat's ear, cattle's nose, tiger's paws, rabbit's back, dragon's horns, snake's tail, horse's mouth, goat's beard, monkey's neck, chicken's eyes, dog's belly, and pig's rump was getting bigger and bigger. Eventually, it grew to a size that was similar to the Hall of Jade Emperor that was behind it, with its mouth opened wide and sharp teeth showing. It seemed like it was going to devour Zhang Lixing in one gulp. Under the force of the single-horned copper goat, Zhang Lixing frowned and clenched his teeth, without him realizing it. The wizard power in his blood began to flow automatically, while Mountod, which was in his backpack, shook its body and faintly releasing a breathing sound for the first time, in the circumstance of not being driven by incantation. "Baby, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Lily, who was next to Zhang Lixing, asked loudly when she saw her son stood still out of nowhere and soon began to clench his teeth as his whole body was shaking with no reason. A high-decibel lady's voice was extremely ear-piercing even in a crowded and noisy environment. Moreover, the one who was clamoring was a foreigner. The tourists in the courtyard were stunned and looked towards the place where the noise came from, one after another. A few Western tourists among them walked towards them in big steps and asked in concern, "Marm, may I know if you need any help?" "My son, he became like this all of the sudden while he was walking. I don't know why he became like this," Lily proceeded to shout in panic. "Doctor, is there any doctor here? Oh God, the merciful God. I beg for your gospel. Is there any doctors here?" The foreign tourists who came up to them first looked at each other and shook their heads one after another in regret and concern. At that moment, a big Chinese man with a beard all over his face came out of the crowd and shouted at Lily as well as the tourists around with his fluent Mandarin with a mix of stammering English, "Please give them some space. This kid must be having epilepsy. We must give him enough space to breathe. Marm, not a doctor, but studying a master's degree in clinical nursing at the Western Sichuan Medical University. Does your kid, your son, has epilepsy, asthma, or medical history of other neurological diseases? If he does, did you guys bring the emergency medicine of these types of diseases?" Although clinical nursing was training nurses instead of doctors, this young man, who looked more like a robber rather than an intellectual, was a master's degree holder from a medical school after all. Under his call, soon the tourists made a wide space for Zhang Lixing and Lily. Regarding the questions that the bearded man had raised, Lily, who was in the middle of the space, stammered panicky and embarrassedly, "I Roman 3 don't Roman 2. Naturally, the bearded man did not know that this lady, who looked like she cared for her son to her bones, had just reunited with her child for less than 24 hours. He thought that her brain was not functioning anymore due to her nervousness. "Don't panic, Marm. Breathe. No, take a deep breath. Your kid is all right. Let me help him remove his backpack and loosen his collar to improve his breathing condition." Since the bearded man could not get anything informational from the patient's mother, he extended his hand onto Zhang Lixing's backpack while comforting Lily. "Stop right there!" A loud scream came from far away. Soon, the tourists who surrounded the space felt a flash before their eyes. Suddenly, a young lady who had arched brows and bright eyes wearing sports attire appeared in the space out of nowhere. She blocked the bearded man's arm. The medical master degree student was stunned like he was having an illusion. He said blankly, Lady, where did you come from? Saving him. Don't. The young lady was the lady with arched brows who had the intention to kill Zhang Lisheng at the Qingyang Palace entrance. Hearing the bearded man's gullible words, she smiled coldly and said with a mean, low voice, saving him HMPH, you should save your worthless life first. If I didn't want this Taoism palace of 1,000 years to be tarnished, I would love to see you idiot being kindly eaten by an evil spirit. As the young lady with arched brows was getting everybody's attention, her senior sister, the lady in red, had arrived casually before the single-horned copper goat that was guarding the Hall of Jade Emperor. She then chanted a passage silently. We're doing this in the event of an emergency. Please do not take offense. The lady in red then waved her hands and 2 black talismans appeared in her hands. She then pasted the talismans onto the goat's eyes and wrote a wise head keeps a closed mouth in seal script in the air. As the seal scripts appeared out of thin air, the talismans that were pasted on the copper goat's eyes began to burn themselves and turned into ashes before vanishing. At the same time, Zhang Lisheng felt an image of darkness before his eyes and he came back to reality. He looked blankly at the crowd around him and asked Lily after shaking his head, Mother, what happened? Seeing that her son had gotten back to normal, Lily shouted in surprise, You're all right, my baby, thank you. God, how are you feeling now? You gave me a great scare just now. It should be the both of you who scared us. Your son released a worm to harm others. It won't harm himself anyway. The young lady with arched brows pouted and pointed at Zhang Lisheng's head without touching him while speaking in fluent English. Little gringo, this is not your territory. If you're wandering in China, people like you should be smart and don't wander around as you wish. Hearing the young lady saying words like released worm to harm others, Lily's expression that was combined with panic and glad was now completely pale. She staggered and blocked in front of Zhang Lisheng with her wobbly body and boasted to the young lady with arched brows while glaring at her, Miss, are you being racist to my child right now? As an American, I respect China's long history, but at the same time, I think that everyone is born equal where nationalities shouldn't matter. All right. Stop nagging, this mother from America. I'm not here to offend you, but just a kind reminder to your son that this is a Western Sichuan ancient land, not the rising Shanghai or the Yellow Sea. The grass and the trees here might have a history of their own. It's better that you stay in the new city area if you've got a unique identity. The young lady with arched eyebrows waved her hands and vanished after a few turnings among the crowd. The accident came to no end. Since there was nothing to see anymore, the tourists soon went back into their thick travel mood. Everything went back to normal. The only one left was the enthusiastic bearded man stammered and gesturing while he reminded, Marm, although the season is late autumn now, but in a place that's crowded and stuffy, like this place, there's a possibility to experience heat stroke. Especially your child looks very small. No, he's very skinny. Thank you, sir, you can speak Mandarin. Did you say that my child might be experiencing heat stroke? Lily's eyes lit up and asked loudly. The bearded man was stunned and said while forcing a smile, Marm, you speak much better Mandarin than me speaking English. Yes, your child seems like he has a weak body. He seemed to be experiencing epilepsy earlier, but since he did not have foaming in his mouth and recovered himself all of the sudden, the biggest possibility would be the beginning stage of a heat stroke. It's better that you get him to a place with good ventilation to rest. Drink more water. Salt water would be best. Thank you so much for your help. Lily thanked him with sincere gratitude. We Chinese has an old saying of satisfaction derived from helping others. Goodbye. After the bearded man left, Lily's heart was filled with insecurity, while her face revealed hesitation and uncertainty, like there was something that she wanted to ask Zhang Lishing. However, she ended up saying gently, "Baby, the kind man who helped just now was right. Too many things happened in the past 2 days. Perhaps you haven't gotten used to it. You should take a rest. Let's go back to the hotel, okay?" Zhang Lishing, who had questions filled his head, nodded and followed Lily, walking out of the Qingyang Palace slowly. The mother and son hailed a taxi on the street. The taxi headed straight towards the Golden Dragon Hotel and stopped at its entrance. After returning to the hotel room B4506, Lily has gotten Zhang Lishing to lie straight on the couch in the living room while she ran into the bathroom. She dipped a towel into cold water and wiped her son's face and chest. Later on, she made a phone call hastily and ordered room service. She also specially asked the staff to get a big bowl of salt water. Seeing his mother running around taking care of him, Zhang Lishing could not get used to that at all and said, "Mother, I'm fine now. You don't have to worry about me. You need to watch out, even if you're feeling fine. Baby, I suppose you've never experienced epilepsy or asthma before." Although Zhang Lishing's English was good, he had yet to master an uncommon medical terminology such as epilepsy and asthma. He could not help himself but ask, blankly. "Epilepsy and asthma," Lily explained in Mandarin. "No, mother. I might look skinny, but my body is pretty strong. You forgot about our promise, which is to speak in English." Lily had a sudden change of expression, and unnecessarily said it nervously. "I'm sorry, mother. Listen to me, baby. We're flying to New York after staying in Chengdu for 1 more day. I need you to promise me that you won't speak even a sentence in Mandarin until the very last day. Can you promise me that?" Zhang Lishing opened his mouth and seemed like he wanted to ask why. Ding dong, the doorbell came from the door at that moment. Chapter 32 Rank 2 Wizard. Chapter 32 Rank 2 Wizard. "Baby, don't ask me why, I just need you to promise me this one thing. Can you do that?" Lily ignored the doorbell and begged. "Okay, no problem, mother. I'll not speak a sentence of Mandarin before we board the plane, even if there are words that I don't understand." Looking at his mother's begging expression, Zhang Lishing nodded helplessly. Lily was relieved to hear that her son gave his word to her request. She felt gratified and opened the room door. It was a tall and skinny young man wearing the Golden Dragon Hotel's housekeeping staff uniform outside the door with a food cart. He then said courteously, "Marm, the room service that you ordered is here. Please come in." Lily opened the door and stood aside. The tall and skinny staff stood straight, but his body seemed to be hunching when he walked. He pushed the cart to the coffee table in the living room and placed a few scrumptious dishes properly. He looked at Zhang Lishing, who was lying straight on the couch, and asked after his nose moved a bit, "Would you like fork and knife or chopsticks for your cutlery?" "A pair of fork and knife and a pair of chopsticks," Lily, who was aside, said conveniently. "A pair of fork and knife and a pair of chopsticks." The tall and skinny staff repeated what Lily said and put down the cutleries. He then turned around and walked towards the door, while pushing the cart. Watching him leave, Lily, who was holding $5 in her hand, waved the cash and asked, "Young man, don't you want your tip?" The tall and skinny staff was stunned and walked to Lily while pushing the cart slowly. He said courteously, "Thank you," and took the cash. After sending off the staff with a few USD, Lily almost fed Zhang Lisheng one mouthful after another throughout the entire lunch. After that, she only finished the cold and leftover dishes hastily. Seeing Lily, who looked a little blank when she was eating, Zhang Lisheng, who was sitting next to her, asked, "Mother, did you wake up really early today?" Lily, who actually did not sleep at all last night, forced out a smile and said, "Oh no, baby. I had enough sleep last night, but I didn't sleep well. Can we stay in the hotel for the rest of the day today?" "Sure, nothing is better than that." "Then I'll go to my bedroom to take a nap now. You take a rest in your bedroom after you're done with lunch too, Mother." "Oh baby, you're so sweet." Lily put down the fork and knife and gave Zhang Lisheng a tight hug after realizing her son's sweet gesture. She said, "I'm such an incompetent mother, but I have such a considerate child." All of a sudden, she began to sob quietly as she said, "Oh Lord, thank you for bestowing him to me." In reality, Lily almost collapsed completely from the heavy guilt that she accumulated for 16 years, ever since she found out about Zhang Lisheng's existence. And because of that, this competent career woman would spoil and protect her son that she abandoned for 16 years almost unreasonably in the manner of paying back, since she met Zhang Lisheng. However, the guilt in Lily's heart did not manage to expel properly, even after all that she had done. Subconsciously, she urgently needed a certain kind of emotional comforting. Otherwise, she might drive herself crazy. Coincidentally, Lily found a decent opportunity from the insignificant heartwarming action that Zhang Lisheng performed. From sobbing, it soon became crying, and crying became wailing. No matter how Zhang Lisheng comforted her, nothing seemed to work. Eventually, she cried herself into a deep sleep while lying on the hotel suite's living room couch. She was exhausted physically and mentally. Seeing Lily falling asleep while snoring softly, Zhang Lisheng, who had no idea what to do earlier, was stunned for a while. He extended his hands and attempted to carry his mother from the couch to her bed for a good rest. Unfortunately, although Lily's body was not considered to be tall, she was one size bigger than Zhang Lisheng, who was skinny. He failed to carry her even when he was clenching his teeth and his face was flushing from the exhaustion. Zhang Lisheng panted, while looking at his skinny arms and legs, then forced a smile. He then switched his focus on the backpack that was placed on the carpet. Since he had become a wizard, how could he fail to do this tiny little thing? However, he had a chill in him when he imagined Mount Toad turning into the size of a yak and hop into the bedroom while having Lily hanging in its mouth. "I've gone insane. I've turned into a wizard, not a god." Zhang Lisheng mumbled and walked into Lily's room in big steps. He carried a duvet from the bed and covered it on top of her. Later on, Zhang Lisheng carried his backpack quietly and returned to his bedroom. He took out his wizard worm from his backpack after climbing onto the bed. He sat with the most comfortable pose and began his cultivation by chanting an incantation with PSTSHH sound. Time flew by. Zhang Lisheng, who gotten thirsty from all the chanting, snapped out of the zone slowly, without knowing how much time had passed. The wizard power that was flowing in his blood had slowly stabilized. He could feel that he was just one step away from getting to rank 2 wizard. Zhang Lisheng stepped on the carpet with his bare feet and opened the bedroom door while carrying the Mount Toad after getting off the bed. The living room was in darkness, while Lily's snoring was ringing continuously. Seeing that his mother was still resting, Jane Lishing smiled and decided to let her get a good sleep and wake up on her own. Just as he was attempting to retreat back to his bedroom quietly, suddenly, he saw a pair of round eyes that were shining faintly while glowing in the dark. At the same time, a voice that was intentionally deepened came off with a slightly teasing tone. "Young man, don't make any loud noises. Your mother is in a deep slumber, don't wake her up." PSTSHH Jane Lisheng was shocked when he realized there was an accident happening outside of his expectation. His mouth was opening and closing quickly as he chanted a couple of incantations softly. His expression had a sudden change to a ghastly look as he said, "Brother, this is the Western Sichuan land. If you don't want to die, leave far away from the father's mother far away." Heh! What you've just said had proved that I'm here for the right person. I thought you escaped last night. You got me panicked for a long time. After all, it isn't a pleasant feeling to owe someone a favor. You're here for third brother. You knew quite a lot. The uninvited guest in the living room smiled and said, "Not a lot actually. What's your name? Since you're so calm, I'll make an exception and tell you then. My name's Mountain Cat. The mountain of the poor mountain ranges and the cat of the ferocious cats with 9 lives. So Mountain Cat, what do you want from me? I would like you to go to an empty space with me out there. Although I have 9 lives, my intuition told me that I might have to drench a large amount of effort if I fight you in this room. Sure, let me put on my shoes." Jane Lisheng agreed right away and put down his wizard worm on the bedroom door. He was just turning around after putting it down. "You've dropped something. Don't play tricks in front of me," Mountain Cat, who possessed night vision, said with his deep voice while having an ominous premonition. Right at that moment, whispers of PSTSHH came off in the dark. As the strange noise, whose purpose was unknown, came out of Jane Lishing's mouth, the wind in the suite began to flow at an alarming rate. Mountoad, which looked like a sculpture toad who was placed in front of the bedroom door, suddenly transformed over 2 meters tall. It opened its big mouth and stuck its tongue, filled with sticky fluid, towards Mountain Cat. Such an odd and terrifying scene had caused Mountain Cat, who looked like he had everything in control, lost his majestic pose. He cursed and leaped high in the hotel living room like a leopard cat. After avoiding Mountoad's sticky tongue attack, Mountain Cat then targeted at Lily, who was nearby, to be his hostage. However, Mountoad proceeded to stick its tongue out continuously and sealed all of his possible destinations. The same thing happened continuously. The only thing that Mountain Cat could do was to act like a bug that was avoiding a devouring toad as he kept moving just to dodge its huge, terrifying, sticky tongue. Apart from that, he was pulling his distance with Lily further and further away in order for Jane Lisheng to be unable to guess his movement trajectory. However, even though he was losing in the end, Mountain Cat tried his best to scratch Mountoad's huge tongue by extending his half-an-inch-long sharp nails on his both hands with the attempt to slash the tongue while leaping continuously on the ground, wall, and ceiling. Unfortunately, when his sharp claws got hold of the side of the wizard worm's huge tongue, he could not exert his strength as his claws were cut into a wet, slippery and firm cowhide. On the contrary, his claws were firmly stuck by its tongue. If his nails were unable to grow again after breaking, he might have been pulled into Mountoad's stomach conveniently. Since attacking by force did not work, Mountain Cat began to talk occasionally with the attempt to mess with Jane Lisheng's head while looking for any possibilities to slip in an attack. Aren't you curious about why your mother isn't awake after such a long time? Kid, Roman, too poisoned your mother. However, he eventually dismissed the very last hope that he had after his eyes met Zhang Lisheng in a flash with the help of a bright moonlight that was shining from the floor-to-ceiling window. He saw Zhang Lisheng, who was hiding behind Mount Toad's back, was wearing an expression like he was looking at a corpse. Mountain Cat then realized that underestimating his enemy while thinking that this assassination plot would be an easy one was his biggest fault. The fatal mistake of confronting his enemy teasingly led his instinct to prove that Zhang Lisheng was extremely dangerous. Sensing that Zhang Lisheng might have set a trap at the door for him to fall in, Mountain Cat cursed hard before leaving. God damn it. If we're at an empty space, I would've killed you since the beginning. I didn't manage to kill you this time. There'll definitely be next time. Mountain Cat barely avoided Mount Toad's tongue attack and crushed towards the floor up to the ceiling window in the living room, ignoring what consequences there might be. Perhaps it would not be any danger for him to be climbing the 45 floors up and down, but crushing and falling by force he would be at his peak of luck if he managed to survive. There were countless regrets, vengeance, and anger when Mountain Cat was escaping. The negative emotions were like the very last straw to crush a camel, which completely destroyed the very last obstacle to get Zhang Lisheng to rank 2 wizard. With his eyes closed, all of the runes and spells that he used to memorize appeared in Zhang Lisheng's mind once again. The difference from the last time when he became a wizard was that there were tens of ancient strange worms in the form of black and white colors climbing on each other at the back of the runes and spells. It came and go as it turned out to be the background of the runes and spells in its end. All of a sudden, a brand new witchcraft incantation refined in Zhang Lisheng's head. The wizard power in his blood was boosted half of the intensity before, while there was a second lump that was the size of a green bean bulged on the ceiling of his mouth. Chapter 33 Decision to Kill. Chapter 33 Decision to Kill. As soon as the witchcraft incantation appeared in his head, Zhang Lisheng understood how to use it right away. He opened his eyes, then happiness flashed in it immediately. He spat a mouthful of black blood at Mount Toad and shouted the word transform. Thick smoke started coming out of Mount Toad's body, which was covered in black blood. Mount Toad suddenly jumped and stuck tight on the living room's ceiling like it was capable of controlling the evil wind. It then dashed towards the floor-to-ceiling window that was broken by Mountain Cat earlier. At this moment, Mountain Cat, who was outside the window, had yet to arrive on the ground. He was adjusting his body in midair while extending all of his bloody nails on both of his hands, tearing the Golden Dragon Hotel's exterior building wall. He was trying his best to minimize the impact of jumping off the building. At that instant, a gush of absorption came from the top of his head, which greatly weakened his fall's impact. However, that strange help that came out of nowhere made Mountain Cat displeased. He looked up immediately with his distorted face. He saw a gigantic toad with toad skin all over it. The toad's mouth was wide opened and its head was sticking out. It was like a gigantic vacuum that was trying to suck him hard into its mouth. Zhang Lisheng was determined to kill him, ignoring the trouble that might come to him by exposing his wizard worm. The air surrounding him got bigger and formed into a cyclone that lifted his falling body. Mountain Cat knew that he was in a hopeless situation. He would definitely die if he was to hold anything back. Drive the target into a dead end, show no mercy like fishing with an electrical net, he shouted madly. Bastard, our grudge won't come to an end if either of us lives. He then chewed half of his tongue until it was mashed and spat a mouthful of fresh blood at Mountode, which made it lift its head. The blood transformed into a monster claw with mottled fur in midair. It was ascending at an alarming rate with the attempt to capture Mountode. Lich, who was chanting incantation at the moment, was standing next to his wizard worm. Bracing the harsh, chilly wind high above, he was trying to kill his enemy with a single strike of his peculiar technique. However, he suddenly saw a beast claw that was the size of a wall that stretched open in the air, that then came towards him from below. Seeing that there was no longer time to avoid the attack, the only thing that Lich could do was to use his peculiar technique to protect himself instead of using it to kill the enemy. He then made Mountode blow a mouthful of air towards the monster claw with all its strength. The air that blew out of Mountode's mouth transformed into a spiral-shaped black smoke and collided with the monster claw that was transformed from Mountain Cat's blood. Barm! A deep collision noise came off softly. After that, an audio frequency which surpassed the limit that a human ear could notice came out. Although nobody could hear the sound, people within hundreds of meters from the center of collision felt a sudden pain in their head. Many who had just filled their stomachs with food vomited immediately. Mountode turned back into the size of a football after releasing all of the air that it stored earlier. It crouched on the carpet like a sculpture. Meanwhile, Lich, who had exhausted all of his wizard power, didn't have any strength left to drive his wizard worm any longer. He proceeded to stick his head out carefully while watching Mountain Cat turned into an insignificant little black dot that had fallen onto the ground. However, he didn't spread into a red blood pool. Instead, he was moving away slowly. Lich mumbled to himself with a solemn face, spitting blood and turning it into a claw. Could it be that the witchcraft's gate of sacrifices hunting claw method? Brother Mountain Cat, seems like we're in the same line. It's such a shame that you're being raised and ordered around by others. It'll end your life next time so that you can stop embarrassing your ancestors. Although he said that, Lich knew that Mountain Cat would definitely be able to kill him with a single strike if Mountain Cat didn't underestimate him. Although the witchcraft's gate of death was powerful, its weakness was extremely obvious because the wizard would remain an ordinary person before transforming. Lich couldn't help but feel a little irritated as he thought about it. At that moment, the anxious clamor of the hotel staff who arrived late could be heard outside of the door. They knocked on the door and kept knocking harder in each passing moment. Marm Lily, what happened to you? Is everything all right? Lich panicked from the noise that was coming outside. He thought to himself that the hotel staff would never believe whatever explanation he would say. So he carried his wizard worm. He then rapidly took a breath of the cold air outside. Then he quietly walked to the couch in the living room and lied on the carpet following the direction of the wind. Lich's plan was to pretend to be unconscious. Marm Lily. If you're not going to respond, we'll be taking necessary actions. Stop talking and open the door right now. Yes, Director Dong. I'll open the door right away. As soon as the room B4506's door was opened, a few Golden Dragon Hotel staff rushed into the room. Although there was no light in the room, with the help of the bright moonlight and the strong, chilly wind, they could feel that the suite was already in a mess. Fifth floor to the ceiling window is completely broken. The walls so dirty, it's so smelly in here. What's that smell? Shut up. It's not about the room anymore. The people are what's important now. A young director in a neat suit shouted madly, "Turn on the lights, and so we can see how the guests are doing." The staff turned on the ceiling lights clumsily. The young director, who still held a slight hope in him, felt relieved after seeing the two guests who were unconscious. "See how the guests are doing, and call 120 for emergency help," he said slowly, while his voice was a little husky and deep. A staff hesitated, but mustered his courage to comfort his superior, who seemed depressed at that time. "Director, actually this is not much of our customer service department's responsibility." "How is it not much of our responsibility?" "What happened here was that our customer service staff was beaten until he was unconscious by someone who also stole his uniform. The person then sent food to the guests staying in room B4506. Then that night an accident happened to the guests in room B4506. The young director couldn't help himself, so he screamed out loud while feeling lost, "Tell me, how is this not our responsibility?" The staff stammered as he failed to get on the director's good side. "Director, then didn't we just find out that Zhao Liuo was beaten by someone until he was unconscious? We informed the security department right after we found out about it." "Oh yes, the security department. Since something happened to the guests' safety, the security department should bear the responsibility. Moreover, looking at the room's condition, it's obvious that this is not an ordinary theft, but more of a trouble that the guests brought onto themselves. Speaking of which, it's our hotel that's at a disadvantage here." The young director patted his own face hard after hearing what his staff said. He then lifted his spirit, then said softly, "You're so smart to come out with so many excuses to push the responsibility away for me. All these excuses make sense, but the only thing that I know is that once anything happened to guests who are staying in the Golden Dragon Hotel, it's me, the customer service director's responsibility. To be honest, if I'm so good at coming out with excuses like you, my current job position might be folding bed sheets with you." The staff's face suddenly became flushing red and he left with his head hanging low. The young director then raised his voice and instructed systematically, "Don't move the guests' bodies before the ambulance come to avoid adding injuries to the guests for the second time. Get a couple of duvets to cover the guests up. Make sure to keep their body temperature. Pull the floor-to-ceiling window curtain tight to block the wind as much as possible. Also, keep the guests' luggage and personal items where they are. Don't touch any of them." He then took out a walkie-talkie. He was planning to communicate the situation with his superiors and the persons in charge of the same level in other departments to discuss countermeasures. The first one that he paged was naturally the person who bore the same responsibility as he did. It was the security department director, Zhu Dongling, who was an ex-soldier. Director Zhu. "Im Dong Kaifeng from the customer service department. Please answer me if you're hearing this." In the open-air parking lot outside of the Golden Dragon Hotel, Zhu Dongling, who was big and tall, looked shocked after seeing a human-shaped sunken hole smashed on top of a Porsche Cayenne. He habitually placed the walkie-talkie next to his ear when he heard sound coming out of it. "Director Zhu, do you hear me? Im Dong Kaifeng from the customer service department." "I hear you, Director Dong. Do speak." "Director Zhu, didn't I just reported to you about our staff from the customer service department, Zhao Liuo, who was beaten until he was unconscious while he was on duty this afternoon. Someone else then replaced him to send room service to room B4506. There's a bad development to the incident. The mother and son who are staying in room B4506 were attacked and unconscious now. The room is in a great mess and even the floor-to-ceiling window glass is broken. Wait, is the room B4506 that Director Dong was talking about located in the building right across the open-air parking lot? Zhu Dongling's heart jolted and lifted his head automatically. He asked while looking at the guest room that was sparkly with lights. Yes, our hotel's open-air parking lot is just outside of room B4506's window. Dong Kaifeng thought about it and said, Director Zhu, I think it's best that you take a look at the scene as well. After all, this incident is related to your security department. Room B4506. Isn't it on the 45th floor? Zhu Dongling seemed like he didn't hear Dong Kaifeng's suggestion and asked blankly in the late autumn's chilly wind. Of course it's on the 45th floor. Director Zhu, it's best that you come here so that we could communicate face to face. Sure. There's something that I would like to talk to you as well, Zhu Dongling replied. Then he ended the conversation. He was stunned for a while and rubbed his nose. He then looked at his underlings who were standing aside and said loudly, Get a rug to cover this broken car. Quick. Stop being in daze, all of you are so slow to take action. Il Torque to Director Dong from the customer service department. All of you stay here, nobody should go near the car before I come back. If the car owner comes here, tell him that we're doing a valuation for the car and the hotel is planning to compensate him in full amount. If he creates a disturbance, we'll solve the issue with legal proceedings. Yes, Director. The security guards gave a military salutation in a nondescript manner. Some of them were looking for a canvas to immediately cover the car while some of them spread out to stop guests who were still wandering around in the middle of the night and wanted to see what was happening as they noticed something was wrong. The only person left was a tanned and skinny middle-aged man who looked like he was mourning. He said carefully while being by Zhu Dongling's side, Director, I really did watch the parking lot's door carefully and I would patrol whenever I can. But who would've thought a person would fall from the sky to smash a big hole on a car? His face was filled with blood and his eyes were ferocious. As soon as he glared at me, my body started to shake. I really didn't dare to. It's all right, Lao Lai. You're only making 2,000 yuan a month. You can't be losing your life here. Zhu Dongling frowned and instructed while he walked. I know this isn't your fault. Go and guard the door now. Everything would be fine as soon as you stop talking nonsense. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? The tanned and skinny middle-aged man was stunned for a while and nodded like a chick pecking rice grains on the ground as he replied, Yes. Thank you, Director. Roman, to understand. I'll do my job properly. I won't talk any more nonsense. Zhu Dongling nodded impatiently and rushed into the hotel lobby. Like bearing a pile of burning coal in his heart, he took the elevator exclusively for hotel staff and arrived at the 45th floor while feeling annoyed. He rushed into the room B4506 with a solemn expression. Chapter 34 Carrot and Stick. Chapter 34 Carrot and Stick. As soon as he entered the room, the change in temperature made his body shiver. His head was much clearer now. You're here, Director Zhu. All right, Director Dong. Let's skip the formalities in such a situation. How is it going? Zhu Dongling calmed his emotions, then asked after taking a look at the strange scene in the room. Dong Kaifeng said while forcing a smile, What happened is that the guests are unconscious. The floor-to-ceiling window is broken. There are footprints and an unknown chemical mucus with a disgusting stench all over the ceiling and walls. It doesn't look like a robbery or a theft. The most logical explanation is that the person who had beaten our hotel staff until he was unconscious this afternoon disguised as a staff and poisoned the guests after entering room B4506. The guests had become unconscious after being poisoned. The culprit stayed in the room for 10 hours. During that period of time, he used a bamboo pole to raise his shoes to imprint his footprints all over the walls and ceiling, then splat chemical mucus all over the place. As the night came, this lunatic broke the floor-to-ceiling window before escaping with the attempt to freeze our guests to death. Zhu Dongling wore a solemn expression on his face and walked to Zhang, Lisheng, and Lily, who were covered with duvets for a better look. He then said slowly, "Director Dong, maybe the criminal broke the window to escape instead of trying to freeze the guests to death." Dong Kaifeng thought Zhu Dongling was trying to lighten the situation as he did. He then nodded and sighed. "Yay, it could be. I've reported the incident to Director Lai. He's on his way." The victims, our American guests, were too passive. Although anyone who could afford to stay at the Golden Dragon Hotel is rich, foreign guests are much more difficult to handle compared to local guests when accidents like this happen. Especially Americans who like to stir things up and easily hire lawyers for legal action. Although the incident was the reality, the ex-soldier Zhu Dongling was still reluctant in accepting it. He said in all seriousness, "We're in the passive situation no matter which country the guests are from. Also, I wasn't joking with you just now, Director Dong. An over 1 million yuan Porsche Cayenne in the parking lot downstairs was completely smashed just now. I heard from Lao Lai, who's in charge of the parking lot, said that someone fell from the building and ran away after smashing the car. The location of the parked car was coincidentally right below the room B4506's floor-to-ceiling window. Somebody broke the tempered glass here, then jumped and smashed a car. To save cost, our hotel's car park only have one security guard looking after the cars after the night shift ended. In the end, he let the criminal escape just like that because he was scared." Director Zhu, this is the 45th floor. I know. That's why we shouldn't be able to stop him even if we hired a couple more people to look after the cars. Zhu Dongling squatted down and carefully looked around Zhang, Lisheng, and Lily's face and neck. He went closer to sniff them and was relieved. Fortunately, nothing major happened to the guests. The lady seemed to have her nose covered with ether, while the boy might be him. Why is he hugging a toad? Hearing Zhu Dongling talking about the guests, Dong Taifeng realized that now was not the time to think about other matters, so he said immediately, "Let's ignore the fact that he's hugging a toad. Director Zhu, how's the boy?" While wearing a curious expression, Zhu Dongling looked closely at Zhang Lisheng for a while and said, "Maybe he passed out because of fear. There's also the possibility that he passed out from being hit at the back of his head. The issue isn't serious. We should be able to wake them up by splashing cold water on their faces." "Are you sure, Director Zhu?" "I have 80 to 90 confidence that it would work." "Why don't we try it? If we managed to wake them up, we don't even have to send them to the hospital for first aid." When a guest suffered personal injury in the hotel room, making the incident big was no doubt the last resort for the hotel. After all, how could they expect customers to come if they couldn't even guarantee the tourists' safety? Regarding the stinky smell scattered on the ground and walls, the mucus that left pieces of marks from the corrosion on the wallpapers, the mysterious footprints on the walls and ceiling, and the car that was smashed at the parking lot. It was best for them to clear those matters immediately. It would be best for them to not mention any more details of what happened. One should know that a hotel quieter than a hotel that was lacking in safety was no doubt a hotel that was haunted. Especially a 5-star luxury hotel located in the Mayorawe land of Western Sichuan. The Golden Dragon Hotel would not allow anything supernatural related to happen. Otherwise, they might have to close down their business. That was the reason why Dong Kaifeng didn't report to the police even after finding out about the strange event, as he knew the risks of the matter. As he heard what Zhu Dongling had just suggested, his heart was jolted and said in hesitation, But this is related to the guest's personal safety after all. Never mind, let us try that. Since it was decided, Dong Kaifeng didn't hesitate any longer. He then quickly instructed the staff to carefully move Zhang Lixing and Lily into the vacant room B4507 that was diagonal to room B4506 by carrying their arms and legs. After preparing cold water with ice floating in it, he raised the cup and asked, while looking at Zhu Dongling with hesitation, Director Zhu, should I pour it right away or? Zhu Dongling snatched the cup over without saying a word and filled a mouthful of water from half of the cup in his mouth. He then spat directly onto Lily's face and proceeded to turn his head towards Zhang Lixing, who was by the bed, then spat the remaining iced water all over his face. After ice-cold water was spat on their heads, Lily let out a soft moan all of a sudden. Meanwhile, Zhang Lixing, who was pretending to be unconscious, opened his eyes immediately. Director, the ambulance is here. Also, the guard says that Director Lai has arrived at the lobby. Coincidentally, a staff ran into room B4507 in a panic and whispered into Dong Kaifeng's ear. Director Zhu, Director Lai and the car 120 is here. Which one of us should report to him? Dong Kaifeng snapped out of his daze from Zhu Dongling's rough but effective action, and said softly, You go, I'll be here watching. All right, Director Zhu. Please watch here, for now, I'll be right back. Dong Kaifeng, who had always looked down on Zhu Dongling because he was big and rugged, whose director position came from nepotism, said genuinely, This time, I'll explain to Director Lai when I meet him at the lobby. I'll have the biggest credit if the incident can be resolved successfully. He then smiled at the two guests who looked extremely lost lying on the bed in a friendly manner, then turned around to leave the room quickly. Lily was stunned for quite some time, as there was a lot of hotel staff going in and out of the room when she woke up. She then asked with her hoarse voice, What happened, please? Anybody please tell me what happened here? Oh right, my child. My child, where's my child? She screamed at the top of her lungs as she spoke. Please calm down, Marm. Your child is on the bed next to you. You'll see him as soon as you turn your head. Zhu Dongling, whose looks and body size were very rugged, imitated how Dong Kaifeng was towards guests. He then said while smiling, I'm sorry, a little accident happened here, but everything is fine now. At the same time, Zhang Lixing, who was on the other bed, said loudly, I'm fine, mother. Hearing her son's voice, Lily turned around and looked at Zhang Lixing. It was clear that she was relieved after seeing that he was doing all right. She then closed her eyes slowly and took a rest. Later on, Lily tried her best to sit up straight on the bed so that she would not look as tired and clumsy. She said with all seriousness on her face, Sir, you should feel fortunate that my child is fine. All right, we can talk now. What kind of accident exactly happened here? Handling such typical career lady from the American metropolis was not Zhu Dongling's expertise. As soon as Lily's experienced threatening manner came off, he began to stammer in order to delay time. "It's like Saturday will today. What happened today came from our hotel management's oversight, which allowed a thief to invade your room and brought mental damage to you and your family. For that, our hotel would like to apologize to you sincerely." The double-bedroom suite room B4507's door was opened out of nowhere while Dong Kaifeng walked into the room accompanying a decent and elegant middle-aged man in Chinese traditional costume. He then got Zhu Dongling out of the situation by saying, "This is Mr. Lai Longhua, our Chengdu Golden Dragon Hotel's general manager. Director Lai is hoping to communicate with you genuinely to solve this incident completely as much as we can." Lily then said in a straightforward manner, "I understand that as a hotel, you guys don't want to report the incident to the police and hope to solve it privately." "Yes, Marm Lily. Please understand that as a 5-star foreign hotel, we Golden Dragon don't wish to leave a spot as a hotel that's lacking safety. I supposed you're in a rush to return home since you're checking out tomorrow." It was the Golden Dragon Hotel's general manager Lai Longhua who was speaking. He spoke concisely into business directly while smiling confidently. "That's right. If my son's document can be done successfully tomorrow, we're indeed planning to return to New York tomorrow. We can purchase the plane tickets from Chengdu to New York anytime we want," Lily said honestly and in all seriousness without the attempt of blackmailing or negotiating. "However, I would still have to look into your hotel's responsibility for the other hotel guests' safety." "I'm sorry. What a thought, that's very social morality-centered. If that's the case, let's change our way of communication. Marm Lily, the incident that you experienced this time might not come from our hotel's negligence of security systems solely. There's something, how do I say this, some very unique marks in the scene," Lai Longhua said tactfully. What Lai Longhua said made Lily's face pale all of a sudden. She covered her mouth with her hand to suppress the fear within her. After calming herself down by force, she said with her shaky voice, "All right, I understand, Mr. Lai. If that's the case, let's forget about the whole thing. Please leave, I would like to rest." Lai Longhua said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Marm Lily. I'm really sorry. Your room and all room services charges for the last 2 days that you will be staying here will be taken care of by the hotel. Apart from that, our hotel will get someone to send both of you to the airport in a private car tomorrow. Goodbye." He then backed out of the room together with all of the other hotel staff. "Let's skip the formalities in such a situation. How is it going?" Zhu Dongling calmed down his emotion a while and asked after looking around the strange scene in the room. Dong Kaifeng said while forcing a smile, "What happened is that the guests are unconscious, the floor-to-ceiling window is broken, there are footprints and an unknown chemical mucus with a disgusting stench all over the ceiling and walls. It doesn't look like a robbery or a theft. The most logical speculation would be the person who beaten our hotel staff until he was unconscious this afternoon disguised as a staff, and poisoned the guests after entering room B4506. After poisoning the guests to their unconsciousness, the criminal stayed in the room for over 10 hours. During the period of time, he used a bamboo pole to raise his shoes to imprint his footprints all over the walls and ceiling, then splat chemical mucus all over the place." Dong Kaifeng thought Zhu Dongling was trying to lighten the difficult situation like he did while he nodded and said after sighing, "Yay, it could be. Although anyone who could afford to stay at the Golden Dragon Hotel is rich, foreign guests are much more difficult to handle compared to local guests when accidents happened. Especially Americans who like to stir things up and hire a lawyer for legal action easily. Although the incident was the reality, it was something that the ex-soldier Zhu Dongling most unwilling to hear. He said in all seriousness, "We're in the passive situation no matter which country the guests are from." I heard from Lao Lai, who's in charge of the parking lot, said that someone fell from the building and ran away after smashing the car. Director Zhu, this is 45th floor. I know. That's why we shouldn't be able to stop him even if we hired a couple more people to look after the cars. Zhu Dongling squat down and touched around Zhang Lisheng and Lily's face and neck carefully. He went closer and sniffed and eventually said in relief, "Fortunately nothing major happened to the guests." The lady seemed to have her nose covered with ether while the boy might be him. Why is he hugging a toad? Hearing Zhu Dongling talking about the guests, Dong Taifeng realized that now was not the time to think about other matters, so he said immediately, "Let's ignore why is he hugging a toad, Director Zhu. How's the boy?" Zhu Dongling looked closely at Zhang Lisheng for a while and said, while wearing a curious expression, "Maybe he passed out from the scare. There's also a possibility that he passed out from being hit at the back of his head. The issue isn't serious. We should be able to wake them up by splashing cold water on their faces. I have 80-90 confidence that it'll work. Why don't we try it? If we managed to wake them up, we don't even have to send them to the hospital for first aid." When a guest suffered personal injury in the hotel room, making the incident big was no doubt the last resort for the hotel. After all, how could they expect customers to come if they could not even guarantee the tourists' safety? Regarding the stinky smell scattered on the ground and walls, the mucus that left pieces of marks from the corrosion on the wallpapers, the mysterious footprints on the walls and ceiling, and the car that was smashed at the parking lot, it was best for them to clear those matters low-key immediately. It would be best for them to not mention those at all. One should know that a hotel that could be quieter than a hotel that was lack of safety was no doubt a hotel that was haunted. Especially a 5-star luxury hotel located in the Mayorawe land of Western Sichuan. The Golden Dragon Hotel would definitely not allow anything supernatural related to happen. Otherwise, they might have to close down their business. That was the reason why Dong Taifeng did not report to the police after finding out about the strange event, as he knew the stakes of the matter. As he heard what Zhu Dongling had just suggested, his heart was jolted and said in hesitation, "But this is related to the guest's personal safety after all." Since it was decided, Dong Taifeng did not hesitate any longer. He then quickly instructed the staff to move Zhang Lisheng and Lily into the vacant room B4507 that was diagonal to room B4506 carefully by carrying their arms and legs. Under the iced-cold water that was spat on their heads, Lily let out a soft moan for a while all of the sudden. Meanwhile, Zhang Lisheng, who was pretended to be unconscious, opened his eyes directly. "Director, the ambulance is here. Also, the guard says that Director Lai has arrived at the lobby." Coincidentally, the staff ran into room B4507 in panic and said into Dong Taifeng's ear, "Director Zhu, Director Lai and the car 120 is here. Which one of us should report to him?" Dong Taifeng snapped out of his stun from Zhu Dongling's rough but effective action, and said softly, "All right, Director Zhu. Please watch here for now. I'll be right back. I'll explain to Director Lai when I meet him at the lobby." You'll have the biggest credit if the incident can be resolved successfully. Dong Kaifeng, who had always slightly looked down on Zhu Dongling, who was big and rugged, whose director position came from nepotism, said genuinely this time. He then smiled at the two guests who looked extremely lost lying on the bed in a friendly manner, then turned around and left the room hastily. Lily was stunned for quite some time, as there were many hotel staff going in and out of the room when she woke up. She then asked with her hoarse voice, "What happened, please? Anybody please tell me what happened here? I'm sorry, a little accident happened here, but everything is fine now." Zhu Dongling, whose look and body size were very rugged, imitated how Dong Kaifeng usually was and said while smiling, "I'm fine, mother." At the same time, Chang Lisheng, who was on the other bed, said loudly. Hearing her son's voice, Lily turned around and looked at Chang Lisheng. It was clear that she was relieved after seeing that he was doing all right. She then closed her eyes drowsily and took a rest. Handling such typical career lady from the American metropolis was not Zhu Dongling's expertise. As soon as Lily's experienced threatening manner came off, he began to stammer in order to delay time. "It's like that today. Well, today. What happened today came from our hotel management's oversight, which allowed a thief to invade your room and caused mental stress to you and your family." "Yes, Marm Lily. Please understand that as a 5-star foreign hotel, we Golden Dragon don't wish to leave a spot as a hotel that's lack of safety. We can purchase the plane tickets from Chengdu to New York anytime we want," Lily said honestly and in all seriousness, without the attempt of blackmailing or negotiating. "However, I would still have to look into your hotel's responsibility for the other hotel guests' safety." "I'm sorry. There's something, how do I say this, some very unique marks in the scene," Lai Longhua said tactfully. The simple sentence made Lily's face pale all of a sudden. She covered her mouth with her hand to suppress the fear within her. After calming herself down by force, she said with her shaky voice, "All right, I understand, Mr. Lai. If that's the case, let's forget about the whole thing. Your room and all room services charges for the 2 days that you stayed here will be complimentary for you. Apart from that, our hotel will get someone to send both of you to the airport in a private car tomorrow. Goodbye." He then backed out of the room together with all of the other hotel staff. Chapter 35 Departure. Chapter 35 Departure. Chang Lisheng, who had always been curious about his mother's anxiety that came out of nowhere, asked carefully, "Mother, actually, why do you speak English?" Lily was shocked and shouted loudly. Chang Lisheng was stunned for a while with his eyes wide opened. He then asked with hesitation in English, "Mother, are you all right?" "I'm sorry, baby." Mother shouted at you, "I'm sorry." After a moment of silence, Lily held her forehead, then said with her shaky voice, "I'm all right. It's just that I'm tired and I'm in a rather bad mood due to the accident that happened." Figuring that it was himself who brought such fear to his mother, Chang Lisheng couldn't bear to ask further. He comforted her by saying, "Take a rest now if you're tired, Mother. We're leaving this place tomorrow, aren't we?" "Yes, rest now. I'll bring you back to New York tomorrow. Good night, baby." Lily mumbled and switched off the wall lamp in the bedroom. Both of them didn't speak at all that night. Morning came. The phone on Chang Lisheng's bedside table rung and woke him up. He turned around and realized that his mother was still sleeping, so he picked up the phone immediately. A young and sweet female voice came from the phone and greeted in English, "Dear guest, good morning. This is the Chengdu Golden Dragon Hotel's wake-up call service. It's exactly 9 a.m. now and it's 3 hours and 30 minutes before the departure of Flight A073 from Chengdu to New York. Would you like us to send breakfast to your room after 15 minutes? Shang Lisheng noticed the bright sky by looking at the window through the curtain. He then replied softly, "Sure, you can send breakfast to us. Thank you." "All right, sir, bon appetit and safe journey." Lily happened to wake up when Zhang Lisheng hung up the phone. She asked with her hoarse voice while smiling, "Baby, you're awake. Who did you call? Were you saying goodbye to your friend?" "No, mother. It's the hotel's wake-up call service. Also, they're sending us breakfast." It was clear that this was Golden Dragon Hotel's little compensation. Lily nodded without saying anything and got off the bed drowsily. There were 2 bathrooms in room B4507 double-bedroom suite. Lily occupied one of them to take a hot shower and lifted her spirit by washing her face with cold water. She then began to contact Johnson, who worked for the U.S. consulate in Chengdu. "Mr. Johnson, may I know if you've completed my son's passport application?" "Marm Lily, we're not applying passport for the young Zhang Lisheng, but directly collecting." "Okay, Mr. Johnson, in a rush to board the plane. All I want to know now is if I can successfully leave China with my child today." "Of course you can. Since our consulate had made the promise, we would definitely make it happen. In fact, I'm holding your son's passport at the Golden Dragon Hotel's lobby now. I would be the one contacting you if you called me a couple of seconds later." "That's great," Lily said in relief. "Thanks for coming all the way here." "You don't have to thank me, Marm Lily. This is my responsibility as an American citizen in a foreign country. I'm entering the elevator now. May I know which room are you staying in?" "Room B4507 on the 45th floor." "Great, see you soon." Johnson hung up the call after saying that. Lily walked towards the bathroom immediately and said to Zhang Lisheng that got freshened up after staying in the bathroom for too long, "Baby, Mr. Johnson from the consulate has brought your passport here. I'll meet him in the living room. You can come out already after you're done washing up. We'll go to the airport after breakfast." "Yes, mother," Zhang Lisheng said loudly while looking at his own reflection in front of a big and bright mirror in the bathroom. All of a sudden, he felt all of his anxieties gush out of him because of the fact that he is going to leave tomorrow to face a brand new life. With his wizard worm in his arms, Zhang Lisheng had finally calmed down after hours of overthinking. He patted his face and walked out of the bedroom after lifting his spirit. The sunlight was shining brightly in the living room. Johnson, who was just saying goodbye to Lily, saw Zhang Lisheng, who was walking out of the bedroom. He then smiled and said, "Good morning, young man. You're glowing with great spirit. Seems like you're ready to embrace a brand new life." "Good morning, Mr. Johnson. Thank you for sending my passport here." "You're welcome. All right, I'm done with what I'm supposed to do. I'll excuse myself now since both of you don't need me to send you to the airport. I hope we'll have the chance to meet again in the future, Marm Lily. Goodbye, young Mr. Van Lisheng." The hotel's breakfast happened to arrive as Johnson bid farewell. A bouquet of fragrant fresh flowers with water droplets on them came together with the breakfast. The breakfast could be described as a sumptuous feast as there were many varieties of choices. After breakfast, Lily and Zhang Lisheng arrived at the hotel lobby to check out with their luggage. What was unexpected was that the Golden Dragon Hotel's customer service director Dong Kaifeng had been waiting there for them. He presented a genuine attitude and waved Lily and his son's room charges for the past 2 days following Lai Longhuer's promise last night. He then asked politely, "Marm Lily, should we go to the U.S. consulate first, or would you like to go to Xuangliu International Airport directly? There's no need to trouble you any longer, Mr. Dong. The apology that you guys showed is enough. I and my child will go to the airport by taxi. Director Lai had told me that my job today is to send the both of you to board your plane. If I failed to do this, he would surely demote me and reduce my salary." Dong Kaifeng took the luggage in Lily's hand. He then said, while smiling, "I'll get the front desk to book the plane tickets now just in case. Seems like I've stayed in a really great hotel that's nothing less than Hilton's service." "All right then, Dong Kaifeng. All right then, Mr. Dong. We'll go to the airport now." As soon as they were out of the hotel, there was already a Mercedes-Benz limousine parked at the entrance waiting for them. Lily was surprised when she saw Dong Kaifeng stepping forward and opening the backseat door himself. "You guys are too nice, Mr. Dong." She then entered the car while holding Zhang Lisheng's hand. The limousine began to move. The car was quite like it was gliding as it drove to the airport directly. The Chengdu Shungliu International Airport was the busiest civil aviation hub in central and western China, as well as the most important passenger cargo distribution center in the southwest region. Its Southwest Air Traffic Control Station held an outstanding position in China's aviation industry. It had been expanded a couple of times during recent years. It no longer had the shabbiness that was exclusive in the Western China Civil Airport. They had ample time when they arrived at the airport, as there was still 2 hours before they boarded the plane. After purchasing the plane tickets, Dong Kaifeng looked at Zhang Lisheng, who was curiously looking around in the airport hall. He turned to Lily and, while smiling, he said, "Marm Lily, is there any more luggage that you would like to check in?" "No, my luggage isn't overweight. I can carry it with me, thank you. I'm talking about the souvenirs that you bought, for instance, stuff like the wooden toad that your child likes very much. You might not be able to bring some of them onto the plane directly." Zhang Lisheng, who was beside them, heard and asked immediately, "Must I check it in?" "It's best to check it in if you want to guarantee it to be delivered to America safely. Sometimes, stuff that is made with hard materials like this, which you can easily swing around, is difficult to be classified by the airport security personnel. They would be more casual when they're handling such stuff as well." Zhang Lisheng's expression became solemn. He removed his backpack, then opened it to show Dong Kaifeng as he asked, "Then how about these stone masks and sculptures? It's best to check all of them in. Actually, the stone artifacts are still acceptable. Nowadays many of the ancient-styled metal wares are even prohibited to be checked in if there are no certificates of authenticity." "Why?" "It's a temporary local regulation. The artifact smuggling in Western Sichuan has been too rampant during recent years. But don't worry, our hotel is considered a collaborative partner with Xuangliu Airport. It's very convenient if I'm the one who is performing the check-in." Dong Kaifeng smiled and said, while carrying everything himself. Although he was unwilling to be away from his wizard worm, under such circumstances, Zhang Lisheng could only go to the airport check-in counter with Dong Kaifeng helplessly. He then sealed mounted stone grimace mask and stone figures in a box and checked them in. After all the troublesome procedures were completed before boarding, Dong Kaifeng sent Lily and her son to the security gate before bidding farewell. "Marm Lily, we welcome you and your family to visit China and Western Sichuan again. We're more than happy to welcome you to stay at our Chengdu Golden Dragon Hotel again. Thanks for your help, Mr. Dong." Lily, who had sworn not to step into Western Sichuan again, smiled as she said, "Golden Dragon Hotel would definitely be my first pick if I'm really coming to Chengdu again. Goodbye." Chang Lisheng, who was beside Lily, waved at Dong Kaifeng while forcing a smile, but his expression seemed to be extremely unnatural. However, he was feeling very uneasy, and there was nothing that he could rely on because his wizard worm was no longer with him. He had gotten used to the plenitude of mastering an extraordinary power during the past couple of days. Lily misunderstood her son's source of anxiety, so she hugged Zhang Lisheng and encouraged him, "Baby, don't be nervous. Just walk directly through it with your boarding pass. You don't have any metal items on you. You'll be able to pass the airport security personnel after allowing them to run a quick scan. Mother's right by you." "Okay." Chang Lisheng didn't explain any further and nodded. After taking the boarding pass from his mother's hand, he walked through the airport security gate. The procedure that only took less than a minute was successful. The mother and son passed the security check and arrived at the departure lounge. As the airport had just been renovated, the departure hall was wide and bright. They could see many iron birds taking off and landing continuously clearly from the rows of floor-to-ceiling windows facing the runway. Chang Lisheng, who had never seen a real airplane before, was watching by the window in excitement for a long time. He stopped when he suddenly heard Lily's voice that spoke in an uncertain tone, "Baby, we're going to board the plane to America really soon. Before that, there's something that I need to tell you." Chang Lisheng had a bad omen rose in him. He said in hesitation, "Just tell me what you need to tell me, Mother." Chapter 36 Vision. Chapter 36 Vision. "Baby, I actually have a new family in America. But don't you worry, my love for you won't be anything less. On the contrary, you'll have more family members who care for you." Lily had a slight difficulty saying that as she observed Zhang Lisheng's expression closely. The reason why she didn't tell her son about this earlier was because she was afraid to trigger Zhang Lisheng's reverse mindset, and she would not be able to bring her son home successfully. In Lily's imagination, Zhang Lisheng would definitely have an aggressive reaction when he heard what she said, as he grew up in an inaccessible mountain area in China, which was a traditional country. What she didn't expect was that Zhang Lisheng was only stunned for a while and said softly with his head held low, "Mother, it's normal to remarry since you've been single for more than 10 years. There's nothing odd about it." "Really? Oh, my baby." Lily was shocked and hugged Zhang Lisheng in surprise. She then said in excitement, "But Mother didn't remarry. I'm just living with a New Yorker police named Solo D. Lion. You can call him Uncle Lavin or just call him Solo. He's a big and tall Caucasian man. He can teach you how to play baseball or football in the future." "Oh right." He and his ex-wife had 2 sons and 2 daughters. "They're older than you." Mother had given birth to a twin brother and sister who are 2 years younger than you. Looking at it, you're going to be the 5th one in this big family. Mother, since the both of you already have kids who are over 10 years old, then Wiwi Zhang Lisheng stammered as he said after being dazed for a while. "Because I don't want to remarry. Baby, such a family is normal in America. There are many families which parents aren't married but they're living a happy life together. Is that so? It seems like American movies can't make me understand the Americans' way of living completely. But don't you worry, Mother. I mean it, don't worry. I understand completely. Chang Lisheng said softly while looking at a plane that was taking off outside of the window. Baby, I'm really sorry to be absent in your life before. Now I'm messing up your life. Lily began to have tears of sadness and guilt pouring from her eyes as she said, "But I really don't want you to spend your remaining time before turning into an adult alone in this little mountain village without a day of motherly love." "I know, Mother, don't cry anymore. Please stop overthinking, okay? I'm doing really good now. Tell me more about that Uncle Lavin, and also your kids in America. I'll be living with them soon. I should know more about them." "All right, baby." Lily wiped her tears away, then sniffed her nose and said, "Solo is the lieutenant of the New York Police Department Crime Unit. Although he looks tall, big and serious, he's actually really gentle in private." Lily then began to talk all about her family in America. She told Zhang Lisheng that his stepfather, who was not recognized by law, was already 42 years old. He wandered around the streets of New York while handling exclusive serious criminal offenses such as murder and armed robberies. He was a crime buster. This crime buster had 4 children with his ex-wife. His first son was named Stephen Lavin and he was 21 years old. With his strong physique and movement, he had just been selected as the school team's quarterback alternative. He entered UCLA without having to take an examination. His second son was named Randy Lavin, 18 years old, and he had just gotten into 12th grade in New York Lowbridge Junior High. Although he was not as glorious as his older brother, who's a quarterback, he was also well known in their school as the football team's running back. His first daughter was named Riley S. Lavin, 17. She was also a 12th grade student in New York Lowbridge Junior High. She was extraordinarily smart with remarkable grades. His second daughter was Michelle Lavin. She was also 16 like Chang Lisheng, but her birthday was earlier than him. From what Lily said, this lady was pretty. Her beauty was popular among New York Lowbridge Junior High's 11th grade. The last two were Zhang Lisheng's twin brother and sister from the same mother but with a different father. They were Gil Lavin and Harry Lavin, who were both 14. They were studying 9th grade in New York Lowbridge Junior High. They're all good kids. Although sometimes they're a little stubborn, I think you guys will get along really well. Take a few days of rest when we get to America, then I'll bring you to New York Lowbridge Junior High and look for Rachel for the admission test. We'll see which grade is the best that you should get in. Ideally, you should be able to enroll in 10th grade since you're in your first year of high school in China. However, we'll have to take a look onto what extent did your education in China were able to cover, because there might be a lot of courses that you're not used to yet. Lily slowly became more and more excited as she spoke and imagined her son's future. Meanwhile, Chang Lisheng, who was standing next to his mother, began to think. As time went by, education didn't become important to him. As he calmed his excitement from meeting his mother, Zhang Lisheng was even more certain of his future now. The only thing that he wanted to do was to settle down and cultivate in peace. Time passed by slowly. Finally, the bilanguage announcement came off in the departure lounge. "All passengers, please take note. The boarding gate of Flight K1061 flying from Chengdu Shuangliu Airport to New York JFK Airport is now opened. Please Baby, we're leaving now. Hearing the announcement, Lily brought Zhang Lisheng to the designated boarding gate immediately. After the ticket check was completed, both of them followed the path and entered the plane. There were two beautiful air stewardesses in blue uniform leading the passengers to their seats. When they saw Lily and her son, the air stewardess, who was a little older, took the initiative to ask in English while smiling politely, "May I know if you're Marm Lily and Mr. Bang Lisheng?" "Yes, we are," Lily answered in doubt. "There are vacant seats in the first-class cabin in this flight. Would the both of you like an upgrade?" "What a surprise, thank you. Please follow me." The air stewardess whispered something into her colleague's ear and led Lily and her son to the first-class cabin. "Mother, what does upgrade mean?" Zhang Lisheng could not understand and asked softly into Lily's ear. "That means we bought a business-class ticket, but we're enjoying the first-class service. Moreover, it's the air stewardess who asked us herself. I've never encountered such good luck before. Baby, it seems like you're a lucky charm." They both walked into the first-class cabin as they chatted. The A3800 plane's first-class cabin looked a lot like a mini salon bar. The cabin's ambience was elegant and splendor. The seats looked more comfortable and the gaps were bigger. The air stewardess was well trained as she pointed at the vacant seats elegantly and told both of them, "Please find yourself a seat that you like. May I know if there are any drinks that the both of you would like?" "Thanks, we'll order drinks after the plane took off," Lily said and brought her son to the two vacant seats on the same row. "Sure, Marm Lily. I'm the plane's first-class crew chief. Just let me know whatever you need anytime you want." "Oh right, Mr. Lai Longhuer sends his regards and wishes the both of you a safe journey." Lily was stunned. She turned around and said in a surprised manner, "Please thank Mr. Lai for me. He's just too nice. Also, tell him that I think such delicate and thoughtful service will definitely bring his business to the next level." As Lily was complimenting Lai Longhuer, in room B4506 that was closed in the Golden Dragon Hotel, Lai Longhuer was looking closely at the stinky mucus that had dried on the walls. He then asked Zhu Dongling, who was next to him with a concerned expression, "Dongling, are you sure that the kid pretended to be unconscious last night?" "Yes, his eyeballs were rolling continuously under his eyelids when I looked at him. He wasn't unconscious at all, but since he was our hotel guest, it was troublesome to call him out, so I made the best of a bad situation. Seems like I handled it too recklessly. If I saw the scratches on the wall outside of the hotel earlier, I wouldn't have forced Marm Lily to compromise last night. A young boy managed to force such feller to escape by jumping off the building. Thistis. Keep away from ghosts and demons. Keep away from ghosts and demons. I've been careful all my life. Never have I thought that this would ever happen despite me being so careful. Director Lai, I don't think it's as serious as you described." "Not serious. It's not serious for ordinary people, but to those who would kill one's entire family if his shoe was spit on." Lai Longhuer arrived at the new floor-to-ceiling window that had just been installed as he was speaking halfway. He looked far into the sky and sighed with a serious expression. He said, "Forget about it. Let's hope the matter comes to an end after we take care of it." Lai Longhuer was looking into the sky. Zhang Lisheng, who was flying in the sky for the first time, was also glancing out of the window. The clouds were rolling, the sun was shining brightly. Some people would feel carefree when they saw such a magnificent and broad scene for the first time. Some people would be scared and anxious, while some people might not find it interesting as they had seen it a lot of times already. They thought it was similar to the aerial views they saw on television screens and pictures. Meanwhile, Zhang Lisheng looked like he had lost his soul from shock as he saw the golden sun shining brightly. Seeing her son's stiff face, Lily comforted him softly. "Baby, don't be afraid. We're safe here in the plane." "I'm not afraid, mother. I'm excited. The sky is like a completely different world compared to the ground. It's really beautiful here." "Yay. I remember I was really excited too when I flew for the first time when I was still a kid. I thought how amazing would it be if humans have a pair of wings where we could glide through the clouds. Even far places would be close, we could go wherever we want. Isn't that travel to Mount Pinglai when the sun rises, stay on Tantai Mountain when the sun sets? What a free life, a life that ordinary people desires, mother. I'm thinking of that too." Zhang Lisheng slipped his tongue as he mumbled. Since they had boarded the plane, Lily didn't condemn her son for speaking Mandarin unintentionally. She also did not notice what kind of odd ambition that her son had when he said that. The only thing she did was to rub Zhang Lisheng's hair, lowered her seat, put on a blanket and slept comfortably. Zhang Lisheng had 2 meals throughout the journey from Chengdu to New York. His head had never once left the cabin window. 18 hours later, the flight K-1061 was hovering above New York JFK Airport during sunset. Chapter 37: A New Life. Chapter 37: A New Life. As they got close to landing, the air stewardesses in the first-class cabin politely asked each and every passenger to fasten their seatbelt to prepare for landing. As the crew chief who had given Lily and Zhang Lisheng an upgrade from business to first class arrived at their seats, she smiled and said while bending over, "Mom, the plane is going to land soon. Please fasten your seatbelt." "I'm very curious, young man. Could you tell me what were you looking at throughout the journey after fastening your seatbelt?" Zhang Lisheng was in a great mood, so his eyes lit up. He then said, "I'm trying to see if there's anyone of the same kind as me flying in the air, and I was also memorizing the flight route so that I could fly back to China myself when I already have enough strength." He seemed to have a little change in him after witnessing the magnificence of the sky with his own eyes. He had gained much confidence and determination. "Then you're in the right place. Superman lives in the city that we're landing." The crew chief helped Zhang Lisheng to fasten his seatbelt and said with a smile, "Welcome to New York." The plane landed slowly, then it dashed on the runway before decelerating to stop. The passengers released a sigh of relief while feeling tired. Then they left the plane one after another after the air stewardess' gentle announcement. "Are you tired, baby? There's a time difference in Chengdu and New York. You can eat once we got to our place, so you rest early. We had already prepared your room." "I'm not tired, mother." Zhang Lisheng smiled and stood up from his seat. He then got off the plane together with Lily. Standing at the check-in baggage carousel, Lily switched on her mobile phone that had been switched off for 3 days so she could call her lover. "Solo, I'm back. Darling, I'm back in New York with my child." As she was talking, this woman who had been finally relieved suddenly began to cry again. However, Zhang Lisheng, who was beside her, didn't notice that his mother's emotions had collapsed again because he was feeling anxious as he waited for his paper box containing the wizard worm to appear on the conveyor belt. All of the luggage had been taken away one by one before his eyes. Finally, a fragile paper box that had folk art pieces written on it appeared on the conveyor belt. Shane Lishing picked up the box immediately, while a strange sound that goes like pstshh came out of his mouth softly. The paper box moved softly, everything was fine. Shane Lishing let out a sigh of relief. He tore the box open, then he put his wizard worm into his backpack together with the grimace stone mask and sculptures. He carried his backpack and began to look around JFK Airport with a peace of mind. The airport was much bigger than Shuangliu Airport. There were also tourists and staff of different colors. However, that was about it. Shane Lishing was not as amazed as he was when he first arrived at the Shuangliu Airport a day ago. As he turned around, he noticed tears on his mother's face, so he asked in shock, "Mother, what happened to you?" Lily wiped the tears pouring from her red eyes away and said while smiling, "Nothing. Solo has prepared a welcome party for you. Let's go home quickly." Facing his mother, whose emotions were like a fragile piece of glass, the only thing Shane Lishing could do was to nod while forcing out a smile. He walked out of the airport together with his mother. Lily's house was located at the Lobige community in Brooklyn, New York. It was only less than 20 kilometers away from JFK Airport. They got into a yellow cab outside of the airport that was driven by an Indian. In less than half an hour, the mother and son arrived at their destination. Brooklyn was filled with fresh air, streets that could contain 4 cars in a row, just nicely big and tall trees on both sides of the streets and wide pedestrian lanes, lush green neat grass fields and single houses of various styles that seemed to be structured. As they got off the cab, Shane Lishing felt that the things he was looking at were perfectly describing the American dream. Lily, who was beside her son, asked, "What do you think about this place, baby?" "Quiet, peaceful." "Mother, the environment here isn't bad. They're just like the things I saw in American soap operas." "Really, it's great that you like it. But as a child who is going to live in New York of America, I would like to warn you about something. Baby, please remember to never take the tram and subway anywhere you want. Especially going to the major regions, never do that. Also, don't trust strangers or friends that you've just met." Shane Lishing found it odd, so he asked, "Why, mother?" "You'll understand it once you grow up. Baby, let's go home now." Shane Lishing's new house was on No. 86 on Lobige Street, New York. It looked like a classic American middle-class residence, but in reality, it was a residence with its own unique characteristics. There was a living room, open-style dining room and kitchen, garage and the kids' game room in between the first floor. Naturally, Solo unwittingly turned the game room into an exclusive room for him to use. He often went to the room to smoke whenever he was feeling immense stress. Sometimes he would just simply go there to rest and think. The second floor was the Mr. and Mistress bedroom as well as the kids' bedrooms. As they had too many kids, only the boys were staying on the second floor. Meanwhile, the girls who were going through puberty and needed more private space for their clothes, dresses, and makeup products were staying in the loft on the third floor. Since there were people who were staying in the loft, it was specially made to be higher than the normal residence, while the shortest part of the slanted roof was over 1 meter high. They could use the space at full capacity with a slight bend at the waist. Meanwhile, all of the family stuff was kept in the basement. To welcome the new family member who came from far away, they decorated the first floor's ceiling with ribbons. They also cleaned and tidied up the place. At the living room entrance, the man of the house, Solo D. Lavin, clapped, then said loudly, "Kids, get ready. We should look happier, Lily is bringing your new brother home soon. We didn't have enough time to prepare the cake and a feast. To show our apology, the only thing that we can do is to show a smile on our faces. The kid came from China, which was far and poor. He used to live a life that's more. The far and poor China. Farther. Are you talking about China that had almost taken all of our job opportunity away? I heard there are some cities over there where a street's value could buy the entire Manhattan. The youngest daughter of the house, Michelle, who had features that were as sharp as a sculpture and a classic Latina beauty. She pouted as she said, "If they're poor, then what are we?" Solo D. Lavin was stunned and replied forcefully, "There are poor and rich areas in that country, do you know? Poor and rich, oh God, can the gap between the rich and the poor be bigger than the city that we're stepping on? I'm not sure if those black people at Queens had already gotten so fat from eating rats." Solo D. Lavin, who was out of words, yelled while pointing at his second daughter, who was always a troublemaker, "Shut up, Michelle. As a woman with a good upbringing, you shouldn't say things that are racist." "Forget about it, Dad. My brother and sister of the same father and different mother are both biracial. You should ask them whether what I said just now was racist." Harry, whose skin was more yellowish, took the initiative to say something quickly, imitating an adult's tone of voice while holding his chin. "I don't think so. Michelle must be mad because our new brother will be occupying the big room that Brother Stephen left. Thus, Brother Randy can't be moving into the biggest room that Brother Stephen left, while I won't be able to move into Brother Randy's rather big room. In that case, she won't be able to use my room as a storeroom to put her endless amount of clothes." "Harry, what a great talk show you've presented to us today. Because of that, I'll be taking half of your allowance this week." Solo D. Lavin yelled while pointing at them in all seriousness, "Listen. I know some of you here don't want to hear any more advice from a parent like me because you've gotten enough allowance from work. But I must remind you here that before any of you become adults, whether you would like to go on a date or vacation, all of you would need the permission from me and Lily as both of your guardians. There's a great saying that goes like this: it's best to maintain sufficient respect to people that have a great advantage for you. Now show your teeth and welcome our new family member with a smile." Hearing their father's tough words, all of the kids showed an awkward smile, even if they wanted to or not. The only one who was not doing that was the family's second son, Randy, who was already a grown-up. He jiggled his strong muscles and said loudly and arrogantly, but farther, "I'm a grown-up now. Whatever I do, I don't need to." The eldest daughter of the family, Riley, who had not spoken a word, reminded Randy with a soft voice, "Randy, you need to practice football. Do you have time to work?" "Okay, Riley. Okay, look, I've shown my sincerest smile." Just as the entire family finally smiled in unison, the door was pushed open by someone. Lily brought Zhang Lisheng into the house. It was clear that Solo D. Lavin didn't expect his lover's 16-year-old child to be so small and skinny. After hugging Lily, he was dazed for a while but snapped out of it immediately. He then stammered as he spoke Mandarin enthusiastically, "So you are your Lisheng. I'm glad to." Looking at the troubled Solo D. Lavin, Zhang Lisheng smiled and said, "Hello, Uncle Lavin. My name is Zhang Lisheng. Nice to meet you." Solo D. Lavin looked at Zhang Lisheng in surprise, while Lily, who was beside him, couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I forgot to tell you, Solo. Zhang Lisheng has an amazing talent in learning different languages. His English is superb." "Oh, that's great. I registered English oral class especially for him. Seems like there's no need for that. Hi, nice meeting you, Lishing. Welcome to our big family. Come, meet your brothers, Solo D. Lavin said while he was patting Zhang Lisheng's shoulder. Zhang Lisheng nodded and said to the other kids in the house courteously, Hi everyone, my name is Zhang Lisheng. I'm from Western Sichuan, China. Sometimes being weak was easier in order to be accepted by others compared to being tough. The young man of the mountain village who had hidden his ruthless and cold wizardry in his skinny body couldn't trigger the slightest irritation out of the American kids in the house. Chapter 38 Secret Witchcraft Method. Chapter 38 Secret Witchcraft Method. Michelle was shocked when she saw how skinny Zhang Lisheng was and mumbled, did he really not have enough to eat in China? She was not as threatening as she was earlier. Riley, who was the most sensible, approached Zhang Lisheng directly and gave him a comforting hug. Nice meeting you, Lisheng. My name's Riley S. Lathan, you can call me Riley. Excuse me, my dear sister. Hi little feller. My name's Randy Lavin. Randy, who's naturally energetic, was the next one to show kindness to Zhang Lisheng. Gil and Harry became the next ones to hug and welcome Zhang Lisheng. They were the ones who were related by blood to him. Michelle was still a little bit unwilling, but in the end, she still gave the young man who came far away from China's mountain village a hug. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting better and better, Solo clapped loudly while smiling and said, All right kids, our welcoming party will now begin since all of you have met your new brother. I'm sorry Lisheng, we'll get you a cake and lobsters tomorrow, but we have fried steak and muffins now. Although they're not a great combination, those are the only two dishes that I'm capable of making, and I can guarantee you that they're delicious. Thanks, Uncle Lavin. After Zhang Lisheng showed his gratitude, they made him sit in the middle of the dining table. The beginning part of the dinner was considered harmonious, but the atmosphere started to fall off since Zhang Lisheng was only answering questions passively, and that behavior revealed that he was unsociable and introverted since he was not taking the initiative to speak. American youngsters who were independent and possessed a personality of their own were even more self-centered than Chinese kids, where they would not intentionally cater to others' feelings. Solo noticed that immediately and wiped his mouth with a napkin, seeing that there was not much food left on the dining table. Lisheng, are you done eating? I'm done, Uncle Lavin. Then I'll let you rest. Come take a look at the room that we've prepared for you. Take a hot shower and have a good night's sleep. The time difference will be adjusted naturally. Go, baby. Follow your Uncle Lavin upstairs. Lily, who was sitting beside him, encouraged him. Zhang Lisheng nodded and carried his backpack that he placed at his feet and walked upstairs, following quietly behind Solo. Solo cracked a joke when they were on the second floor. Lisheng, you should train more and be more outspoken, or else girls wouldn't like you. He seemed to want to resolve the rather awkward situation that he was in when being alone with Zhang Lisheng. Zhang Lisheng responded with a smile to that, while he held his head down. Solo let out a sigh secretly and walked to the furthest room on the second floor corridor. He opened the door, switched on the lights, and said, Look, Lisheng. This is your room. Apart from the main bedroom, this is the only bedroom that comes with an individual bathroom among all of the other bedrooms. I posted a couple of Chinese paintings on the wall. I think you would like them. Looking into the room from the entrance, it was approximately 20 square meters big. There was a big American single bed against the wall on the west. A small bedside table next to the bed with an iPad and a table lamp on it, and a window next to it. There were a brand new computer table and a new computer on the wall at the foot of the bed. There was a small door against the wall across. It was the bathroom. There were faint marks of posters that were removed. The odd-styled printed images of Chinese landscape paintings were covering the poster marks. How isn't it amazing? It's amazing indeed. Zhang Lisheng looked numbly at the poor-quality landscape paintings on the wall that looked more like ink stains than landscape paintings, and said, "But can I move the bed under the window instead? I'm used to sleeping with the moonlight shining on me." Salo was surprised and said, "Most people prefer the other way round. But it's your room, you can decorate it any way you want." He walked in big steps to move the bedside table to the side of the wall and moved the single bed under the window with all their strength, together with Zhang Lisheng. After adjusting the new setup of the room for the last time, Solo took a good look at the room again and said, "How about now? It looks very comfortable now. Thank you so much for everything that you've done for me, Uncle Lavin." "It's nothing, young man. We're family. This is what I should do for you." "All right, I shall not bother you from taking a rest. Good night," Solo said while backing out of the room. Zhang Lisheng turned off the ceiling lights when he was left alone. All of a sudden, the room was in complete darkness. The only light left was the moonlight that was shining outside of the window, giving him an idea of how the room's structure was without having to trip and fall. Zhang Lisheng let out a sigh of relief in satisfaction as he was being in the dark. He then took out his wizard worm from his backpack. Ever since he became a rank 2 wizard, he had never gotten the opportunity to cultivate with the secret witchcraft method that he possessed from the strange ancient insect sculptures back in his Zhang family old house from the lighting power. He did not expect his first cultivation to be in the Brooklyn area of New York in America. Life is really unexpected. Zhang Lisheng took off his shoes while mumbling, then hopped onto the bed. He placed Mountode on the window at the bed head. There was a terrifying and cold ambience that was indescribable when the moonlight shone on Mountode's back, which was filled with toad skin. Looking at his wizard worm, Zhang Lisheng sat in a comfortable position while he began to focus and outline the thoraco-abdominal of the devil's image that was changing continuously following the secret witchcraft method that he had in his head. A mysterious connection was gradually built between Zhang Lisheng and the wizard worm. The moon's brilliance flowing from outside of the window began to integrate into the wizard worm's body. Later on, the moon's brilliance transformed into a faint green smoke and shot out of Mountode's nostrils and mouth. The smoke then spread to the tip of Zhang Lisheng's nose and flowed into his nose following his nostrils. Half of the mysterious exterior and interior cycle was structured. Zhang Lisheng's body slightly shook while the wizard power in his body began to flow and transformed into tens of elusive strange insects. The toxins and impurities that had been sedimented in his blood over the years refined into black smoke and released from the 5 holes on his mouth, nose, and eyes. As the 5 gushes of black smoke flown out, they were absorbed by the wizard worm, which completed the structure of the entire cycle in and out. Zhang Lisheng entered a magical cultivation mode as soon as the cycle was completed. He was not sleeping either was he awake. He was in a trance where he did not know how fast time was flying by. The night went by and the moon's brilliance turned into the sun's essence. There was no pause between Zhang Lisheng's cultivation until someone knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The noise came outside of the door. Lily's yelling of "Baby, are you awake?" was heard. Snapping out of the zone, his body felt slightly sore, but he did not feel low in spirit at all. Shang Lishing took Mountoad off the window immediately and put it into his backpack on the bedside table. He then ran to open the door quickly and said, "Mother, I'm awake." Lily, who wore a black suit which made her look experienced, smiled while standing at the entrance. "Good morning, baby. Did you have a good night's sleep last night?" "It was great." "Are you going to work?" "Mother, don't worry, I can take care of myself." "Of course not, I'm bringing you shopping today. We need to buy clothes that you need, daily necessities of all sort, and let's get you familiarized with the entire community. But of course, we might need a couple of days to do that. Let's head out after you take a bath. It'll be a tiring day today, be mentally prepared." Shang Lishing opened his mouth after being dazed for a while. He then helplessly nodded and said, "All right then, I'll go take a bath right away." Just like that, for the next 3 days, Lily, accompanied by Shang Lishing, went around Lobige community so he could be familiar with the environment, and in order to help him to remove the strangeness in him. Lily was really trying her best for her son. 3 days later, Lily thought that her hard work paid off greatly as her son looked like he had slowly adapted to his new life. He could find the supermarket by himself to buy things that he needed. He began to smile and greet the neighbors around, and he even strolled the streets for 20 minutes riding his new bicycle at night. Everything had shown that he should have gotten on track with his life. On the 4th day, the sun was shining brightly when the family had gathered around for breakfast. Lily placed a fried egg from her plate onto Shang Lishing's plate and said gently, "Baby, I'm thinking of bringing you to school for a test today so that you could get back on your studies as soon as possible. Is that all right?" "Aunt Lily, all of us know that you love Lishing very much, but can you not be so disgusting? Addressing him baby is making us uncomfortable. I'm having goosebumps all over my body. Also, it's really unhygienic that you gave Lishing food from your plate," Michelle said while feeling annoyed. "Michelle, this is China's traditional way of how a mother communicates her feelings with her son. It's okay that you can't get used to this, but you should at least show respect." "Baby, is that all right?" "Sure, mother," Shang Lishing said softly with his head held down. Lily nodded in satisfaction after seeing Shang Lishing agreeing with what she said. After a crowded breakfast, she called Lobige Junior High's student principal advisor Rachel. "Good morning, dear. Do you remember the thing that I spoke to you about last night? Let's proceed with our plan. I'll bring Lishing to see you early in the morning." Shang Lishing walked up to the 2nd floor and returned to his bedroom when his mother was talking on the phone. He found a backpack and put Mountoad that was on the bed head into it. His cultivation of the secret method had replaced his sleep for the past few days, and he had much improvement in his wizard power. However, at the same time, he slowly realized that the majority of his energy is being exhausted when he used the wizard worm as his secret method, a cultivation medium. If there was no extra replenishment, he could not use Mountoad after a couple of times more with the sole support of his wizard power that was released naturally. However, if he was to feed his wizard worm with his blood, it would greatly delay Shang Lishing's progress to break through to a rank 3 wizard. Cultivating by chanting incantation might even be faster than using this method. In that case, the only method that was left and would work was to feed his wizard worm with a huge amount of blood to make up for the exhaustion of his energy. Thus, at the moment, he really hoped to get his life on track so that he could have more free time to do his private matter. "Baby, are you ready?" "Yes, mother. I'll be there in a second." Shang Lishing carried the backpack and ran downstairs. Michelle, who refused to take the school bus and planned to get back to her habit of getting a free ride from Lily, was stunned when she saw Zhang Lisheng running downstairs with his backpack. She said in shock with her eyes opened wide, "Zhang Lisheng, what did you put in your backpack? Oh no, please tell me it's that disgusting toad." Zhang Lisheng shyly smiled, then firmly said, "I'm sorry, Michelle. Toad has to be with me at all times." "Are you really?" Michelle said madly while her hands were on her waist. "Michelle, we're going to be late. If you have something to say to your brother, you can say it in the car," Lily said in all seriousness. "I've nothing to say to your baby." Michelle ran out of the door madly. "Baby," Michelle didn't mean to be spiteful. "Mother, I'm really not as weak as you imagined. Let's go," Zhang Lisheng said in a low spirit while forcing a smile. Chapter 39 American Junior High in Reality. Chapter 39 American Junior High in Reality. After leaving the house, both Lily and Zhang Lisheng got into the car. They noticed that Michelle had been sulking at the back seat of the car the whole time. Lily then started the car engine and drove to Lowbridge Junior High. Being the best public high school in New York, Lowbridge Junior High had a long history. It occupied a broad space with extraordinarily strong teaching power. Its existence was the reason why the price of properties in Lowbridge community was on top of the list in the entire Brooklyn area in New York. It had attracted countless rich middle classes to compete in purchasing property there. 8:30 in the morning was the peak hours for the students who were studying at the Lowbridge Junior High. There were 7th to 12th grades in the entire school, which were thousands of students in those 6 grades. Most of them rushed into the school during that period of time. However, even if that was the case, Lowbridge Junior High did not seem to be congested at all, as there were no walls around the school. Under the morning sun, with its rays shining at him, Zhang Lisheng, who got off the car, stepped on the hard cement ground as he looked far away at the school that was filled with a grass field. He then mumbled, "So American schools really have no walls? That's simply great." Lily did not hear what her son said. She then told Michelle, "Go to school now. Remember to go home early after school." She then brought Zhang Lisheng along and walked towards the school's administration building. The structure inside an American public school was more or less the same. However, due to the size of the model, length of time, and even the quality of student source, there was a major difference in the management form and authority. For instance, some public high schools would not have an education consultant such as Lily. However, her position played a major role throughout the long history of Lowbridge Junior High, as she possessed a rather broad influence in the heavy responsibility of coordinating the school's parents' meeting and the communication of president meeting. Along the way, almost every teacher would take the initiative to greet Lily, which caused the short journey to seem never-ending. It took them some time to get to the small administration building. Lily brought Zhang Lisheng along and headed straight to the office on the west that had student principal advisor Rachel Nile on it. She walked into the office without even knocking on the door. It was considered rude behavior in America, where personal privacy was greatly emphasized. "Hi, banana lady. When exactly will you learn to knock before entering my office?" In the office, a beautiful lady with a great figure and tanned skin was sitting behind a big office table. She stood up and said while smiling, "I'll learn to do that when your caramel beauty has melted." Lily smiled and hugged the lady. Both of them kissed each other's cheeks. After greeting each other kindly, the tan-skinned lady switched her focus onto Zhang Lisheng. "So this is the kid that you had with a man?" "Yes, Rachel. This is him. Lily's emotion became melancholic as she replied softly. It's all in the past now, isn't it? The caramel beauty. Rachel touched Lily's arm as she comforted her while leaning on her office table. Yes, it's all in the past now. All right, caramel lady. Please give my baby the test papers and see which grade he's suitable to get in. Don't worry, Lily. He's a kid from China. As long as he passed his English, it wouldn't be a problem for him to even enter a university directly. Rachel took out a couple of test papers she had prepared earlier as she spoke. She then passed those and a pencil to Zhang Lisheng. Kid, do this on my office table. I'll slap your butt if you look at the answers on the computer. Rachel, can you not be so strict when you talk to my baby? Lily, who was beside her, said in dissatisfaction. Lily, what did I ever do to him? Rachel asked curiously. I'm sorry, maybe it's me who is being too sensitive. But I hope that you could speak more gently to this kid next time. You have to know that he had been living with that man for the past 16 years. He had never felt love and care for others. I hope that I could make it up to him by giving him more warmth. Lily spoke with love and tenderness into Rachel's ears softly as she looked at Zhang Lisheng, who was sitting behind the office table, and began to work on the test papers. Well, even so, Lily, as an educator, don't you think there's something wrong with the way that you're treating this kid? I'm feeling great. It's just that I've never felt so much motherly love flowing in my heart before. I've no idea why I've never had such feeling when I was raising Gil and Harry. Please don't tell Solo about this, Lily said softly with her head held down. I don't have to tell him. He's not our puppet. Anyone could sense that you're treating this kid differently. Dear, listen to me. Perhaps you're feeling guilty for this kid, but this can't be the reason why you're spoiling him and showing him much more care than the other kids at home. I know, Rachel. I'm an educator, I know. No, you don't. The more I talk to you, the more I think that you're in the wrong state of mind. Perhaps we should talk when we have more time. Why don't we do it now while your baby is working on the test papers? Oh yeah, you're still calling him baby. He's already a 16-year-old boy. He can carry a gun legally, although he doesn't look like it. But stop finding faults in every little thing, Rachel. I'm his mother. As long as I'm still alive, I can still call him baby even when he's 60. Indeed you can. But you can only do that occasionally. We all know that we can only occasionally use the word baby to call a grown-up kid. Occasionally, how do you define occasionally? Is it 1 or 2 times, or is it 10 or 8 times? Zhang Lisheng worked on the test papers silently while the two ladies' voices got louder and louder. The test questions were arranged from difficult to easy. However, the most difficult one was the test question, which he was required to come out with the reasoning for trigonometric functions. He was only required to write in perfect grammar. In less 1.5 hours, he had completed 3 test papers already. Seeing that Zhang Lisheng was about to finish writing the last letter of the English alphabet, Rachel, who had been silent for a long time, walked towards Lily, then whispered softly in her ear, 1 hour and 25 minutes. Lily, your baby is considered a genius in American junior high, but compared to peers of the same age, he's nothing too remarkable. Rachel, I love him even if he is remarkable or not. All right. Who wouldn't love their kids, right? But it would be great if they treat all of their kids the same. Rachel sighed and rolled her eyes. She hastily glanced over the answers, then raised her voice as she said, Young man, your result isn't bad. With this score, you could definitely get into the 10th grade. You can go to class in the afternoon if we go through the application procedure right away. As the Lowbridge Junior High's student principal advisor and your mother's good friend, I've taken the initiative to formulate a course timetable for you. I've also prepared a couple of books for you. You can go to classes following the timetable directly and get your elective credits. You'll graduate as long as you have a certain amount of credits. You can look for me anytime you want if you think there's something that you would like to amend in the future. Or you can also use any computers in the school and log onto the intranet to amend your courses. Do you understand what I've just said? I understand. I've heard from foreign tourists who traveled to the mountain village before who told me that American high schools are very liberated, where even the division of grades is vague. As long as you have credits, you can. Wait, vague grades, division. I really wish that all of the Lowbridge Junior High's new students could hear your inspiring speech. Listen here, young feller. The tourists you met must be Martians disguised as Americans. Remember this, as long as you're in school, there are divisions between grades, new students and seniors. Although you have your mom who is working in the school, as a new student, you should behave yourself, and not talk about nonsense. Especially that ridiculous thing you've said earlier. Don't threaten him, Rachel. This is the Lowbridge Junior High. Most of the students here are friendly. Lily said while standing next to him. Baby, do you wish to start your class this afternoon? Lich hesitated for a while, then picked up his backpack containing the wizard worm. He then said softly after making up his mind, sure, mother. In reality, it was impossible for Lich to get into a popular school such as the Lowbridge Junior High so soon, even if he had fully prepared the application procedures. However, it became easier for him to get enrolled since his mother was working in the school. In less than 10 minutes, he was officially a student of the Lowbridge Junior High after filling up a couple of record forms that Rachel had prepared earlier. In the afternoon, Lily brought Lich together with Rachel to the school staff canteen and ordered 3 burger sets. Finally, after lunch, under Rachel's supervision, she had now willingly let go of Lich on his own to the dangerously nestling life of a junior high. Around 1 p.m. in the afternoon after lunch hour, there were regular junior high students carrying books around the Lowbridge Junior High, which was an open-style school. There were very little school big shots who were cool and wore clothes that were sexy. There were also a minority of young people who looked submissive, low-spirited, like their future was hopeless. Looking at the appearance of Lich blending into the school, he was definitely the latter. Not sure if intentionally or not, but a young Caucasian man who did not seem tall among the crowd bumped hard onto Lich as they were walking by each other. Lich felt pain in his shoulder and fell clumsily hard onto the floor. A burst of soft laughter could be heard among the students who were passing by. The young Caucasian man in blue sports shirt turned around and pointed his butt at Lich as he said, "Kid, watch where you're going in school." Lich, without giving in, looked straight into the young Caucasian man's eyes and said, "It's better to not bring my eyes than to not bring my brain." In contrary to the unsociable and introverted character that he showed in his welcoming party, tolerance was never in his dictionary when it comes to handling offenders with bad intentions, especially since he became a wizard. "Kid, what did you say?" The young Caucasian man was stunned for a while and ran to Lich while clenching his fists. Then he softly said, "If we're not in public, there has to be a quiet place in this school. We can solve this problem there together." That depends if you have the guts. Shang Lisheng whispered, while having no expression on his face. Or are you a coward who only dares to bark where there's a crowd? Chapter 40 The New Friend with Ulterior Motives. Chapter 40 The New Friend with Ulterior Motives. The young Caucasian man had a major change in his facial expression. He pushed away Zhang Lisheng hard, but he did not have an outburst. All he did was threaten him while pretending to be fierce on the outside, but he was actually weak on the inside. Kid, I'll definitely teach you a lesson if I'm not rushing for my class now. He then ran away without even turning his head back. Zhang Lisheng smiled while feeling surprised looking at his back. All of a sudden, just as he was on his way towards the academic building, a skinny black young man whose height was similar to him walked quickly towards him in hesitation. He took the initiative to speak to him softly. That's cool, man. You were so cool just now. You scared Jason away just like that. He's actually a coward. All he does is to kiss the asses of kids who are bigger than him, then pick on those kids who look weak. But what you did was really cool, the young black man said while pouting. Thanks. Are you new? Yes, I'm Zhang Lisheng. I've just transferred from China. George Lint, a 10th grade student of Lowbige Junior High. You can call me George. You can also call me Lisheng. Nice meeting you, Lisheng. George, the young black man, stayed still and waved his tight fist up and down before Zhang Lisheng's face. It's nice meeting you too, George. Zhang Lisheng answered George's questions passively without giving too much thought. Fist bump, buddy. Come bump my fist then, we'll be friends. Zhang Lisheng was stunned for a while, then bumped George's fist while holding his own first tight. Cool, huh? George said while waving his arm. Zhang Lisheng just smiled, then ignored him this time because he thought George's action was just odd. I used to live in Queens. The place is just too horrible. My dad was lucky to win a round of Powerball later on, so we moved to Brooklyn. Actually, if my genius brother was willing to predict the first prize number the other day and my dad didn't spend so much money on women, I should've been living in Manhattan and studying at Fordham University. Oh right, so you're from China. Are you an exchange student? George proceeded to blabber inconsiderately. No. Then it must be your parents who migrated to America. It must be the case, the society nowadays. I'm not an exchange student, I just happened to be a Chinese who was born in America. Since my father passed away, the only thing that I can do is to come to America so that my mother could raise me as I'm still underage. Hearing George's one-sided long-winded blabbering, Zhang Lisheng told his own story helplessly. After all, he was still young and could not get used to responding to another person's kindness with his coldness. Bearing something in mind, he then asked conveniently, "Oh right, George, since you've been living in New York, would you know where can I get a large amount of raw meat? It doesn't have to be too fresh, but it has to be cheap. Don't you know that there's a lot of raw meat at the Dan Souzer butcher shop that I'm working at?" George said, thinking that he was funny. Just kidding. Your request is very unique. If you asked somebody else, they would be shocked. Let me guess, what are you going to do with that stuff? Oh, must be some specially processed meat products. It has to be that. All of you Chinese people love doing this in New York, no matter if it's young or old. But come to think of it, there are lesser high school students doing illegal processed food business compared to those who were dealing drugs. Grind rotten meat with rats in the meat grinder and make it into meat filling. Also, the delicious specially made spiced sausages that are harmful to the human body. You would then sell them to poor black people like me at a cheap price if I'm still living in Queens. How could you talk about such illegal dealings before a black person that you've just met? Lich, who was just trying his luck by asking, was stunned for a little while with his mouth wide opened. Aren't we friends also? You don't look like an ordinary person. You know your stuff, you know that, young man. You really know your stuff. You managed to see through the extraordinary in me. I, George, have something hidden under my common outer appearance. The inner beauty. That's right, inner beauty. Just leave everything to me, my friend. As a black man who grew up in Queens who is working at a butcher shop, I can get you enough dead cats and dogs. So much that you can supply them to the entire Queens community. But you'll still have to pay though. You have enough startup capital for your illegal processed food factory, don't you? I only have a credit card and it was registered in China. It could only be used in specific tourist stores in New York. That's enough. The credibility of China Galaxy Securities is higher than Citibank in New York, but you'll need to pay an amount of processing fee when paying with your credit card. Could you give me some of the sausages that you make for free in the future? Even though they're toxic, their taste is not that bad. I kind of miss it already. Both of them had entered the academic building as they spoke. In the busy hallway, George asked again, "Which class are you going to?" "Classical music appreciation course." Lich said after being stunned for a while, as it was his first time looking at the timetable that Rachel arranged for him. Classical music appreciation course? What the hell? I didn't know that Lobige has such an elective course. You're also an extraordinary person. Do you know that, my friend? All right, let's exchange phone numbers, Facebook and Twitter account so that we can keep in touch. My phone number is Jane. Lich gave his family number, his Facebook and his Twitter account. After saving George's contacts of all sorts, he waved and said, "All right, goodbye, George." "Goodbye, friend. I'll inform you as soon as I've gotten the news for the stuff that you need." "Thank you." After George left, Lich looked for the class for classical music appreciation course at the computer that looked like a stock trading machine on the side of the academic building hall's wall. He had officially begun his high school life in America. The American high school student's life was in fact very relaxed if they did not wish to get into popular schools such as the Ivy League. Time went by normally. Nothing happened over the past 10 days. It seemed like Lich had completely gotten used to his life in America. Lily slowly learned how to stop worrying too much about Lich. Seeing that the time was right, Lich then took the first step of the plan that he had set up on his own. It was a Friday night. Solo got home on time without having to work overtime, which was rare. The family had dinner together. Solo, who had concerns hidden between his brows lifted forcefully, cheered himself up in front of his family. In the middle of a casual conversation, Lich asked all of a sudden, "Mother, Uncle Solo, I'm planning to work with my friend from tomorrow onwards. Is that okay?" Lily was surprised, then asked immediately, "Baby, do you not have enough allowance?" No, darling. Let Lich finish." Solo stopped Lily's worrying. He then said after putting down the cutleries, "Please continue, Lich. Remember my new friend George? He's the black kid who has been visiting our house recently. He's working part-time at the Dan Souzer butcher shop. Lately his boss says that he's expanding the business and wanted to recruit a batch of part-timers. I would like to give it a try, can I?" "Oh baby, there's no high school student who works at a butcher shop. But there's no part-time position vacant for a petite boy like me at the burger restaurants and gas stations near my school, Mother. Lily, let's not dwell on the issues such as the butcher shop. I used to sell spider eggs at a pet store in New Jersey when I was young. I think we should let Lich try it. His request totally makes sense. Also, it's something good that's worth to be encouraged. Don't you think so? Solo chimed in. Lily hesitated for a little while, and since she did not have any reasons to object the idea, she asked, "What is the working time like?" 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. every day after school, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday. Oh God, isn't that more hectic than working adults? Mother, this is just my preliminary plan. It'll naturally reduce my working hours if it's too tiring for me. Having a plan, and the ability to plan within your means, that's a good thing. I support you. Solo smiled as he said, "All right then, Lich. You can work, but you must tell us if there's any problem." Lily nodded and said after a while of thinking deeply. Lich was relieved, then said softly, "Of course I will, Mother. Thank you." At that moment, there was a piece of emergency news that flashed on their television in the dining room. Solo, who was smiling, put down his cutleries subconsciously and turned up the volume with a remote control. According to the reports, this is the third murder case that had happened this month. All of the victims suffered horrific abuse after their limbs were broken, then died by having a piece of their ribs pierced through their organs. The word "doctor" fracture formed using the victim's hair, blood, and superglue were found in the crime scene. Judging from the nickname of the serial killer, which is the longest in American history, it's sufficient to prove that this criminal knew the inability of New York police like it was back of his hand. Hearing the news judgment on the police, Solo could not help himself but shout madly, "God damn it, what does this idiot know? We're already trying our best." Lily extended her hand to hold her lover's hands that were being waved around, then reminded gently, "Darling, the kids are here." Sorry kids, let's pretend that you didn't hear anything that I said just now. Also, try not to go out at night as of the moment, especially going to those messy parties. Solo glared at his first son Randy when he said the last sentence in all seriousness. He had showcased all of his power as a parent. The kids nodded one after another. The dinner ended in a bad term just like that. After dinner, Lich returned to his room with the excuse of doing homework. Just when he got onto his bed after switching off the lights, he suddenly heard the sound of bang 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 knocking on the door. "Mother, is that you, Zhang?" Lich let out a sigh and got off the bed. "It's not Aunt Lily, it's me, Michelle. Open the door now." Lich was surprised to hear that it was Michelle. He then switched on the lights and asked, after opening the bedroom door, "Anything? Shorty, let's talk inside." Michelle squeezed herself into the room and sat on Lich's bed. "Do you know that your friend George is just using you?" "Huh. He's the skinny black fella from Queens anyway. He's a popular doormat who could be stepped on by anybody. But now that he's been lingering around you every day, you're Aunt Lily's kid, and Aunt Lily is Lowbridge Junior High's student advisor. Also, Randy is the school football team's defender. The unruly students would show his face. All of them." "Michelle, you don't have to explain in such detail. I understand causality. That's as simple as this. So I'm happy to be able to help George. After all, it's wrong to bully someone for no reason." Michelle was shocked, then said, while feeling speechless, "Of course, what you said is right. But friends shouldn't be using each other, isn't it? Are you showing your concern to me? Zhang Lisheng said after being stunned for a while. Of course not. Michelle jumped from the bed and said loudly, I just happened to know about this. I'm afraid that you might become the school's pushover when Lily and Randy have no power over those bad students one day. If that happens, I'll lose my face. We're staying in the same house after all. Chapter 41 Superb Knife Skills. Chapter 41 Superb Knife Skills. Hearing what Michelle said, Zhang Lisheng chuckled without any reason. Don't worry, Michelle. I've never planned to live my life depending on someone else's influence. To be honest, the only person I'm most afraid of in the world is now dead. He's lying on a cliff in western Sichuan Myro land, China. There's nobody who can offend me whenever they want now. All of a sudden, Michelle revealed a helpless expression as she watched Zhang Lisheng looking confident. Are you a fan of The Godfather? The movie The Godfather played by Al Pacino. Stop pretending. All of my boyfriends would talk like you did just now. If you owe me a favor, you might need to pay it back with dignity. I spent my life trying not to be careless and so on. No, I wasn't imitating anyone. All right then, just pretend that I didn't come here tonight. Michelle pouted and walked out of Zhang Lisheng's room. She turned her head and spoke before she shut the door. But I must remind you that a friend who's plotting against you aren't worthy of being called your friend. Clearly, what Michelle said before she left was from The Godfather too. Zhang Lisheng was merely smiling faintly to her advice. He muttered to himself, that phrase shouldn't be applied on George only. He turned off the lights once again and climbed onto his bed. He began cultivating quietly. He could no longer use wizard worm. All he could do was to cultivate by chanting witchcraft incantations. Though slow, Zhang Lisheng remained determined, hoping his constant effort would turn into something. On the next day, the bell rang in New York Lowbridge Junior High at 3 in the afternoon. Ring. The young junior high students walked out of the classrooms in crowds, while talking to each other with a smile on their faces. Zhang Lisheng waited at the entrance of the school building hall while carrying his bag. His black friend soon came to him. Yo, my depressed buddy. How was your day? It was good as always, George. Are we going to Dan Souzer butcher shop now? Sure we can if you'd like to. George blended into the crowd with Zhang Lisheng as they talked. Are you sure you want to work there? You don't look like you need money. Forget it. You're a mysterious feller. Pretend I didn't say anything. Actually, working's just an excuse. I just want some freedom to myself. Zhang Lisheng smiled and said half-jokingly. So you're going to pretend to work for 2 days just to show your parents if they were to check on you? You're so sly. George showed an expression as he had just realized something as he spoke while laughing. Zhang Lisheng nodded and said nothing. Both of them arrived under the tree where they parked their bicycles. They rode on it and cycled to Dan Souzer butcher shop. It took over 10 minutes to get to the butcher shop from school as they had to travel across the entire street. It would take longer to get there if they were to drive due to the heavy traffic. Such a distance is the epitome of the word nearby. Dan Souzer butcher shop had just taken over a candy store close by recently and expanded to 10 counters. It seemed like a shop with a decent scale with various raw meats and cooked meats. Their advantage compared to supermarkets was their fresh and delicious meat. The butcher shop owner Rocky was a short, muscular white man with a beard. He seemed unsatisfied seeing skinny Zhang Lisheng coming to an interview as a part-timer. He complained, "George, the work in this shop isn't easy. It's annoying enough to have you A little man who is always goofing around here. Boss, why don't you try me and see if I could do what you assigned me before judging? Rocky almost choked hearing what Zhang Lisheng said. He then took a good look at this skinny young Chinese man before him and ordered right away without saying anything unnecessary. Cut 500 grams of fresh meat into little cubes. You have 1 minute. Zhang Lisheng had cut countless meat since he was a kid to feed the venomous worm. He walked to the counter without saying a word. After washing his hands at the sink behind him, he touched the kitchen knives on the knife rack one after the other. He was checking. Eventually, he picked up a kitchen knife in the form of a straight-edged shank. He then cut a piece of the pork loin directly with a shank. He seemed casual when he did it. Without even weighing the piece, he began swinging the shank and cut the meat into pieces of half an inch. His movement was swift. The entire process took less than half a minute. It made one dizzy to watch. After cutting them into cubes, he packed all of the pieces and tossed them onto the electronic scale. Surprisingly, they weighed 500 grams exactly. Nothing more, nothing less. Were you a Japanese teppanyaki chef? Before Rocky asked, while stammering a little because of shock. No, in Chinese. I used to cook often. Young man, you've got great knife skills. Unfortunately, we have a meat processing machine since the beginning. We could do what you just did by pressing a button. To the customers, watching meat getting cut manually is different from cutting meat with a machine. Moreover, I'm just a high school student. My pay as a part-timer isn't high. What's your name? Zhang Lisheng. You can call me Lisheng. Lisheng, you're a very smart kid. All right, I'll pay you $15 per hour. That's the best I can do. This is a butcher shop after all, not a teppanyaki restaurant. The salary that I'm paying you is already 1/4 more than what I pay your friend, George. The request I have would be you showcasing your outstanding knife skill whenever you can. Rocky said in all honesty, realizing that he could not chase Zhang Lisheng away. Deal, mister. Rocky. Zhang Lisheng nodded and agreed. Just like that, he became Dan Souza Butcher Shop's highest-paid part-timer. After putting on a clean uniform, he began his work life. After a while, the customers who came to Dan Souza Butcher Shop to purchase fresh meat noticed this new skinny kid with his amazing meat-cutting skills. The other 9 counters among the 10 in the butcher shop slowly had lesser people queuing. Those housewives who were not in a rush to get home queued at Zhang Lisheng's counter. Even some customers who were only purchasing cooked food began to queue at Zhang Lisheng's counter to buy fresh meat. Due to his hectic work, Zhang Lisheng was cutting meat without lifting his head. He even got George to help him with the heavier tasks. He worked for 1 to 2 hours doing just like that. Just when he thought something was odd, he heard a familiar voice in his ears all of a sudden. Sir, I would like 5 pounds of beef ribs, thank you. Mom, why are you here? Zhang Lisheng was secretly relieved. He lifted his head and asked, while pretending to be surprised. George, who was standing beside him, greeted with a smile. Nice to see you, Ms. Lily. Hello, George. Lily smiled at George, then, while looking at Zhang Lisheng, she said, It's your first day at work today. Of course, I want to visit to see if you're getting used to this. Ms. Lily. Zhang Lisheng's doing great. His hourly pay's already 1/4 more than mine despite the fact that he just started. George interrupted and said in a complaining manner. Is that so, George? Why is that? Of course it's because of his sleek meat-cutting skills. Lisheng, aren't you showing your skills to Ms. Lily? I just got a lot of practice. Mom, I guess you're making steak since you're buying ribs. How about I make thick beef broth for everyone tonight? Zhang Lisheng spoke while working the kitchen knife in his hand gracefully. He sliced the entire steak into strips. Baby, your knife skills are comparable to professionals, Lily said while looking stunned. Zhang Lisheng wrapped the beef and said with a smile, I can make broth more professionally than I cut meat. There were complaints coming behind Lily when he spoke. Miss, could you get going already? Hi, miss, this kid who is performing a meat-cutting show is my son. It's his first day at work today. Could you give us more mother-anson time? Lily spoke back without backing off. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know that. Lily was embarrassed to take up any more of the customer's time at the back after the complainer apologized helplessly. She said, I'll get going now, baby. Dinner will only start once you get home tonight. She left with the beef ribs immediately after paying. Seeing his mother leaving, there was a smile at the edge of his lips. He said softly, There's quite a distance to walk from the school to the butcher shop. I'm sure she won't come again as often as she wishes to. If there's anything, George, you'll have to cover for me. No problem, buddy. But did you really did something illegal? George said softly while looking troubled. The longer they spent time together, the more he thought this quiet, young and skinny Chinese man who looked obedient seemed to have a complicated character that was a complete opposite to how he looked. You were born in Queens. Are you still afraid of breaking the law? Zhang Lisheng cut a pork chop hard while saying vaguely. Dan Suzer butcher shop closed at 6:30 p.m. sharp. Added with a half an hour of cleaning time, it was only 3 hours work for a part-timer to work full shift from Monday to Friday. Zhang Lisheng stayed until the shop was closed on his first day of work. Lisheng, how do you feel about your first day of work? Rocky pulled down the shutters while speaking to his new employee. He realized this new employee had brought him a good fortune after calculating the profit of over $200, which was more than usual. Not too shabby, Mr. Rocky. You did the most today. You can leave early without having to clean. I'm sure everyone agrees with that. Thank you, Mr. Rocky. But I think it's better that I work a full shift like I should, Zhang Lisheng said while carrying his bag. What a hardworking young man. Then go to the cold storage and throw away the expired meat. That's the easiest task. It's irritating that I can't seem to grasp the accurate purchase volume since the business expanded recently. There's so much meat left, damn it. Help your friend, George. You guys can leave after you're done with your task. Yes, Mr. Rocky. George pouted with his head low and brought Zhang Lisheng to the butcher shop's utility room. Chapter 42 Surprise. Chapter 42 Surprise. Dan Suzer butcher shop's utility room was huge. There was a big oven and a smoke passage. One could tell that they made all of the cooked food here themselves. There was a mini cold storage in the far end of the utility room. There were pigs and goats that were cut into half and cows that were chopped into a few parts hanging in there. With a black leather jacket covering his body, George walked into the cold storage while pushing a cart. He glanced through the tags hanging on the pigs, cows, and goats. Then, while twitching his nose, he said to Zhang Lisheng, This Rocky's a sly old feller. Indeed, throwing this expired meat away's simple, but a chew it's not easy, especially it's late autumn now. But I would never think that I would be eager to carry out this task with you even if he didn't assign us together. Come help. He brought out 2 halves of pigs and 3 halves of goats, the parts combined to half a cow. Together with Zhang Lisheng, they unhooked the parts strenuously and tossed them onto the cart. We're throwing all these away. Zhang Lisheng was stunned and asked in shock while watching George push the cart out of the cold storage. The shelf life of raw frozen meat is 7 days, but to compete with major hypermarkets, Old Man Rocky is committed to keeping the fresh meat at Dan Suzer Butcher Shop, not more than 5 days. Since he made the promise, of course, he'll have to do as he said. But he doesn't have to throw them away. Nobody would usually purchase raw meat that's expiring. The employees can take some home for free. But since we can bring home cooked meat, usually nobody would care about raw meat. Is this a surprise to you? Of course, George, this indeed surprised me, Zhang Lisheng said sincerely. It's not every day that we have such a surprise. A lot of times the meat here are sold out, otherwise, Old Rocky wouldn't have restocked so much every time. The duo walked out of the cold storage as they chatted. After Zhang Lisheng opened the back door, George pushed the little cart that was filled with raw meat to the dark back alley behind the shop with him. Under the flickering lights in the alley, George stood there after pushing the cart to the trash. He then said, with an unstable emotion on his face and seriousness that he had never shown before, "Listen, buddy, I brought you here because I owe you a favor. Whatever the reason you need this meat for, it has nothing to do with me." He then turned around and returned to the shop after he was done speaking. He closed the door halfway. Zhang Lisheng was stunned for a little bit and muttered to himself while smiling, "Interesting guy." He put down his backpack and let out Mount Toad onto the ground. Mount Toad that had its vitality drained looked a little dull from the looks of it. Zhang Lisheng looked around the narrow alley and began chanting witchcraft incantation with a sound PSTSHH after making sure there was no one around. Driven by the witchcraft incantation, Mount Toad opened its mouth wide and sucked in a massive amount of air. Its body expanded to over 2 meters tall while it released its gigantic tongue continuously. After a few times of rolling its tongue, it ate all of the meat on the cart into its stomach. It had been a while since the last time Zhang Lisheng controlled a wizard worm. He watched his wizard worm eating meat while he stands aside. He was cheered up from the look of his face. He could not help but pat Mount Toad's gigantic head. All of a sudden, he heard people speaking, and he had no idea where it was coming from. "Listen to that. It's windy out there." Zhang Lisheng was shocked. He chanted a witchcraft incantation immediately to get Mount Toad to let out the air in its stomach. Whoosh! After a swift wind whistling sound, the wizard worm rapidly shrunk to the size of a football. It seemed like it had digested the meat in its stomach. It had only gotten its vitality replenished by 10 to 20. Fortunately, many a little makes a mickle. If he could replenish 10 to 20 of Mount Toad's vitality every day, it would be sufficient for him to cultivate a secret method for 4 to 5 hours per day. In that case, he might achieve rank 3 wizard in a year the most. Zhang Lisheng thought to himself and put Mount Toad back to his backpack wearing a smile. He carried it and pushed the cart back to the butchery shop. There was nobody in the utility room. It seemed like George had sneaked out from the side door. Zhang Lisheng thought about it and sneaked out from the side door directly. The evening wind was cold. The traffic on the streets was even worse than the traffic during the day. The cars were moving slowly like snails. Zhang Lisheng rode his bicycle and dropped by Walmart that was nearby. One could say that he was moving so fast that he was one with the wind. As America's biggest chain hypermarket and departmental stores branch in New York, this Walmart was humongous. Zhang Lisheng observed the countless racks around and decided it was wise for him to speak to the sales associate. "Miss, may I know where do I get seasoning? Are you looking for American, Japanese, Korean or Chinese seasoning? The sales associate asked while smiling, showing 8 teeth. Do you have all of those here? Of course, sir. This is New York's Walmart, the sales associate spoke with pride. What if I'm looking for Sichuan China's seasoning? Zhang Lisheng asked in a doubtful manner. Please follow me. By the way, some of Sichuan China's seasoning failed CFSAN certification, so you might not be able to find what you're looking for. We're sorry for that. What's CFSAN? Food Safety and Applied Nutrition Center. It's under the management of Federal Food and Drug Administration. The sales associate spoke rather professionally. She then guided Zhang Lisheng across the other half of the store and finally stopped when they were at a corner. She pointed at the 2 rows of racks. All right, we're here. Sichuan China's seasoning that you're asking for is here. Thanks. Zhang Lisheng walked to the rack as he spoke. After taking a good look, he realized most of the seasoning that he used to cook back at the Guarwo village were here. Including those herbal powder that could be used in cooking and healing, they appeared as seasonings on the racks. New York's Walmart's real Zhang Lisheng mumbled to himself in shock. He paid and left the hypermarket after getting over 10 seasoning and herb powder that he needed. It was past 8 in the evening when he arrived home on his bicycle. Lily, Solo, and the children were really waiting for Zhang Lisheng to make dinner. Oh look, our chef's finally home. Zhang Lisheng, your cooking better be as good as Aunt Lily said. Or else, you'll be in deep trouble. Seeing Zhang Lisheng walking into the house, Michelle, who was mad, grumbled at him. I'm sorry, I went to the hypermarket to get some seasoning, so I got home late. Give me a minute, dinner will be served soon. Zhang Lisheng kept his words short and put down his backpack as soon as he got into the house. He rushed into the kitchen with the seasoning and quickly took out a few eggs from the refrigerator after he washed his hands. He broke the eggs into a bowl for the base ingredient before beginning to make the sauce. His family was shocked while watching him because he seemed to really know what he was doing. Michelle was the only one who was grumbling. Hey, what powder did you put in the eggs? Why does it smell so weird? Can we really eat that? It's Chinese seasoning that I bought from Walmart. It's certified by CFSAN. The certification from Federal Food and Drug Administration's Food Safety and Applied Nutrition Center. Zhang Lisheng replied based on what he learned. That's great, Lisheng. You've only been in New York for over 10 days and you're already a knowledgeable New Yorker. Let's guess who is the hillbilly who knows nothing in this house. Harry, who was around, found the opportunity to speak quirkily while shaking his head around. Harry, you're asking for trouble. While Michelle and Harry were laughing and playing, Zhang Lisheng marinated the beef ribs in the big bowl with the sauce that he made. Later on, he fried them with oil and collected the juice. Subsequently, he fried some white rice with oil with the beef. Eventually, he added boiling water and seasoning bit by bit. The jelly-like beef rice broth was now ready to be served. All right, dinner's served, he said, while smiling. He was relieved. After the rice broth was done, he put a few pieces into a bowl with a spatula. Randy inhaled sharply as he looked at the sticky, dark brown broth with spots all over in the bowl. You're kidding, right, Lisheng? You actually messed up the dish. Of course not. Zhang Lisheng picked up a bowl of beef rice broth while smiling and took a big gulp. The familiar taste with a little bitterness went into his mouth and slid into his stomach through his esophagus. It soon gave his body warmth and comfort. It would be even better if the cow had just been killed and the blood wasn't drained from the beef ribs. But this is great too. At least we could tell Dan Souza Butcher Shop's meat freshness and nutrition is up to standard. Michelle then said in disgust while watching Zhang Lisheng's satisfied face while eating the thick beef broth. I'd rather die than eat that. It's not even 9 p.m. now. I'm ordering a burger for takeout. Who else wants that? As the man of the house, Solo, who was exhausted from working out there, lifted his spirit and said, "Don't behave like that, Michelle. Lisheng made us. Beef rice broth," Lily reminded. "Right, beef rice broth. We should at least try before we judge." Solo scooped a bowl of beef broth at the kitchen table. He hesitated before taking a sip while closing his eyes. "It tastes a little bitter, but it's nice after you swallow it. This is a weird taste. Now that I thought about it, I've tried Chinese cuisine, but I've never tasted anything like this before. This tastes hard to describe. Seems like I must eat more," he said, and ate the entire bowl of beef rice broth. He got himself another bowl immediately. "Hey, Dad. You make it look like it's delicious." Randy walked to the table and picked up a bowl of thick beef broth. He took a sip curiously. "The taste's very weird. Why do I feel warmth in my body all of a sudden?" Chapter 43 Shock. Chapter 43 Shock. Food is nourishing, especially to those who burn a lot of calories. 7,000 years ago, our Chinese ancestors would cook in a porcelain jar on top of a fire. Food is a culture with a long history to us, Zhang Lisheng explained in all seriousness. "I really think that I've recovered much of my strength. This is a miracle. Lisheng, I really think you should be our football team's nutritionist." "Oh yeah, I suppose there's no hormone in this meat." Zhang Lisheng smiled. "The seasoning and ingredients are all natural. There's nothing to worry about, Randy." "All right, guys, enjoy the meal. I'll go back to my room to do my homework." "But you've only had a bowl of broth." "Mom, this special broth is like a compressed biscuit in Sichuan Myro land in the past." Having a bowl's enough. Zhang Lisheng carried his backpack, then climbed up to his room after he was done speaking. He began his daily secret witchcraft method cultivation after he quickly finished his homework. Hours passed without him realizing. Zhang Lisheng opened his eyes automatically when the vitality in Mountod's body could no longer sustain his secret method cultivation. Looking at the time, it was already 1:45 a.m. the next day. He had cultivated for over 5 hours. It seemed like the raw meat from Dan Souza Butcher Shop that was expiring was better than he expected. Unfortunately, having an insatiable desire was human nature. Zhang Lisheng was getting irritated by the fact that he was going to waste 5 hours from 2 a.m. to 7 a.m. in the morning. He looked at the bright moonlight outside the window while thinking. He mumbled to himself, "Seems like I must speak to George." As he mumbled to himself, an odd, soft SHH sound came to his ears all of a sudden. Although attacking a police's family in America would face severe sentencing by law enforcement officers, the most brutal criminals could not simply dare to do it, but there were still lunatics lurking around sometimes. Moreover, Zhang Lisheng offended Yuehai Group in China. It was a big import and export trading company with great power on the surface that had close ties with America and European countries. It was possible for them to track his whereabouts and go on with their revenge. The young man had his guard up, then he quickly got off his bed while carrying his wizard worm. He opened the door lightly and followed the source of sound carefully. He passed through the second-floor corridor and walked down the stairs. He walked all the way to the back door entrance on the first floor. That was when he faintly saw that there were 3 people that intruded the house. He looked around quietly. Seeing that there was pretty vast space there, he tossed the wizard worm to the three intruders expressionlessly and chanted witchcraft incantation softly. Pshshh, never had he thought that the tallest one among the three intruders would shout out loud, "Who is that? SHT, what was that thing?" The voice was very familiar to him. Chang Lisheng was shocked and controlled the wizard worm that was expanding by sucking air in the back of a motionless sculpture. He walked out from where he was hiding and asked, looking shocked while his face was pale, "Randy, who are you with over there? What are you guys doing?" "Be quiet, Lisheng. I'll break your neck if you wake Dad and Aunt Lily." Michelle's nervously soft voice came beside Randy. Chang Lisheng said while looking shocked. Michelle answered wryly, "Oh God, are you guys running away from home?" "Hi, Lisheng." Seeing that Chang Lisheng recognized her, Riley, who had always been obedient, sensible and always prioritized in getting into good school, greeted him a little awkwardly. Michelle, who was next to her, said softly in a rude manner, "Chang Lisheng, you're the one who is supposed to run away from home. We're just going out for some fun. It's Saturday tomorrow. It is our relax time today as always." "It's Saturday tomorrow. I lost track of time. But you guys made such a big commotion at the back door from sneaking out." If Randy didn't speak up in time, I was very close. Toto, never mind. You guys go ahead. I'll go back to my room to sleep. Chang Lisheng picked up his wizard worm from the ground as he spoke and turned to the stairs expressionlessly. He ignored Michelle, who was complaining behind him. "Oh my God, Yao, you were going to smash us with your wooden toad. Randy, we wouldn't have created such a big commotion if not for your clumsiness. Herrick would definitely think we're not going." Chang Lisheng stared at the window at his bed head after returning to his room. The stiffness on his face was gone. He revealed joy on his face. "I didn't know that I could actually sneak out," he mumbled and climbed onto his bed. He opened the window and looked down with his body sticking out. The ground from the window on the second floor was approximately 3 meters high. Such height was high enough to stop Randy, the tall and strong American young man, jumping off absurdly. However, to Chang Lisheng, who grew up in a poor mountain area, such height was similar to one of the lowest foundation of Guarwo village entrance. However, it was pretty meaningless for him to sneak out given that he had no intention of doing it. Just when he was closing the window, he heard a soft knock on his door. Chang Lisheng closed the window immediately and opened his door in while feeling puzzled. He saw Randy speaking softly outside his door. "Hey buddy, we've opened the back door. Do you want to seize your youth with us out there?" "It's okay, don't worry about it. I won't tell Uncle Lavin or Mom that you guys sneaked out." "Goodbye, Randy," Chang Lisheng said while feeling stunned. He wanted to close his door right away. Never had he thought Randy would hold the door that was closing by force while winking quirkily and spoke softly. "Buddy, don't lose hope just because you're skinny. You must know that you have a foreign charm since you're from China. To some girls, you're a delicious snack. Perhaps you might bring back some surprise if you go out tonight." "What the hell, where are you guys going?" "Of course we're going to party at a bar. There's music, babes, booze, and you'll meet many interesting new friends. Don't worry, I'll get you a fake ID. You Asians look the same to people who don't know you anyway." After all, Chang Lisheng was still a young man who had not seen the world. Even though he was a wizard now, he was longing a little for the party that Randy was talking about. However, figuring that he might not be able to control himself, he figured that he might go partying a second, then a third time if he agreed to go this time. He firmly declined because he realized that doing this might delay his cultivation in the future. "Thanks for your invitation, Randy, but I don't want to be anyone's snack today. Moreover, I'll have to work at the butchery shop tomorrow. You guys go ahead. Remember what Uncle Lavin said. Be aware of your surroundings since you're going to a bar so late at night." "All right then, I can't force you since you're so close-minded. Good night, Sirius Lishing. See you tomorrow, Randy." Chang Lishing closed the door after he was done speaking. He was left alone in the room. All of a sudden, he felt a little lonely and coldness in him as he watched the chilly moonlight shone outside the window. However, he soon lifted his spirit once again and mumbled, "There's always losers and gains in life. Since I've chosen to go on the path of witchcraft, how could I not bear hardships?" He climbed to his bed and chanted witchcraft incantations. He began his cultivation slowly. He only stopped chanting incantations when the sun rose the next day. He was feeling thirsty when he opened his eyes. After stretching, Chang Lishing washed up in the bathroom, then put on some clean clothes. He put Mount Toad in his backpack, carried it, then quickly ran downstairs. Lily had gotten herself busy preparing breakfast for the family while Solo was giving a helping hand while chatting and smiling. Randy, Riley, and Michelle, who sneaked out to party all night, sat on the couch in the living room. They were trying hard to look energetic as they stared blankly at the morning news on the TV. They were waiting for breakfast to be served so that they could catch up on their sleep after they were done eating. Gil and Harry, the youngest siblings among all of them, were sitting on another couch whispering to each other. Chang Lishing glanced through everyone quickly and shouted loudly, "Mom, Uncle Lavin, Gil, Harry, good morning. Mom, I'm going to work with George. I'm already late. I won't be having breakfast at home. See you tonight." He then rushed out of the door. But baby Lily was stunned. Just when she was going to put down the frying pan to say something, she realized Chang Lishing had already rushed out of the door. She saw from the ceiling to floor window in the living room that Chang Lishing was riding his bicycle as a professional cyclist would have. He rushed onto the street. Randy said while yawning, "No wonder China's going to replace us. They're going to be the most powerful country in the world. Look at that young man who grew up there. For his 7 hours work, he doesn't want to join the midnight party on Friday, and he would skip breakfast with bacon pancakes on Friday morning. Moreover, he would cook broth that tastes weird but delicious." "Shut up, Randy. He's just a pretentious feller who has social anxiety. Also, stop yawning and don't talk about partying. Dad's ears are super sharp sometimes," Michelle warned softly into his brother's ear. Meanwhile, Chang Lishing felt liberated while traveling through Brooklyn, New York's streets. In reality, he was not working on his rest day at all. He finally got the freedom that he desired after all this time. He was planning to find his only friend George to do something interesting. Chapter 44: Doing Business with Lions. Chapter 44: Doing Business with Lions. George's house was 2 streets away from Chang Lishing's new house in New York. It was not a standalone bungalow with a garden, but an apartment building with security personnel. Judging by the surroundings, this place is considered to be one of New York's business districts. Compared to the bustling street that Chang Lishing was living in, there would be hookers even during the day in rather secluded alleys. They were standing at the alleys soliciting flirtatiously. The floor of the apartment building's hall was covered with a maroon carpet. Chang Lishing courteously asked the black hunk who was working as an attendant and security personnel at the counter, "Morning, my name's Chang Lishing. I'm a schoolmate of George who lives on the 9th floor, Unit 3. I need to speak to him. A moment please, young man. The black hunk rang the 9th floor Unit 3's door phone with all seriousness. He spoke after the door phone was picked up. Hi, may I know if this is Mr. Dolby? My dad's still sleeping, I'm Harvey. I'm so sorry to bother you so early, Mr. Harvey. There's a young man named Zhang Lisheng at the lobby. He's looking for your brother George, he's his schoolmate. Oh really? Let him in then. Sure, Mr. Harvey. Goodbye. The black hunk lifted his head to look at Zhang Lisheng and said after turning off the communication device, Young man, you can go in now. Thanks. Zhang Lisheng walked to the old-style elevator at the apartment building that he wondered how many years it had been in service. He arrived on the 9th floor. To his surprise, George was already waiting outside the door as soon as the elevator door opened. He greeted Zhang Lisheng with a fist bump and asked, Buddy, it's a rest day today. Why are you here looking for me? The expiring raw meat from Dan Souzer butcher shop isn't enough for me. I need your help to get me more dead cats and dogs. Zhang Lisheng told George the purpose of his visit without even trying to hide it. Hey Lisheng, hadn't I repaid the favor I owed last night? Last night was a surprise. I'm here today so you could deliver your promise. George was stunned for a moment and gazed at Zhang Lisheng's face that was as calm as still water before speaking helplessly. Damn it, I knew this would happen. I really shouldn't have taken the initiative to know such a weirdo like you. It's better to be insulted at school than to take a bullet. Isn't that a little too exaggerated? You can only find the stuff that you need in Queens. There are lunatics there who would shoot someone's head just for a pair of new arrival running shoes. Didn't you grow up here? I grew up there and that's how I know how dangerous it is exactly. If you really insist to do this alone, I must be straightforward with you. I could only connect you with the dealer. You'll have to deal with it on your own from there onwards. Sure, you can leave anytime you want after you connect me with the dealer. But George, I'm just wanting to buy some expiring raw meat. Why are you saying it like I'm dealing with drugs? George said while looking serious. Buddy, don't you know that committing crime's also a federal felony just like dealing with drugs? Of course, both of them has a similarity. Which one gets away with them easily? Never mind, give me a minute. Well, leave right away. He turned around and ran home. When he got out of his house, he had put on a rather old black jacket and an old pair of shoes. As Zhang Lisheng was about to go downstairs with George, he realized purchasing sufficient meat for his wizard worm was not a direct task that could be done simply even though George had the source. He asked carefully, Do I need to put on older clothes too? Lisheng, you'll need to pay for your stuff. It's wrong for you to not have new shoes on. Zhang Lisheng touched his backpack that he carried on his back by instinct and said calmly with a smile, You're right about that, George. Queens was the only major district where many minorities of colors gathered among the 5 districts in New York. It was a tourist destination because it was named as the 2nd largest icon of New York metropolis in the whole world. The official statement was that if Manhattan was once the charm of New York, then Queens would be New York's new future of acceptance, blend, and livelihood. The new immigrants who had the American dream from all over the world would stay in Queens when they first arrived in New York. There was local cuisine from all around the world. One could admire the arts of emerging artists with a style of their own. Meanwhile, people who had been living in New York for over a year would look at Queens in a different way. For instance, This major district of New York with over 2 million of its population had no basic business district nor hypermarkets. 1/3 of the community's people were poor, and they would usually roam around the streets even if it was past 8 o'clock. Although most had guns and drugs on them, these dangerous communities seemed like a blind spot to the New York police district because there were hardly any police patrolling the area there. New immigrants, whether they came in legally or not, apart from earning peanuts with their hard labor, another way for them to earn money was to rob or steal on the streets with a gun in their hand. Most of the emerging artists who lived here would busk on the streets or subway stations with all sorts of strange tricks as their part-time job. Some of them would work at cafes or restaurants because it only involves a little bit of labor. As soon as their art was recognized and began making money, the first thing that these artists would do was to move away as if they had all planned to do it together. In conclusion, poor, filthy, and sinful was how Queens was portrayed to the people in the other 4 districts of New York. Taking the subway from Brooklyn to Queens was like traveling back into the 60s or 70s with a time machine. One could witness the deterioration of civilization happening before their eyes. When they arrived at their destination, George looked gloomy at Zhang Lisheng, who was next to him as he looked at the dirty vandalism all over the walls in the station. He had lost count of how many times he asked Zhang Lisheng to watch out. Finally, Zhang Lisheng was annoyed looking at the crowds that were walking around when they walked out of the subway. "George, there are many traveling backpackers around here. I really can't tell why do we have to watch out here. At the zoo, some people stayed outside of the cage waiting for monkeys to throw peanuts at them. Some would open the metal cage to do business with the lions. People behave differently with a different intention." Once again, Zhang Lisheng felt how extraordinary the only friend he had in America hidden under his usual, odd behavior. He nodded and said nothing. They walked out of the subway station while following next to George with his guard up. However, he could not understand why would George be bullied at Lowbridge Junior High. He forgot that a fish that weighed thousands or hundreds of pounds would die as soon as it made its way on land. A human was just the same in a sense. There were joyous people and small houses outside of the subway station. Not even a skyscraper could be seen there. Nobody was dressed in suits. No pedestrians who were walking with confidence and determination. Everyone who looked like tourists would get a friendly hug from a bunch of clowns in colorful clothes with balloons with them as soon as they walked out of the subway station. Children would get a helium balloon that was flying. Naturally, almost all tourists would toss $1 or $2 notes into the hat in the clown's hand to repay them. Zhang Lisheng, who was carrying a backpack, was categorized as a tourist. However, George spoke in local Queens accent when a clown got close to Zhang Lisheng. "Hey bud, we're not a foreigner." He then chased the clown away. Jackson's safety's considered the best among the few communities nearby, just that there are a little too many pickpockets. "All right, the place we're going is far from here. We'll have to walk for at least 1 to 2 hours. Let's go." Zhang Lisheng asked in doubt, hearing that they would have to walk for so long. "George, the place isn't connected to any subway, buses or cabs. It would be safer if we walk. Put your hand in your pocket like you're holding your stuff. Follow me. This is your territory. You'll call the shots." Zhang Lisheng followed behind George and blended into the happy crowd after he was done speaking. They continued ahead after passing narrow alleys and broad streets. Zhang Lisheng thought there were lesser and lesser people around while the people's faces were getting colder and stiffer. After walking for over an hour with their heads held low and saying nothing, George, who was quickly walking, suddenly spoke. "Buddy, I actually have no idea where can I find those stuff that you need. But I heard from Rocky when I was working at Dan Souzer butcher shop that there's a lot of illegal meat business going on at the Port of Queens. Furthermore, the person that I'm bringing you to has his way to get you anything illegal in Queens. A broker. He's the broker who has the most credence, and a man of his words. But even though he's the best among all, you'll have to be careful with him later. It is best for you to not offend anyone if something out of the ordinary happens. Just do whatever they say," George said in all seriousness. "George, you seemed to have an interesting past since you knew this kind of people. Gangsters and triads are the only specialties of the community I grew up in. It's only natural that I know them. Remember what I said, I really don't want you to get yourself into trouble. Otherwise, it's going to be hard for me to get away with it." "Okay, I got it," Zhang Lisheng said while walking and panting. At that moment, there were 4 to 5 young black men in dark gray hoodies walking towards them. When they were about to pass by each other, one of the fatties, who was over 180 cm tall, stopped walking all of a sudden. He pouted while gazing at George with cold eyes. Hey, guess who I ran into?" George. "My old friend who left home. Why did you come back to this filthy, shitty Queens that's full of sin?" "Shit," George cursed softly since he could not avoid the person. He raised his voice while looking troubled. "Listen to me, Raby. I'm not looking for any trouble here. I came back to bring my friend to Big Gavin, so he could do business with him." "You're here for Big Gavin?" Hee George, it's been a long time since you left. Seems like you're not keeping up with the news." The fatty Raby stepped forward and forcefully held George's shoulders. He said softly, "Gavin was beaten up at Black Cat Bar earlier. It has been a few months since that happened. My brother Rocco's taking over now. You can look for me if you want to talk about business." Chapter 45: Pain, Fear, and Despair. Chapter 45: Pain, Fear, and Despair. George had a major change of expression. He became speechless. Eventually, he managed to force himself to speak. "I actually meant to use Big Gavin's connection when I said business. You know, he knows many people. Since he's well connected, we thought we could." "Tell me what business you're talking about," George Raby said, while raising his voice expressionlessly. At that moment, Zhang Lisheng, who was standing aside, took the initiative to speak. "I'm looking to buy a batch of cheap raw meat. George told me that he has a connection in Queens, so here we are." Raby seemed to have only noticed the skinny Asian young man next to George at the moment. He took a good look at Zhang Lisheng and asked, "You're Chinese?" "I'm from China." "I thought so. Only you Chinese are so cautious to get this irrelevant little man to look out when you talk business. It's better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, being young doesn't mean we have no wisdom." Zhang Lisheng did not explain and said while pretending to be profound with a smile. You're right, little guy. I'm young too. You're a funny guy. Do you know that unfortunately, you found the wrong middleman?" Zhang Lisheng said nothing while wearing a smile. "How much stuff do you need?" "I only need 1 to 2 tons each transaction." "SHD, I thought you're talking big. But small business is better than no business. I happened to know that Colby has the stuff that you need at Dodd's warehouse. I'll bring you guys there now." George shook off Raby's hand hard and shouted, "Listen, Raby. We're not idiots. We're not going with you. I'm afraid you've got no choice." George Raby revealed a sly smile as he said, "You put your hand in your pocket pretending to be holding a gun. It seems like you haven't learned anything these 2 years. Your friend too, it's surprising that he does the same silly thing as you did. Is New York's gun control so strict now that even a Chinese triad couldn't get a pistol? All right, let's not beat around the bush. There's only one person in charge here, that person's me. You guys will do whatever I said. Now insane, follow me. As soon as he was done speaking, he glanced at his underlings. The remaining 4 black young men surrounded Zhang Lisheng and George, forcing them to follow behind Rabi, and walked towards to alley that was even more secluded. There were drawings of skulls or grimaces embellished with blood on the wall occasionally, while the autumn wind blew the trash. There were also words such as "dropped" that was a couple of meters high was written on the wall too. Over 20 minutes later, they arrived at a ruined area that had no people. Rabi stopped before a heavy shuttered door filled with rusty stains. His nose twitched as he said, wearing a smile, "We're here." "Listen, Rabi, whatever happened in the past has nothing to do with my friend George," I said. "We're here," Rabi said, while hardly pulling the shutter up with his 2 underlings as he smiled cunningly. A terrible stench came out of it. It was a huge and crude warehouse. The walls had badly painted cement on them. There were feces and dirt all over the floor. There were many broken and filthy mattresses scattered all around. The only light source was the few square windows on the high ceiling. "There seems to be nothing of what I'm looking for here." Zhang Lisheng stepped into the warehouse and said after looking around. "There'll be raw meat that you're looking for very soon. Perhaps there won't be as much as what you want, but it'll much fresher than you imagined," Rabi said while smiling cunningly after kicking George into the warehouse. Zhang Lisheng retreated a few steps back quietly and took a good look at Rabi and his strong underlings. He smiled with no clear intention while saying softly, "Actually, 600 to 700 pounds would be enough." He turned around suddenly and ran deep into the dark warehouse. Nobody stopped him from running. Rabi spoke while laughing behind. "Run, kid. Unfortunately, there's only one exit in this warehouse." Hearing Rabi's mad laugh, George, who fell on the floor from the kick, spat a mouthful of blood and said while panting, "Rabi, we grew up together. I don't get why do you hate me so much and now you're trying to." "Don't get it, you don't get it." Rabi fiercely kicked George a few times with all his might while looking down on him. He only spoke ferociously when George squirmed his body like a cooked prawn while shaking. "You should've known this day would come when you turned me to the police back then. I've said this before, it wasn't me who put you in juvenile court. I've explained a couple of times. Moreover, you were only given 50 hours of community service. SHE, Big Gavin's said back then." "Big Gavin's dead," Rabi said coldly. "My brother Rocco's in charge now. Also, George, it's not about the 50 hours of community service, it's about my dignity." His underling hardly pulled down the warehouse's shutter as Rabi was speaking. Following the disappearance of the last sunlight, the stench in the warehouse, which was now closed, became worse. In the blurry darkness, Rabi pointed a pistol at George's head and said, "We don't have to do all this if this happens at night. I'm sorry for the trouble, George. I'll send you to where you're supposed to be." George, who was unwilling to wait for his death, sat up on his side all of the sudden and attempted to grab the pistol in Rabi's hand. However, the black young man aside kicked the back of his head, who was wearing a pair of leather boots. He passed out. Seeing that George passed out on the floor, Rabi asked the black man who knocked him out while smiling, "Duke, do you think we should wake this feller up by pissing on him before we send him to God, or should we show him mercy by shooting his head directly?" That's up to you, Boss Raby. We still have a banana brat to play with after killing this kid. What's that sound? It seems a long tongue filled with mucus extended in the dark, tying the arm of the black hunk who was asking the question with a gun in his hand. Subsequently, the huge tongue pulled agilely, tearing the arm apart. The tongue then rolled back into the dark. It seems like there was a strong wind blowing as the attack was extremely fast. The black hunk only saw his arm detaching from his body at a blur. He said that in confusion, but his question soon turned into moaning. "Oh shit my arm's gone. My arm," as he groaned devastatingly. The huge tongue came out of the dark again and held onto his head. It pulled him into the dark entirely. What's that? Stop asking what that monster is, you idiot. Fire quick. Raby was the first to snap back to his senses. He lifted the gun and pointed at the direction where the huge tongue appeared. He pulled the trigger without holding back. In the midst of shooting, the huge tongue tore Raby's hand that was shooting when it showed the third time. It ate his hand. Although Raby's underlings were cruel, they were only 10 to 20 years old and they had little experience to begin with. They lost their minds when the unknown man-eating monster attacked Raby despite their shots, while fresh, warm blood splashed on their bodies like a fountain. They shrieked in fear and gave up fighting. They turned around and dashed towards the rusty shutter with an attempt to escape. Unfortunately, the shutter was heavy. It was difficult to pull it open right away. During the delay, a huge tongue appeared out of the dark a few times and ripped their limbs apart. It had also ripped their hope to live from them. As everyone lost the ability to fight back, the attacker had finally shown himself in the midst of the devastating moan. It was a toad that was 3 meters tall. It was so big that it looked like an SUV. There were a few wounds with thick, black blood on its skin. It hopped right out with a Chinese young man who came with George for the business was sitting on it. It's you, Raby shrieked with blood and dirt. Chang Lisheng sat on Mounttoad's head and stopped the witchcraft incantation. He said calmly, "It's me, Mr. Raby. I came to Queens to buy raw meat to fill this pet of mine that has a big appetite. He's such a big eater that I can't afford to feed it if I were to buy meat the usual way. You're a devil, Satan's worshipper. No, according to our Chinese way of saying it, you don't mean to harm others, but others can mean to harm you. Everything happened because I'm forced to do it." Chang Lisheng began chanting witchcraft incantation as he spoke. As the PSHSHH sound went on, Mounttoad opened its gigantic mouth below its head and ate a tall, strong black man that was lying on the floor while moaning. No. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. You're going to hell, you monster, you're going to hell. Watching the gigantic toad eating their partner that was shrieking with its saliva all over the place, the remaining gangsters moaned and cursed even louder now. Chang Lisheng devoured all of the grave negative emotions that they were showing, giving a boost in the wizard power in his blood at the speed that he could feel clearly. After a while of cursing, Raby suddenly realized that what he was doing could not help him to get out of his situation at all while looking at Chang Lisheng, who was sitting on the monster's head while he lied on the filthy floor. He thought that if he would trigger the enemy that was like a devil, even more, he would experience a horrible death. "All right, sir, okay sir, I admit that I'm the one at fault. Look, even if your pet ate all of us, it would only be full for a while. Spare my life and I'll guarantee to provide it with meat for the rest of its life. I suppose people like you aren't afraid that I would take revenge, am I right? Of course. I'll dare not take revenge on Satan's worshipper as well. It'll be a greater benefit for you to spare my life. Zhang Lisheng ignored Rabi's plead, but the situation did not intensify. Rabi felt luck was on his side now. I apologize to you. My sincere apology, sir. What do you want? Money, drugs, women, or all of the needs that your pet requires, such as a massive amount of meat? I could compensate you whatever you want, anything you want. Naturally, the negative emotion that was coming out of Rabi had a great drop since he had hope now. Zhang Lisheng jumped off lightly as mounted that he was controlling held its head down from the drop of negative emotion. He said, "You've already compensated me, Mr. Rabi. I've compensated you." Yes, Zhang Lisheng walked to Rabi and looked at the tall, fat black man who was speaking in pride not long ago. He stepped hard on his severed arm wound and said softly, "I only need 3 things from you: pain, fear, and despair." End part 1.